Forbidden Demands. An Alpha Billionaire Romance Audiobook. Quartet Complete Series. By Michelle Love. Blurb.
I'm a billionaire music mogul, and she's the rock star who lights up my stage and my blood. She's vibrant, bold, and sings like she was born for it, but working together is a minefield. I'm her boss, a bad boy who doesn't do love, yet her fire cracks my control. Every moment in the studio screams danger. Her youth, our age gap, the forbidden pull we can't fight. I want her, but enemies and secrets lurk, ready to ruin her dreams and mine. I'll shield her, claim her, no matter the cost. But when the spotlight burns too bright, will she stand by me, or will our passion crash and burn?
Fire for you.
It had been his idea, his dream, and his vision. Nearing 40 and bored as hell at his own successful law firm, Tomas Mayer had woken night after night with the crushing feeling of disappointment in his own life, and the sense that somehow it was all slipping away with nothing to show for it. It was a typical midlife crisis, he tried to reason. After all, he was Harvard-educated, and only in his 20s when he'd started the entertainment law firm that had made him a billionaire before 30. He knew where it had stemmed from, this feeling of dissatisfaction. It had been his 34th birthday, and he'd gone to Boston. He'd gotten together with his 3 best friends, his buddies from Harvard, Sam Hamilton, marketing guru to the fashion industry, and Otis and Roman Ford, twin geniuses from old money, superstar surgeon and businessman respectively. It had been a riot, a night of busting each other's chops, catching up and reminiscing. It had only been later, when they'd settled into Tom's hotel lounge with heavy glasses of sour mash in their hands, that Sam had told them. Cancer. 6 months. Their hearts were broken. In the end, it was only 4 months, the cancer spreading through Sam's previously athletic body like wildfire. At the funeral, Sam's only living relative, his younger brother Dash, had pleaded with them to stay in touch. They were his only link to his family. They'd done more than that. Tomas had had the idea to start the record company, a seed that had been planted in their Harvard days when they would commandeer one of the music rooms and jam for hours when they should have been studying. They were obsessed with music, ate, slept, and drank it every minute in which they weren't being primed for a life of law and medicine by their ambitious fathers. After Sam's funeral, Tom stayed in Boston to talk to Dash. He told him that he and the Ford brothers were starting a new venture together, a record company, and they wanted Dash to join them. He'd barely gotten the words out before Dash had said yes. Now the fledgling company was competing with the big boys. Tom's unerring eye for talent had secured him some of the best new acts around, and for the last 2 years, he'd been so busy with them that he'd pushed his scouting to the back burner. It itched at him, though, the thrill of discovery. When his assistant, Meg, had mentioned a weekend in Seattle and seeing, as she had put it, the most rocking covers band I've ever seen, he hadn't been able to resist. Now, as he filed out with rest of the audience into the cold Seattle night, his heart was pounding, his senses in overdrive. He knew without a doubt that they were the ones, the band he would personally champion to superstardom. He had found them. He had found her. Bay stood under the shower in the dressing room, letting the hot water soothe and cleanse her tired body. She massaged shampoo into her long dark hair, feeling the water glide through the wet strands. Friday nights at the 9th and Pine Club were never boring. The band's reputation in Seattle now was such that people booked well in advance to see them. Bay shook her head, smiling. She couldn't get over it. They were just a local covers band, for crying out loud, but their gigs, every second Friday after midnight, were always packed. Bay stepped out of the shower and quickly dried and dressed. A loud rapping sounded, and her best friend, Kim, the band's guitarist, stuck her head around the door. "Stu says the guy's waiting for us in the bar. I'll be 2 minutes." "Cool." Kim's head disappeared. Bay sighed. She hated anything to do with Stu Lawson, Kim's long-term English boyfriend. Oily, smarmy creep. Bay grinned to herself. Whoever this latest guy was that Stu wanted them to meet, To further the band's success, he'd put it, was bound to be another low-rent shyster looking to exploit them. Bay dried her hair quickly, pulling it into a messy bun at the nape of her neck, then smoothed her tea dress down over her curves. She glanced at the clock. It was after 2 a.m. now, and she would meet this guy, then head home. The store would have to be opened at 8. She calculated she would have about 4 hours of sleep, maximum, and the thought made her faintly nauseous. She pulled the dressing room door shut behind her, and made her way slowly to the bar. Pete, the big bear heart of their band, met her halfway, throwing a huge arm across her shoulders. He had about the same regard for Stu as she did, and they exchanged a loaded grin now as they walked into the bar. Stu was standing at the bar, his back turned as he chatted to the record company guy. Bay felt a little flip in her stomach as she realized who it was. The guy from the crowd. She'd seen him before, at their last 2 gigs. She could hardly miss him, he was so tall he towered over the rest of the crowd. Tonight, as she'd sung the final notes of the song, their eyes had met and she'd felt it, everywhere. She took a deep breath in now, as they approached the men who turned to greet them. Stu made the introductions, but she barely heard him except for the guy's name, Tomas. Tom smiled down at her, his green eyes intense and focused entirely on hers. He didn't rake his eyes up and down her body in that sleazy way Stu always did, but kept his eyes locked on hers. It was incredibly sensual, and Bay could imagine him leaning in, pressing those cool lips to hers and... "Hey, Space Cadet," Kim nudged her and Bay blinked. "Let's grab a table." As they made their way to one of the booths, she heard Stu remark, "Sorry about that, it's her artistic temperament." Turning to shoot him a death stare, Bay flushed at Stu's rudeness. Tomas's eyes narrowed at Stu before he smiled down at Bay. "Nothing to apologize for. I'm always daydreaming, best way to filter out the crap some people talk." Bay snorted with laughter and Tomas grinned at her. They all sat down in one of the booths, and Bay couldn't help the little thrill passing through her, as Tomas deliberately put himself between her and Stu. Sitting so closely together, she could feel the heat of his body and his big thigh against hers in the cramped table. Gosh, she wanted to touch it. She'd been exhausted after the gig, but now every cell in her body was alive, sparking with excitement. Tomas began to talk about his project, and suddenly she was interested. He wanted to champion the band into a major recording deal. "The fact that your gigs are always packed has gotten a lot of buzz in the industry," he told them. "Nowadays, when the recording industry is flooded with manufactured, plasticized bands or whiny little mean girls." Bay had to laugh at that one. Pete grinned too. "What we're looking for is to develop a band that's innate talent is, well, I'm not going to say wasted, not after that incredible gig, but whose talent could be developed into something quite extraordinary and lucrative. I don't see why there can't be both music of real quality and genuine talent to go along with record sales." Bay was impressed, and she looked over to Kim and Pete, who both looked excited. "And you think we're the band to do that with?" Pete asked Tomas, who nodded. "Absolutely. If one gig can have that effect on me." He looked back at Bay now, and a smile creased his handsome face. She felt her stomach do that flippy thing again, and pressed her hand against it to quell the sensation. "What label are you with?" She felt like she was gibbering, so distracting was this man. Before he could answer, Stu cursed loudly. "Geez, Bay, do you have to be so clueless? Tom is Quartet Records." Tom narrowed his eyes at Stu. "Watch your mouth, Lawson. Remind me again what it is you do." As he came to her defense, a squirming Bay felt his hand close over hers, hidden by the table. He held it for a brief second. "I got your back," then let it go. Her skin burned where he touched her, and she smiled at him gratefully. "I'm the band's manager," Stu said in a mock-patient voice. "I brought you in, remember?" Tom's answering smile was cool. "Vividly." Bay choked on her drink, and Pete snorted with laughter. Kim grinned, then shot a look at her boyfriend's tight face and smoothed it out, but not before shooting an apologetic look at Bay. She was used to refereeing Bay and Stu's antagonistic relationship. Not for the first time, Bay wondered what she saw in the idiot. She turned back to Tom. "So, when you say development?" I mean you writing original songs for the band. Have you considered that before? I understood from Stuart that you've discussed it. Bay smiled at Kim, who nodded. Life got in the way. You all have full-time jobs then? For the next few minutes, as Kim and Pete talked about their jobs, record store clerk and kindergarten teacher respectively, Bay had a chance to study Tomas Mayer. He had dark close-cropped curls, a finely angled face with an aquiline nose and a full sensual mouth. Thick dark lashes framed those intensely green eyes, and it was all she could do not brush her fingers across them. Gosh, she was casting around for the right word when he turned that gaze back to her and the word came to her. Glorious. And what about you, Bay? The way he said her name made her toes curl with desire, and she had to take a beat before she answered him. I run my uncle's motorcycle franchise. His eyebrows shot up. Well, that was unexpected. She laughed then. I say run it, I'm having to sell the business. I'm sorry. She shook her head, picking up her beer. Don't be. It's kind of a relief if I'm honest. I know nothing about bikes or anything to do with the motor industry, period. I just helped out when my uncle got too sick to run it. I'm sorry. Is he still with you? She shook her head, surprised with herself. She never talked about her family. Never. What was it about this man that made her want to tell him everything? No, he died last year. Any other family here in Seattle? She swallowed the overwhelming sadness within her. No. Not anymore. The others were talking amongst themselves, and suddenly she was aware that the conversation between her and Tomas had taken on an intimate atmosphere. He smiled at her, his gaze dropping to her mouth. So, he said gently, maybe we can work out something to fill your days. Kim tells me you're the songwriting genius in the band. I'd like to take you in the studio and see what happens. Bay's mouth jerked up in a smile. Why did that sound so dirty in her mind? Tomas must have realized what he'd said, because 2 spots of pink appeared at the top of his cheekbones. The effect was strange on such a confident man, yet it made Bay warm to him even more. Well, she said, sticking her tongue in her cheek. Wouldn't that be interesting? There was a short silence, then they both burst out laughing. It broke the tension, and Bay felt herself relaxing in his company. What are you two talking about? If it's something to do with the band. Stu's voice was whiny, and Bay felt a flash of annoyance. Tomas shot Stu a withering look. Don't worry, Lawson, nothing to do with money. We were just discussing writing some songs. Kim leaned over, looking excited. So you'll do it? She beamed and Bay couldn't help nodding and smiling at her best friend. For you, anything, she said, and Kim squealed in delight. Pete, who hadn't missed the chemistry between Bay and Tomas, squeezed Bay's hand. About damn time, he said in his deep booming voice as he nodded to Tomas, satisfied. Bay could tell he approved, and she was glad. Pete Espinoza was rarely wrong about people, and if he could see that Tomas was the real deal, then she knew it wasn't just her hormones working. The thought made her grin. Later, at almost 4 a.m., Tomas walked Bay to her battered, much-loved Mustang. Tomas whistled through his teeth as he saw the car. Boss 302, very nice. Thought you said you knew nothing about cars. Bay grinned shyly. It was my brother's. He sold it to me when he upgraded to a Merc. I told him he had no taste. Excuse me, I have a Mercedes. He pretended to be affronted, and she grinned. Then you both have no taste. Your brother's gone. She nodded and looked away from his gaze. Tomas studied her reaction, sensing a story behind her guarded expression. He didn't want to pry, but ever since she'd walked into the bar, an undeniable tension had simmered between them. In the soft light of early morning, she looked breathtaking, her café au lait skin glowing, dark waves cascading over her shoulders, and her full lips a deep burgundy. Her eyes, though, were what captivated him most. He'd expected dark brown, but up close they were a striking violet, framed by thick black lashes. The moment he'd met her gaze, he'd been lost. He pushed the longing aside. If they were going to work together. If we're going to be working together, Bae said suddenly, her voice echoing his thoughts so closely that he startled. Her cheeks flushed and she stumbled over her words. Then, we should probably... The air between them crackled. Unable to resist, Tomas gently cupped her face, his thumbs brushing her soft skin. He leaned in and her lips met his, warm and hesitant at first, then deepening as her fingers wove into his hair. The kiss was electric, her touch sending a shiver through him. They pulled closer, the world fading until it was just them, wrapped in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Tom? Bae's voice broke through and he blinked, the vivid daydream dissolving. She stood before him fully dressed, an amused frown creasing her brow. His heart raced, his body still humming with the imagined closeness. Where'd you go? She asked, tilting her head. I was saying we'll have to postpone our studio time until I sort out the business stuff. Then I'll be unemployed and all yours. He grinned, masking the ache of longing. If only, he said lightly, nodding. Sounds good, Bae. I'll wait for your signal. No problem. You have my number, and I'll check in on you and the others periodically. I'll try and stop myself from calling you as soon as you're out of my sight. She smiled gratefully. Thanks. Listen, I have to go grab some sleep before the bike shop opens. It's really good to meet you. She held out her hand and he took it, her skin silky under his. They gazed at each for a long moment. What was a handshake had turned into just holding her hand, he realized, and reluctantly he let go. I'm really excited about this, Bae. I think the band and you could really go a long way. You do? I do. She grinned, and although he knew she was fatigued from the late night, he thought he also saw in her a deep tiredness, an ache and a sadness. He knew that if he could, he would try to erase whatever made this beautiful young woman so sad. For now, he kissed her cheek and watched as she drove off in the direction of the waterfront. He walked around the old red building that had evolved from a silent movie theater to one of Seattle's foremost venues. Under the Paramount sign now in darkness, the board read, Seattle's most popular covers band, the Ninth and Pine. Every second and fourth Friday of the month. Book early to avoid disappointment. Tomas Mayer smiled to himself as he began to walk back to his hotel. Before he was finished, the Ninth and Pine would be more than just a local covers band, they'd be the biggest band in the country. Tom told himself that this was what he had been looking for his whole career. An opportunity to nurture raw talent and build a songwriting partnership that would bring quality and resonance back into the music world. And it had nothing to do with the warm violet eyes, the pink rosebud mouth, and the soft curves that would haunt his dreams from that night onward. Nope, nothing at all. Bae told herself she was only a little disappointed when the text wasn't from Tom. Just a little. She hissed in frustration when she read the message. Stu was hounding her. Again. We need to exploit the momentum, Bae. We need to sign now. It was his fourth text of the morning. Bae moaned and turned over in bed, burying her face in the pillow. She was already late opening the shop, but she figured, what was the point anyway? She was closing the doors at the end of the week. Her loyal but sorrowful customer base simply couldn't drum up enough business for her. She was losing money by keeping it open more or less as a meeting place for her customers who would come in, take advantage of her mini fridge and coffee machine, and reminisce about the time they rode from Tacoma to Tennessee. Bae didn't mind, in fact she loved them all, the huge dudes who loved their Harleys and who had loved her uncle. Uncle Prakash had come to this country from his native India in the 70s, along with his sister Bae's mother. When she had died when Bae was 5, he'd taken her 2 kids in, Bae and her elder brother Ravi, and loved and cared for them as if they were his own. Their American-born biological father was long gone, and so the 3 of them lived and worked together. When Bae had shown true musical talent, Prakash had insisted on paying her college tuition. Bae forced herself to roll out of bed and into the shower. If only Uncle Prakash hadn't gotten sick. She'd been at the top of her class, her career as a classical pianist set. Now as she dressed, she couldn't imagine leading that life, with recitals and performances in huge quiet halls. She loved the roar of the crowd, the way they would sing along with her, and the way they moved as one, like a seething sea of limbs and bodies to the rhythm of whatever song they were doing, a rocked-out version of a pop song or vice versa. Gosh, she loved it. And now she had the chance to write songs of her own. With Tomas, she thought, a thrill sparking through her. But doubt crept in. Let someone that close again? Unlikely. The thought dimmed her excitement. As she lathered her skin in the shower, her hand drifted, lingering with a gentle touch, imagining Tomas, his lips brushing hers, his strong hands tracing her curves. A shiver coursed through her as she found release, then she shut off the water and wrapped herself in a towel. How long had it been since she'd been with someone? She paused, then shook her head, pushing the question aside. If you're obsessing over it, Tamba, she said out loud to herself, it's officially too long. You are Seattle's answer to Miss Havisham. The thought made her grin, and she was still grinning when she opened the shop later than usual. 3 of her regulars were sitting outside waiting for her, gently teasing her for being late. Hey now, leave her alone. Maybe the little missy finally saw some action last night. Jed, a massive biker with a beard as long as he was, winked at her. Bay giggled, flushing furiously. Now, you know you're the only man for me, Jed. Damn straight. He patted on her the back as she let them in. Bay listened to him talking to the other guys, Goober and Stevo, while she put the coffee pot on and raised the shades. There were only a couple of Harleys left now. If she didn't sell them, she'd have to part with them to a buyer who'd offer her way under market value for them. She was tempted to keep one of them, a beautiful vintage Harley that had been her uncle's back in the day, but she'd never even sat on a bike, so what would be the point? The rest of the store was looking decidedly barren. She'd slashed the prices to half price on spares, tools, and other kit, and it had been swept up by bike enthusiasts. Where had they been when she needed to keep the business open? She sighed now. If she was honest, this was a relief. She needed to move on and get out. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous evening. She was excited in a way she hadn't been for years. A real chance at a musical career, she could barely believe it. She had thought that life lost to her, but now... Hey Missy, you want some coffee? Bay smiled at Stevo, who was brandishing the coffee pot. Sure thing, thanks. Now she went to sit with her friends. How are we going to celebrate our last week? Kim Clayton tugged her long blonde hair up into a ponytail as she waited for Stu. They were meeting her parents for lunch, and so as always, Stu was prevaricating. Kim sighed. She knew her parents and her friends, everybody really, couldn't stand Stu, and she understood why. He was vain, deceitful, and manipulative. A man who couldn't quite understand that his faded pretty boy looks couldn't get him whatever he wanted anymore. Yeah, she got it. Trouble was, at night, when they were alone, he was totally different. Vulnerable and loving, and he knew exactly what to say to make her feel like the most wonderful person who'd ever lived. Kim told herself that was the real Stu, and that the other was just bluster and hyperbole, except for one thing. He frightened her. When he went off, and that was often, his aggression was always aimed at her, even if she'd done nothing. His apologies were lavish and over the top, begging her for forgiveness. What the hell are you doing with him? Kim asked herself that question often, but she knew the answer. She loved him. When he came to her crumbling with guilt for his behavior, she would cradle his head against her chest and soothe him. His arms would go around her then, and they would invariably end up in bed. Hey, we going or what? She started as Stu stood in the doorway. He looked nervous, he always did when he met her parents. Kim nodded and picked up her bag. At the restaurant, her mom stood and waved maniacally as they came through the door. Kim grinned as the other diners at first looked up in annoyance, then awe as they realized who they were looking at. Charlie Muse Clayton, a rock star for the better part of 40 years, hugged her daughter tightly. Kim's dad, Mac, tall and silent with his dark blonde hair pulled back into a long ponytail, shook Stu's hand, dropping it quickly. Charlie's dark gold eyes sparkled as she looked over her daughter, who was dressed in regulation jeans and an AC/DC t-shirt. You look gorgeous, honey. Gosh, I missed you. When are you going to bring my daughter back to Nashville, Stuart? Kim watched as Stu reddened under her mother's gaze. Very few men or women were immune to Charlie's innate magnetism. Certainly not Stu, who took a sip of his soda before answering. Anytime she wants, Charlie. We've just been busy with the band. Max snorted slightly, and Charlie flashed him a look. I bet. Hey, we drove past the Paramount on the way here. My little girl's band is up on the marquee there. I was a proud mama. Kim knew her mother meant well. It was just, she always managed to make it sound as if they were just playing at being a band. Kim kicked Stu under the table. Actually, we have some news. A record company is interested in developing us. Stu nodded. A big one too. Quartet Records. Wow. Charlie looked impressed, but Mac Clayton harumphed. What the hell is development? You write a song, you record it, it gets on the radio and people buy it. What does their developing us mean? Kim felt the choking numbness creep into her chest. The familiar humiliation that being the lesser talented daughter of two rock gods had always engendered in her. She drew in a breath, hoping Stu would defend her, but he sat there flushed with anger himself. He wouldn't stand up to her dad. He never had. It means exactly that, Dad. We're going to be writing our own songs. We? You mean Bay is? This time tears did spring up in her eyes, and she looked away and was silent. Every time. Yeah, Dad, she said, anger rippling in her voice, you don't have to remind me. Bay is the talented one. Mac drained his scotch. Did I say that? Hey Charlie, did I say that? Her mother sighed, and Kim realized how tired she looked. Let's change the subject anyway. Kim's shoulders slumped. For once, choose me. Defend me, Mom. She shifted in her seat and felt Stu's hand curl around hers. It's a pretty big deal, he said to her parents. Once they all get done writing an album's worth of songs, there'll be a showcase for the record company. Then a single, a video. Kim, surprised, smiled gratefully at her boyfriend. This was why she kept trying with him, these small moments when he was selfless, when he protected her. He knew it bugged her that Bay's talent was inherent, whereas she, Kim, had to work to be as good. Not that she blamed Bay. She loved Bay more than anyone in the world, and Bay would be horrified if she knew what Kim felt about her own ability. After lunch, she kissed her parents goodbye and almost laughed with relief as they waved them off. Stu kissed her temple. You know what? I know they're your parents, but they're kind of jerks, she finished and sighed. Yep. Stu's arms tightened around her. Let's go home. As Stu drove, she texted Bay. Just had lunch with the olds. A second later. Gosh, I'm sorry. Did you wear your hazmat suit? Kim grinned. Bay knew what her parents were like. She was the only one who could get away with calling them out to their faces when they put Kim down. Her phone buzzed again. Can you ask Stu to stop harassing me? He keeps on about the record deal. It's annoying. Kim frowned and looked at her boyfriend. Why are you texting Bay? Stu shrugged. She seems to be the one holding up this deal. As always, it's all about her. Kim sighed. Stu always rubbed Bay up the wrong way, and Kim suspected that it was because secretly Stu had a thing for her gorgeous best friend. Bay, on the other hand, thought Stu was a douchebag. She's not wrong. Kim pushed the thought away. Stu enjoyed messing with Bay's head as a punishment for not wanting him back, but lately their antagonism had been reaching mythic levels. More than once, she'd had to step between them before Stu got physical with Bay. As fiery as Bay could be, she was tiny, and Stu could hurt her if they got into it. She must have sighed because Stu looked over at her. She bugging you about me? No, it's okay. Just ease up on Bay. For me? His lips were a thin line. Tell her that. I got her a quartet meeting. That she never asked for, Kim wanted to say, but didn't. Stu hated it when she was ungrateful. She stared out of the window of the car and wondered if Bay was really excited about the deal. She could tell last night that her friend had been left flustered by Tomas Mayer's obvious attraction to her. Kim smiled to herself. She really could see, Bae and Tom together. Gosh, they would have seriously cute kids. Grinning, she texted Bae. I don't think you need to be worried about Stu. You seem to be doing just fine last night with your new champion. Tom's gorgeous. You should go for that. She waited, knowing the reply she'd get before she read it. Sure enough, a moment later. No idea what you're talking about. Ha. Kim snickered to herself. Maybe it was time her hermit-like best friend knew what it was to be in love. Kim glanced over at Stu and her good mood left her. Bae wasn't the only one who desperately needed some real love in her life. A roar of greeting went up as Pete, the Ninth and Pine's gigantic drummer, sauntered into Bae's showroom. Pete was the one who had spread the word about Bae's bike shop to his friends, in both the bike community and the gay community, and was the reason she'd been able to keep the shop open as long as she had. Bae hugged him, his larger-than-life merry presence lifting her mood as always. It was closing down day, and she'd been affected by it more than she thought she would have been. The showroom had had a revolving door of visitors all day, and now she was getting ready to close for good. Pete gave her a hug, then studied her. You okay, Bubba? She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Her throat was tightly closed and tears constantly threatened to spill over. Pete slung a sympathetic arm around her shoulders. Come on, honey. New horizons. You get to be a rock star now. She rolled her eyes. Can you believe it? It doesn't seem real yet. Pete shrugged, helping himself to coffee. Real is real, bub. Tom been in touch? They grinned then. We've talked. And how, she thought. It had begun the night after she met him, with just a simple text message. Hey, how's things? Made up your mind yet? TX. She'd felt a teenager getting a text from her high school crush. She'd replied all good and yes, let's do it. She sniggered to herself at the double meaning, and flushed scarlet when the reply came back. Sounds promising. The flirtation had continued over text until last night, when suddenly Tom's name flashed up on her call screen. Her heart went into overdrive, and her breath quickened as she pressed accept. Hey gorgeous, he'd said lightly. I thought, seeing as I'm an old man and can only type one word an hour, I'd save us the trouble and call instead. How are you? His voice, though rich and warm, sent thrills through her body. Hey yourself. I'm great. Just building myself up for my last day tomorrow. He chuckled. You'll do great. It must feel strange, though. It does. Kind of like my last link to my family. You really on your own? Really. I've got Kim and Pete, of course. They're like family. And the guys at the shop. She told him about her showroom's de facto residents. They sound like good guys. She smiled down the phone, the best. Hey, where are you? I never thought to ask. Tom laughed softly. LA. She felt a pang of regret at him being so far away. Hotshot, she teased, wanting to hear his laugh again, so deep and melodic. It's just good for business. I kind of loathe having to be here. I'm a Seattle native, did you know that? She was surprised. I had no idea. And now I have a great excuse to come back. You're moving back? Yep. Seems only sensible to have a base there, if we're going to be together so much. Are you looking forward to Monday? Gosh, yes. They pushed the thought of him in Seattle, so close and so near all the time, to the back of her head. I am. Nervous too. Don't be. You were meant to do this. I just know it. Later in bed, she'd Googled him. Tomas Mayer, 39, Harvard Law graduate. Set up his own entertainment law label straight out of college. Briefly married in his late 20s. Known for being ruthless in the courtroom, but a stand-up guy outside. They squinted at the pictures of him, so handsome, so elegant. He radiated power and presence. He could easily have passed for a Roman emperor with those sculpted features. Yum? She sighed. He seemed too perfect. In her experience, that meant trouble. She closed her laptop and lay back on the bed. Great, she told herself. In 5 minutes you met, fell in love, and broke up with him. What is wrong with you? She turned on her side and stared at the photo of Ravi on the nightstand. Her brother too had been gregarious, friendly, and successful. Seemingly, he had it all. Right up to the moment he'd deliberately driven his car at top speed into a wall. Bay winced. 18 months later, the pain was still red raw. Only she knew the truth of Ravi's death, his suicide, from the one-line note he'd left for his sister. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. I love you. Bay shut off the lamp and turned away, a searing pain shooting through her stomach as it always did when she thought about her brother. It left her breathless and weak. Love is pain. That was the thought that kept pounding at her until finally, exhausted, she fell asleep. Now, as she was surrounded by her friends, Bay poured them all some of the champagne Pete had brought with him, courtesy of Hank, Pete's bar owner husband. It was almost 5 p.m. when the door opened, and Bay was astonished to see Tomas walk in, grinning. He was of his suit, in jeans and t-shirt. She couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. Then she noticed the t-shirt he was wearing. Tomas Mayer, is that a vintage Tamba bike shop t-shirt? She was amazed. Her uncle briefly brought out the tees in the early 80s, and now they were like gold dust. She didn't want to think about how much Tom had paid for it, but she was touched by the gesture. And boy, did he make it look good. The light blue made the green of his eyes even more intense, contrasting well with his black hair. She introduced Tom to everyone. Pat, one of her oldest customers, eyed the tall man. You gonna make our Bay a star then? Tomas grinned good-naturedly. Bay's already a star, I'm just going to help make her a successful one. If that's what you want? He smiled down at Bay, put a hand on her back, and she was lost. Tom stayed until the last person left the shop, then helped Bay clear up. Just after midnight, she locked the door for the last time, and for a moment she thought she might give in to the tears that threatened. That part of her life was finally over. You okay? His voice was soft and sympathetic. She nodded, trying to smile. Come on, let me buy you a drink and we'll say goodbye properly. She let him steer her into his Mercedes, which was very nice, despite her teasing of him the night they met. He drove them into the quiet city, and found a little bar tucked away downtown that was still serving beer. They found a little couch in the back. The bar was almost empty, with just low jazz playing in the background. Tom and Bay fell into easy conversation. After a while, Tom, draining the last of his beer, turned to her. So what the hell is Kim doing with that sleazeball? Bay grinned, relaxing. Tom was so easy to talk to. You've got me. I've never understood the attraction. Maybe it's codependency, I don't know, but they've been off and on for years. Mostly on, which is annoying. Tom's eyes were on her mouth in a way that made her feel so attractive and so wanton that she wanted to straddle him right then and there. She felt her face burn as slowly he raised his eyes to meet hers. And what about you? His voice was deep, sensual murmur now, his desire burning in his eyes unmistakably. She could barely breathe. I don't get too involved. Damn it, woman. Tom didn't seem fazed at all. Me either. But sometimes, it's just about the here and now. The moment. She couldn't look away from his eyes. I agree, she said softly. Tom smiled and leaned over, brushing his lips across hers. Bay? His voice was a soft whisper, carrying a quiet promise. Yes, she replied, her breath catching. I want to take you back to my hotel tonight. Forget we're working together. Forget everything else. Tonight it's just you and me. What do you say? Her heart raced, her body alive with anticipation. Tom kissed her again, deeper this time, his fingers weaving gently through her hair as his lips moved against hers, cool and sweet. The world seemed to fade, leaving only the warmth of his embrace. Take me home, Bay murmured, leaning into him, her voice soft but certain. Take me home with you. The elevator reached the penthouse, and Tom lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to the bedroom. He set her down on the bed with care, his hands moving to the buttons of her dress. He unfastened them slowly, his lips brushing her skin with each gentle touch, sending shivers through her. Bay trembled, her senses heightened by the tenderness of his kisses. When he eased the fabric aside and pressed his lips to her collarbone, she let out a soft sigh, her body humming with warmth. A low chuckle rumbled through him as he held her close, his hands tracing the curve of her waist. Impatiently, she tugged at his t-shirt, and he pulled it off, revealing a strong, broad chest. Bay's breath caught at the sight, her hands reaching for him, craving the closeness of his skin against hers. She slipped out of her dress, and Tom's gaze softened, filled with admiration. He kissed a trail from her shoulder to her neck, then met her lips in a hungry, lingering kiss. "Bay," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. His hands explored her gently, drawing her closer until she felt completely enveloped by his warmth. The intensity built, and Bay's heart pounded as she surrendered to the moment, her fingers tangling in his hair as she whispered his name. Tom's eyes locked on hers, his expression a mix of tenderness and awe. For once, words escaped him. Bay smiled up at him, her finger grazing his cheek, her eyes reflecting the quiet joy of their shared moment. "Wow," she murmured, and that was all they needed to say. Tom sought her lips again. "Bay, such a beautiful name." She smiled. "It's short for, are you ready for this, Bijanthi?" "That's even more beautiful." She snorted. "If you say so." "Can you imagine what roll call was like at school?" Tom smiled. "If it makes you feel better, they always spelled my name with an H." She giggled. "Yup, that's the same." He wrapped his arms around her, and for a long time, they just enjoyed the silence, comfortable with each other. "Tom," Bay's voice was suddenly uncertain, "I'm concerned?" "About?" She pulled away from so she could look into his eyes. "We said tonight. Nothing to do with anything else. But when we start to work together, with the band and everything, I think we should stay professional." Tom nodded, understanding. "I get it. I just don't want Kim and Pete to think I'm getting preferential treatment because we've, you know." He smiled at her bashfulness. "Done each other," he teased, wiggling his eyebrows until she laughed. "My little Puritan." Gently, he pulled her atop him. "I get it. We'll keep things professional, I promise. But work doesn't start until Monday." Bay's eyes sparkled. "Exactly." She slid closer, her fingers trailing over his skin, stirring him awake again. "We have the whole weekend." Tom drew a sharp breath as her lips brushed against him, her touch soft and deliberate, teasing with slow, warm caresses. She guided him to the edge of bliss before he drew her up, pulling her close. With a whispered plea, he urged her to move with him, their rhythm building in a fervent shared dance. Monday morning, and the Seattle sky was doing its best to drown out any happiness Bay might have felt. It was gray, sullen, and dumping sheet after sheet of rain down on the city. They were on their way to the studio, having arranged to meet Kim and Pete at 10 a.m. She had spent a blissful, sensual weekend with the tall man at her side, and now she couldn't shake the feeling that today marked not only the beginning of her new career, but the end of their affair. That thought made her sad and yet weirdly free. The intimacy had been incredible. Tom was an imaginative and selfless romantic partner, and she'd climbed all over that glorious body of his, completely uninhibited. It was the stuff in between that surprised her. His easy manner, his straightforward way of talking, his friendliness. She was unused to romantic partners being friends as well. She didn't want to think about how messed up that was, but Tom made her feel so comfortable. The only thing that bothered her was his great wealth and his obvious enjoyment of it. She'd been brought up frugally and hadn't felt that she'd missed anything, but in Tom's huge hotel room, with people at his beck and call, and literally anything she wanted at her fingertips, she'd felt out of her depth. Overwhelmed. She felt him take her hand now as he drove them through the city. She smiled over at him. "So, we better get our stories straight. Your car wouldn't start, and you were on the phone to me, so I said I'd swing by and pick you up." "Got it. Nice and simple. But why were we on the phone?" "Dirty talk." She laughed. "Darn it, that's ruined that plan. How about you were getting cold feet, and called me to cancel? They'd believe that." He grinned to let her know he was joking, but she sighed. Yep, probably. They pulled up to the recording studio, and after checking that no one was watching, Tom leaned over and kissed her. Don't worry about it so much. It'll all be fine. It was. As soon as they were inside the recording studio, Tom switched into uber professional mode, giving them all a tour of the studio. Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, they all recorded here. The creme de la creme of Seattle's musical history. I think the Ninth and Pine could join their ranks. You know we're just a covers band, right? Bay said in a faint voice. The mention of Pearl Jam, her musical heroes, had sent her into panic mode. Kim grinned and Pete rolled his eyes. Breathe, Bay. Breathe, the big man said, and Tom grinned down at Wither, with a little too much familiarity, she thought, risking a glance at her bandmates. They hadn't noticed anything she saw, too awed by the studio's history. Tom nodded. Come this way. He led them into the tracking room, where a black Yamaha piano stood. He urged Bay to sit and play a few notes before leaning in and saying in a loud whisper, "That's where Pearl Jam recorded Black." Bay shot up from the piano. Damn. The rest of them burst out laughing at the shock on her face. They were still laughing when the door opened and Stu walked in, already annoyed by the look on his face. His temper wasn't improved by seeing them enjoying each other's company without him. Why wasn't I called about this meeting? Kim looked uncomfortable. Because we're just looking around the studio, Stu. That's all. I didn't think you'd be interested. Nope, said Bay. This part has nothing to do with money, Stu. Just creativity. Why would you be interested? Stu gave her a withering look, then turned to Tom. Contracts, he barked at him. We need to sign before any work is undertaken. Tom sighed. Contracts will be here after lunch. My colleague Roman is bringing them. We'll meet him at the quartet office in the city. Satisfied? Good. Now let's go see the mixing room. Roman Ford felt every one of his 41 years after dealing with Stu Lawson. The band he liked enormously, every one of them committed and bright. He waited now while Tom saw them out of the building, promising to call later. He watched the look that passed between his best friend and Bay Tamba. Oh. As soon as Tom came back into the office and dropped into the seat opposite him, Roman narrowed his eyes at him. Please tell me you're not sleeping with the delectable Miss Tamba? Can I tell you what a mistake that would be? Tom shrugged, unrepentant. We'll keep it professional at work. Roman saw how relaxed and happy his friend was, and couldn't bring himself to remonstrate with him. Tom deserved happiness. He just sighed, rubbing his hands over his eyes. Gosh, well, don't let that screw this up. I like them. Time will tell whether they have the chops to be more than a great covers band, but in that area you know better than me. You going to get Dash involved? Not yet. They need time to write their own songs, get comfortable in that zone, and actually lay some tracks down. You know Dash, he grinned when he thought of their much younger partner. He'll go all out on marketing without a solid product behind them, and they'll lose confidence. Roman nodded. I know. He has gotten better, he said, feeling he ought to defend his young friend. Yes, Tom replied, straight-faced. Nowadays he waits until they've stepped into a recording studio. They both laughed. Their younger colleague had launched himself into the record company at full speed, desperate to prove to his beloved older brother's best friends that he was worthy of them. Tom was studying him. You okay? His voice had the edge that they all had since losing Sam, that horror of the possibility of losing another one of their number. Roman half smiled. Yup, just tired. Kinda wishing my brother would step up and put some more time into the company, but then, I'm not a world-class surgeon. His words. Tom grinned. Roman's twin, Otis, could be unbearably sniffy, and was the one who had needed to be convinced even to invest in the company, but he had a good heart. It did irk Roman. Tom knew that he, Tom, was more like a brother than his own was sometimes. Otis led a team of specialist surgeons down in Portland, and was rarely, if ever, free to discuss the music business anymore. Remember when Otis was our mad pianist? Tom said, picturing their college band, stuck in a grimy basement in one of their rented apartments with second-hand instruments. Remember when you were our mad drummer? Roman shot back and laughed. Gosh, was that a million years ago? You had a Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go t-shirt. That is a damned lie, Mayor. You had a tragic afro. True story, but at least I didn't have frosted tips. The banter carried on for a little while, then Tom reluctantly got up. Lawson wants to meet with me without the band. He's a pain already. Roman rolled his eyes. Give him the minimum to make him feel important, then ditch him. Isn't that what we usually do with pain-in-the-ass managers? Tom gave him a fist bump. Word, brother. Gosh, you're 39, Tomas. Word? Word. Oh hey, Tom stopped at the door as Roman called out. Careful with that singer. She has heartbreak written all over her. Tom was still thinking about what Roman said when he drove back to his hotel alone. He and Bay had said weekends only, with no work talk and no strings. At least for now. He had the feeling Bay was holding back on something. When he'd said no strings, she'd looked relieved. That had stung a little, but something told him that her reticence wasn't to do with him. Their connection was something they'd both felt, electric and all-consuming. In his room, he showered and changed into sweats, ordering room service and flicking on the television set to the news. When it came, the food was good, but Tom felt restless. In this blank, admittedly luxurious hotel room so far away from his home in LA, he missed his books, his vinyl collection, hell, even his ancient drum kit. Tomas Mayer had great wealth, but the things that mattered to him really mattered to him, cost nothing but time and effort. His family, his friends, music and reading. He could take or leave LA. Seattle was in his heart. A thought came to him then, and he grabbed his cell. Dialing, he waited for the answer. Hey you, he said warmly. I'm not breaking our rule, but I wondered. Could you maybe help me find a house in the city? Bay waved at him happily, as he pulled the car up to the curb and opened the door for her. She scooted in beside him and grinned. It's Saturday. He laughed. Yes it is. Which means? He took her face in the palms of his hands and kissed her so thoroughly, she had to gasp for air when they broke free. Yeah, that's the stuff. She smiled and he drew his hand down her cheek. Missed you this week? Me too, but we got a ton of stuff down on paper. Oh no, don't look excited. It's all rough ideas, and really none of us have the first idea what we're doing, but gosh, we so enjoyed it. Her face was glowing. Her obvious excitement and joy at finally being able to do what she loved was infectious, and more than ever, Tom was convinced he had made the right decision. Well, I was going to suggest we go look at houses, but damn it, you look so gorgeous that I'm thinking. His meaning was clear and Bay rolled her eyes, grinning. Come on, Don Juan, let's find you somewhere to live first. The third house they looked at, a houseboat on Lake Washington, they shared a glance and Tom knew. This was it. It wasn't the biggest they'd seen, but the layout was perfect. And when they stepped out onto the deck and looked out over the water, Tom could see them sitting here after dinner and watching the twilight fall over the lake. He pulled himself up then. They? You've just met the girl, idiot. Roman was right, what the hell was he doing? He pushed the thought away and went to find Bay. Bay was looking around the huge kitchen. Can you cook? She said to him, as he caught up with her. Because if you can't, it's a waste. This place gets better. She flipped the spider burners on and off and opened cupboards, standing on her tiptoes to see in. Tom watched her, smiling to himself. No strings, he reminded himself. No commitment. But he couldn't help running a slow finger up her bare spine. She was wearing a sundress, halter straps around her slender neck barely holding up the bodice that contained her full breasts. The dress skimmed over her body and flared out at the hips to flow loosely around her legs. You are utterly adorable, he said before he could help himself. Bay shut the cupboard and grinned, then stuck her head out of the kitchen door to see the realtor waiting patiently in the living room. We just need a few minutes. The realtor nodded and smiled. Of course. I'll be outside. Take as long as you need. Bay smiled up at Tom, waiting for the door to close behind the realtor. Then she grabbed his hand, guided it under her dress. Tom's eyes widened. Commando, huh? She grinned at him, her fingers brushing his shirt as she leaned closer, teasingly bold. Tom's breath hitched, and he pulled her into his arms, kissing her deeply as he lifted her onto the counter. Their embrace was fervent, charged with the thrill of being so close, hearts racing with the possibility of discovery. You're intoxicating, he murmured against her neck, his voice low and warm, muffled by her thick dark hair as he held her tightly. Afterward, still smiling and hand in hand, they met the realtor, and Tom declared his decision to buy the houseboat. They dined at a quaint restaurant Bay suggested along the waterfront, securing an outdoor table to enjoy a leisurely lunch. Their conversation flowed easily, touching on his new home and the band's latest endeavors. As I mentioned, we're still figuring things out, and with Pete and Kim tied to their day jobs, she said with a playful grin, I've been left to my own devices, fumbling a bit. Tried the Yamaha? Tom offered, and Bay tossed her hair back with theatrical flair. That, sir, is sacred ground. I shall not touch it again, until I'm ready. Tom chuckled. You shall not? I shall not? Loon? He leaned over, kissing her softly, then leaned back, pensive. How about a mentor? Someone from Quartet's roster who'd be open to guiding you for a week or so, showing you the ropes. Bay's expression turned shy. Really? What if? What? She leaned closer, whispering, what if they see I'm not experienced? I'm new to this? Tom mirrored her, his voice gentle but firm. First, you're as authentic as they come. Second, that's exactly why mentors exist. Now eat your lunch and hush. Bay stuck out her tongue. Bossy. Tom grinned. I know just the person, Rocky Absilam. Bay nearly choked on a fry. You're joking, right? Rocky Absilam was Quartet's shining star, a fierce San Francisco rapper who boldly challenged the misogyny in her genre. Sensational and unapologetic, she was Tom's own signing, and now he saw her as Bay's ideal mentor, professional, sharp, and terrifying. Bay groaned, paling. Tom's smirk widened. Exactly. Perfect for building your confidence. I'll arrange it. Wait, Bay said, visibly anxious. What about Kim and Pete? If they can step away from their jobs, they're welcome too. Bay, listen. I know, Kim and Pete know, even that snake Lawson knows, you're the heart of this band. What you learned from Rocky, you'll share with them naturally. Bay hesitated, and he squeezed her hand. Sweetheart, I've been meaning to bring something up. Your business closed and you're crafting new songs, but have you considered songwriting for other artists? It's creative, collaborative, and a solid fallback. Bay nibbled her lip, thoughtful. I hadn't considered that. Huh. Are you okay financially? Her smile softened. Worried about me? I've got the business funds and some savings. I'm fine, Tom, but thanks. He nodded. Good. But if you ever need anything, no strings, Tomas. Her smile gentled the boundary. We've only known each other a few weeks. No strings? Tom felt a pang but pushed it aside. She was right. Roman's warning echoed, don't mess this up. Cool, he said, holding back what he truly wanted to express. So I'll reach out to Rocky? Bay paused briefly, then nodded. Okay. Let's do it. He kissed her again. Since I broke our no business on weekends rule, let me make it up to you back at my hotel. In the end, it was just Bay who went to San Francisco. Pete and Kim encouraged her. Pete had looked as alarmed as Bay had at the mention of the forthright Rocky, and now as Bay rode in the cab to the studio, she felt her stomach clenching with nervousness. She smiled at the receptionist and told her who she was. The woman whose name tag said Hopi grinned. We've been expecting you. Come with me. She wheeled herself out from behind her desk and deftly maneuvered herself into a wheelchair with a funky flame design on the wheels. Bay walked beside her down the long hallway. She admired Hopi's badass finger gloves. Gives me a good grip. Hopi shrugged good-naturedly. One benefit to this thing is great upper body strength. Now, up 2 flights, honey, and it's the last door at the end of the corridor. Bay thanked her, but then hesitated, calling out after her. Is she scary? Hopi laughed. Nah, she's a pussycat. Bay chuckled as Hopi moved back to her reception desk. Everyone she'd met who was connected to Tomas was so friendly and helpful, she felt her nerves disappear. When she knocked on Rocky's studio door, it was flung open, and a beaming, extremely tall African-American woman greeted her with a "Hey girl." She wondered why she'd been scared. Kim tugged the door of the record shop shut with a sigh. She'd been covering double shifts for a sick colleague, and now, at nearly midnight on a Friday night, she just wanted to go home, shower, and fall into bed. The one thing she had stuck to in her relationship with Stu was separate apartments. She needed space, and Stu, Kim was in no doubt that he cheated regularly on her. What shocked her was that she didn't think she cared anymore. The one time she had challenged him on the subject, she stopped walking, feeling a wave of nausea rise up in her stomach. Late at night when she was undressing, she could still see the weird shape of her bottom left side rib, the one he'd broken, and that she'd been too afraid to go have checked out at the hospital. Her phone buzzed as she walked to her car, and getting in, she checked the screen and smiled. She pressed accept. Hey Bubba Lou. Still hanging out with the rich and famous? Bay laughed. Hell yes. In fact, who are you? Who am I calling? How dare you address me? Should I get my page A to talk to you? Kim chuckled. I am honored to speak with you, Your Highness. Seriously, how is it? Mind-blowing, exhausting, and exhilarating. And I cannot wait to get back to Seattle and get started with you and the Peatmeister. How are things there? You know how it is. The usual? Are you coming back soon? Bay hesitated. I am, but listen, Kay, I wanted to talk to you about something. Rocky has asked me to do some vocals on her next track. Kim felt a jolt in her chest. Jealousy? No freaking way, she told herself. I'm not that girl. Dude, that's amazing, I'm so proud of you. Really? Kim tried to smile. It was just like Bay to be worried what Kim thought. Bay, listen, you have to take these opportunities as they come along. I love you and I cannot wait to hear it. Stu was waiting on her front steps when she got home, and for a moment she toyed with the idea of driving on, avoiding him. Then he looked up from his phone and waved. Shoot. There went her peaceful night. She got out slowly. At least, she thought, he didn't have a key. That had been her other condition. You're later than I thought you would be. His tone was even, but her heart sank. I was talking to Bay. She had some news to tell me. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them. She reluctantly let Stu follow her into the apartment. What news? Stupid, stupid, stupid. Kim prevaricated by snagging 2 beers from the refrigerator. She's got a gig on Rocky Absilam's new record. Featured vocals. Stu reacted exactly how Kim expected him to react. What? Why wasn't I told? I just found out myself. That sneaky mother. Stu, please calm down. Stu drained half his beer, then pointed at her. This is exactly what I warned you about. I told you she was being groomed for solo success. Stu, this could really be good for the band. Publicity, it'll get the word out if the record is a success. Christ, you're so naive. Stu scratched his thinning scalp in frustration. Can't you see what's happening? Mayer is setting her up to be his star. He stopped pacing for a moment and looked at her, a strange smile on his face. You know he's sleeping with her, right? Kim rolled her eyes. Now you are being ridiculous. You know how Bay is. She's a solitary creature. Stu didn't stop smiling, and now she was starting to get creeped out. Bay's a beautiful woman, Stu sneered. A beautiful, talented woman. She has needs. Kim spun around, and before she could stop herself, she slapped him whack across the face. Oh gosh. Stu grabbed her wrist and bent her arm back until she was forced to bend over. She cried out in pain as he twisted it behind her back. With his lips to her ear, he hissed in a low voice. "You get that one, Kim. You get that one. Watch yourself." He let her go, and she skittered to the other side of the kitchen. Stu grabbed another beer. "I've seen them together. I had them followed. They're being intimate all right, and it's been going on practically since the start." Kim said nothing, closing her eyes. Her arm throbbed with pain, and she knew she wouldn't be able to move it in the morning. Stu knew exactly how and where to hurt her. And yet, now that she thought about it, she believed him. It was so obvious. Bay and Tom. She herself had teased Bay about the couple's insane chemistry. "Even if they are involved with each other, it's nothing to do with us or the band." Stu made a disgusted noise, and Kim edged towards the bedroom. "I'm tired, Stu, and I have a long day tomorrow, so..." For a moment, it seemed as if he would insist on staying, but then he nodded. "Get some sleep. We'll talk tomorrow." She double-locked the door behind him and padded into her bedroom, stripping off her clothes and falling into bed. She closed her eyes, but her mind was too active. Was Stu right? And why hadn't Bay told her about Tomas? They'd shared confidences since they were teenagers stuck at a high school full of mean girls, and as the two weirdos, had forged their own path through the hell that was adolescence. Everything, they'd shared everything. Why wouldn't Bay tell her if she and Tom were romantic partners? Kim stared up in the ceiling and wondered whether Stu's wild theory could have any truth to it. Gosh, she hoped not. Bay clasped her hands together to stop them shaking as Rocky cued up the track. They were sitting in Quartet's boardroom, and Bay, for the first time, had met Tom's partners, the young, way too pretty for his own good Hamilton, the quiet and intense Roman Ford, and his fraternal twin, Otis, who was studious and confident. Another woman had joined Rocky, and Rocky had introduced her to Bay as her agent, Emily. Emily was a very pretty blonde woman who Bay warmed to immediately, her manner confident and efficient. It was the first time any of them had heard the track all the way through, and Bay felt sick with nerves. All through the process, she and Rocky had worked so well together. They were so natural that while they were in the studio, she had been in no doubt they had made a fantastic record, but now all her confidence deserted her. Tom winked at her as Rocky pressed play. Even he had refused to listen until now. He wanted all of their reactions to be as natural, as organic as possible. Bay jumped as her own voice soared out of the speakers in the room, and she felt her face burn as everyone reacted, sitting up. She even heard a quiet "geez" from one of the men. Even she, as modest as she was, had to admit that she'd nailed the vocal. When Rocky's rap came in, their voices weaved around each other, in and out, up and down, making a wall of melody so addictive that the atmosphere in the room became electric. It wasn't a long track, maybe 2 minutes and 50 seconds, but when it was over, the room was silent for a beat. Bay glanced at Tom. His smile was all she needed to know. Roman Ford started to clap, and the others joined in as Rocky nodded in appreciation and Bay laughed, amazed. That was incredible. Wow, just wow. Otis shook his head and Tom laughed. When Otis is lost for words, you know you've done a good job. He got up, kissed Rocky on the cheek and hugged Bay, whispering to her. You did good, sweetheart, really good. Her whole body seemed alive with adrenaline and excitement. She blinked back the tears that sprang into her eyes, and she let out a long breath. Rocky high-fived her and Emily grinned. I think we have a great new songwriting partnership on our hands. Dash looked over at his partners. I say we get this out as soon as possible. For once I agree, Roman said, his quiet demeanor a peaceful oasis amidst the excitement. He smiled kindly at Bay. You sure you're ready for this? Because this record is going to be huge, and I don't say that often. You never say that, Dash muttered. Look, we need to make a video and get some publicity shots done. Bay, how long are you in SF for? Bay looked at Tom, who nodded encouragingly. Bay took a deep breath in. As long as I'm needed for this. I do need to get back to the band though. That's why I'm here, after all. Dash shared a look with Otis that she didn't understand, but Tom nodded. Of course. Look, there may be appearances with Rocky to promote the record. You okay with that? Suddenly she felt overwhelmed and panic rose in her. Tom, watching her, saw it in her eyes and put a hand on her back. Look guys, I think we need to take a break. They found a quiet office along the corridor, and Tom shut the door. You okay? Bay shook her head. It's so much, Tom. I didn't realize. I hadn't even considered the promotion side. Look, I'm worried that Kim and Pete will think. Hey, easy. He took her in his arms and felt her body trembling. We can work around this. Plenty of featured artists don't appear in the videos, but look, in this case, maybe we could get Kim and Pete to come down and we'll release it as featuring the Ninth and Pine. Bay backed up and looked up at him. Really? Even though they didn't play on the record? Tom smiled. Happens more than you think. So we'd just be actors in the video then? They were on a conference call with Kim and Pete, and Stu, who was uncharacteristically silent. No, you'd be appearing as the Ninth and Pine, as the featured artists. Tom's voice had a little edge to it. He'd explained it more than once already. Pete in his easy way had said, sure, why not? Been a while since I saw Frisco. Bay felt uneasy. Kim was being edgy. This was what she was afraid of. Look, hey, as far as I'm concerned, it's either all of us or none of us. Kim sighed. That's not fair. You worked so hard. Doesn't mean anything without you guys, Bay said softly. This is all very touching, Stu said finally, his voice icy. But there's a thing such as contracts to sort out here. Not if Bay appears as a solo artist. Does she? Bay opened her mouth, but Tom shook his head at her, pointing at the phone and mouthing, I'm jerking his chain. Bay shut her mouth and grinned. Tom didn't answer Stu's question directly, instead saying in a bored voice, in any case, this record is not part of the Ninth and Pine's contract. Still, I am Bay's manager. Excuse me, but you are not my manager. You're barely the band's manager. Bay's words were harsh, she knew, but Stu had irritated her beyond comprehension. Look, Kim sounded upset. I think maybe we should just leave this. Bay, look, go make the video, do the promo, then come back and tell us what you've learned so we can get this project off the ground. After Tom ended the call, Bay sat back in her chair, looking unhappy. Tom waited for her to speak. Finally, she sighed. I think Kim's right. On the record, can we use featuring Bay Tamba of the Ninth and Pine? If we could make that work, I wouldn't feel so bad. We could maybe get some press for the band. Tom tipped her chin up with his finger and kissed her. Of course we can. Stop worrying. We'll get things scheduled, and you can be back in Seattle by the end of next week. In the end, it was 2 weeks before Bay got back home. Quartet dropped the single the day after the showcase at the office, shot the video 2 days later, and got it into rotation on the music channels 3 days after that. Within 48 hours it was rising up the Billboard chart on downloads alone, and the music press went crazy. The morning before she flew back to Seattle, Bay had her first interview, thankfully a joint one with Rocky, with Rolling Stone. Everyone wanted to know where the amazing voice had come from, and when they got their first look at the gorgeous young newcomer to the scene, it only increased their fascination. In every interview, despite her terror, Bay made sure she talked about Kim and Pete, as often as answering questions about herself. For extra confidence, Rocky's agent Emily took her and Rocky out to breakfast beforehand, and they both coached her. If you don't like a question, either don't answer it or send it back to them as a joke. Be easy and natural, but if you feel like you're getting out of your depth, just look at Rocky and she'll take over. Rocky was scarfing down an enormous breakfast burrito. One of the things they had bonded over most was food and their love of it. She grinned with her mouth full, and Bay chuckled. I am going to miss seeing you every day, Rox. Rocky bumped her shoulder to Bay's. An hour away on the plane. Besides, I fully expect to be asked to guest on your first record. Emily smiled at Bay. You'll do fine. Believe me. Bay dropped her case on the floor of her apartment, her very dusty and dank apartment, and shuffled, exhausted, into the bathroom. She'd taken the red eye. Tom had to stay behind in San Francisco for a meeting, and all she wanted now was to shower, take a nap, then go and meet Kim. She showered, sighing with relief as the water washed away the plane ride, then decided to make an omelet before going to bed. She flicked on the TV as she mixed the eggs, listening idly to Matt Lauer chat to his guest. It was only as she flipped her omelet onto a plate and sat down to eat that she took notice and sat up. Kim's mom, Charlie Clayton, was being interviewed about her latest record. Gosh, to look that good when I'm 60, Bay smiled fondly. She'd always liked Kim's mom. It was just when she overshadowed her daughter that Bay caught Kim's resentment. If Bay was being honest, she thought Kim's dad was a tool and a dinosaur who still thought a woman's purpose was to be barefoot and pregnant, and that was it. Matt was asking Charlie about her daughter, and Bay was glad when Charlie happily and proudly told him about the Ninth and Pines record deal with Quartet and what that would mean to her daughter. Then Matt brought up Bay's single with Rocky. Charlie smiled at him. Of course, Bay is the natural talent in that band. Kim has always had to work a little harder. Sometimes I wonder if there wasn't a baby swap back in the day. Oh damn. Bay let her fork clatter to the table and dropped her head into her hands. On the TV, Matt Lauer laughed awkwardly and moved on. Bay grabbed her phone and called Kim. "Kay, it's me." "Oh hey." Kim's voice was unnaturally high, and Bay knew instantly she'd seen the interview. If it isn't the talent in the band. Kimmy. Bay never called her Kimmy, unless it was an emergency like this. You know what she's like sometimes, all the tact of a wrecking ball. It's not true, and it's not how she really feels. There was a long silence. "It's how I feel." Bay could barely hear her, but then she heard her sob. "Oh Kim, look, I'm back now. Can I come over and see you?" "No," Kim's answer was quick and hard, but then she sighed. "Sorry. I mean, I just need some time. Maybe in a couple of days." "Bay?" "What is it, honey?" A pause, then, "Why didn't you tell me about you and Tom?" Bay felt a hot burn of shock. "What?" "You and Tom. You're sleeping with him, right?" Bay swallowed and hesitated. "Yes." "And it's been going on for quite a while." "Yes." Kim gave a soft laugh. "Well then? It has nothing to do with the band." "Sure. It really hasn't." Kim sighed. "I have to go." Kim had hung up. Bay put her phone down, rested her head on the table and groaned. "Damn." Kim crawled back to bed. She'd called into work sick this morning, too tired and sore to face anyone. Since the conference call with Bay and Tom 2 weeks earlier, Stu had been more and more irritable, until last night he'd snapped. She'd barely managed to barricade herself in the bathroom after he'd punched her to the floor, kicking her in the stomach as he ranted about betrayal, Bay, Tom, and how no one gave him the respect he deserved. She knew why he was behaving the way he was. An illicit substance. A small vial of the white drug had fallen out of his pocket and rolled underneath the oven. He'd accused her of stealing it from his pocket when he couldn't find it. In the end, she'd curled up in a ball on the bathroom floor and let him rant. She'd fallen asleep, only waking when he banged the front door on the way out. Now she just wanted to sleep, drained of all her energy. Despite the abomination he was, Stu had been right about Bay and Tom, and now it seemed he'd been right about Tom grooming her best friend. Who could blame him? "Not you, Mom," she laughed humorlessly to herself. The pain that had shot through her at her mother's words had burned her last shred of self-esteem. Kim closed her eyes and prayed that she would never, ever have to wake up. Tomas sat across from Bay and wondered where his romantic partner had gone. She was so quiet and distant, and she had been since he got back from San Francisco. He'd had a craving for seafood, and now they were sitting in this high-end seafood restaurant, exquisite food in front of them, and Bay was just absent. "Hey," he leaned over the table and took her hand. How does it feel to be the hottest thing on the Billboard chart? Bay blinked back and smiled at him. He noticed there were dark circles under her eyes, and that their usual sparkle was gone. The violet had flattened into a dark purple. It's cool. It's just, I should be doing this with Kim and Pete. Tom sat back, frustrated. Sweetheart, this is the game. We need to build a profile, and the easiest way to do that is to feature on an already established artist's record. You've done that, and it's a success. Now when the Ninth and Pine release their own material, you'll have a built-in fan base that will only grow. It's recording industry 101. Bay leaned on her hand. I know. I just feel like Kim, feels that I'm taking all the credit and publicity, and I don't want it. I never have. I just want to play music. Her voice had gotten higher and higher until she broke off, looking away from him, her eyes filling with tears. I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Tom was silent. He wanted to wave a magic wand or have a problem he could throw money at and solve, but Bay's lack of self-confidence wasn't something he could do anything about. He told her that, and she nodded sadly. I know, and I don't want you to think I'm not incredibly grateful, because I am. But maybe we're rushing this. Tom suddenly realized she wasn't just talking about the band. You thinking that you and I are rushing things? She nodded, not meeting his gaze. It's all been so quick. I haven't had time to process what we are to each other. I know we said no strings, but the way I feel, I can't risk my heart for a fling. Tom breathed out. This isn't a fling. It's not. I know that, I feel that. You mean more to me than that. Much more. She did look at him then. As you do to me. It's just, I'm not sure I'm ready for it to be more. She gave a little laugh, and a tear escaped. I'm a mess, Tom. I may not seem it, but I am, and I don't want to be a mess for you. Tom leaned in and took her hand again. Okay, let's just slow things down. But Bay, talk to me. Tell me what's bothering you. What's going on in that brilliant head of yours? She smiled. Nothing you need to worry about. Look, I still want to do the band thing. I think once we get back in the studio together, I'll feel better. Like it's more collaborative, and that the others are involved. He drove her home and walked her to the door. Bay rose on her tiptoes, brushing a soft kiss against his lips. I feel awful. I don't mean to push you away. Tomas slid his hand beneath her hair, gently kneading the tense muscles at her neck. Then don't. I'm here, Bay, until you say otherwise. I'll wait as long as you need, just don't make me wait too long. His grin softened the words, and he leaned down, his kiss warm and lingering until she relaxed into him. You're not making this easy, she teased, her lips finding his again. Her hands tugged him closer, and she drew him into the apartment. Tomas's smile was playful, unapologetic. Good. Think of this as a pause, a chance to change your mind if you want. I don't want to stop, she murmured, her fingers tracing his collar, slipping his shirt free. His hands found the zipper of her dress, easing it down until it pooled at her feet. He pulled her close, her skin warm against his. Maybe we should slow down. Her words faltered as her hands brushed his belt, her touch igniting him. They stumbled toward the bedroom, caught in a rush of whispered promises and heated glances, their connection electric and undeniable. Don't hold back, they whispered as he kissed her throat, her breath hitching. His touch was reverent, drawing her closer until their bodies moved as one, alive with shared desire. I want you here all night, he murmured against her ear, his voice sparking a rush of warmth through her. Then stay, she breathed, her hands clutching him as waves of emotion carried her higher. When the moment crested, it was a trembling, heartfelt release, binding them in quiet, shuddering intimacy. When she woke in the morning, he was gone. Bay pushed open the back door to the venue on 9th and Pine, just as she had a million times before, but today was different. Today she didn't know what she was walking into. Kim hadn't answered any of her calls, and hadn't even answered her door when Bay went to her apartment. She didn't even know if Kim would show at all. She said hi to the front-of-house guys who teased her as always, making her feel better. Pete was already practicing when she made her way to the stage. His beaming smile and his big bear hug helped enormously. "Hey kiddo, how are you doing? I missed your face." She tightened her arms around him. "Missed you too, bear. I'm sorry I've been away for so long." Pete grinned and patted her back. "All worth it though, Miss Numero Uno on the Billboard chart." She rolled her eyes. "Is it wrong that I'm kind of sick of the sound of my own voice at this point?" Pete laughed. "Well, get over it. We have an album to write and songs to be sung." They put her bag down and shrugged out of her denim jacket. "Kim coming?" She tried to sound casual, but the look in Pete's eye told her he wasn't fooled. "No idea. Haven't talked to her for a while." "You?" She shook her head. "Well, maybe we should just work on the set list for Friday and see if she turns up." An hour later, Bay's mood had lifted. Pete had deliberately kept her laughing as they picked songs for the gig. She glanced at her watch. "Hey, should I go get us some coffee?" She walked down to the coffee house at the corner of the block and ordered their usual drinks. As she waited, she suddenly saw Stu in a corner booth, talking animatedly to a person seated opposite. Bay edged around so she could see. It was a very young, very pretty redhead who Bay guessed to be graduate student age. She was looking at Stu as if he were a demigod. Bay gave a disgusted noise. Jerk. She could imagine exactly what he was saying to the girl, what nonsense he was spinning. She paid for the coffee, thanked the barista, and made her escape. "You'll never guess who I saw," she said, pushing the door open with her shoulder, then stopped. Kim stood with Pete, her eyes cold and unfriendly. Bay's heart sank. "Hey," she said, handing a coffee to Pete. "Sorry, I didn't think you were coming." Kim said nothing, just turned and picked up her guitar. "I see the set list has been decided already, like so much other stuff, so let's just get on with this, shall we?" Bay looked at Pete, who rolled his eyes. Nothing ever fazed Pete. Bay sat at the piano and shrugged. "Okay." They went through 5 songs before Kim started to play erratically, squealing feedback as she moved her guitar over near the speaker. Bay and Pete stopped playing as she went into a long solo, out of tune, smiling nastily at her friends. When she stopped, Bay was no longer guilty or upset, but supremely, overwhelmingly pissed. "The hell is wrong with you, Kim?" Kim feigned surprise. "Oh, sorry, was that not up to your standards, Miss Billboard?" "Don't be a pain. Grow the hell up or get out of here." Bay slammed the lid of the piano shut. "If you can't be professional." Kim gave an exaggerated bow. "Pardon me, Your Highness, but some of us aren't the star of the band. Some of us don't have careers handed to us. Some of us don't charm our way to the top of the charts." Bay rocked back at the venom in Kim's voice. She had opened her mouth to speak when Pete, his voice growling with anger, interrupted her. "You don't get to talk to Bay like that, Missy. Not ever. Not here." Pete got up from behind his drum kit, all 6'7" of him, and glowered at Kim. "It's not Bay's fault that your mom hasn't the tact nor grace to acknowledge that she raised a talented, special daughter, despite her own failings. Neither of us would be here without Bay pushing us all those years ago. Do you think it was easy for the fat, gay kid at that school? Or the mixed-race girl with no parents? You got it easy, Kim. If your life hasn't turned out the way you wanted it to, it's down to you." Kim and Bay were staring at him in astonishment. Pete looked between them both and went back to sit behind his kit. "Now, shall we get through this rehearsal?" Kim nodded once, a stiff, quick nod, not looking at Bay. They managed to get through the rest of the set list, but as soon as the last note was played, Kim jerked the guitar off and left. Bay let out a huge sigh. Pete hugged her, but Bay's eyes filled with tears. "Damn," she said. "Everything's such a mess." Pete held her as she wept for a moment, then as she brushed the tears away, he grabbed her jacket. "Come on. You need a night of silliness at Hank and Pete's." Tom fought the urge to call Bay, knowing that she needed space, but it was driving him crazy. He wasn't an arrogant man, but he'd never had to try before. Women fell over themselves to get to him. He conceded with a wry grin that maybe that wasn't a good thing. But gosh, he just wanted to go over there and kiss that golden skin, that deep pink mouth, and see those violet eyes soft with love. His intercom buzzed. "Stuart Lawson is here to see you." Damn, that was all he needed. Okay, let him in. Then call pest control to fumigate the place. His assistant covered a snort of laughter. "Whatever you say, boss." Tom stared at Stu coolly as the man sat down in front of him. "What's up?" Stu smirked. "I want to know how Bay's record is going to help the band. At the moment, all the press seems to be interested in is her. That wasn't our deal." Tom sat back in his seat. Of course the press is going to be interested in her, but if you actually bother to read the interviews, all Bay does is talking about the band. I'll admit she hasn't mentioned you once. Childishly, he enjoyed the look of annoyance on Stu's face. Be that as it may, we're not moving forward. Tom raised an eyebrow. How so? Stu smirked. Don't you know? I would have thought you would have heard it from the horse's mouth, unless of course her mouth was busy elsewhere. Tom went very still. When he spoke, his voice was hard and flinty. You need to watch yourself, Lawson. Now I'll ask again, what's the problem? Stu, his supercilious smirk still plastered on his face, said, the rest of the band is pissed. They feel they've been left behind by Bay's success. Tom rolled his eyes. Sure they do, because both Kim and Pete haven't the sense to know that any publicity is good publicity. As far as I'm aware, they're still booked into the studio we chose. We've scheduled the sessions around Kim and Pete's. Yeah, I know all this. What I mean is money. How much does the band get from the sales of the single? Tomas smiled. Nothing. That money is Bay's, and Bay's alone. Both Kim and Pete knew this and were fine with it, unless of course someone has been poisoning the well. Stu was wide-eyed and innocent. No idea what you mean. Well, this was great. We must do this again sometime. He got up. That contract is watertight. Pay or play, Mayor. I don't care if your girlfriend's Madonna. We had a deal. Make it happen. Tom blew out his cheeks after Stu had left. The dude was an idiot. He knew about himself and Bay though clearly, and Tom wondered how. The disturbing thought that Stu might be following them, or stalking Bay, leapt to the forefront of his mind. He pushed the thought away. Whether he liked or not, Bay was Stu's meal ticket. He wouldn't mess that up. Would he? Pete and Hank drove Bay home that night, after plying her with food and drink, and finally coaxing a smile out of her. Pete made sure she got to her door, then hugged her. Don't worry about Kim. She's mad at the world lately. That damn mother of hers didn't help. Bay leaned against him. I don't think I did either. Pete kissed the top of her head. Get some sleep, honey. He opened her door for her, and she swayed inside before turning. Patesh? He smiled at her slurred words. Yes? She hiccuped gently. I'm in love with Tom. Pete's grin widened. Tell me something I don't know. Get into bed and call him. After Pete had gone, Bay filled a large glass of water and drained it, ferreting in the pantry for a bag of potato chips. She wandered around her tiny apartment and remembered what it had been like to swank around in Tomas's hotel suite or screw like teenagers in the houseboat he was now living in. She grabbed her phone, booty call, then shoved it deep into her bag. She didn't want to mess with his head, and there was always a risk of him rejecting her. She wouldn't blame him. She had turned to go to the bedroom when there was a knock at the door. She squinted at the clock. Just after 1 a.m. A strange, fluttering excitement started in her belly. Maybe he'd been thinking the same thing. She opened the door and groaned. Stu? What the hell are you doing here? It's 1 a.m. Come to tell me I'm a diva? 'Cause your girlfriend already covered that. Stu smiled, then before she could react, he pushed into the flat, slamming the door behind him. We need to have a little talk. Her heart pounding, Bay backed away from him. Stu, get the hell out of here. He ignored her and sat down at the kitchen table, crossing his legs. Bae, still drunk, felt a prickling fear crawling over her skin. The alcohol made her movements incoordinated and awkward. Keep him calm. She sat down at the other end of the table. Stu smiled, victorious. Now, he leaned forward. Here's the deal. I worked long and hard to get Quartet to come see the band. I brought Tomas Mayer, the damn CEO, to Seattle. Everything was perfect, then you spread your legs and suddenly it's all about you. Bae stood, steadying herself on the table. Get out of my apartment, Stu, or I'll call the police. Whatever I do in my private life has no In a flash, he had her by the throat, ramming her up against her kitchen cabinets. Her head slammed back against a handle, but she didn't feel the pain. The terror of his hand closing around her neck kept everything else at bay. He pushed his face against hers. She could smell liquor and cigarettes. Do not mess this up for me, Bae, or I promise you'll regret it. She met his gaze, now with anger as well as fear. Get your hands off me, you damn creep. It was over in a second. Smiling, he drove his fist into her stomach. It was quick, but the force of his blow made it feel like her stomach was exploding, taking her breath away. She cried out in agony, and as he let her go, she slumped to the floor, trying desperately to drag oxygen into her body. Every breath was agony. Gasping, she looked up at him. Stu smiled. That's nothing to what I'll do if you screw this up. Now, I expect you to concentrate on the band from now on. I don't care if you have to do Mayer a favor, but get this band to the top of the charts. I've put in too much time to lose out now. After he left, she scampered to the door and double-locked it, sliding to the floor as harsh sobs racked her body. She could barely believe what had just happened. Her throat felt raw from Stu's fingers and from her own hoarse cries. Eventually, she managed to crawl to bed and curled up under the comforter. Everything in her body screamed at her to call Tomas, call the police, call anyone. But there was no one. She had pushed Tom away, and why would the police believe her? They'd write her off as just another drunk. She turned over in bed and looked at the photo of Ravi. His merry dark eyes, the same shade of violet as hers, sparkled out of the photo, accented by his dark curls and dark honey skin. Bae shook her head, feeling the tears coming again. Why did you leave me alone? She whispered to her long-dead brother. But as always, of course, there was only silence. There was an awkward atmosphere in the studio the next day. Bae and Kim didn't look at each other, and Pete tried in vain to get some flow to the work, but nothing was happening. Eventually, he grabbed them and made them look at each other. We have this amazing opportunity, and you two are acting like, I'm going out for a half hour. When I get back, we're going to make some freaking music or I'm done. Got it. For a few moments they sat in silence, then Bae said, I love it when Pete goes ham on us. Kim's mouth twitched up at the corner and she met Bae's gaze. They burst out laughing and Bae felt relief flooding through her. Kim threw herself at her friend and they embraced, hugging each other tightly. I'm so sorry, Bubba, Kim mumbled into her hair. I was such a pain. I'm sorry too. I knew I shouldn't have done that record. Kim sat back and wiped her eyes. That's crap. It's an amazing song. I'm sorry that I took what my mom said out on you. She can be a douche. Kim laughed again. I know, and I know she didn't mean it. I know this because a very large check arrived 2 days after that interview. Bae shook her head. One day she'll realize that she has an amazing daughter, and if she'd just spent a little more time. Yeah, Kim said sadly. Maybe that will happen, but I won't wait for that day. Bae looked down at her hands. Tom and I are taking a break. I thought it best. Oh, Bae. Goss? Kim sat down next to her friend. I'm so sorry for what I said. I'm really happy you've found someone. That's just it. I can't, Kim. I can't get involved with him. When we started, it was agreed, just intimacy. No strings. And it happened so fast, I got attached and as soon as I did, I got scared. Scared of losing him. Scared of not being able to cope if I got more involved. You fell for him? Bae nodded. Hard. And I'm just not ready. Ravi? Yes. It's been nearly 2 years and I can't get past it. It chokes me, the fear of letting someone that close, then losing them. Bae nudged Kim with her shoulder. Of course, I've tried to get rid of you too, but you just keep hanging around. Kim grinned at her friend. Like a bad smell. Ew. Sorry. Bae sighed. Well, come on. Let's just get something down. You got any ideas? A ton. Been scribbling in this. Kim held up a battered notebook. Since I was 16. And you didn't show me? Bae faked being hurt and Kim laughed. I do have some secrets. Bae looked at her friend, wanting to say the words, wanting to tell her about what Stu had done to her, but Kim looked so exhausted, so worn down that she couldn't do it. Pete saved her from making a decision. When he saw them hugging, he beamed. Nice save, boss. Bae high-fived him as Kim picked up her guitar and smiled at them both. Let's get things rockin'. This time it was the three of them in Quartet's boardroom, facing not just the 4 partners, but an invited audience of recording industry honchos and music press, and they were performing live. Even the normally stoic Pete was sweating. Bae thought she might throw up, and Kim was a shade of green that had no name in the English language. Bae caught Tomas's eye and smiled hesitantly. He grinned back, complete guilelessly, as if they hadn't been avoiding each other for the past 2 months, as the Ninth and Pine worked on new material. They'd spoken a few times on the phone late at night, when their conversations were loaded with unspoken yearning and I miss yous. Tom winked at her and gave a little nod, and suddenly Bae felt a new confidence. Rocky and Emily had come up to Seattle, and they were huddled at the back of the room, waving and grinning. Tom stood up to introduce the band. Thanks for coming, everyone. It's an exciting day for all of us, especially Quartet Records. We don't get the opportunity enough in this business to really nurture raw talent, as it's the norm now to harvest acts from Disney and Nickelodeon, or sweep up the rejects from reality shows. That's why it's such an incredible feeling when you see true inherent talent just waiting for their shot. That's what I felt when I saw the Ninth and Pine for the first time. These 3 musicians, Kim Clayton on guitar, a second-generation rock star who decided to hone her craft rather than take advantage of the fact her parents are Charlie and Mac Clayton. He nodded and smiled at Kim, who flushed with pleasure. Pete Espinoza on drums, Tom turned to grin at Pete. Sasquatch and Skins man extraordinaire. And finally, Baijanthi Tamba, pianist and owner of the finest vocals this side of Adele, and as of this morning, he paused and shared a grin with Rocky. A platinum-selling artist. Bae's eyes widened as the room burst into applause. Kim grinned at her and Pete battered his drums. Tom held up his hands for quiet. So enough from me. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ninth and Pine. Tom motioned for the waitress and ordered more crystal champagne. The VIP area of the club was sweaty and hot as they celebrated the success of the showcase. They were blown away, Tom told them now as they leaned in to hear him over the music. We'll start hearing stuff in the press now, really building up momentum. So now is the time where you need to start thinking about putting together 11 or 12 tracks for a record. We'll put out a couple of tester tracks soon, Dash interjected. So we don't waste the effect of Bae's single with Rocky. Tom tells me you and Rocky have discussed her appearing on the album? Bae nodded. But only if Kim and Pete are okay with that. We are, Kim said as Pete nodded in agreement. They continued chatting with Dash, but Bae could scarcely focus, her senses consumed by Tom beside her. His thigh pressed warmly against hers, his presence a quiet fire. She felt the gentle rhythm of his hand tracing her back, his gaze lingering on her with unspoken promise. Meeting his eyes, her chest tightened, her breath catching with a flutter of anticipation. She had missed that face, the way his touch sparked her skin, and those eyes that seemed to see straight into her soul. I want you so much. Tom smiled as if he could read her mind, then leaned in, his lips at her ear. There's an office upstairs, the manager's a good friend of mine. Excuse yourself in 2 minutes and meet me there. He got up before she could answer, and she followed his progress across the dance floor. He didn't look back. Her mouth hitched up at the corner. He was so sure. So confident. And completely right. She got up. The others were still deep in conversation, and no one paid her any attention. She slipped to the side of the club and up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, a huge bodyguard was blocking the way, and she hesitated. He smiled down at her. "Miss Tamba?" She nodded, and he stood aside to let her pass. "End of the corridor, ma'am." She thanked him, suddenly nervous. Had Tom planned all of this? She had a bemused grin on her face as she pushed the door to the office open and gasped. A multitude of candles flickered in the room, the overhead lights all shut off. "Tom?" She sensed him behind her. "Don't turn around." Her breath caught, a rush of excitement mingling with longing. Tom leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her bare shoulder, his fingers grazing her waist. "You've kept me waiting too long, Baijanthi. Are you mine?" His lips on her skin and his hands tracing her curves sent a shiver through her. "Yes," she whispered, leaning into him, savoring the warmth of his kisses along her neck and throat. His fingers found the zipper of her dress, easing it down with care. He slid the dress off gently, letting it pool at her feet, and trailed kisses down her back. She trembled, and he chuckled, a low warm sound. He grazed her earlobe with a whisper. "Do you trust me?" She nodded. "You're breathtaking." Bay's breath hitched, her fingers weaving into his dark hair. He brushed the tie from her eyes and kissed her with unwavering focus. The contrast of his clothed form against her bare skin thrilled her, making her feel cherished and desired in a way she hadn't anticipated. Tom caressed her cheek, then stood. Bay's hand drifted down, her skin warm and sensitive, and as Tom shed his suit with deliberate ease, a wave of longing surged through her. He bound her wrists loosely with his tie, he pressed close, his warmth against her skin. "I want you," she breathed, but he smiled, teasing. "You kept me waiting, Bay." She sighed, caught in anticipation, as he kissed her, lingering with gentle nips and soft caresses. "Oh, Tom?" She shuddered as their connection deepened, his movements steady and controlled. She urged him on, and his pace quickened, their shared intensity building until they both reached a breathless crescendo, clinging to each other. They sank to the floor, wrapped in each other's arms, sated and content. Tom propped himself on an elbow, gazing at her with admiration as her breathing steadied, her cheeks glowing softly. She grinned up at him. "You own this club, don't you?" Tom tilted his head with a playful smirk. "Possibly." He leaned down to kiss her. "I've missed you, your smile, your warmth, your laugh." "Me too," she said softly. "I'm sorry I pushed you away." "I didn't mean to. I was scared." "Why?" She sighed. "Kim and I were struggling. Our friendship hit a rough patch for the first time. And I was falling for you. That terrifies me, Tom. More than I can say." Tom's expression softened. "Is this about your brother?" She nodded. "He didn't die in an accident. He drove his car into a wall on purpose. I never saw it coming." "Bay?" He pulled her close, holding her tightly. "I'm not going anywhere. And that no-strings deal? That ended for me the moment we kissed. I just didn't want to overwhelm you." She traced his jaw. "You were so patient. How long have you carried this?" Bay shrugged. "Not anymore. Thanks to you, my darling Tomas." She kissed him, then leaned back. "I'm exhausted." Tom ran a gentle hand along her side. "What a pity. I had plans for you tonight." Bay smiled as he drew her close again. "I'm sure I can stay awake for that." "Oh, Tom, yes." Bumbershoot. Roman and Tom looked at each other, and then back at Dash. "Huh?" Dash grinned at his friends and partners. "Bumbershoot. The music festival. It's Seattle's largest, and it's perfect. We can get the 9th on the bill, I'm sure." "Yeah, they'll be low down on the bill, but they're already creating buzz. It's the perfect debut." Roman pushed his uneaten eggs away from him. "You're the marketing whiz," he said. "When is it?" Dash shot a look at Tom. 3 weeks. Tom laughed. "Oh, thanks for that. I bet you want me to tell the band?" Dash grinned guiltily. I would tell them, but that girl Kim scares me. And you've already got an in, as it were. Roman chuckled as Tom sighed. Nice. So you'll do it? Do I have a choice? Kim got home from band rehearsal buzzing. Bumbershoot. It had been her dream since she was a kid. She had never missed one, even insisting on going on her own when her parents had been on tour. Of course, as soon as she'd met Bae when they were 12, it had become their thing, their annual escape from the hideousness of adolescence. They had spent days talking about it afterward, planning their band, wishing, dreaming, and writing songs. And now they were on the playbill. She closed the door behind her, threw her jacket over a kitchen chair, and danced around the dark room. She didn't see him sitting in the dim light until he spoke. Where have you been? She whirled around, clutching at her chest, painful adrenaline spiking through her veins. Geez, Stu, how the hell did you get in? He didn't answer her, but got up. Even across the dark kitchen, she could see the angry gleam in his eyes, the dilated pupils, and the sweat on his upper lip. He was high. Kim backed away. Stu? Shut up. He hissed the words out through gritted teeth. So I heard about the gig. Bumbershoot, eh? Funny how I was shut out of the conversation, again. How many times now, Kim? He was advancing on her, and too late, she realized she had no way out. He was in her face. It's your best friend again, isn't it? That good for nothing. I should have killed her when I had the chance. Kim froze. What? Stu wiped his nose with his sleeve and grinned. I could have broken her like that. He clicked his fingers. I still could. Kim felt abject terror flood through her. Leave her alone. Stu smirked. None of you are going to get away with this, least of all you. I thought you loved me. Suddenly Kim's mind cleared. She faced her half-crazed boyfriend and saw nothing in him she recognized. No one could love you, Stu. Not like this. You're a mess. She didn't have time to breathe before the first blow came. The journalist from Rolling Stone was the same one who had interviewed Bae in San Francisco. So when Bae introduced her to Pete, the interview had already begun. As Pete told the interviewer, Lauren, about his story, Bae glanced at her watch. Kim was late, which wasn't that unusual, but she knew how important this interview was. They were dropping their first single and video in the morning. She glanced at Dash, who was talking to the photographer. He didn't seem to be bothered that the blonde guitarist was missing. When Lauren turned to her, Bae covered for her friend, telling her about how talented Kim was, and how she wanted to make a name for herself without the legacy of her parents. Bae couldn't help resist a little dig at Charlie and Mac and their lack of support for their daughter. As the interview neared its end, she saw Tom come into the room and talk to Dash in a low tone. Whatever he had told the younger man, Dash's face drained of color. Bae's heart started to thump unpleasantly. Oh no, please, not Kim. They ended the interview without alerting Lauren that anything was wrong, but as soon as they were clear, Bae went to Tom. What? What is it? His eyes showed distress, but he kept his voice calm. It's Kim. She's in the hospital. She was okay until she saw Kim, her face a bloody pulp of cuts and bruises, propped up in the hospital bed. Her arm was bandaged, and she was obviously in great pain. Bae sat carefully on the edge of her bed, her entire body trembling. Hey girl. She tried to smile at her friend, and took her uninjured hands in hers. Kim smiled, then winced. Stupid beer getting me all drunk. I tell you, those stairs to my apart. Don't? Bae's voice was low. Tom and Pete had waited outside the room to give her and Kim the chance to talk. Bae's eyes filled with tears. I know it was him. Kim looked away from her. Bae, I can't, I'm scared of what he'll do. Hey, listen to me. He won't get the chance. You need to call the police, and if you don't, I will. No. Not that, please, Bae. Bae shook her head, incredulous. He could have killed you. Kim sighed. I know, but he didn't. Look, I just want to get out of here and do the show. She tried to smile. What else is makeup for? Bay looked out of the window at Tom and Pete. They were talking to a nurse. She turned and said, "He attacked me a few weeks ago." His actual words were, "Don't mess this up for me. So if you want me to?" Bay, no. Kim looked terrified. "He'll kill both of us." She was clinging onto Bay's hand now, and winced when she realized she was using her damaged arm. "I mean it. We neither of us have any proof, other than our word. I'm not saying do nothing, I'm just saying, let's give Stu enough rope to hang himself. He's doing more and more illicit substances, he'll crash and burn soon enough." Bay eased her hand free and leaned her head against Kim's. "Okay. For now, we'll bide our time. But I will make him pay for what he's done to you. I swear to God I will." On the way home from the hospital, Tom looked at Bay. "Was it Stu?" Bay nodded. "Scumbag? Gosh, Tom, I could kill him." He took his hand from the wheel and took hers. "I already hired some people to look for him. No, not the police, don't worry. I heard what Kim said. And will invoke the penalty clause of his part of the contract. Don't worry, he'll no longer have anything to do with the 9th and Pine." She smiled gratefully at him, but then shifted in her seat. "I feel so antsy. Do you mind if I go to the studio for a couple of hours?" "Not at all. I have some stuff to finish up at the office. Pick you up at 9. Stuart Lawson had been in a Fleabag bar ever since the previous night. He vaguely remembered seeing Kim, getting angry and maybe slapping her. Damn. He'd have a serious bitching out coming his way. He almost toppled off the bar stool and staggered to the restrooms, not caring if anyone saw the small bag that had the illicit substance he pulled from his pocket. He snorted it. It was getting harder and harder to get a buzz from the drug. His phone rang. His eyebrows shot up when he saw it was Bay calling. He pressed accept, smirking. "What do you want?" "We're having a meeting. I assumed you'd wanted to be told." Stu sniffed and wiped his nose. A thin trail of blood snaked across his hand, but he ignored it. "What's the meeting about?" Bay sighed. "Do you want to come or not? If not, we'll carry on without you." Stu pushed out of the restroom and headed for the door. "Why isn't Kim calling me?" He didn't catch the slight hesitation. "She's in the can." "Look, Stu, should we wait?" "Where are you?" "The studio." Stu smiled. "I'm 3 blocks away." Tomas put down the phone, frustrated. Whatever rock Stu had crawled under, it was a well-hidden one. He didn't like this, not knowing where that creep was. He also suspected Bay was keeping something from him, something about the attack on Kim, but he couldn't think what it might be. Roman knocked. "Hey, how's it going? How's Kim?" Tom filled him in and Roman blew out his cheeks. "I knew that dude was dirty. What do you want us to do?" "Get the lawyers to draw up a new contract for the band, and get Dash to find a new manager or agent. Make sure Lawson doesn't see a penny. Shouldn't be too hard if the band hasn't made any money yet." Roman smiled. "Then we'd better get that done tonight. The single will drop in the morning, and there's already huge buzz on the net." When Roman had gone, Tom glanced at the clock. It was too early to go pick up Bay, but he was antsy just sitting there. The hell with it, he'd hang out with Tex if she was busy. He picked up his jacket and left the office. Stu pushed into the studio to find Bay waiting for him. She stood there still and watchful. Stu glanced around. "Where'd everyone go? I thought I told you to wait." She gave him a chilly smile. "They were never here, Stuart. It's just me." He raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Yes. Stu, you're fired. So very, very fired." "What are you talking about?" She moved so that she was in front of him. "You put Kim in the hospital. And I know it wasn't the first time it's happened, the first time you've beaten her. This time though, you weren't careful, were you? You didn't hit her where it was easy to hide." Bay's rage was so calm and yet so white-hot. She could tell Stu took her seriously. He was silent, and she could see his dumbass brain working, putting together everything. How messed up was he? Kim's in the hospital. So why aren't the police here? Huh? Bae's voice was steady, calm, and quiet. Because Kim decided to protect your sorry ass one last time, and I want to respect her wishes. But you are fired, and if I ever see you in Seattle again, Stu, I will call the police. I will have you in jail so fast you won't know what hit you. Do you understand me? Stu laughed, mocking her and trying to save face. As soon as you give me my check, sweetheart, you got it. No check. No money. Nothing. Just your freedom. He stopped smiling. You can't do that. Bae flashed a defiant grin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. There are definitely perks to being close to the boss. You don't get a cent, jerk. You traitor. Stu lunged at her, knocking her to the floor and gripping her shoulders tightly, his face contorted with rage. Bae fought back fiercely, shoving against him and landing a sharp kick to his midsection. He staggered back, gasping in pain. Bae scrambled to her feet, racing for the door, nearly reaching it. With a furious shout, Stu grabbed her, hurling her against the glass partition between the studio and the mixing room, shattering the pane. Bae landed heavily on the mixing desk and rolled off, completely winded, her body screaming in pain. Stu, incensed, followed her through the shattered window and grabbed her hair, pulling her back against him. Bae swiped at him with the shard of broken glass, but he grabbed her arm and twisted until she dropped it. Stu smashed her across the head with a heavy-bottomed ashtray, and Bae, stunned but still awake, crumpled to the floor. Stu straddled her, clamping her arms above her head with one big hand. He grabbed the shard of glass she had dropped, and drew his arm back to drive it into her stomach. Tom dragged him off of Bae with a roar, punching the shocked Stu into unconsciousness. Bae scrambled away from them, backing up until she was leaning against the door, breathing hard and shell-shocked by the speed of the attack. Tom finally let Stu drop and went to her. She was covered in blood, but a quick check told him that she had no major injuries. She told him what had happened, and Tom looked appalled, pulling her into his arms. Gosh, you insane girl. What were you thinking? Insurance, Bae said breathlessly. A way to get rid of him for good. Tom stared at her in alarm. Please tell me you weren't going to kill him. Bae, he's twice your size. You'd be dead now if geez. No. She made him look at her, then pointed upwards, around the room. Cameras, 7 of them, were stationed around the room, recording everything that happened in the studio. In case a band decides to trash the place. She grinned at him. Which I suppose I did. He started to laugh then and kissed her. I'd call you a genius, but you could have told me, Bae. I won't hide anything from you again, she promised. He helped her to her feet, and she went over to Stu, nudging him with her toe. He moaned. Jerk off, she said. What do you say we take out the trash? Stu Lawson woke up 4 hours later, a stray dog licking his face. He sat up, realizing he was on a landfill site, trash everywhere. To his jacket was pinned a note. Guess who's got it all on camera, jerk? Leave Seattle or the film goes to the police. The stray dog turned and lifted his leg to pee on him. Bumbershoot. A crowd seething with anticipation. Bae wished she hadn't looked to see how many people had turned up to see them. Seattle Center was full to capacity. Their single had now been steadily climbing the Billboard chart. Fire for You was the song America was talking about, the 9th and Pine, the biggest new band on social media. They had arrived. She slunk back to the dressing room and made a face at Tom, who laughed. Everyone ready? He looked down at Bae, who gazed up at him, a small smile playing on her lips. Tomas looked at Pete and Kim, who exchanged barely concealed grins. Guys, can we have the room for a minute? Bae was crimson, but her smile was sweet as her friends left the room, pulling the door closed behind them. Tom drew her gently into his arms, his smile warm as he gazed down at her. He started to speak, but Bae shook her head, her eyes soft and luminous. With a tender touch, she smoothed a strand of hair over his ear. He leaned in, his lips brushing hers hesitantly, but she pressed closer, deepening the kiss, her fingers weaving into his hair. Rising on her toes, she met his mouth fully, and his hands encircled her waist, pulling her near. Their kiss was a quiet dance, tender and searching, their connection unspoken but profound. "I love you," he murmured against her lips. He felt the warmth of tears on her cheeks, and her radiant smile met his gaze, her beauty stealing his breath. "I love you too," she whispered. Her words drew a soft groan from him, and he held her tightly against his chest, savoring the moment. He longed to linger, to cherish every second of her presence, but time was slipping away, she had a stage to conquer. With a knowing smile, she stroked his cheek. "Later," she promised. "So many laters," he replied, his voice thick with affection. "You bet, Mayor." That promise, the quiet certainty in her voice, set his heart racing. "Go shine, my beautiful," he said, his pride swelling. He followed her out, standing at the stage's edge as the MC's voice rang out, introducing them. The crowd's roar swelled, a wave of adoration greeting Bae and her band as they stepped into the spotlight. This was the moment he lived for, a talent celebrated, a star rising. But this time it was more. This time, it was everything. Because the love of his life was taking her first bow.
Burn for You.
Emily Moore was woken by her 8-year-old nephew, Henry, tapping her shoulder. She opened her eyes and Mock glared at him in the way that always made him laugh. Not today, though. His hands were twisting in his pajama top, his face tense. Emily sat up, pushing her long blonde hair at her face. "What is it, pumpkin?" Henry, his hair sticking up in clumps, handed the phone to her. "Mommy's on the phone." "Oh damn." Emily tugged the boy onto the bed and hugged him. "It's okay, champ." She kissed the top of his head, and sighing spoke into the phone. "Paige?" "Hey cutie, how's things?" Emily rolled her shoulders, tension making them hurt. "We're good. Nice of you to call." Unfazed by her sister's sarcasm, Paige laughed. "Hey, you know what it's like on the road." "Not really." "How's Henry?" "Why didn't you ask him yourself?" Paige finally caught on to her sister's mood. "Look, Emily, I know it's been hard for you, but..." "Hang on." Emily pulled the phone away from her ear and smiled down at the boy sitting beside her. "Go get a shower, pal. Give me a few minutes." Henry knew the drill. Auntie wanted grown-up time. Emily watched him leave and gently closed her bedroom door. She sucked in a frustrated breath. "I'm back? I was saying that I know I left Henry in your care for a while, but..." "4 years, Paige. Half his lifetime. It was meant to be for 3 weeks while you went on tour. 4 years. Emily's voice was brittle with anger. When she was growing up in suburban San Francisco, her older sister had been her idol. Paige Moore had been the biggest rock star in the world for a heady 3-year period in the mid-2000s, and even now sold out stadiums in every major city. This latest tour had been rolling around the globe now for the last 4 years, which would have been cool if it weren't for Henry. Paige had fallen pregnant after a one-night stand with a groupie, Emily suspected on purpose, and when the guy had refused to have anything to do with the kid, Paige had seemed relieved. When Henry was born, Paige had fallen in love in a way that Emily had never seen. Paige had millions in the bank, a much-loved child, and a restless heart. After being a stay-at-home mom, she got antsy. Emily, just out of Stanford Law School and already building her reputation as one of the best agents in the business, was in no position to take on a child, but she could see Paige starting to resent her child for taking away her freedom and her dream. That's when she told Paige to take a few weeks, tour, and get it out of her system. Emily had blinked, and it was 4 years later. Paige had missed Henry's first day at school, the first time he'd read a book on his own, and the first time he'd won a science prize. Emily loved Henry with all her heart, but couldn't help the anger that she felt on his behalf. Paige could paint it how she wanted, she'd abandoned her child. Emily rubbed her hand across her face now, as her sister spoke. "Look, Ems, that's why I'm calling." Emily sighed. "Look, if you need more time, it's okay. It really is. Henry loves his school, he has friends, and he likes the teachers. We do okay here. All I ask is that you call him more often, maybe every couple of days, and come see him at least once a month. If you'll let me finish, her sister was clearly getting agitated too. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Ems. I will see him more, much more. The tour is ending. I'm done. I want Henry back. Tom drove Dash to SeaTac Airport, going over and over what he wanted Dash to achieve. Dash listened patiently. Bay was very particular about who we pick to be the band's manager. She's already cleared it with Rocky, so all you have to do is get Emily Moore on board. She's the only one Bay trusts. Dash grinned at his friend and partner. Did you think I forgot all of that in the last 5 minutes? Tom inclined his head, smiling good-naturedly. I know you got this. It's just that sometimes. Eager puppy. Dash knew the nickname his older partners had given him, due to Dash's habit of throwing himself headlong into situations without much thought. Dash knew he deserved the ribbing he got. Tom, Otis, and especially Roman, had all bailed him out on one occasion or another. Tom grinned. Eager puppy. Look, it's important to Bay, to the band, and to all of us. Since Stu Lawson thankfully made himself scarce. You never told me what happened there. Why did he leave? I know there was something about him assaulting Kim, but Kim has never said anything. Tom was quiet for a moment, his smile gone. Bay fired him, because he did beat Kim and he attacked her. He tried to kill Bay. I got there just in time. Tom's voice was low and full of pain. Dash looked at him sympathetically. Tomas Mayer had fallen hard for the petite brunette singer of the Ninth and Pine. Bay Tamba was beautiful, smart, fiery, and so talented that it hurt, and Dash liked her very much as he did the rest of the band, Kim and Pete. Bay and Tom had fallen in love quickly and passionately, and now Dash wanted to make sure he didn't let them down. On the plane, he had a chance to check his emails and do some research into the woman he was meeting. Emily Moore was the entertainment agent of the moment. Her client, Rocky Absilam, had conquered the music world effortlessly thanks to Emily's guidance, and now everyone was clamoring for a piece of the hotshot young lawyer. In San Francisco, Dash took a cab to her office, smiling at the receptionist who told him to take a seat. Dash looked around the office, which mainly featured vintage music pictures. One stood out, the cover art for Rocky Absalam's last smash hit. Dash went to look at it, noting with a smile the subtitle, featuring Bay Tamba of the Ninth and Pine. It had been the band's introduction to the music world. Their singer's soaring vocals, that heavenly voice weaving in and out of Rocky's feminist raps, had stunned everyone. Mr. Harrison? He turned to see Emily Moore, unsmiling, holding her hand out to him. He took it. Dash, please. He flashed her one of his most charming smiles. But she simply turned on her heel and led him into her office. As I said on the phone, I haven't long. Okay. Hard ass. Dash kept the smile on his face. First things, he sat without being asked and crossed one leg over the other, his relaxed pose incongruous in the tense woman's presence. Bay Tamba sends her regards. Emily Moore's face softened. How is she? Manager less, Dash went on, trying to capitalize on the shift in mood. Which is why I'm here. I see you as the one to take the Ninth and Pine to the next level. You'll obviously work for me, but together we can come up with a PR strategy that can make them the biggest act in the world. He smiled as he finished speaking and waited for her reply. After a few seconds of silence, he finally took notice of the expression on Emily Moore's face. Irritation. Do you use that cookie-cutter speech on everyone you hope to work with, Mr. Hamilton? Her voice was pure ice. Because I can tell you right now it won't work on me. Who do you think you are, coming to my office and telling me what to do? Try asking the question, Mr. Harrison, and saying please. Try testing the waters to see if I'm interested or have the time to manage one of your bands, even if I do know and admire one of their number. Dash rocked back, his eyes alarmed. Emily Moore might be smart and talented, but she was clearly not a pushover. Look, I'm sorry. Whose name do you see on the door, Mr. Harrison? Yours? I don't work for anybody. I work with people who I like and trust. Do you think I was asking what you wanted when I inquired after my friend Bay? Dash held up his hands. Whoa, I'm sorry, okay. I didn't mean to upset you. Please, can we start over? His whole body had released the practice posture of his usual sales pitch, and he was leaning forward, toward her. He noticed the dark green eyes flecked with amber, and the red mouth, drawn in a thin line now, but he could imagine it curving into a wide smile. Her long blonde hair had a wave that made it curl around her shoulders. Through her window came a cool Frisco breeze, rolling in from the bay, ruffling her hair, and making her perfume drift across to him. He became aware that he was staring, and coughed awkwardly. 2 spots of pink had appeared on her high cheekbones. Emily Moore looked away from his gaze. Tell Bay I'm sorry and that I'll call her, please. Okay, this was not good. Emily, please. You can go now, Mr. Harrison. In disbelief, Dash got up and moved to the door. He stopped and turned, but seeing her staring determinedly at her computer, he just shook his head. In less than a minute, the receptionist had deposited him back out onto the sidewalk. Dash could barely believe what had just happened. He'd screwed it up. Well, he said out loud, startling an elderly woman. Damn. He glanced back up at the window of Emily Moore's office. Despite everything that had just happened, he knew he'd be haunted by those eyes. Damn, he said again and reluctantly hailed a cab. Number 1, she thought, don't take out your bad mood on a partner of the hottest recording company in America. Number 2, stop thinking about that partner. 3, oh damn. Maura? Emily's assistant stuck her head in the door. I think he considers himself lucky to have gotten out of here alive. Poor little puppy, she said, grinning. I think you made him cry. Emily rolled her eyes. What's the matter with me? Terminal grumpiness. I wasn't actually asking. But Emily grinned. Gosh, I know I was mean, but what a poser. Maura, her black eyes dancing, flopped into the chair opposite her boss. Cute though. Douchebag. Handsome, filthy, rich douchebag. If you like that thing. Emily sighed, shaking her head at her friend. I have a boyfriend. Who says the douchebag is for you? Maura, a feisty Mexican single mother in her early 40s, loved only one thing above male company, and that was her kids. And Emily. And food. Okay, 3 things. Emily smiled at her. When she'd started her company, she could only afford to employ 1 assistant, part-time. Maura had walked in, cracked a joke, and that was that. She helped Emily set up the company, worked long hours for very little pay, and became the mother Emily had never had. Mother and best friend. Now that the company was successful, Emily made sure Maura was paid back in every way for her loyalty and kindness. And anyway, when was the last time you actually spent an evening with Isaiah? That poor man. You neglect him. Emily grimaced. I know, but what with Henry? How many times have I offered to babysit? Emily said nothing for a moment. Paige called. She's coming home and she wants Henry back. The smile vanished from Maura's face. Gosh. Really? Emily nodded. I hung up on her. I was so angry. Gosh, Maura, why now? She left him. For 4 years. She suddenly felt tears in her eyes. Maura got up and came around the desk to hug her. I don't know what to tell you, Cielito, but I know you have been more of a mother to that boy than she has. He belongs with you. Later, when she was alone, Emily bit back the frantic need she had to call Henry at school. The kids weren't allowed to use their cell phones during school periods, and she didn't want to get him in trouble or have the other kids make fun of him. She couldn't get the thought of him being taken away from her now. When she'd agreed to take him on for those initial 3 weeks, she had already decided, even at that young age, that children weren't in her plan. But gradually, over the 4 years during which she'd seen him grow into a quiet, studious, kind boy, she'd found more in common with her sister's child than she ever had with her sister. Even when he was very young, she could talk to him about things as if he were a young adult, sheltering him from the horrors, of course, but never lying to him about anything. She learned by trial and error what he was ready for. They were a team, she and her young nephew, and the thought of him going back to her unreliable sister made her panicky. She dragged her thoughts back to Dash Hamilton. The last time a man had tried to order her around, she'd told him exactly where to go, and a lot less politely than she'd told Hamilton the same thing. It was in college, and it was her coworker in a small wine bar. Her male coworker hadn't done it again. Dash annoyed her in particular because despite his arrogant manner when he'd walked into the room, she'd taken in his height, tall but not too tall for her 5'0", his wavy mid-brown hair that fell in waves to his shoulder, the neatly trimmed stubble and cornflower blue eyes, and thought, yum. She vaguely remembered meeting him at the 9th and Pines showcase a few weeks back, but she was there to support Bay and didn't speak to him. Also, she was almost certain he hadn't been quite so handsome then. Mind out of the gutter, she told herself. The memory reminded her of Bay, though, and she felt guilty that her friend would be disappointed. She found Bay's number and called it. Voicemail. She was probably in the studio, the album would be launched soon, and she already knew what a perfectionist Bay was. Making her mind up to call her later, Emily went back to work, pushing all thoughts of her sister and Henry, and definitely Dash Hamilton, to the back of her mind. Bay wasn't in the studio. She rested in Tomas Mayer's bed, wrapped in soft sheets, drifting in a contented haze. The sound of his footsteps stirred her as he entered the bedroom. A gentle kiss brushed the small of her back, sending a warm shiver through her. His lips traced a tender path up her spine, pausing at her ear. "Have I told you how stunning you are today, Miss Tamba?" His voice was a low murmur, rich with affection. Bay turned to face him, a sleepy smile curving her lips. Tomas's gaze held hers, warm and admiring, before he leaned in to kiss her softly. "Hello, you," he whispered, his breath warm against her skin, stirring a quiet moan from her. "You're overdressed," she teased, her voice playful. With a grin, Tomas shed his jacket and shirt, joining her in the warmth of the bed. He drew her close, her body settling against his as she nestled atop him. Her fingers wove through his hair, and she brushed a light kiss along his jaw. "How was your all-night session?" he asked, his hands resting gently on her waist. The heat of his touch sent a flutter through her. "Productive," she said, her voice soft. "Though I feel a little guilty. Kim and Pete had to head to work, and here I am, lounging in luxury." She gestured to the cozy bedroom of Tomas's houseboat on Lake Washington, a haven she'd helped him choose. These days she spent most nights here at his warm insistence, wrapped in the comfort of his presence. "With Stu still out there, I want you safe." She'd had no argument to that. Tom gently rolled her onto her back, guiding her legs around his hips and kissing her softly. "I've been thinking you should move in for good. Bring all your things here. What do you say?" They kissed him, sighing as his touch sent shivers through her. "I think, oh, that sounds wonderful, yes, right there, don't stop." Her fingers pressed into his back, pulling him closer. "But I'd want to split the rent." Tom eased her legs apart and deepened their connection, moving with her. They felt her body respond, her limbs softening, her breath quickening as they found their rhythm. Tom smiled, sensing her reaction. "Split the rent? Darling, do you know what this place costs?" He paused, emphasizing his point with a gentle motion. Bay, breathless, shook her head. When Tom told her, her eyes widened. "Okay, maybe I'll just rent a room," she teased. They laughed together, but as their rhythm deepened, words faded away. Afterward, they showered together, debating dinner options, when Dash arrived. The look on his face told them his news wasn't good. Bay grimaced and told them she was ordering pizza and they should grab some beers. While they waited for the food to arrive, Dash filled them in. "I could have asked more politely, I suppose, but she just went off on me. You could have warned me she's a badass." Disappointed as she was, Bay grinned at the image of the cocky Dash being schooled by Emily. Dash narrowed his eyes at her. "Are you laughing at me?" Bay nodded. Yes, I am." Tom sighed. Okay kids, enough. Dash, you need to make this happen. You need to put this right. Emily Moore is who we have chosen to manage the band. Dash nodded contrite. I know. I dropped the ball. Maybe it would help if Bay came with me. Bay opened her mouth, but Tom put a warning hand on her leg. Dash, no. This is your mess. You clean it up. Later, after Dash had left, promising faithfully to get Emily on board, Tom poured them both some wine and they sat out on the deck together, Bay leaning back against him, curled inside his long legs, her head on his chest. Night had fallen, and the lights of all the lakeside properties and the other houseboats glinted off the water. Tom wrapped his arms around Bay and pressed his lips to her temple. I love you, Miss Tamba. She smiled up at him. Right back at you, handsome. She pressed her lips to his. I've never been this happy in my life. Tom brushed a lock of hair away from her face. Really? She frowned. Of course. Why? Tom sighed but kissed her lightly. I've been worried. Since the attack. Since Stu. You seem a little, too okay. Like you don't want anyone to see that it's affected you. I'll think less of you if you display any upset or shock or. Bay had looked away from him, her eyes filling with tears. I'm not shutting you out, I promise. I just want to stop feeling afraid every time I'm alone, or outside the house or the studio. It makes me angry that I'm letting him win. What he did to you, you know I will never let that happen again, right? I don't care if we have to hire a detective to follow him for the rest of his life. He won't get near you. Bay nodded. I do know that. It's kind of why I'm annoyed. I'm angry with myself for even thinking about that creep. His arms tightened around her. Don't be. You have every right to be angry, just not at yourself. Can we talk about something else? Of course. He trailed his lips across her shoulder. Are you mad at Dash? Not really. I'm just disappointed. Maybe I should call Emily myself. Tom shook his head. Not yet. I want to see if Dash can do this. It's probably good that Emily gave him a hard time. He needs the challenge. Emily watched as Henry pushed his food around his plate and didn't eat much of it. He'd been quiet since she'd picked him up from the after-school club, giving her short answers and staring out of the window of the car as they drove home. He read his book on the couch as she prepared supper, silent and chewing on the inside of his cheek. She'd made him mac and cheese from the box to cheer him up, but nothing seemed to work. Subdued, he smiled at him. Not hungry? Henry shook his head and put down his fork. Aunt Em? Yes? What did Mommy want? Emily hesitated for a moment. She's coming home, buddy. From tour. It's finally over. Will she be living here? Hell no. I don't think so. She's got her own home, remember? On the hill? Henry looked away, and she rubbed his shoulder. Is something worrying you, Henry? Because you know you can tell me anything. It's just, she says she's coming home, then she stays for a few days and is gone again. I can't remember what it was like to live with her all the time. Emily's chest hurt. Henry, you know if she does what she says and comes home, that doesn't mean you have to live with her. Do you want to live with her? Henry shrugged, not meeting her gaze. I don't know. Ouch. Well, that's not something you have to worry about yet. If you're finished, you can get down from the table. Have you got any homework? He shook his head. Not tonight. Emily reflected that she always believed him when he told her that. He'd probably done it in his free time at school. He was such a little nerd, so like her at his age, always buried in his books, especially the ones to do with space. Astro nerd, she thought fondly. Well, go wash up then. Want to watch a movie? He shook his head, thanked her, and slid from his chair, disappearing into his room. Another way he was like her, he was a solitary creature. Emily washed the dishes and then checked her emails. Her phone buzzed. Isaiah's handsome face flashed on her screen, but feeling guilty, she let the call go to voicemail. Emily had been seeing Isaiah Chestnut for little over a year. Casual was how she would term their relationship. Isaiah, a tall African-American, elegant, intelligent, and funny as hell, had been in agreement with her that he too wasn't ready for a serious relationship and had never pressured her, but lately she'd been coming up with far too many excuses not see him. Meetings, parent-guardian-teacher conferences, exhaustion. She wondered now to herself if she should cut him loose. He was far too great a catch to be wasting his time with someone as distant as herself. Emily noticed she had a text that she'd missed, but groaned when she saw who it was from. Sheer curiosity made her open Hamilton's message. Emily, I was a jerk. A big dumb jerk, and I apologize. Please don't punish the band for my idiocy. Can we please meet again to discuss you representing them? I'll come to you whenever and wherever you want to meet. My best, Hamilton. Well, Emily thought, that was kind of sweet. Dashiell, she said out loud and grinned. Okay. Call my office and set up a meeting, she typed, then added, last chance, Dashiell. She saw him as soon as she reached the restaurant. He was sitting in the window, the light flooding in, highlighting his glorious pretty boy features. She guessed he couldn't be more than 29 or 30. His skin was smooth and his eyes unlined. Hamilton stood when he saw her and smiled, not the practiced smile of the arrogant young wunderkind, but a genuine, slightly relieved grin. Friendly. Emily couldn't help but return the smile. His hand closed around hers in a firm grip. Thank you, Emily. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me again. Please, he pulled out her chair for her and she thanked him. After they'd ordered, Dash's face turned serious. Look, I want to apologize. Wait, Emily said, her cheeks pinking, you already have. Now it's my turn. You caught me on a bad day. I just had some bad news, and I took it out on you. Yes, you were a little jerky, but I could have handled it better. So I'm sorry. She realized she was waiting for his reply. How he reacted now would tell her what he needed to know. If he gloated, the meeting was over and the 9th and Pine would have to find another manager. Dash briefly touches the back of her hand with a cool fingertip. You don't need to apologize. We've all had those days. Is everything okay? Can I help with something? Emily started to smile. Was this an act? Was he playing with her? Because that reply was just about the most perfect one she could think of. No, thank you. It's okay. Family stuff. Dash nodded sympathetically. His cornflower blue eyes held hers steadily, and Emily began to feel something inside her quiver. Damn those eyes. I get it, he said, unaware of the turmoil inside of her. Family is difficult. Painful. Who have you got? He looked surprised at her curiosity. I'm going to sound like Oliver Twist here, but... Emily flushed again. Gosh, I'm sorry. Dash chuckled. It's okay. My parents died when I was 15, within weeks of each other. My brother Sam died from cancer a few years back. He was about 10 years older than me. He was best friends with Tom and Roman, and he was supposed to be the fourth in quartet, but he died before they could start the company. At his funeral, Tom told me that he, Roman, and Otis wanted me to be their fourth. I'll never forget it. Emily was touched by the open way he told her his story, and his complete lack of guile. And it explained a whole lot about the man in front of her. He wanted to prove himself to his brother's friends. He wanted to repay their faith in him. All this made Hamilton seem less like the billionaire playboy the press painted him as, and more like a lost little boy. Of course, she thought, he could be playing me. But just as she believed Henry when he said he had no homework, she believed Hamilton. And it didn't hurt that her eyes kept being drawn to his mouth with its very smooth-lipped smile. So, Dash said, can I please ask you to reconsider helping me promote the band? I hate to play the passive-aggressive emotional blackmail card, but Bay really wants you. In fact, she offered to come out with me to beg, but I said this was on me. We'd really like to work with you, Emily. Please. It would be our honor. And this time, she could think of no good reason to say no. They gathered her into a tight hug when they met the next week, for the first time since she'd agreed to manage them. Thank you, she said. I mean it. I'm so grateful. Emily knew then that she had made the right decision. She spent the weekend rearranging her schedules and appointments to make sure she had the time to do this, and had spent many evenings buried in paperwork. Henry had been a little star, helping her keep things organized, washing dishes, and even running the vacuum cleaner around their apartment for her. He was excited about her representing the band. He had loved Rocky's single with Bay, and had played it ad nauseum on the MP3 player she'd bought him last Christmas. Bay introduced her to the band, Kim, the blonde guitarist, and Pete Espinoza, the drummer who was as wide as he was tall and as easygoing as a person could be. They'd met in a local diner, and as they chatted, Emily had studied each of them. Bay was almost the same as she remembered from when she worked with Rock, fun, smart, and hugely talented. The only difference now was there was a wary, hunted look in her eyes. Emily had no idea where that came from, but if Bay was going to be ready for the flood of publicity that was coming the band's way, she would need to find out. Pete she liked immensely, and quickly realized that if Bay was the driving force of the band, Pete was the rock and the steady protecting Papa Bear. Kim, Emily had a harder time working out the blonde guitarist. She knew Kim was the offspring of two rock demigods, Charlie and Mac Clayton, but she had been surprised to learn that Kim had very little to do with her parents, hadn't traded on their name, and hadn't been into illicit substances or acting out when she was a kid. She seemed brittle, almost like a ghost in their lives. Now, around her two best friends, Emily could see how Kim could blossom into a confident woman and a rock star of equal acclaim as her parents. Hey all. Sorry I'm late. Dash, dressed casually but expensively in jeans and tee, slid into the booth next to Emily. Emily felt her cheeks burn. Over the last week, she'd been thinking about Dash Hamilton way too much. They'd talked a couple of times on the phone, once late at night when she'd needed to ask him something. That phone call had lasted an hour. Now he grinned at her as if they were old friends. So you getting to know this band of pirates? No. No? They, Kim and Pete exchanged glances as their manager and their PR guy bickered over their album launch. 3 weeks and neither had agreed on anything. It had been pretty funny to watch at first, but now they were getting dangerously close to the album launch, and they didn't have a plan. Dash, his hair sticking up in all directions, was gesturing with his hands. I know how this business works, he groaned. You're not going to sell them on just their talent. We know they're incredible, but we need a hook to get people interested and get the music press talking about them. I agree, but not placing their music for free on a damn reality show. Do I really need to see Spencer and Heidi making out to a great song like Fire for You? No. Emily's hair was only marginally less messy than Dash's. He bugged at her. Spencer and Heidi? When was the last time you watched a reality show? Exactly. Exactly my point. Okay, Grandma, but the young? I want them to appeal to every age group, not just kids who think Kanye is some sort of messiah. Bay leaned over to her bandmates. Do you think they know we're here? The stage whisper made Emily and Dash stop arguing. From their expressions, both of them had clearly forgotten the band was in the room. Dash cleared his throat and Emily sighed. Guys, she sounded exhausted. What do you think? For a second, none of them spoke. Look, I see where Dash is coming from. It's the old any publicity is good publicity idea, but I'm more inclined to agree with Emily. We don't want to give the impression that we can be bought. We need to retain our integrity, even if it takes longer to get traction. Kim looked for confirmation at her bandmates. Yep, Pete nodded, none of us want to be pop stars. We're musicians, and I think that, if we start treating musicians as artists, if Quartet tries something different with its marketing, it'll get noticed. Dash looked at Bay. You too. Bay nodded. 100%. We're not bubblegum, we're serious musicians. We want a career where people are still buying our albums in 20 years, even if they don't buy the singles. Pete was grinning. What Bay is saying is, she wants to be in Pearl Jam. Bay chuckled and mock scowled at him. If you're not careful, I'll replace you with Ed the Ved. He's not a drummer. He played the drums in his ex-wife's band. That restraining order he had on you is still current, right? Dash broke up the laughter. Look, all right. But Ems, throw me a bone. At least let me book them on The Late Show or Saturday Night Live. Emily sighed and ran her hand through her hair. I'll think about it. Now, I have to go back to San Francisco tonight. Can I trust you all not to listen to Dash about anything until we've agreed on it? Dash sighed but smiled. Fine. Look, I have to go out to Tacoma. I'll take you to the airport. After they'd left, Bay grinned at her friends. It's happening. I know. Scary. Kim sat back in her chair and leaned against Pete's big frame. If we can get those two to agree on something, Pete added, throwing an arm around Kim. Bay nodded and was quiet for a time, then grinning, she raised her eyebrows knowingly. They might not agree, but they're totally going to hook up, right? Totally. I know, right? Who wants to bet on how soon? Pete stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out a wad of bills, waving them in the air. I'll take that bet. Emily relaxed back into the seat of Dash's Mercedes. The car glided smoothly along the highway out to the airport, the air conditioning cold but welcome. She felt the breeze flow through her thin shirt. Yes, it's definitely the aircon, she told herself, and not the temptation of Dash's long, lean thigh next to hers, his elegant or well-manicured fingers on the steering wheel. She imagined them trailing up the inside of her thigh, stroking her through her panties, slipping inside of her. Geez, she sat up suddenly. What the hell, girl? You have a gorgeous, attractive boyfriend, and Dash Hamilton, however cute, is a complete womanizer. She stared out of the window of the car, defiantly looking away from his hands, his long legs, and his staggeringly handsome profile. You okay? Yes, sure. Thanks for the ride. Even that sounded dirty. It's not a problem. What are you doing in Tacoma this late? Huh? She smiled at him. You said you were going to Tacoma. Dash blinked. Oh, right. Yeah, just some drinks with the guys. What are you going home to? Kid, she said, suddenly wanting to shock him. It worked. He looked surprised, and she took pity. My nephew lives with me while my sister is on tour. Dash looked blank. Your sister? Is Paige Moore? She finished for him. He looked at her. I never made the connection. Are you sure you work for one of the biggest record companies in the world? She was laughing at him now, and he took it graciously. Touché. But that's so cool. So you look after her kid when she's on tour? Henry. And it's more like, he lives with me and she visits. Occasionally, she added before she could stop the bitterness in her voice. Dash nodded. Got it. How old is Henry? 8, and he's just the most wonderful kid. A dream really, by any parent's standards. He's my mini-me. Dash smiled at her. That's the most animated I've ever seen you. You love him. She nodded. I do. It's weird because I never wanted kids, but when I imagine my life now being without, she broke off, horrified to find herself choking up. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. She felt his hand so warm and dry, covering hers. Hey? She brushed away a tear that escaped. Sorry. Just tired. Tired and emotional. Isn't that what we say when one of our acts is heading to rehab? His grin told her he was kidding, and she smiled, grateful for his effort to break the tension. Excuse me, Mr. Hamilton, none of my acts have ever needed to go to rehab. There's always time. I saw Pete have 2 beers earlier. Scandalous. Regretfully, she saw they were at the airport, and as Dash pulled up to the drop-off point, she turned to thank him again. I told you, no problem. His smile was gentle, and his eyes locked onto hers. A thrill ran through her. Dash? Yes? You don't have plans in Tacoma tonight, do you? His smile split his face. Not one. His humor was so infectious, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, I appreciate it. I'll see you in a couple of days. She got out of the car, but leaned back in when he called her name. Say hi to Henry for me. She smiled. I will. Thanks again. At the terminal door, she turned to see him still at the curb, watching her. She waved as he did, then watched as he drove away. Her feelings in turmoil, she walked into the airport and went to catch her flight. 2.5 hours later, she let herself into her apartment to be met by a very worried-looking Mora. She knocked, and I couldn't think how to refuse her. I'm sorry. I let her in. Emily looked past her into the living room, and her heart sank. Henry sat beside his mother, awkward and uncomfortable as she hugged him with one hand. As Emily walked into the room, Paige looked up and flashed one of her perfect Hollywood smiles. Hey little sis, surprised to see me? Dash drove back into the city, still smiling. Emily Moore was unlike the women he usually had to deal with, both in business and in private. Well, he admitted, how he treated her was different. No posturing and no alpha male behavior. He found he didn't want to be anything but be his true self with her. Despite their different views on how to market the Ninth and Pine, he found her so comfortable to be with, so easy and natural. And gosh, she was beautiful. Her smile when she smiled was infectious, and she looked 5 years younger than her 24. Dash found himself wanting to have grown up with her as the girl next door. He was sure they would have been best friends. Despite her consummate professionalism, he saw that underneath was a woman who hadn't had nearly the fun she should have had. Tonight in the car, it had taken all his self-control to keep from pulling the car over and taking her in his arms. With any other woman, he would have done it. But he had gained far more than a kiss when, because he'd restrained his normal bluff, she'd opened up to him. At home in his penthouse, he looked out over the city. To be here at his young age was still miraculous to him. After Sam had died and Roman and Tom had come to him, he'd been amazed at how much faith they had put in him. He had been working at a Manhattan PR firm under the tutelage of one of the most feared and respected PR mavens in the fashion business, and had already made quite a name for himself due to his outgoing personality and his eye for future trends. Yes, that time was responsible for making his name, but it was when he joined Quartet that his career took off into the stratosphere. Tom had laid out his vision for the company, saying that he wanted it to be progressive and embrace the changes in the music business in a way that their rivals still tried to avoid. Those kids who are illegally downloading the music still go to the gigs and still spend hard-earned money on the band's merchandise. If we champion singers who can actually sing and bands who can actually play, instead of spending millions on plasticizing a generation of girls who should still be playing with their Malibu Barbies instead of wearing false lashes and singing about giving head, well, you get the picture. Dash did get it, and he'd steered Quartet's artists on paths that snake between traditional marketing and original genre-specific plans. So why had he fought Emily so hard when she insisted on marketing the Ninth and Pine for their talents alone? When they had such rich qualities to exploit, Bay's beauty, Kim's famous parents, and Pete's immense size and presence? He had no clue, except that he loved arguing with her, seeing those dark hazel eyes flash with annoyance, and watching the pink flush in her cheeks deepen to that delicious scarlet. He wanted to keep that connection between them, the back and forth. He needed it, because if they had fallen silent for even a second, he would have grabbed her and kissed her so hard her head would have spun. Gosh, he wanted her. He couldn't stop thinking about her, but for all his reputation for being an eager puppy, something told him that this time he needed to be patient. Play the long game. He drained his beer and headed to bed. Soon he thought, if I play this right, I won't be alone. Emily Moore was worth waiting for. Emily closed Henry's bedroom door, then went to face her sister. She hadn't wanted a confrontation in front of the child, so after Maura left, she'd ordered pizza and they'd eaten as Paige held court, telling them stories from the road. Henry kept looking between the two of them, and Emily could see the conflict in his eyes. Some of Paige's stories were made to impress him, and Emily could see they did have an effect, but then he would look at Emily apologetically, as if by being interested in what his mother was telling him, he was somehow betraying Emily. It broke her heart. Now she busied herself, clearing up as Paige watched her. "You know, you could sit down and talk to me." Emily's fists flexed. "What is it you want me to say, Paige? You come back, Henry goes to live with you, and then you decide you need to express yourself again? Same old story." Paige sighed. "Not this time, Ems. I'm tired, I'm sore, and I want my family back. Not just Henry, but you too. You used to idolize me. Now it's as if you can't stand to be in the same room." Emily laughed hollowly. "So you need your ego stroked. Is that it? Didn't you get enough of that from your adoring fans?" Paige rocked back from the anger in her sister's voice. "If that's how you see me." "I don't know how I see you, Paige. I don't know who you are anymore." The sister I knew would never have abandoned her child. Emily felt sorry as soon as the words came out, betraying the resentment she'd been holding back for 4 years. Paige's eyes filled with tears, and she looked away from her sister, reaching to grab her glass of wine. Emily wanted to apologize, but stopped herself. It was better they sorted this out once and for all. She did sit down opposite her though, grabbing her own wine glass and curling her legs up under herself. She wished Maura was still here, or even wait, what? She checked herself. Why would Hamilton being here be of any help? She didn't know, she just... "I do love him, you know," Paige interrupted her thoughts. "I wouldn't change my decision to have him. It was just, I wasn't ready to give up my life and my career. It all happened so quickly." Emily stayed silent, digging her fingernails into her palms to stop from snapping at her sister. She just studied her, the dyed jet black hair and the thick eyeliner that would look ridiculous on Emily but seemed to work on Paige. The kohl-rimmed eyes were weary though, Emily realized, and her sister's whole demeanor was riddled with exhaustion. "What is it you think is going to happen now?" she asked, keeping her tone even. Paige drained her wineglass. "I'm having my people look for houses here, gated communities. Safe places for Henry to live and play. Somewhere he can invite his friends over, or somewhere for him to play sports." Emily smothered a grin. "You really have no idea what Henry likes, do you?" Paige's eyes flashed with annoyance. "Perhaps because neither of you tell me. When I call, all I get is that Henry is doing well in school and that he's healthy. Perhaps if you asked about him, rather than telling us about how your life is so wonderful," Emily snapped back. Paige sighed. "We're not getting anywhere here. No. You can't just swan back into Henry's life and turn it upside down. I won't permit it." "You won't permit it? I'm his mother. And a piss-poor job you did of it." Emily's temper finally burst through. "In case you forgot, I am his legal guardian, and there is no way I'm letting you rip him from the life we've built. He is happy." "With the babysitter? How often are you home late, Ems? How often do you go to Seattle and leave him in the care of your assistant?" Emily stood up. "You need to go now, Paige, before we say things we can't take back." Paige got up, grabbing her leather jacket and heading for the front door. Before she left, she turned and met her sister's gaze, her expression hard. "I want my son back, Emily, and I will do anything to make that happen." Emily met her gaze defiantly. "I will fight you every step of the way, Paige." Her sister slammed the door and Emily cursed, knowing the sound would have woken Henry. When she went to check on him, however, it was obvious he hadn't been asleep at all, and that he had heard every word. His little face was pinched and white, his body curled up in a tight ball. "Come here, you little fraggle," Emily said gently, and he crawled into her arms. "I'm sorry if we upset you. Sisters fighting. What did Mommy want?" He looked at her, and she could see he already knew. He just wanted confirmation. She wants you to live with her again. But you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I want you to know that you can live here with me forever if you want. Henry didn't say anything, but she felt his body shaking, and to her horror, tears started to dribble down his face. Hey. She rocked him gently. There's nothing for you to worry about, Henry, I promise. Whatever she and I fight about isn't your fault. I hate her, Henry mumbled, his face buried in her shoulder, and she felt her heart crack. Don't say that, pumpkin. You don't mean it. Whatever she and I fight about, we both really, really love you, you know? It took another hour before she could get the exhausted child to fall asleep, and by that time, she could barely keep her own eyes open. She changed into her bedtime shorts and t-shirt and fell onto her bed. For a moment, she just lay there. The Californian evening still warm, but a soothing breeze floated into the room and closed her eyes. Then her cell phone bleeped and she groaned. Not now. Not tonight. But when she looked at the message, a smile crept across her face and her whole body relaxed. Hope you got home okay, Ems. Can't wait for Friday when we can resume our battle. Sleep tight, warrior. Kim Clayton moved the last of her boxes out to her car, and then took one last look around the small apartment she had shared with Stuart Lawson. She'd still been in the hospital recovering from the beating he'd dealt to her when he'd vanished from Seattle. Something had happened between him and Bay, but Bay wouldn't tell her what, just that Stu was gone and wasn't ever coming back. But she'd seen the cuts and bruises on Bay's face and body, and fear had gripped her. What had her friend done to protect her? She tried to get the truth from Tom, but his love and loyalty for Bay prevented him from saying too much. It was bad, but it's over, was all she had gotten out of him. Now Quartet had advanced her enough to move somewhere else, somewhere far away from the memory, and she was glad, feeling a weight lift from her. She felt optimistic in a way she hadn't for a long time. Since her hospitalization, her relationship with her parents had improved too, although her dad's mutterings of, "I told you about that SOB," didn't go unnoticed. Hey. Kim started as Bay appeared behind her. She grinned at her friend. Thought you could do with some help. Kim laughed, rolling her eyes. And just as I'd finished packing. Exquisite timing. Bay grinned. Hey, look, you still have to move in. I can help out there. Kim locked the door to the apartment and posted the keys through the letterbox. Bay watched her. Gonna miss the place? Not even one little bit. Come on, let's go see my new palace. Her new apartment overlooked Elliott Bay and was twice the size of her old one. Bay whistled. Very, very nice. Says the woman living in a gazillion-dollar houseboat on Lake Washington. Bay conceded the point but added, It's not mine though. I think Tom would say differently. That man would walk over razor blades for you. Which is why I'm careful not to take advantage. The sisterhood would kill me. Kim winced. Dude, let the man spoil you. You deserve it. Bay grinned. He does. I get to climb all over that beautiful body of his. That's all I want. Everything else is just stuff. Kim laughed and hugged her friend. I'm so happy for you. I really am. You two are perfect together. They flopped down onto the plastic-covered couch and surveyed the boxes they had just lugged from the car. Yoch, Kim said, and Bay laughed. So what about you, Kimmy? Anyone on your radar? Kim shook her head. Gosh, no. I just want to be alone for a long, long time. Chill out, make music with my besties, earn some decent money, and not worry about men. Bay high-fived her. I'll buy you a rabbit, she promised, straight-faced, and Kim laughed. Girl, what makes you think I haven't already got a drawer full of toys? Bay considered. I'll buy you a new rabbit. That's better. But not the neon one. Gosh, is that a thing? Why? They both giggled, and then Kim sighed, looking at her friend. Are you ever going to tell me what happened to make Stu disappear? Bay's expression became closed. You don't need to know, Kim. Trust me. He's gone. Kim hesitated, and then asked the question she'd been dying to ask. Did he hurt you? They half smiled and took Kim's hand. Not as much as he hurt you. Seriously, Kim, it's over. You have nothing to worry about. She leaned over and kissed her friend's cheek. Come on, doofus. Let's get this place looking like a home. Emily felt ridiculously schoolgirly and shy with the knowledge that she would see Dash again the following Friday. They had texted back and forth constantly over the previous 48 hours, sharing ideas for the band, joking, and even a little light flirting. And as she showered on Friday morning, she couldn't help the fluttery feeling in her stomach at the thought of him. She closed her eyes, imagining the warmth of his presence and the gentle brush of his hand. A soft sigh escaped her lips as the pleasant image lingered, then she started slightly as a knock at the door brought her out of her reverie. Auntie M? Emily cranked the water off and got out of the shower, wrapping a towel around herself. She opened the door to see Henry, still in his PJs, looking very forlorn. His cheeks were flaming. What's up, sport? Don't feel well. Emily slid a hand onto his forehead. Geez, kid, you're burning up. Come on. Back to bed. She took his temperature and winced. 101. Where does it hurt, Henry? Tummy and head. Damn. She tucked him back into bed and fetched him some aspirin. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'll call the principal. Just rest. She called the school, then hurriedly got herself dressed. As she tugged her shirt on, she called Dash. Ah, geez, poor kid, Dash said when she explained the situation. Of course you must stay there, but I have a suggestion. Why don't I come to you? We can work between nursing duties, and if you need medicine or anything, I can be your errand boy. Emily smiled. Here was a billionaire businessman offering to fetch and carry for her. So weird. So Dash. Don't you have better things to do? Like conquer the world or satisfy your harem? His laugh was deep and warm. No way. I want to be your slave boy. Also, I kind of want to hang out with Henry and see if he can tell me your secrets. Seriously? Seriously? I can be on a plane and with you in a couple of hours. What do you say? She meant to turn him down, she really did. Instead, incredulous, she heard herself agreeing. Good, he said in a voice that made her stomach warm. See you soon, beautiful. 2 hours later, she opened the front door to find him waiting with a huge grin on his face, dressed in a Thor shirt and jeans, and his arms full of brown paper sacks. I come bearing gifts. Twizzlers, aspirin, books for Henry, contracts, soda, and more Twizzlers because I like them. Also nerds because you're a nerd. Emily laughed, utterly charmed, and waved him in. You shall pass, she intoned, trying her best Gandalf impersonation. Dash looked at her askance. Nerd. Told ya. You're wearing a Thor t-shirt. Emily narrowed her eyes at him, but a smile was playing around her mouth. Fair point. He dumped the bags on the kitchen table. How's the little fella? Asleep? He's in a lot of pain, though. If he doesn't feel better when he wakes, I'll call a doctor. Emily absent-mindedly pulled a package of Twizzlers out of one of the bags and opened it, biting into one of the long red candies. She chewed twice, then pulled a face. Dash grinned. Keep chewing. Don't waste the gold. She grinned. Anyway, Henry's asleep, so we have some time to see what mess you've made for my band in the last 24 hours. Funny girl. Grab your stuff. We're working. Tom took Bay's hand as they left the restaurant, a low-key and quiet seafood place downtown, and they walked back to his car. The Seattle evening was still warm, and there were quite a few people milling around the streets, greeting friends, laughing, or just making their way across the city. Tomas smiled down at his love. Happy, darling. You know it. She reached up and kissed him. I'll be even happier in, say, 10 minutes when we're alone together. Tom laughed. Oh, will I now? I'm all for that, as long as you're right there with me. They had reached the parking garage, and Tom pressed the elevator call button. Bay wrapped her arms around him, her lips finding his as they waited. "I'll be there," she murmured against his mouth, "and all yours, completely." Tom let out a soft groan, nuzzling her neck. "I'm going to love you so deeply, beautiful." It happened in an instant, a sudden flash and a harsh shout of, "What's it like dating the boss, Bay?" as paparazzi swarmed them, pushing and yelling. Startled, Bay gasped in distress as Tom, muttering under his breath, forced the elevator doors open and guided her inside. "Back off," he snapped at the crowd, his voice sharp. The doors closed, shutting out the chaos. Tom hit the 6th floor button, 3 floors above their car's level. He turned quickly, pulling a shaken Bay into his arms. "You okay?" She nodded, holding him tightly. "Yes, heavens. How did they know we were here?" Tom let out a long breath. Someone at the restaurant could have tipped them off. Why wouldn't they approach us there then? Tom held out his hands. "I don't know. Wait." As they got to the 5th floor, he pressed the button for 3. "Hopefully they'll have been fooled by that." When they got out tentatively, on the 3rd floor of the parking lot, they were alone. Within seconds, Tom was speeding out onto the street. They sat back and sighed with relief. That was a rush, and not a good one. He looked over at her, sympathetically. "I hate to tell you this, but that is the kind of thing you can expect when you and the band are taking over the world." "I know, but still, Yuke." Tom laughed but took her hand. "Should I hire some security for the house?" Bay looked alarmed. "Gosh, no. I don't want to live in a fortress. It's just Paps. They'll get bored when they realize that all we do in the evenings is crochet and give each other foot rubs." Tom snorted. "Is that code for nailing each other to the floor?" "Yes, it is." "Then word, sister." Bay laughed softly. "Gosh, I love you, Tomas Mayer. Who knew billionaires could be so goofy?" He made a grotesque face at her, making her shriek with laughter. "Even with that face, I'd still do you," she said, and giggled as he tickled her. A few minutes later, they were back home and inside, pulling each other's clothes off as they kissed their way to the bedroom. Emily looked at the clock. Just after 8 p.m. She and Dash had been working, talking and laughing in between checking on Henry. The boy seemed the same, still hot to the touch, and now Emily was considering calling the doctor. She got up from the kitchen table. "I'll just take Henry's temp again, and if it's still up, I'd better." "Look who's up," Dash interrupted, and she turned to see her nephew, rumpled and flushed, standing in the doorway and looking with uncertain eyes at her guest. Dash grinned at him. "Hey sport. I'm Dash. I'm your auntie's friend. How are you feeling?" Henry looked at Emily, and she nodded encouragingly. "I'm thirsty," he mumbled but gave Dash a little smile. Emily grabbed some juice from the fridge, then sat Henry on her lap as he drank it. She felt his forehead again and grimaced. "You're still hot, little buddy. Your belly still hurt?" Henry nodded, but his eyes were riveted on Dash's t-shirt. Dash pulled it out so he could see the artwork properly. "You like Thor?" Henry nodded and mumbled something shyly to Emily, who smiled. "He says he does, but the Hulk is his favorite." Dash leaned forward. "When I first met your auntie, I got her so mad that I thought she was going to Hulk out on me." Henry laughed, and Emily grinned. "Don't believe a word he says, Henry." Henry stayed on Emily's lap until he fell asleep again, listening to the adults talking softly. Emily carried him back to bed and settled him while Dash cleared up their paperwork and washed their cups. She smiled gratefully at him. "Should I order takeout? Are you hungry?" "Good thinking." They ordered Chinese food and ate it on their laps, chatting easily. They'd worked out a schedule of marketing the 9th and Pine that pleased them both. Emily was surprised at how much Dash was prepared to compromise, and when he couldn't, he didn't bully or harangue, but make his case in such a way that she could see his position clearly. And gosh, he was such a goofball, ribbing her gently and making fun of himself. He told her about Sam, she told him about her family and Paige, but mostly about Henry. Before she knew it, it was past 11 p.m. Dash glanced at his watch. "I'd better stop monopolizing you," he said regretfully. Are you going back to Seattle tonight? She was a little bemused, and more than a little sad that their evening was over. Dash shook his head. I'll grab a hotel room. He got up to go. Wait, if you don't mind the couch, you're welcome to stay. What? What was coming out of her mouth? Emily didn't know, and in that second, she didn't care. She just didn't want him to leave. Dash looked pleased. Really? In that case, I'd be glad to. She nodded and couldn't stop the smile on her face from spreading wide. Good, I'll get you a blanket. When she came back with the blanket, he had stripped down to his t-shirt and shorts. Trying not to look at his legs or his underwear, she gave him a spare toothbrush. You know where the bathroom is. Help yourself to anything you need. He took the items she was offering. His fingers brushed hers, and their eyes locked for a second. Emily looked away first. Good night then. In bed, her body felt shivery with tension and longing. The thought of him being a room away, half-dressed, sleepy, his dark eyelashes on his cheeks as he slept, gosh. She allowed herself a fantasy of going out there, dropping her robe, and climbing on top of his body, neither of them speaking or making a noise as they were intimate, just dissolving into each other, skin on skin, lip to lip. Emily turned over and sighed. Stop it, she told herself firmly. You have Henry to consider. And Isaiah. Gosh, Isaiah. She needed to reach out to him and tell him it was over, whatever it was between them. She couldn't feel this way about someone else and string a good man like Isaiah along, it just wasn't fair. She finally fell asleep at just after midnight, but woke a couple of hours later, thirsty. Chinese food always did that to her. She got up, wrapping her robe around her, and padded to the kitchen. As she moved through the living room, Dash turned over on the couch and she saw he was awake. Hi, she whispered. I didn't wake you, did I? Can't sleep? Are you uncomfortable? No. He smiled. I'm just getting some water. She went into the kitchen, her heart thudding against her chest. She grabbed a glass, filled it and downed it, wanting to cool the fire that raged inside her. She felt him behind her, then his hand slid around her waist, gently turning her around to face him. She gazed up at him in the gloom of the night, thought she'd never seen anything quite as beautiful. Dash smiled soft and tender and tilted her chin up. His lips met hers and she was lost. Her entire body trembled as they kissed, the warmth of his lips sending a shiver through every nerve. He gently parted her robe, his hand brushing her skin, then leaned down to kiss her collarbone, tender and deliberate. Emily sighed softly, pressing closer, her hands gliding over his back, feeling the strength beneath his shirt. Dash, she whispered, her voice full of longing. He lifted her gently, setting her on the countertop, easing her robe from her shoulders, and trailing kisses from her throat to her chest. When his lips found her skin, Emily gasped, gripping the counter's edge, her senses overwhelmed by his touch. Dash scooped her into his arms and carried her to the bedroom, settling over her with care. He tugged his shirt off as she eased his shorts down, their movements soft and urgent. I want to be with you, he murmured, and she nodded, breathless, reaching into her nightstand for protection. Dash smiled warmly, taking it from her and preparing with ease. Then he kissed her deeply, their bodies joining in a slow, intimate rhythm. Emily's breath caught as they moved together, her hands tracing his shoulders, craving his closeness. Dash. She sighed as he held her, their connection deepening, her body rising to meet his, wanting every moment of his warmth. In an instant, everything shifted. A piercing, heart-wrenching scream of pure agony shattered the moment, a cry of torment from the next room. Henry, Emily gasped, and they parted quickly. She grabbed her robe, dashing out of the room, Dash close behind, tugging his shorts back on. Henry was thrashing on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably, his body racked with pain. Emily scooped him up, but he flailed against her, lost in delirium. Henry, sweetheart. Henry. I'm calling 911, Dash said, his eye wide with alarm. Emily calmed Henry down and took his temperature. She moaned when she saw it. 104, gosh. Screw the ambulance, Dash said, and pushed her aside to pull Henry into his arms. Go grab some clothes. I'll drive you myself. In the car, Emily tried in vain to soothe Henry, talking to him and wiping his burning forehead with a towel. Dash sped through the city toward the nearest ER. As they carried Henry into the emergency room, a doctor came to greet them. And in a flash, Henry was on a gurney having his vitals taken. Emily didn't realize she was shaking violently until Dash clamped his arms around her and whispered urgently into her ear. "Sweetheart, breathe. Breathe. They're going to look after him. He's going to be okay." Emily leaned against him, grateful, but too terrified for Henry to feel anything but fear. The doctor came out to see them. He was a young Indian doctor with a British accent and a kind face. "It looks like appendicitis, which is scary to witness and bloody agony for the patient, but very routine for us. We're taking him into surgery now." He looked at their disheveled state and grinned slightly. "We have a private room that you two could, wait in if you like." Dash kept his arm around her as they waited, but there was nothing but friendship in the gesture. He seemed as worried about Henry as she did. Emily closed her eyes and leaned against him, feeling his lips against her temple. "He'll be okay, right?" The arm around her tightened. "You bet he will be. He'll have the very best care there is. Don't worry about that." Emily felt the tears come then, from the kindness in his voice and her sheer exhaustion. He held her as she wept, her tears soaking his t-shirt. Eventually, her sobs turned to hiccups and she wiped her face on her sleeve. She gave him a watery smile. "She wants him back. Paige, Henry's mom. She wants him back." Understanding registered in his eyes. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, she wanted to tell him everything. As she explained the situation, she could see the anger and disgust in his eyes. "Geez," he said when she was finished. "What a piece of work." "Sorry," he added apologetically. She shrugged. "No offense taken. She is a piece of work." "What does Henry think?" "He won't admit it, but I think he's curious about her, about the woman he remembers as his mom but who he doesn't know." Emily sighed. "But he's terrified she'll make him live with her, that he'll have to leave his school, his friends and me. He's at such a delicate age, Dash. I'm scared that any big change will scar him." "Oh crap," she gasped. "I should call Paige, I never thought." "Why don't you let me handle that?" She touched his face and smiled. "You are the sweetest man, but no thank you. I have to do it." Dash left the room to give Emily privacy while she called her sister. He went to the water fountain and splashed some on his face, wondering how Henry was. Poor kid. He'd had appendicitis when he was 11 and knew the searing agony of it. Dash walked to an open window and looked out at the dawn breaking over the city. The last 24 hours, damn. His life had changed. It was that simple. It wasn't just that he and Emily had finally been intimate, glorious even if it had been interrupted, but that she'd let him into her world and her little family. She had trusted him. It was a new feeling for Dash Hamilton. Dash Hamilton gave the impression he was a confident, almost arrogant man, but the truth was, he was lonely. With his adored older brother Sam being gone, he had looked to Tom, Otis, and Roman for friendship. Most of his own college friends had married or moved away from Manhattan. Roman, the oldest of the friends, was a solitary figure, quiet and reserved. Otis could be a little too snobby sometimes. It was Tom who Dash had bonded with most of all. Since Tom had fallen in love with Bay, however, he hadn't been around as much. But Dash couldn't blame anyone but himself for his isolation. He never got too involved with women, fearing the attachment and the loss of losing someone he loved again. But Emily Moore had gotten under his skin from the first day in her office, and now. "Dash?" He turned to see her smiling at him. Her eyes were tired and sad, but she looked beautiful in the glow of the early morning light. He went to her, took her in his arms, and brushed his lips against hers. "Is your sister on her way?" Emily nodded, her head against his chest. "She'll be here in an hour. Look, Henry's going to be in surgery for a while. Should we go to the cafeteria and get some coffee? I mean, you don't have to stay if you don't want to. She looked at him with uncertainty. Hush your mouth. He smiled. Lead me to your feasting hall. After their cell phones buzzed persistently from early that morning, Tom had grabbed them and tucked them under the bed. He was too captivated by his beautiful girlfriend to deal with interruptions, he told Bay, who smiled down at him. Tom slid his hands around her waist as they moved together, their connection deep and intimate. Her skin glistened softly as they shared their closeness, and he traced gentle patterns across her stomach, admiring the graceful way she moved. You're stunning, he murmured, and she responded with a tightening of her embrace, her warmth enveloping him. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed a soft pink. He encouraged her to deepen their rhythm, and as she let out a quiet sigh, he felt a wave of intensity building within. His fingers brushed rhythmically over her skin, feeling her respond to his touch. They tilted her head back as they reached their peak together, Tom's hands steadying her hips as their shared moment surged through them. Finally she eased beside him, catching her breath and pressing a tender kiss to his lips. Oh, if we could just do that all day. Tom laughed, biting gently down on her slender shoulder. I'm getting old. You'd exhaust me. But I would enjoy it, I suppose, he added as an afterthought, and Bay punched him lightly. A phone rang in the house, and Bay looked surprised. What the hell? I'd forgotten I even had that installed, Tom said mildly, not moving. Let the answering machine get it. Bay kissed his peck. When have you got to get to work? Tom grinned. Unlike your lotus-eating creative types, I have meetings from 9, so I'm out of action all day. Bat grimaced. I'll just have to go to the studio. She sighed dramatically. When will this toil ever end? She grinned at a laughing Tom as she slipped from the bed, avoiding his reach as he grabbed at her. Why don't you grab a shower? I'll put some coffee on. Yes, boss. Funny girl. In the kitchen, Tom filled the coffee maker while he listened to the voicemail message. Halfway through, he stopped. Tom, Bay, it's Roman. Look, there's no easy way to say this, but you're all over the news and a lot of it isn't good. Look, they're making a big deal of the fact that you're sleeping together, and that the Ninth and Pine are suddenly a huge deal. You can guess the rest. Call me when you get this. Tom cursed loudly. So I'm a tramp, is that it? He hadn't seen Bay standing in the doorway of the kitchen, wrapped in his robe. She looked as if she might cry, and he went to her immediately. No one thinks that. This is the kind of horse crap the tabloids come up with. They think it will encourage us to give them the real story, do exclusives to set the record straight. It won't work. She nodded, and he could see she wasn't reassured, but he really didn't know what else to tell her. Is it just online or? She picked up the remote control to the flat-screen TV on the wall and flicked it on. So what do we think? Is Fire for You about the gorgeous Tomas Mayer? The jabbering idiot on the entertainment channel was clearly enjoying herself, talking to her perma-tanned co-presenter. I'd say so, Dreama. After all, wouldn't you write a love song about your billionaire boyfriend if he'd just landed you the record deal of your dreams? Tom made a disgusted noise and gestured for her to turn it off, but Bay shook her head, her expression pinched and angry. These women live in the 21st century, right? Ignore it. It's trash. Those screeching harpies will be all about someone else tomorrow. Pure jealousy. Bay gave a humorless laugh. Jealous because I get the billionaire and the record deal with my magical, yet gold-digging vagina? Tom was annoyed then. No, jealous because you're talented, Bay. Do you think we'd be together if you were anything like what they're describing? Would you be with someone who would buy you a career? Bay shrugged. No. But it doesn't stop other people's opinions being colored by this crap. Every time we're interviewed now, I'll feel as if it's some sort of trap to get me to admit my dastardly ways. Tom went to her. Which is why we hired Emily, remember? Look, go shower and I'll call her. When he called Emily, the call went straight to voicemail. Hey Emily, Tom Mayer here. Look, I've got a major PR problem and a very skittish girlfriend. Can you call me back when you get this, please? The coffee in the hospital cafeteria was surprisingly good. Emily and Dash sat opposite each other at a small table, watching the room fill with staff coming on and off shift. Dash reached over to loop a strand of blonde hair over her ear. You're exhausted. No more than you. You've gone above and beyond for us. Thank you. My pleasure. Their eyes locked then, and Emily felt her whole body respond as Dash leaned forward to kiss her. He said. Definitely my pleasure. She grinned. You are so cheesy. He nodded, resigned. I know. Emily took a deep breath in. Dash, before anything happens with us, anything more I mean, she added, grinning shyly. I have to tell you. I'm sort of seeing someone. Well, not really, but there has been someone we're romantic partners. Dash grinned as she choked on her coffee. Emily wiped her chin, laughing. If you like. But he's a good friend and a good man. Out of respect for him, I want to settle things between us. Dash nodded. Understood. He didn't say anything more, and suddenly Emily was nervous. Not that I'm expecting anything, Dash. You know that, I'm not presuming that. I want you. His voice was soft and low, his gaze riveted on her. I want you in every way, Emily Moore. If you'll have me. She smiled, bashful but delighted, and was about to say something, when she heard the voice she'd been dreading calling her name. Her sister had arrived. Afterward, Emily swore blind that Paige had flown into the hospital room, scarves trailing behind her, and prostrated herself on Henry's bed crying, My son? My darling boy. Mama's here. Dash grinned at her over her breakfast table. It wasn't quite like that, but yes, that was the impression. Paige, of course, had loved the mother role, especially when suddenly the hospital staff was extra accommodating to the star in their midst. Emily felt shoved to the side as Paige cooed and fawned over her son. Henry was barely conscious, his eyes gummy from sleep, opening and closing and looking at Paige in astonishment. Mom? Paige smiled fondly down at him, smoothing his damp hair away from the child's face. Darling, you're in a hospital. You've had surgery for your tummy ache. Appendicitis. Do you know what that is? He's 8, Paige. Of course he does. Paige ignored her sister. I was very worried. I want Auntie Emily. Paige was quiet, and Emily saw her lips tighten. I'm here now, darling. Auntie Emily is just there. Look. Henry reached up to Emily as she bent to kiss him, and Paige got between them, pushing him back on the bed. Careful, darling. Careful. The doctor had to give you a little cut on the tummy to get the bad part out. It needs to heal. You need to be careful of the stitches. Emily ground her teeth but smiled at Henry. How do you feel, champ? Sleepy and thirsty. Paige made an almost comical grab at the water beside his bed before Emily could reach it. Here you go, Henry baby. Emily saw Dash at the door, stifling a grin. When he met her gaze, he rolled her eyes, making her smile. Paige looked up to see the handsome man at the door, and Emily watched in amusement as she switched into seduction mode. Who's this? Emily introduced them. Quartet, huh? They wanted to sign me years ago, but I was loyal to Sony, you know? They gave me my first break. Dash put his head to the side. Really? How many years ago? Emily choked back a snort of laughter. I don't remember. 10, 12. Dash looked at Emily and winked. Paige sniffed and turned away from him. Dash went to the bed, grinned at Henry. You okay, buddy? Henry was dropping again, but he managed a nod and a wave before his head flopped back onto the pillow and his eyes closed. Paige motioned them out of the room. Best if I stay with him for a while. You two have been wonderful, but as I said to the doctor, he'll need his mother now. Emily had vented her spleen about that last comment the entire ride home, and as soon as Dash pulled the car up to the apartment, she suddenly laughed. Gosh, that felt good. Dash poked his ears. Are they bleeding? I think they're bleeding. They were still laughing when they got into her apartment, but then an awkward silence fell. They were alone. Would you like some coffee? Dash nodded. That would be good. Over coffee, maybe? Emily glanced up, a playful glint in her eyes. You're trouble, you know that? Guilty as charged. He followed her into the kitchen, his voice softening. Look, I respect where you're at. Just don't keep me waiting too long. He caught her gently as she turned to start the coffee. And I'm not so patient that I'll pass up a chance to steal a kiss. Her heart fluttered as he leaned in, his lips brushing hers, his fingers tangling lightly in her hair. His eyes fluttered shut, his warmth wrapping around her. Oh, she needed to call Isaiah soon and sort things out, because the pull of Dash's closeness was almost too much to resist. She eased back with a teasing smile. I'm trying to be good, Dashiell. Keep tempting me, and I might just forget myself and fall for you completely. She moved away from him then, and almost as an afterthought remembered her phone was switched off. She grabbed her purse and pulled it out. Her voicemail was full. Damn, she said, alerting Dash. What is it? Something must have happened. My messages are insane. She listened to the first one and groaned. The press is doing a number on Bay and Tom. She's freaking out. Oh damn. Dash sighed, his face grim. Well, I guess we go back to work. So you're saying we do nothing? Bay looked tired and stressed, but was nodding along with what Emily and Dash were saying. I think if we make a fuss or react in any way, we'll make it worse. We need to treat it for what it is, gutter journalism. No one who matters cares what they say. Why our fans, your true fans, really don't give a crap who you're screwing. Dash smiled at her. Bay considered. If you're sure. They will ask about Tom in interviews though. Even the respectable press. Emily pushed her breakfast plate away. Just say the truth. Yes, you are in a relationship, but you'd like to keep it private. Dash squinted at her. Yeah, because that'll shut him up. Emily poked her tongue out at him. Quiet, Dashiell, the mistress is speaking. Bay's eyebrows shot up and she smothered a grin. You heard her, Dashiell. Women. But Dash was grinning. Bay smiled to herself. Maybe she had won the bet after all. Emily and Dash were so easy with each other, so relaxed, they reminded her of Tom and herself, always teasing and kidding around. So the plan is to do nothing. Yup. That's right. What we do have to talk about is the album launch next week. Emily grinned at Bay's stricken face. Relax, this is the good part, I swear. The buzz is already building, Bay. This part's going to be easy, I promise. Bay still looked green. I'll trust you, but I don't really want to discuss the launch without the others. Are you free tomorrow? Emily nodded. Sure thing, but I do need to get back to Frisco today. I'm picking the munchkin up today, she said to Dash. And then, afterward, I've got to go do that other thing. They exchanged a look Bay didn't understand. I'll take you to the airport. Emily smiled at Dash. Thanks, that would be great. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Bay watched Dash watching Emily as she walked across the diner to the bathrooms, then nudged him. You are smitten, Hamilton. Dash grinned back, unabashed. Like you wouldn't believe. Is this how you felt when you and Tom met? Bay smiled, remembering. I couldn't think of anything else but him. All this really exciting stuff was happening with the band, and all I could think of was Tom. Is it like that for you? Dash smiled. Exactly. Bay leaned over the table and grabbed his hand, her eyes shining. I'm so happy for you, Dash. Although, obviously. If I hurt her, you'll beat me up. Damn straight. Dash laughed. I'd like to see you try, shorty. Emily made her way back to the hospital, almost in a daze. She'd gone straight to Isaiah's gym straight from the airport, expecting to be there for a couple of hours at least, explaining herself. It hadn't worked out like that at all. Isaiah had greeted her with a wide smile, and when she had stammered out that she thought they should part ways, he had put a hand on her shaking one. "Girl, chill. I kind of figured when you hadn't called for a month. We never said we were serious or exclusive. We friend-zoned each other way before we even started, if we're honest." Emily felt a weight lift. "Really?" Isaiah laughed. "Really? Listen, I have to get back to work, but look, if nothing else, I'd like to stay friends, so check in from time to time. You up for that?" "Definitely." She threw her arms around him, the sheer relief of his generosity making her tearful. He hugged her and whispered in her ear, "Whoever he is, he's a lucky guy." Now, as she made her way up to Henry's hospital room, she shook her head. How did she get so lucky with the men in her life? Isaiah Henry - she felt blessed. She smiled at the nurse who had been assigned to Henry. "How is he today? I'm hoping you'll let me take him home soon." She stopped when she saw the look on the nurse's face. He glanced over at the doctor who was talking to a colleague. "Miss Moore, the doctor will be over to talk to you in a second." A cold spike of fear drilled through her. "Why, is Henry okay? Is he okay?" She heard her voice climb a few decibels. The nurse held his hands up. "Henry is absolutely fine. I'm sorry to worry you. It's just gosh, look." He motioned for her to come closer. "I shouldn't be saying this. It wasn't my decision and I argued against it, but the doctor let her take him." Emily's heart stopped. Let who take him? But she knew. Without waiting for an answer, she brushed past him, ignored the doctor who reached out to stop her, and threw open the door to Henry's room. He was gone. Paige had reclaimed her child. Dash got there a couple of hours later, by which time she'd talked herself into an icy calm. She filled him in on what had happened, boiling it down to the basics. Paige had worked her charms on the doctor and he'd allowed her to take Henry home, to wherever home was. She'd called Paige, who had calmly explained that Henry was okay and was going to stay with her in her penthouse suite for a while. "After all, Em, you're working all hours at the moment and Henry needs full-time care. This is the best solution." Emily reined in her temper. "I want to see him." "You're welcome at any time, Emily, of course. Henry's not a prisoner. He's allowed visitors." Her sister's high tinkling laugh made Emily want to smash the phone to pieces. "Visitors?" she repeated now to Dash. "I'm a visitor. Not the person who's raised him for the last 4 years. A visitor. That woman knows exactly what she's doing." Dash moved to her side. "You okay?" She shook her head. "No, Dash, I'm not. I'm mad. I'm pissed as hell. And I'm going to fight her for full custody of Henry." Dash nodded. "I think that's a good move, but can I sound a word of caution?" Emily drew in a couple of deep breaths. "Okay, but carefully." Dash grinned, stroking her cheek. "You can beat me afterward if you like, but listen. Fight as hard as you can. I will back you up all the way. So will all your friends. But don't put Henry in the middle. She will try to do that, and every time she does, however hard it is, you back off. Let her win the little battles so you can win the war. In the meantime, we keep a record of every time she tries to pull a trick, play dirty, or tries to use Henry as a pawn. Then when you get your day in court, we'll have the upper hand. When you're with Henry, forget everything else but being with him in the moment. Listen to him and ask him about his life. Be his best friend without trying too hard." Emily was staring at him in amazement, and suddenly her eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry." Dash looked confused. "What for?" "For misjudging you so entirely when we met. Gosh, Dash, what you just said to me. The arrogant little douche that came to my office is a million miles away from who you really are." "Thanks," he said dryly and then laughed with her. She kissed him softly. "I mean it." "Who was that?" Because that's not the man I'm falling for. Emily's arm slipped around Dash's neck as their lips met, his embrace tightening with quiet devotion. I'm falling so deeply for you, Dashiell. Her voice was a soft confession, stirring his heart. Dash lifted her gently, carrying her to the bedroom, their shared longing guiding them. They shed their clothes in a quiet rush, tumbling onto the bed in a tender embrace. His hand found hers, their fingers lacing together, and he felt the warmth of her closeness. Don't wait, she murmured, her breath catching. I need you now, please. Dash's smile was soft, his pulse quickening as he leaned in, kissing her deeply. With a gentle motion, they came together, their connection fueled by mutual desire. Emily's touch was fervent, her arms drawing him closer, their movements perfectly in sync. Her fingers pressed into his shoulders, her lips seeking his in a passionate kiss. As their intensity grew, Dash held her hands gently, his gaze locked on hers, their shared rhythm building. Emily, he whispered, his voice rich with feeling. She sighed, caught in the warmth of his words, her heart racing. Their connection deepened, a wave of shared emotion cresting as they held each other close, lost in the moment. Dash rested his forehead against her neck, catching his breath. Emily pressed soft kisses to his shoulder, her hands tracing the lines of his arms. In the quiet warmth of their embrace, words were unnecessary, their bond speaking in the stillness. I should really learn to cook, Bay said idly as she drove Tom and herself home. We spend too much money on takeout and restaurants. My aunt would murder me if she knew I wasn't making you roti or biryani. Maybe I should learn to cook challah for you. Tom looked at her bemused. My mom would be pleased. But you don't have to. She grinned at him. I'd like to blend our traditions. I love that idea. I love you, he said, leaning to kiss her. He sat back and fidgeted with the glove box. Bay rolled her eyes. It had been her idea to drive for once, but Tom was a terrible passenger. She told him that. I'm hurt, he said, clutching his chest in mock outrage, and she giggled. A few minutes later, she was pulling into the carport of their houseboat. When he got out, Tom made a big show of checking the car for damage, and Bay was play-fighting and giggling when they both heard the clang of a trash can being tipped over in their yard. They stopped and stared into the gloom of the yard. Something flashed and Tom was running. Get in the house, Bay. Do it. Bay hesitated, wanting to go after him and help him, but she knew Tom would be angry if she didn't do as he said. He was paranoid about her safety. She went into the house, but hovered by the door, ready to help Tom if he needed it. A few seconds later he appeared, looking pissed. It's okay. Just some damn pap going through our trash. Bay gaped at him. That's gross, what the hell? Tom shut the door behind and locked it. Gutter rats, he muttered, going into the kitchen and washing his hands. Bay stood behind him, rubbing his back and trying to calm him. Tom, would you feel better if we lived in one of those penthouse suites, surrounded by security? I mean, I always thought it was odd you being, who you are, and... Tom suddenly smiled. Not living the stereotypical life of a billionaire? Well, Bay hesitated, then chuckled. Yeah, I guess I do mean that. I mean, I look at Dash and he subscribes to every stereotype there is. On the outside. Tom smiled and motioned for her to follow him into the lounge. As they sat, he continued. Dash, well, he's still finding his way. Sometimes it's easier to stick to the stereotypes while you find your way. He's still very young, only a couple of years older than you. But you didn't follow the crowd, Bay said, studying the man she loved. He was such an original, such a beautiful soul. Her man. Her heart. Tom inclined his head. Yes, but I'm stubborn. All I ever wanted really was to be involved with music. I never wanted the big houses or fast cars. But you live in $1 million houseboat and drive a Merc, she teased him. Hey, I just said it wasn't my ambition. Doesn't mean I don't enjoy the riches. All I care about is that you're safe and warm and loved. She crawled across the couch and into his arms. I feel all those things and I wish the same for you. She kissed him, tenderly and softly. Tom sighed. Honey, we can expect more of what happened tonight when the album drops. The buzz for the band is already insane. And although I hate that this is an issue, the fact that you're my girlfriend and totally drop-dead gorgeous means that the intrusion on your life is inevitable. The fact that all of three of you have something that they'll latch onto is inevitable. Pete is gay, and however much it shouldn't be a talking point, it will be. I know, he said as she rolled her eyes and looked annoyed. It's the 21st century, and it shouldn't even be a concern, but we have to be realistic. The tabloids are jerks. They'll pick his life apart, and yours and Kim's. Her thing is her parents. There will be constant comparisons and constant attention. It is what it is. Bae let her head fall back onto the couch. Gosh, all we want to do is make music for a living. I know, but... Yeah. Well, thank God we have Emily and Dash to save us from the worst. They make a cute couple, huh? Tom raised his eyebrows. You matchmaking? She shook her head. I forget you don't see them together as much as we do. Major chemistry. I mean major, like you and me. Tom chewed his lip, looking worried, and Bae, grinning, smacked him with a pillow. Hey, don't you dare give me the let's keep it professional speech. We didn't. Tom laughed. I guess we didn't. He pulled her closer and kissed her. Let's go to bed, Bygenthy, and I'll show you again just how unprofessional I can be. Even before she opened her eyes, Emily savored the warmth of Dash Hamilton's embrace, his skin against hers, his fingers resting gently on her stomach, and his lips brushing her shoulder as he slept beside her. His other hand clasped hers, his arm draped over the pillow above her head. She opened her eyes, gazing at the ceiling. Last night had been, without question, the most passionate of her life. Her body felt utterly relaxed, every nerve soothed, every inch of her cherished. Dash was a deeply attentive partner, and their connection had swept her away completely. She turned to study him in the soft morning light. His chestnut hair was tousled and slightly overgrown, his dark lashes resting against smooth cheeks. When he opened his eyes, she knew she'd lose herself in their deep blue, crinkling at the corners with his warm smile. As if summoned by her thoughts, Dash stirred. Hey beautiful, he murmured, his voice rough with sleep. He leaned over and kissed her. Sorry about the morning breath? She giggled, returning the kiss. Same here. Dash sighed contentedly. Do I ever have to leave this bed? Emily laughed. Well, I'd prefer you use the bathroom for certain things. They chuckled together. Actually, I'm parched, Emily said, reluctantly slipping from his arms. Coffee? Right behind you. Emily poked her head back into the bedroom. Your spare toothbrush is still where you left it. I get the hint, he grinned, easing out of bed. Emily's gaze lingered on him, his broad chest, long legs, and toned frame. What a night, she thought, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. That was all mine. She caught Dash's amused glance, clearly enjoying her admiration. Maybe water's better, he said, stepping toward her. Quicker. Then a shower, a steamy one where I'll get you all soapy in clothes. Emily rushed back into his arms. Forget the water, Dash. Just hold me. Now. Afterwards, they remained close in the steamy aftermath of their shower, arms wrapped around each other, the sound of the water fading into a comfortable silence. They eventually moved, a tangle of limbs and soft laughter, finding contentment on the bathroom floor, a shared smile passing between them. Kim Clayton waved merrily to Pete as he drew up outside her apartment. Pete, opening the passenger door, whistled as he took in the neighborhood quartet had moved his friend too. Very nice. You would have known that sooner if you and Hank ever came over, but you're always so busy lately. Kim grinned at him as she buckled up. Pete kissed her cheek. Sorry, honey, some stuff has been going on. Nothing to worry about, he added when he saw her frown. Just stuff. Kim relaxed. Gosh, can you believe it's here? We're actually releasing the album tonight. An album. Our album. She giggled and Pete laughed. Geez, I know, right? The kids in my class are so excited that their teacher is going to be a rock star. They've all told me their parents are sick of them reminding them to buy the record. Kim hooted. Good thing Roman insisted Bay remove all of her cursing then. Pete grinned. Who knew our little Baijanthi had such a potty mouth? That's 'cause she's getting laid properly. Word. What about you then? Any prospects on the horizon? Kim rolled her eyes. No, thank God. No disrespect, but I've had my fill of men for a long time. Anyway, they'll be groupies. She grinned at Pete, who sighed dramatically. What have I done to land myself with two such corrupt bandmates? And me so innocent too. Pete drove them towards the Quartet Seattle offices. That night, the Ninth and Pine would officially release their debut album, and all three of them were excited and disbelieving in equal measure. Kim's cell phone buzzed, and she frowned as the caller ID came up as blank. Hello? Hi. Her stomach dropped. Stu? What do you want? She glanced at Pete, but he was concentrating on the road. Hey, listen, I just called to say, gosh Kim, I'm so sorry. I can't tell you how ashamed I am, or how desperately sorry. What I did to you was unforgivable. Unforgivable. Kim digested this. Okay. I just wanted to hear your voice. Kim's eyes narrowed and she looked out of the window so Pete couldn't see her. I can't talk right now. Can I call you later? I'm busy later. I heard about the album launch. Congratulations, Kim. You deserve it. Thanks. So? Find 5 minutes. That's all I ask. I'll be on this number all day. I'll think about it. Thank you. I miss you, Kim. She hung up and sighed. Damn it. She felt herself withdrawing into the frightened woman she had been when Stu had beaten her, emotionally and physically, into submission. Pete steered the car into the underground parking garage under the Quartet building. He looked over to her. You okay? Kim nodded. Just a random hookup I can't get rid of, she said lightly. She held her breath, but Pete seemed to accept that. Upstairs, Bay met them grinning. Kim noticed how relaxed her best friend was. She glowed with happiness, her café au lait skin shining with radiance. Not for the first time, Kim felt a pang. She knew she herself was attractive. Her blonde hair falling in a platinum curtain down past her breasts, her face finely sculptured, but sometimes she envied Bay her soft beauty, those dark eyes that made people feel loved and comfortable in her presence. Her own beauty was definitely a more brittle thing. Bay tucked her arms under her friends. And by the way, Emily and Dash are already here, and I think you'll find, my fine friends, that you owe me money. They've definitely done it. Pete and Kim laughed. Pictures or it didn't happen. You, Pete. Pete's laughter, loud and deep, bounced around the corridor. In a manner of speaking, of course. Hushing them, Bay quietly opened the door to the conference room. Tom and Roman had disappeared, and only Emily and Dash were in the room, kissing. Bay, grinning, closed the door gently. Pay up. Crowing, she took her friend's money and danced around the corridor in a victory dance as her friends laughed at her. Inside the room, Dash broke off the kiss, regretful but smiling. If we don't stop, he said when she pouted, I'll have to take you on this table, and that door doesn't have a lock. Emily sighed and stepped away from him. Good point. Gosh, I'm nervous. Why? Dash pulled out a chair and sat down. Everything's planned to the last minute. Starts at 7 p.m. Roman introduces the band, Tom does his thing, the band plays the 3-song set, everyone claps and cheers, and we all get drunk. Then we wait for midnight to see how it hits the iTunes chart. If it hits the iTunes chart. Dash grinned. With the both of us blanketing the press and radio, how can it not? Buzz is better than I've seen for any act we've championed, even Rocky. Emily smiled and shook her head at him. Don't tell her that. Is she coming tonight? She was supposed to, but she called Bay earlier and apologized. Her partner is pregnant and sick, and the kids need some stability. How many do they have? 7. 7? Dash was incredulous. How the hell does Rocky find the time to be a mother, a partner, and a top 5 rap star? Emily looked smug. She is a woman, Dashiell. That is all. Dash laughed and saluted her. Of course. Speaking of kids, how's Henry? He's almost fully fit, she said with a smile. We went to get ice cream yesterday, and he ate 2 huge scoops of mint chocolate chip. Then at home, he threw them up. Luckily, and I can't believe I'm saying this, it was Paige's home and not mine. How did Paige take the news of the custody suit? Emily sighed. She said she expected it, and that even if I thought she couldn't parent Henry effectively, she would spend the time between now and the court date proving otherwise. Now that she's between contracts, she said, she had all the time in the world to devote to Henry. I said a few words that were probably not helpful about her losing interest at the next opportunity. She didn't seem to hold it against me, though. And that pisses you off? Emily tried to smile. I know it shouldn't, and that this is all good for Henry. It's just, I want her to mess up so I can say, see? I'm a better mother. I just miss him. Dash pulled her into a hug. I know, sweetheart. I wish there was something I could do. She looked up at him, her eyes shining. You are doing something. You're here, you listen, and you help me immeasurably. Which is why I'm falling so hard for you. Dash smiled, smoothing her hair back behind her ears. That's what I like to hear, and just so you know. He leaned in to whisper in her ear. I've already fallen. So many emotions flooded through her that she couldn't speak. Joy. Oh, Dash. She choked up and he caught her mouth with his, kissing her until she gasped for air. The Paramount Theater at the corner of 9th Street and Pine was alive with concert-goers that evening. All the faithful fans from their covers days had been invited to the album launch, as well as music press and industry insiders. It was another hour before the event was due to start, and Kim left her 2 band members in the dressing room and snuck outside with her phone. For 5 minutes, she stared at the screen, debating whether to call Stu back. What are you doing? She asked herself, but then found herself dialing his number. Sweetheart. Hey. Thank you for calling. I've been waiting to hear your voice again. Stu, tell me. What is it you want? Just to talk. No, that's crap, Kim. I love you. I want you back. Kim laughed, then a mirthless sound. Stu, I'm hanging up now. No, wait, please. I know I've messed up, but what did you do to Bay? She had to ask the question. She had to know. Stu was silent for a time, then laughed softly. It all comes back to that skank, doesn't it? What is your deal with her, Kim? Do you want to sleep with her? Is that it? And the true colors show themselves. Stu, don't call. Don't call, don't even think my name again. It is over. Goodbye. She ended the call, feeling free and light. She considered the palpable feelings that were lifting her whole body, and laughed. It was truly over now. She had the closure she wanted. She looked at her cell phone, then walking to the nearest dumpster, dumped it inside. She was a rock star now. She could afford a new one. Kim breathed in a lungful of fresh Seattle air, and went inside to join her friends. Emily found Dash waiting for them in the green room. Hey beautiful, he said. What a night. She grinned. Weren't they incredible? I swear they get better every time I see them. You're not wrong. Are you coming out to the stage? Most everyone has stayed to hear if the album's charted, even the fans. The building people decided to let them stay because the band's given them so much publicity. The manager even told me that ticket sales had gone up so much, they're thinking about expanding. Dash smiled. You're rambling, you know that, right? He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her softly. I'm just so excited. I love this moment. She kissed him back, sighing as his hand slid gently along her waist. You know, he whispered between kisses, this door has a lock. Giggling, she watched as he reached over and turned the lock. She leaned into him as he drew her closer, and in moments they were pressed together, his arms lifting her gently against the wall. Their movements were tender yet urgent, her breath hitching as they moved in sync. "Love me deeper," she urged, and with a warm grin, Dash obliged, holding her close and deepening their connection, their shared passion building until they both sighed in unison, lost in the moment. Up on the roof of the theater, Bay and Tom were in each other's arms too, both staring at each other in amazement at the evening's events. "You did it," Tom said softly. "You're a success, baby." "If I am, it's because of you." She kissed him. "I love you so much, Tomas Mayer. I can't ever repay what you've done for me." Tomas smiled a strange smile, and he took both of her hands in his. "There is a way," he said slowly, and when he met her gaze, she could see the burning passion in them, the absolute love for her. "Before we go back inside, before we join our friends and find out just how much of a superstar you are, I want to look at you. Just here, just now. My beautiful Bay, my life began the moment I saw you. Marry me, Bay. Marry me and make me the luckiest man in the world." There were tears dropping down her cheeks, but she was smiling, radiant and glowing in the moonlight. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, Tom, I will marry you." He pulled her into his arms and kissed her, his own tears mingling with hers. "I love you. I love you so, so much." Bay tangled her fingers into his hair, and they were so involved in kissing that they didn't hear the door to the roof opening, and didn't notice Roman Ford as he spotted them. He cleared his throat, embarrassed, and they broke apart, laughing at Roman's scarlet face. He grinned at them. "Sorry to disturb you, it's nearly midnight." Tom stood behind Bay, his arms around her waist. His new fiancée looked as scared as her band members. Emily smiled over at her, trying to calm her down. Kim and Pete stood hand in hand as Roman called up the iTunes chart. Then they started a countdown to midnight, and the whole crowd joined in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the eponymously titled debut album from Seattle's own, The Ninth and Pine, is officially released. The normally reserved Roman whooped, as the three band members looked at each other in amazement. "It really happened," Emily said, and Dash, his hand on her back, laughed. "Of course it did, honey. Now all we have to do is wait to see if it hits the download chart." During the next few minutes, while Roman refreshed the chart, there was tension in the room, the noise down to a low buzz. With the help of the theater's technicians, Roman was casting from his laptop to the screen overhead so everyone could see the chart. At first, every time he refreshed the chart, none of the top 10 albums changed. Then on the 14th try, they did. There was a gasp in the auditorium, followed by the briefest silence. Then the room exploded. The Ninth and Pine's debut album had entered the download chart at number 1. Kim screamed and Bay and Pete whooped with joy and hugged all of their friends. At one point, Bay hugged Emily hard and whispered, "This was all you. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Emily watched the celebrations with tears in her eyes. It had never felt this good, getting one of her acts to the top. They were such a lovely bunch of people, and it was because of them that she met Dash. His arm snaked around her waist from behind. "Congratulations, sweetheart," he whispered in her ear. "Look what you did." She turned in his arms and kissed him hard on the mouth. "I love you, Dashiell Hamilton." She had no fear in saying the words as fiercely as she felt the emotion. Dash smiled, his eyes shining. "Well now, I love you too, Miss Emily Moore." The rest of the night passed in a blur. The next few weeks were frenetic with appearances and interviews, so much so that Emily found herself totally unprepared for her court hearing. The day before, she managed to grab lunch with Dash. "I don't know what to do," she said, barely touching her sandwich. "Paige has played this perfectly and timed this perfectly too. I know I sound paranoid, but it was as if she knew I'd be overwhelmed with work and unable to care for Henry. If Paige hadn't been here, Henry would have been with babysitters nearly the whole time. Gosh." Dash stole a French fry from her plate. "Sweetheart, if I could wave a wand." "I know." She sighed. "Guess all I can do is show up and make my case tomorrow." Dash chewed his fry thoughtfully. "Can I ask? Have you asked Henry what he wants to do?" Emily looked surprised. "Well, he wants to stay with me, of course. When I went to see him the other day, he asked me when he was going to come home. Dash nodded. Okay. She studied him, suddenly nervous. Why? Do you think otherwise? I just think you should ask him. He's had time to get used to being back with his mom now. Things might have changed. Irritated, Emily crumpled up the greaseproof paper that her sandwich had been wrapped in. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed, Dash. He held up his hands. Just looking out for the kid. Later, on the plane back to San Francisco, Emily couldn't stop thinking about what he had said. Maybe she should ask Henry. She had been so busy fighting her sister that she hadn't stopped to think about what Henry might be feeling. As soon as she landed, she called Paige and asked if she could come straight over and talk to them both. Oh yes, her sister said, and Emily was shocked by the anger in her voice. You can certainly come over, Emily. We need to talk. An hour later, Paige opened the door and Emily could see the anger in her face. Paige stood aside to let her in, and Henry ran into her arms. She hugged the boy tightly. Oh, I have missed you, Pumpkin. I missed you, Auntie Em. Come see my room. Henry took her hand and dragged her along to his room. Even though it was a hotel room, Paige had had it decorated to suit Henry. There were planets and stars on dark blue paint on one wall, vintage posters from the space race on another, and bookshelves on the final two. Emily felt tears prick her eyes. Yes, it was all material things, but she wished she could have done this for him. For some reason, she didn't feel that this was Paige buying Henry's affection. No, this was, she hated to admit, an expression of love. And Henry obviously loved it. He showed her around proudly. After a moment, Emily turned to Paige. Do you mind if I take a moment alone with Henry? I want to ask him something. Bae zipped up the simple white dress and turned to face Kim. She grinned when she saw her friend's face. Stop blubbing. You'll look all blotchy in the photos. At 8 p.m., Tom would come to pick the two women up and drive them to City Hall, and then Bae Tamba would marry Tomas Mayer in a simple ceremony attended by the couple, Kim as her maid of honor, Pete, who would give her away, his husband Hank, and Roman, who would serve as Tom's best man. Her one condition for marrying him so quickly had been a small wedding with minimal fuss. Tom had agreed immediately. With their schedule so hectic, this was the first of 3 days the band had cleared. Bae and Tom's honeymoon would be spent at home. But naked the whole time, she told him, and he smiled. He'll be even happier when he sees what I'm wearing for the honeymoon, she grinned to herself, thinking of the supple leather harness she had gotten from the adult store just for the occasion. You want kink, Mayer, you're going to get it. Kim shielded her eyes as Bae twirled for her. Geez, Holy Mary, the glow coming from you, it's blinding me. Bae grinned and swatted her. Funny girl. She went into her bathroom, deftly avoiding Kim's reach, and looked at her reflection in the full-length mirror. Her freshly washed and dried hair hung down past her waist in mahogany waves, and her skin glowed against the white of her simple dress. It fell to just above her knee. Kim, standing in the doorway, whistled. You look beautiful. That man does you good, Miss Tamba. You bet he does. How long have we got? A half hour? Gosh, it's hot in here. I'm going to open the back door and get some air. Kim shooed her out. Good, because I need to pee. Bae stepped into the living room and opened the doors to the deck. A cool breeze from the lake swept over her, soothing her warm skin. In just a few hours, she'd be married. To Tom. A smile spread across her face as memories of last night flickered through her mind, his tender kisses, the gentle brush of his fingers against her skin, the warmth of his embrace as they held each other close. His whispered words, fervent and true, I love you. I love you. She stood there, heart full, lost in the promise of their shared forever. Bae Tamba didn't know it was possible to be this happy. Emily closed the door behind her and went to face her sister. Paige had poured them each a glass of wine and was sitting, cradling hers, her fingers twisting the stem of the glass nervously as she waited for Emily. Emily thanked her for the wine and dropped into the seat opposite her. For a long moment she didn't speak, seeming to struggle to form the words, then she leaned forward. What you've done here for Henry in these last weeks is incredible. Not just the room, and not just giving him warmth and comfort. You've given him your time. I cannot fault you in any way. Today I realized I hadn't asked Henry what he wanted or who he wanted to live with. And I made the decision that whatever Henry wants is what Henry gets, regardless of my feelings. Or yours. Paige blinked, and Emily realized she was trembling. I can agree to that. Emily smiled, tears in her eyes. And he wants his mom. He wants to live with you, Paige. Of course he does. It doesn't mean he loves me any less, but the boy should be with his mother. It's just, I haven't exactly been the maternal type. People change, Emily. I know, and I have to give you a chance. Henry's been the bigger person here. He gave you a chance. And you proved yourself. Paige gulped a mouthful of wine. So why did you send your pit bull in this afternoon? Emily's eyebrows shot up. Excuse me? Hamilton. He was here, offering me a multi-million-dollar contract with Quartet Records, if I give up custody. She leaned forward, fury in her eyes. How am I supposed to know this isn't another trick, Emily? How am I supposed to trust you ever again? Kim finished up in the bathroom. Gosh, this place is utter luxury, she called out to Bae as she washed her hands. I've got to get me some houseboat action. Here's hoping the album sells millions. Bae didn't answer and Kim grinned to herself. How about I move in next door? Bae didn't answer again, and this time Kim went to find her. Come on, it'll be cool. Maybe we could get Pete and Hank to buy one too. Bae? Bubba? She walked into the living room and stopped dead. Stu smiled at her. Hey girl, he said casually. His left hand in Bae to the wall by the throat, but it was his other hand that Kim could not take her terrified eyes from, his right hand with his finger poised on the trigger of the gun that was pressed against Bae's stomach. What the hell? Emily was floored. Tried to buy Paige off? Was he kidding? She shook her head, not believing it, but knowing without a doubt that Paige was telling the truth. Her sister was looking at her with uncertain eyes. You really didn't know, did you? Emily shook her head. I would never have sanctioned that. Never. What the hell was he thinking? Paige drew in a deep breath. He's very young and he's in love with you. Maybe he thought. By using blackmail? I do not believe him. Paige, look. I'm going to call my lawyer and withdraw my case. Henry should be here. Paige got up and went to her sister, hugging her tightly. Thank you, Emily. For everything. Not just this, but for the last 4 years. Hell, for the last 8. I would never have done any of this without you, and it's down to you that Henry's grown up to be such a wonderful kid. He can come stay for holidays, or any time you and he want, all right? An hour later, Emily, saddened but glad the situation was sorted, left Paige's building, her cell phone clamped to her ear. She got Dash's voicemail. I know you're in San Francisco, Dash, and I know why. Come to my apartment. Now. So this is simple, love, Stu said, his tone friendly and chatty. You go and get in my car, and I won't put a bullet in her belly. Easy, yes. Kim started to shake uncontrollably. Please. Please don't hurt her. Stu, please. Bae started to struggle with Stu, but he pressed the long silencer on the muzzle harder into her stomach and she winced. Kim gave a small cry. Please, Stu. He turned dead cold eyes toward her. You have 5 seconds or she's dead. Kim floundered around. You won't get away with it. The neighbors. They'll hear any gunshots. Stu laughed and waved the gun at her. Silencer, love. I could empty this whole clip into her, and they wouldn't hear a thing. Kim cried out at his words, but Bae swore at him. He cuffed her around the face and turned back to Kim, who was sobbing. Please, Stu, please. She's getting married today. Please leave us alone. I'll meet you tomorrow. I promise. Go get in my car. When I hear you sound the horn, I'll let her go and join you. Bae shook her head. No, Kim, don't. He won't do it. He's too much a coward. Shut up, skank. His spittle flecked her face, and the pressure on her throat tightened. Kim stepped toward them and Stu turned a rage-filled face towards her. Go now or I'll kill her. Go now. Okay. Just please, if I do this, promise me you won't hurt her. His smile was silky. Of course. All I want is you, darling. I don't want to hurt anybody. Bae gave a disgusted noise at his lie, and Stu turned his cold eyes on her, challenging her. Kim gave Bae a desperate look, then ran out of the front door. Stu didn't release his grip but smiled at Bae. She's right. You really do look beautiful in that dress. Screw you. If you hurt her. Stu laughed. I'm sorry to ruin your wedding day, but you ruined my life, you damn tramp. They both heard the sound of the car horn. Stu released his grip and immediately, Bae drove her knee into his groin. Stu roared, and as she tried to dart around him, he grabbed her and threw her to the ground. Damn you. He aimed the gun at her. Bae on her back froze, and for a long moment they stared at each other. Then Stu smirked, his eyes dead and cold. You don't know how long I've waited for this moment. Goodbye, Bae. At least you'll be a beautiful corpse. And he pulled the trigger. Dash was waiting at her door as she got back to her apartment building. Wordlessly, she opened the door and let him in, walking into the kitchen and putting her bag on the table, her movements deliberately calm as she tried to quell the anger inside her. Dash had obviously guessed why she had called. His face was drawn and his eyes were hooded and shamed. Emily. Shut up. Just shut your mouth. Who the hell do you think you are? Dash stayed silent and let her rant. Blackmail? Blackmail, Dash? In what world did you think that was the way I wanted Henry back? No, don't answer. I'll answer for you. Because you think, Mr. Spoiled Rich Boy, that money solves everything. Never mind the feelings of the three people actually involved. Mr. Dash Hamilton will swoop in and solve it all with his big pile of crisp new dollars. Wait. Shut up. We are talking about a child, Dash. A child, not a bargaining chip. Geez. She held her head in her hands and took deep breaths in. There was a silence in the room for long moments while they both stood, listening to their breathing and hoping against hope that their hearts weren't about to be broken. As the bullet slammed into her belly, Bae's body jerked with the impact, arching upwards, then slumping backward into unconsciousness. Blood poured from her wounds, soaking the delicate cotton of her white dress and pooling underneath the stricken woman. Stu lowered the gun. He felt no fear. In fact, he felt a rush of adrenaline and grinned to himself. Tomas Mayer would be the one to find her when he came to pick her up. What he'd give to see his face. She's dead, son of a gun. She's gone. Happy wedding day. Kim heard the shots and screamed, scrabbling at the door to let herself out of the car. She started towards the house, then as Stu bore down on her, she yelled and cried out for help. Just as Stu brought the butt of his gun down on her head, she heard someone else shout. Help was coming. Save her, Kim thought as she succumbed to the darkness, save her. Emily finally looked up, and Dash was horrified to see how hard her eyes looked. You should go, she said softly. Henry's staying with his mother. You need to go. Dash panicked. No, wait, Em. It's over, Dash. No. His body felt as if he were going to collapse. No. I'm sorry I did that, but it was only meant, gosh, I guess I thought. His body slumped. You're right. It was a stupid thing to do, and I apologize. I panicked. I wanted to give you the world. I don't want anything in that way, Dash. I just wanted to trust you, and I don't. It's over. Please go. He was desperate now. I love you, Emily. She smiled through her tears. I love you too. But it isn't enough. Please, Dash, go. Dash Hamilton stared at the woman he loved for a long moment, then silently walked out of the apartment. He hadn't realized heartbreak would feel like a death. Bae woke, a haze of agonizing pain. The room was too quiet. Her ears rang from the concussion of the gunshots. She moaned, gently putting a hand on her ruined belly. "Geez." She groaned as her hand touched the torn skin and felt the blood pumping from the wounds. It felt like an inferno was raging inside her abdomen, the pain searing, making her gasp for breath. "Gosh," she whispered. She had to get help, get to a phone. Kim. Stu had Kim. Bae knew that she might not survive this, but Kim could. Kim would, she could help it. And Tom. She moaned. "Oh gosh, Tom, I love you so much." The thought of his pain made her pull her body across the floor, searching for her cell, or anything to attract attention. She wondered how the hell the bullets, fired point blank into her, had missed her spine, and how she could still feel her legs. Every movement was agony. Ironically, the pooling blood helped her slide across the wooden floors. She saw her purse overturned across the room, and a small glimmer of hope started. She pulled herself along, clutching her wounds and trying to stop the blood-black spots threatening her vision. Her chest felt tight and darkness was coming. They managed to pull her purse toward her, but as she did, she saw her cell beneath it and all hope left her. Stu had smashed it. They moaned. "No one's coming to help you." She felt the darkness coming now, and the strength in her body leaving her. "Oh gosh, Tom, I love you, I love you." Tomas had probably broken all the speeding laws as he sped through the city, but he hadn't noticed. All he could think of was seeing her, getting to the city hall, and marrying the hell out of her. Bae. Every time he thought of her, a ribbon of warmth and certainty would curl in his stomach. "I'm yours," she had told him, and he kept reliving those words, belief and disbelief mingling in the best way. Now, as he was pulling up to the sidewalk near the houseboat, his excitement grew. He glanced at his home. He couldn't quite believe that she was there, waiting for him. He slammed the door of the car in anticipation, and halfway ran up the staircase. He walked around the balcony and to the deck doors. It was only as he approached the door that something seemed wrong. He frowned. The door was ajar. Maybe she had opened it in anticipation of his arrival, but with Stu still out there and unstable, he doubted she'd do something so reckless. And the quiet. Too quiet. His pace slowed and he pushed the door slightly. "Bae? Sweetheart?" No answer. His heart started to beat uncomfortably hard. "Kim? Anyone here?" He walked into the house and stood, listening for a second. "Bae?" A haze hung around the apartment. Cordite. He'd recognize that smell anywhere. "Gosh, no, please." All he could hear was the pounding of his heart. "Bae, sweetheart, it's me. You here?" He took a deep breath in and stepped into the house. The breath was knocked from his body when he saw the blood smeared across the wooden floor. It took his brain a few seconds to tell his eyes to follow the path of the blood across to the living room. He saw her lying prone, facing away from him. "Bae? Geez, Bae." He darted to her side and nearly recoiled at the sight of her blood-stained body, the paleness of her olive skin, and the pain etched across her face even while she was unconscious. He could see straight away that she'd been shot by the 3 telltale wounds in the center of her abdomen, and the gunshot residue around the holes in her dress. No. No. No, gosh, no. He gathered her into his arms. She was still breathing, barely, and Tomas fumbled for his phone while he stared into her still face. Quickly, he gave the emergency response the details. "They're on their way, sir. We already got a call about a disturbance. Hang on in there." He dropped the phone and pressed his hand against the wounds, trying to keep her blood from spilling out any further. "Gosh, Bae," he whispered. "Please don't leave me now, I just found you. Live. Breathe. Please." He choked back a sob, pulling her closer and burying his head in her hair, breathing her in. In the silence he could hear her tiny gasps for air, and his heart cracked wide open. Geez, who would do this? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to listen for sirens and trying not hear her desperate fight for life. Trying to pretend, even as she lay broken in his arms, that she was merely asleep and not shot and dying. It was only when he opened his eyes that he saw it. In her blood on the floor. She'd obviously written it before she lost consciousness, even then looking out for someone else, for someone she loved. Don't let him hurt Kim. Tomas's heart cracked. Stu did this. Stu shot Bay. Of course. Of course. Emily groaned as she heard a knock at the door, and when she pulled it open, she could barely believe it was Dash. Fury rose in her. What the hell, Dash? Dash held up his hands, and she noticed how deathly pale he was. Wait, he said in a broken voice. This isn't about us. It's Bay. She's been shot. Stu shot her and now Kim is missing. Geez. Emily, shocked to her core, lunged forward automatically as Dash began to collapse in her doorway. Her mind could not compute the horror. Her friend. Her client. Bay. Bay was shot and Kim was missing. Emily felt all of her anger drain away as she and Dash clung to each other. Is she? They've taken her to the hospital. Tom's a mess. Emily, I'm so sorry. Emily shook her head. How bad is it? How many? She couldn't get the words out. Dash tightened his arms around her. She was shot multiple times. That's all Roman said. Multiple times. They don't know if she's going to make it.
Crazy for you.
Shay Groves clamped her hand over the microphone of her cell phone and cursed loudly. Count to 10 slowly, she told herself. It was the same old crap. Jason was holding up the divorce again, out of nothing but spite. Oh, he said it was because he still loved her, and that he wanted to work things out, that he wanted to try counseling. Nonsense. Jason just hated to lose and to look like the bad guy. Then you should have kept your thing in your pants, jerkwad. Shay gritted her teeth and answered her lawyer. You still there? I'm here. Look, he has half the money, the house and the car. If he doesn't sign this time, take everything off the table and tell him he'll get nothing from me. Then in 2 years, I'll sue for divorce and cite infidelity. In the meantime, I won't stop talking about his infidelity to our friends, his work colleagues, hell, the press. That will show Mr. Big-Time Rockstar exactly how serious I am. She ended the call and let out a low roar. She stood on the roof of the hospital and looked out over the beautiful city of Portland, Oregon. When she'd gotten here 2 weeks ago, she had been used to the frenetic pace of Cedars-Sinai, Los Angeles, with its rotating intake of the rich and famous. That was where she had met Jason Klein, the biggest star in country music. At first she had been utterly professional, but over time he had worn her down with his easy charm and 1,000-watt smile. I cannot date a patient, she had said firmly, but Jason grinned at her, a twinkle in his eye. His leg was still in plaster, fractured from when he had fallen off a stage in San Francisco, but he was going home to rehabilitate. The horror of never seeing him again had overridden any last doubts, and when he was released they had dated, fallen in love, and gotten married in the space of 2 months. Jason had cheated on her less than a week later, and he hadn't been shy about it. She had walked into their bedroom, her shifts having changed at the last minute, and found him being ridden by a girl who couldn't have been older than 20, and who screamed as she bounced enthusiastically on top of Jason. Shay had stood there, a sense of inevitability settling over her. Without a word, she had gone to the closet, pulled out her suitcase and started shoving clothes in it. It had still taken the romantic partners on the bed another few seconds to realize she was there. In fact, it wasn't until the flash went off on Shay's camera phone that they uncoupled with a shock, Jason staring in disbelief. Baby, please. Shay waved the phone at him. Caught on camera, dillweed. If she knew anything, she knew that Jason's good guy reputation meant the world to him. Jason reacted by leaping from the bed and making a grab for the phone. Shay whipped it behind her back. Won't do you any good, she smiled. Already send it to the cloud. Damn you. His spittle had misted her face. The groupie in the bed had whimpered. And just like that, it was over. Now she was about to start a rotation under the mentorship of Otis Ford, the most renowned and respected orthopedic surgeon in America. He had been surprised he hadn't interviewed her, rather letting his assistant, Helen, make the decision. Shay had liked Helen immediately, her warmth and efficiency calling to Shay's sensibilities. She went back inside and went to Helen's office to see if she wanted to go for a coffee. Since she'd been here, Helen had become her confidant, even a mother figure in some ways. She soon discovered Helen was an activist as well as a surgeon, championing African American women like herself in the medical world. Shay had to ask her the question, "Is that why you chose me?" She looked into Helen's warm dark brown eyes, so like her own, and saw nothing but genuine friendship. "No," Helen said firmly, "I chose you because you were by far and away the best candidate. But," and she grinned, "if you hadn't been the best candidate, I would have been on you until you were the best candidate." Shay had wanted to hug her, tears springing into her eyes. She had missed this. Since her mother had died so suddenly, a simple fall turned to pneumonia, in her first year of medical school, she had deliberately squirreled herself away. She knew many of her cohort thought she was aloof and arrogant, but she didn't care. Jason had been the first person to get through to her for years. And look how that had turned out. No, Shay Groves was all work all of the time, but her friendship with Helen was one she cherished. Otis Ford, well, she hadn't met him yet. He was on vacation on his private island, no cell phones and no laptop. He was completely off the grid. Helen told her he did this a couple of times a year, just to clear his head. Shay knew his work, of course. Who didn't in this field? Otis was a superstar. She had Googled him after the interview. 43, twice divorced, olive skin, and such thick dark eyelashes he looked like he had eyeliner on. She squinted at his photo. Nope, they were his natural lashes. Geez, I would kill for those, Shay thought, studying the rest of his devastatingly handsome features. He stared into the camera with confidence and not a little arrogance, his expression showing his impatience with having to stand there, as if he had much more important things to do. Which he did. Shay read down his list of accomplishments and whistled. Badass mofo, she grinned to herself. She was surprised, though, when she read that he was also a quarter partner in Quartet Records, along with his twin brother Roman and 2 friends. She hadn't realized he was tied to the music business. She'd had her fill of that for a lifetime. She knocked on Helen's door. The older woman was staring at the TV screen, a look of shock on her face, but she waved Shay in. "Isn't this awful?" Helen's voice was shaking, and Shay glanced at the screen. Helen turned the sound up. Once again, this just in, the lead singer of the Ninth and Pine, the hottest band on the iTunes chart, Bay Tamba, is in a critical condition in a Seattle hospital after being repeatedly shot in a home invasion. The 24-year-old was attacked in the home she shares with her fiancé, Quartet Records head honcho Tomas Mayer. A suspect has been identified, and police will issue a statement shortly. This is a breaking story. Stay tuned for updates. Helen groaned, and Shay looked at her. Helen's eyes were filled with tears, and Shay got up and went around the desk to hug her. "I'm sorry, Helen. Do you know her?" Helen shook her head. "I know Tom, but I've never met his fiancé. Gosh, this is dreadful." "Listen," Shay held her hand. "The guys in Seattle are great. They'll take good care of her, I'm sure." Helen nodded. "I know, but this would have to happen when Otis is incommunicado. Damn, I had better call Roman." Shay left the room to give her some privacy. She felt sorry for Helen. It was an awful thing to happen, especially to a young kid like that. 24, geez. At 32, Shay still felt like a kid herself. She hoped the young woman would pull through. The expression on Tom's face was one Roman Ford would never forget, utter and complete devastation. His friend's clothes were stained with red, his face and hands soaked with his romantic partner's blood. Tom, all 6'5" of him, was crumpled in a chair in the waiting room, his head down and his eyes closed, waiting for news on Bay. Emily Moore sat beside him, rubbing his back, her own face drawn and gray. Dash was slumped opposite them, staring into the middle distance. Pete, Bay's friend and band member, was being comforted by his husband, Hank, who was as wide and tall as Pete was. The couple stood at the far end of the waiting room, and Roman could see that Pete had been crying. It looked so wrong on the big man that Roman's heart went out to him. When Emily had called and told him, he hadn't been able to process the news at first. Stu Lawson had shot Bay and kidnapped Kim. The police were looking for him. Bay was in a critical condition. Tom had found her. It was that last sentence that had spurred him into action, his desperate need to be there for his best friend. Now, as they waited to hear from the surgeon, Roman cursed his own brother who was down in the Caribbean, out of reach on that damned private island he'd bought. "We need you, I need you, Bay needs you." He went to Tom's side and sat beside his friend. Tom seemed to have aged 100 years in the space of a few hours. His finely angled face was hollow-cheeked, the fear in his eyes raw. Roman could not imagine what he had gone through in the last few hours when he should have been celebrating his wedding to his beautiful girl. Bay had been shot while she wearing her wedding dress. The thought made Roman want to hurl, the heartlessness of it, the cruelty. "Tom?" His friend looked up, and Roman tried not to recoil from the heartbreak in his eyes. "Hey, buddy. Look, I'm going to fly down to the island and haul Otis' ass back here. Bay needs him." Tom nodded gratefully. "That would be good. Really good." He looked at his watch. "They've been operating for hours," he said softly and shook his head. "They can't save her, can they?" "Don't think like that," Roman said fiercely. "Don't? She's in the best place, Tom. If they're taking their time, they're doing everything they can." He hoped he was right. Now, on the private jet hurtling towards the Caribbean, Roman closed his eyes. Damn it all to hell, why hadn't they gone to the police the last time Stu had attacked Bay and beaten Kim? Because Kim wouldn't let them. Roman wondered if the blonde guitarist, Bay's best friend, was even still alive. He found himself hoping she was, because when they found her safe and well, he wanted to drag her to Bay's bedside and say, Look what you did, by not letting the police have Stu." He knew it wasn't fair, that Kim could never have known the lengths Stu would go to, that she was just a scared kid too, but hell, one phone call and Bay might not have 3 bullets in her belly right now. Roman hissed in frustration. He hated this, hated feeling helpless, useless. As the plane began its descent onto the tiny island runway, he leaned his head back against the seat. "At least this is one thing I can do. I can do this." Shay woke to find her beeper going. She had only been in bed for an hour after a long 48-hour shift and groaned as she picked it up. 911, call Otis Ford. She picked up her phone and dialed, suddenly wide awake, her heart thumping. "Groves? Good. Pack a bag, say for a week. A car will be by to pick you up and bring you to the airport. You're coming to Seattle to assist me. See you in a couple of hours." The phone clicked in her ear and she hadn't said anything but, "Yes?" Shay grinned in bemusement. "Well, hello, nice to meet you too, doctor." She rolled out of bed and went to the shower. She knew what she was headed for. Otis was flying in to be Bay Tamba's guardian angel, and he was asking her to help him. She was flattered, but at the same time, she'd be around music industry people again. Gross. She drew in a deep breath. All that mattered was that Bay Tamba was okay. The rest, she would have to deal with. Emily Moore rubbed her eyes, they felt gritty and raw. Dash Hamilton draped an arm around her shoulders. "Look, you should get some sleep, baby." She moved enough that his arm was left hanging. "I'm fine." Awkwardness hung in the air between them, and she hated it. A few days ago Bay had been fine, Kim was safe, and she and Dash were happily in love. But that was before Stu decided to kill Bay, and before Dash had tried to blackmail Emily's rock star sister Paige into giving up custody of the son she had previously left in Emily's care. Emily knew Dash had meant well, but he'd risked not only her relationship with her sister, as fragile as it was, but Henry's happiness. For that alone, she couldn't forgive him. Emily got up and moved away from him to grab some water from the fountain. She hated that she still wanted him, that she still yearned, especially now, to curl up into his arms and just sob. This was horrible, just so god-awful. She needed him to be the man she thought he was, but if he couldn't. She looked up as Tom approached them. "She's stable," he said, his voice scratchy and rough. Emily hugged him. "That's good news, right?" Tom seemed to have trouble speaking. "In a way. But she's in a coma, and they have no idea how much damage the bullets," he choked on the words, "the bullets have done until she can wake up and communicate with the doctors. Gosh, she must be in so much pain." Dash was at his side, his hand on his friend's shoulder. "Otis is on his way. Roman called, they've just landed at SeaTac." Tom nodded. "They've got Bay in ICU now. They said I could go in, but they don't want too many people around. I'm sorry, guys. You've been such a comfort to me, but maybe you should go home for now. I'll call you with any news." "Thank you. I mean it." Dash drove them back to his apartment. "Look, forget everything else and get some sleep. You can have my bed. I'll take the couch. Grab a bath, shower, whatever you need, Ems. Whatever has happened between us, we'll put a pin in that. We have work to do." Wearily, Emily agreed, and soon they were in his penthouse where she stood under a hot shower, feeling the ache in her bones being soothed. Afterward, wrapped in Dash's bathrobe, she wandered out to the kitchen. Dash was flipping pancakes onto a plate. "Eat up, Ems. Carbs are the way to go." She smiled at him. "I never knew you could cook." Dash smiled. "Enjoy? I'm going to grab a shower now. If you're asleep when I get out, I won't wake you." He started to walk away, but turned when she called him back. "Bay will be okay, won't she?" "You bet you're." Dash started but then sighed. "I don't know, Ems. I just don't know. All I can promise you for real is that Otis will do everything he can." For a brief second, he smiled. "He'll do it in a way that'll make you want to punch him, but he is the best." Emily nodded. "Thank you," she said softly, and when he touched her cheek, she leaned into it for just a second before turning away. Dash went to the bathroom, and Emily picked at the pancakes. She wasn't hungry even though they were delicious. She waited until she heard the shower running, then tipped the food into the trash can, carefully covering it up with some paper towels. She didn't want to offend him. In his bedroom, she curled up on top of the comforter and buried her face in the pillow. It smelled of laundry detergent, fabric softener, and Dash's cologne, woody and spicy. She breathed it in. "Stop it," she told herself, "it's over." She tried to distract herself by going through what they had to do. Press releases, statements, and cancellation of appearances. It couldn't have happened at a worse time for the momentum the band had built up. Emily stopped herself. What the hell? Why was she thinking like a marketing automaton when her friend was dying? The thought that Bay might die hit her like a train, and she started to cry, then sob as all the pain she had pushed away came down on her. Not just about Bay, but Dash too. Her love for him had been complete, as had her trust, and he had broken it. Screw it though, she still loved him, still wanted him. She buried her face in the pillow, her sobs becoming wrenching and exhausting. She felt the bed dip as he climbed onto it and gathered her into his arms. He did nothing except hold her while she cried and press his lips to her forehead when her sobs died down to shuddering gasps. Her mouth sought his then, unconsciously, and his lips moved gently on hers, kissing, caressing, and comforting. "You should sleep now," he whispered. "Just let yourself go." "Stay," she whispered. "Don't let me go." Dash pressed his lips to her forehead again. "Never," he promised. "Never." Shay sat in the gallery overlooking the operating theater, watching her boss operate on Bay Tamba. She had met him only once in the 5 days they had been in Seattle. A brief, masked meeting in the theater the day before he operated. A bullet had lodged in Bay's spine, and he was trying to remove it before it could do any more damage. The reason she was in the gallery was that in that first meeting, she had dared to disagree with the great man. Vehemently. "I just don't know why you're risking it," she had told him. "The spine is stable. That bullet could stay in there for years without complications." But she will be in constant pain, Dr. Groves. He had stared at her over the mask, his dark eyes amused. Bay is a musician at the very start of an exciting career. That bullet moves and she's paralyzed or dead. The chances are, doctor, that my friend will benefit from not being in agonizing pain for the rest of her life. The chances are that I know how to do this better than you. Now, as you are clearly against this procedure, you're excused. Please update Tomas Mayer on his fiancée's condition. Douchebag. Utter douchebag. Shay called him every name she could think of under her breath, and went to find Mayer. The tall man was waiting in a private room, no doubt arranged by Otis as a favor. Shay ground her teeth. Life's great when money isn't a problem, she thought, but when she saw the expression on Tomas Mayer's handsome face, she felt badly. This man was in agony. How is she? Shay tried to smile at him. Why don't we sit? Tom followed her to a chair and slumped into it, his big frame hunched and broken. Dr. Ford is operating now to remove the last bullet from Miss Tamba's spine. Shay tried to keep her face neutral, but it was hard in the face of this man's pain. He feels that she has a better chance of recovering full function, should there be any nerve damage. We won't know the full extent of her injuries until she wakes up. Tom's eyes were heavy. Will she wake up? We haven't found any reason why she shouldn't. We're monitoring her vitals, and we think she's already beginning to emerge from the coma. Shay frowned. Has no one told you that? Tom shook his head but held up his hand. It's okay, I'd rather you all concentrate on Bay. But thanks anyway. That gives me hope, except? Will she feel more pain when she wakes up? We'll help her with that, of course, so don't worry. But long term, there may be some pain we have to manage. I wish I could tell you that recovery won't be painful, but I can't. We just have to wait and see. Tom sighed and rubbed his face. Thanks. Listen, I don't think Otis has mentioned you yet. Are you new to his program? Shay nodded. 3 weeks in. I haven't even been officially introduced to him yet. She grinned and Tom gave a small laugh. Well, I've known him for 20 years and can I give you some advice? Go ahead. Give him a chance. He's a pain, but his heart is big. Even if you want to punch him at first. Shay relaxed, liking this man and his warmth. His love for his friend was touching. I'll remember that. Otis was finishing up now, having removed the bullet. Shay glanced at the clock. 2 hours. That was insane. She hoped his arrogance didn't mean a life of pain for Bay Tamba. She had never met the young woman, but if a man like Tomas Mayer loved her, then she was inclined to like her. Shay slipped out of the gallery and went back to her office. 5 minutes later, Otis came in, smiling and laughing with the anesthesiologist. He met her eye, but said nothing until the other man had left. So, Dr. Groves, I got the little creep and I think we saved her nerves too. A good day. His brown eyes were amused and mocking, but she met them steadily. Would you like me to go update Mr. Mayer? Otis pulled off his white coat, then without warning her he peeled off his t-shirt. Shay looked away but not before taking in the lean physique, the well-muscled stomach, and the dark hair over his pecs. Something quivered for just a second, then as he grabbed another shirt, he shook his head, unaware of the storm raging inside her. No, I'll do it. Dr. Groves, I'd like to introduce myself properly and learn some more about you. Helen tells me great things. After I've talked to Tom, I'll take you to dinner. We can talk then. Nodding at her, he swiftly left the room, Shay staring in disbelief after him. Tomas Mayer smiled at the nurse, who was tending to Bay, as he slipped into her room. He waited until the nurse had left, before pulling his chair to the bed. Sitting, he took one of Bay's cool hands in his. Hey beautiful, he whispered, hoping she could hear him. He noticed she had more color in her cheeks now. For so long her skin had been gray and wan. He pressed his lips to the back of her hand, then his breath caught in his chest. Her fingers twitched and pressed against his. He looked up, watching for any movement in her face. Bay? Sweetheart? Bae moaned softly and Tom was up. Hey baby. Bae, open your eyes darling please. Hey nurse? Nurse? As the nurse hurried back into the room, Tom's heart swelled and burst with joy as the love of his life opened her eyes and smiled at him. Shay fidgeted as she sat in the high-end restaurant. When Otis Ford said he'd take her to dinner, she thought he meant a quick bite at a fast food place, but no, she was sitting in one of Seattle's most world-renowned eateries in her jeans and t-shirt. Otis Ford, on the other hand, was dressed in an exquisite suit, his lean body made for the expensive cut. His short, almost shaved dark hair was touched with gray at the temples, his face as finely angled as his body. A faint shadow of stubble kept him from looking too well put together, she decided. He looked amused at her scrutiny. Made up your mind about me? She flushed, but was determined not to let him fluster her. Not yet, but it's early days. Luckily, I now have an in. Tomas Mayer warned me about you. To her great surprise, Otis laughed, a genuine sound of warmth and amusement. Then I concede defeat, immediately. Well played, Dr. Groves. Shay. Shay. Beautiful name. Is it short for anything? She smiled. Thanks and no. Yours? Otis grinned. What could Otis be short for? She pretended to consider. How about, Otis is the way we always do it and don't argue? Otis snorted. That was terrible. He thought about her joke and laughed again. It was a rich, deep sound that made her insides do a flip-flop. Do not get a crush on your boss. Do not get a crush on your boss. Otis leaned forward and studied her. Shay, let me put your mind at rest. I would never risk a patient's health unless I was 100% certain I was correct. Anyone's health, but especially not a much-loved friend's. Shay chewed on her lip and Otis half smiled. But you did right today. Keep challenging me. I need it to stop me from getting complacent. Shay grinned. As much as I'd like that, I don't want to spend my entire residency in the gallery. Otis smiled. I do that to every resident the first time, Shay. Not just the ones who disagree with me. It gives you pause, a moment to observe how I work, and to see how our different methodologies can be effectively combined to produce the best possible outcome for our patient. The server came with their food and Shay almost moaned at the sight of her steak, cooked perfectly and with garlic butter oozing across it. Otis, she noticed, had ordered the trout without butter and a side salad with no dressing. She bit into one of her French fries, defiantly. So what made you go into ortho? Otis flaked his fish, checking for bones. Shay hid a smile, as ever the surgeon, she thought. I'm a geek, she said honestly. I always loved construction bricks when I was a kid. I'm fascinated with the structure of the human body, what everything else hangs on, so to speak. What makes it function and what makes it feel. So why not neuro? It was a toss-up between the two. Shay cut another piece of steak and chewed it, savoring the explosion of flavor. What about you? I trained as both a neurosurgeon and an orthopedic surgeon. Her eyebrows shot up. Seriously? Otis smiled. Seriously? I wanted to excel in both, so I spent a few more years as a resident than strictly necessary to cover both specialties. One informs the other, at least to me, more so than any other two stands of medicine, although I'm biased. It has helped me immeasurably. Shay was impressed. Do you think Bae Tamba will make a full recovery? Otis sighed and suddenly Shay noticed the expression in his eyes, sadness and horror. It hit her then that Bae was Otis's friend, that he loved her as such, and that it must have been hard to make the decision to operate. How scared he must have been. His arrogance was a mask. Do not fall for your boss. Otis's phone buzzed at the same moment as hers. Otis checked his first and looked up at Shay, smiling. Well, would you look at that? She's awake. Bae swallowed, her throat tinder dry and raw. The nurse, Kath, took her vitals. How are you feeling, honey? Bae tried to speak but couldn't form the words. Tom, gazing at her, spoke for her. She's thirsty, can I get her some water? Kath stroked Bay's forehead. I can't let you drink just yet, but I can wet your mouth for you. Is that okay? All right, sweetheart, let me just go fix that right up for you. She smiled at Tom, who, as soon as she was gone, returned to Bay's side. He sat carefully on the bed and stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. How are you feeling, baby? Pain, she mouthed and coughed with the effort. He bent to kiss her. Thank you for fighting. Thank you for coming back to me. Gosh, Bay, I'm so sorry. I never thought he could do this. He dropped his face into his palms for a second. Bay tapped his shoulder, and he looked at her lovely, tired face. Kim? He shook his head. We don't know, darling. We're doing the best we can. The police are being fantastic. We'll find her, I promise, and that ball. He couldn't get the name out. I want to tear that scum apart with my bare hands for what he's done to you. Bay touched his face, and he leaned into her hand. I love you, she mouthed, and he smiled. I love you so much, Bay. When I saw you like that, shot. She shook her head at him. Don't think about that. I'm here. I'll be okay. Tom nodded and laughed, even as a tear dropped from his eye. I should be reassuring you. Look, see this button? You press it and it dispenses morphine. Bay pressed it repeatedly, and Tom frowned. Oh, sweetheart, does it hurt a lot? Before she could answer, Otis came into the room and Bay smiled at him. He was followed by a gorgeous, young, African-American woman who smiled tentatively at her. Otis leaned over Bay, touching her face. Hey kiddo, you gave us a scare. How are you feeling? She can't speak very easily, Tim interjected. Her throat's too dry and she's in a lot of pain. Kath returned with a surgical tray. She wet a small sponge. Open up, sweetie, and I'll run this around your mouth. Don't suck the sponge. Bay opened her mouth wide and let the nurse help her. Just before Kath finished, Bay clamped her lips shut. Kath laughed. She sucked the sponge. Totally worth it, Bay croaked. Hello, everyone. Hello, baby, she said to Tom as he bent to kiss her. I love you, he murmured, and Bay leaned her face against his. Love you, she whispered back. Otis grinned at Shay, rolling his eyes. Gosh, these two are so revoltingly in love, you may want to hurl. Bay, this is Shay Groves, my new resident. Bay and Shay smiled at each other. Otis sat on the edge of Bay's bed. She's been reeling me in when I want to do wild and crazy stuff in the theater. So you've her to thank for not having bionic legs right now. But seriously, how are you feeling? Everything hurts, Bay said honestly. But I'm breathing. I feel really dirty though. I could do with a shower. Otis sighed. You may have to wait a few days until you heal some more. There was a lot of damage, Bay. Any GSW into the abdomen causes a lot of soft tissue damage, as you can imagine, let alone 3. There's a huge risk of infection. So doc's orders, take it easy. You, he pointed at Tom who grinned. Leave her alone. I know what you two animals get up to. Okay, Grandpa, Bay muttered, smiling at Shay. How are you finding working with Otis? Shay colored. It's interesting. Bay laughed and then winced as the torn muscles in her belly objected. Otis shook his head, but he was smiling. Come on, enough talking. Get some rest. He left the room, Shay behind him. Tom sat on the bed and put his arm around Bay. She burrowed into his shoulder, wincing at the pain but needing to be next to him. He stroked her face and she sighed, relaxing into him. Her whole body screeched with pain, her entire abdomen wrapped in heavy bandaging and her legs and arms tingling with pins and needles. She felt so removed from herself, as if she had been torn out of her own skin. Tom slid a finger under her chin and tilted her face up to his, pressing his cool lips against hers. His kiss sent waves of delicious warmth through her, soothing her better than any drug could. She wanted to lay down and be held by him, but the fatigue she felt was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Are you okay, sweetheart? Do you want to sleep? She nodded. But I don't want to be alone. His arms tightened around her. I'll be here, baby, as long as you need me. She touched his face and saw the violet circles under his eyes. You need to sleep too. Tom smiled and nodded to the chair. That's my new best friend. Bay sighed. No, you need to go home and get some sleep. Hello again. She looked up as Shay Groves came back into the room. She smiled at the couple, apologetically. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I forgot this. She picked up a chart left at the end of Bay's bed. Maybe you can help me persuade this Sasquatch to go home and get some sleep. Bay grinned up at Tom, who shook his head. I'm fine, Bay. I'm not leaving you. If you like, I can stay with Bay for a few hours. I'm supposed to fly back to Portland tomorrow night, and we've done everything surgically that we can for now. If you don't mind my company. She smiled at Bay. Not at all. Look, honey, please. Everyone has disrupted their lives enough for me. Go home, grab a shower and get some sleep. I'll be fine. Between them, they eventually wore Tom down, and after he'd left, Shay sat down in the chair Tom had claimed as his own. Bay grinned at her. So you're from Portland? Shay nodded. I am. I moved to Tennessee a few years ago. Nashville, then LA. Now I feel at home again. I love Oregon. West Coast, best coast. You bet. You a native? Seattle, born and bred. Are you seeing anyone? Sorry, Bay smiled ruefully. I'm being nosy because I'm trying to distract myself from the pain. Shay frowned and checked Bay's drip. Is it still that bad even after the morphine? Bay nodded. I feel like I was hit by a truck. Shay sighed. I'm so sorry, Bay. You're maxed out on meds now, so I can't give you anything else. The only thing I can do is make sure you have something to help you sleep later. That's okay. Bay tried to smile. Just distract me. She grinned at the other woman. What do you really think of Otis? Shay glanced at her watch. 2 a.m. She looked over at Bay, asleep finally. Even asleep though, Shay could see the pain etched across her face. Oh, you poor little thing. In the hours that they had spent together, Shay had grown very fond of the petite brunette. How could anyone do this to you? She stroked a hand over Bay's forehead. It was a little hot. She hoped that didn't mean Bay had an infection. Shay cursed the person who had shot this lovely young woman. She stood up and stretched. She was hungry and tired. The hospital was silent, only the beeps of the machinery making any sound. Shay checked that Bay was really asleep, then slipped out of the room. There was both a coffee and snack machine in the residence lounge, and she sipped the hot liquid gratefully, scarfing down a power bar with it. She'd gotten used to this lounge in the last week, would even miss it a little. She already felt more at home here in this hospital than in Portland. The thought made her depressed. Where the hell do I belong? In the last few days, seeing Bay, Tom, Emily, and Otis, she found herself warming to them all. They were so different from the music industry types she had met when she was with Jason. They were kind, funny, warm, and inclusive. They were a family. She had felt both enchanted and yet incredibly lonely. For the love of God, you're a grown woman and you still ache to be in with the popular gang? She blew out her cheeks. Well, if I'm honest, yes. She felt slightly awed by that particular gang's genuine love for each other. Screwing up the power bar wrapper, she drained the plastic cup of coffee and went back to Bay's floor. As she approached the young woman's room, her heart started to beat. A figure was leaning over her. A male who was not nearly tall enough to be Tom or Otis, and not nearly elegant enough to be Dash. Her pace quickened. There was no one at the nurse's station and Shay cursed herself. Crap, what if it was the guy who tried to kill Bay? No, she wanted to scream. Instead, she ran, her sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. A light flashed and she realized. Paparazzi. She heard Bay cry out in alarm, fear, and shock. Shay threw herself at the guy, slamming him against the wall. Her 5'10" frame, strengthened by running, was enough to scare the guy, a doughy-faced middle-aged white man with a pockmarked face and bad breath. "Get out of here before I call security," Shay growled, her anger a burning thing. She grabbed the guy's digital camera. "Hey!" But she threw it to the ground and stomped on it, taking all the rage she felt out on his camera rather than his smug little face. He bared his ratty teeth at her in a snarl. "I'll sue. And I'll have you arrested for trespassing, stalking, and assault." "I didn't touch her." Shay smiled grimly. "That's not what the judge will hear from me. Who do you think she'll believe? A doctor or a fetid urinal cake like you? Get out of here." The paparazzo got out of there. Shay watched him leave, then whirled around to check on Bay. The young singer was huddled up in her bed, trembling, tears swimming in her eyes. Shay sat beside her. "I'm so sorry, Bay. I shouldn't have left. I went to get some coffee." It took a few moments for Bay to speak, still reeling from the rude awakening. "It's not your fault." Her voice was gruff and shaky. "Dirtbags like that, gosh." Then she groaned. Shay frowned. "What? His camera, was it a camera phone?" Shay studied the smashed pieces. "Looks like it." Bay sighed and dropped back onto her pillows, her face creasing with pain. "Then those pictures have gone to the cloud. Damn it." Shay cursed. "Damn, I should have guessed." She gave a wry grin. "Huh, I guess what goes around comes around." Bay looked confused and Shay smiled. "I caught my husband in bed with another woman. I took his photo and crowed that that photo too was in the cloud. Guess that came back to bite me. Or rather, you." "Sorry?" Bay looked sympathetic. "I'm sorry that he was idiot enough to cheat on you. Did the photo help with the divorce? It'll make me feel better." She grinned at Shay, and Shay felt such a rush of warmth for the other woman. She slipped her hand into hers. "It did. Or rather, I still have it in my back pocket. He's dragging his feet on the divorce, but he'll change his tune before he'll risk his reputation." Bay looked intrigued. "Is he in the public eye?" "You could say that. He's Jason Klein." Bay's astonished face was such a picture that Shay laughed. "Holy smokes." "Yup. Anyway, enough about him." Shay checked her watch. "How the pain?" "Okay," but Bay's expression told Shay otherwise. "I'll get you some more morphine and a sedative. You need to rest, Bay. You may feel reasonably okay now, but you've had a major trauma." She headed to the door, only turning when Bay called her name. She turned, smiling. "Yes, honey?" Bay smiled softly. "Thank you." Otis was far less impressed. "Why were you leaving her alone?" Shay flushed angrily. "Excuse me, Dr. Ford, but if you were so concerned with Bay's safety, you would have asked security or the police to send a guard. I had been gone for less than 10 minutes. I have no idea how the dirtbag got in, but I dealt with it." Otis held up the newspaper. "This is dealing with it?" The paper rag showed the picture of Bay asleep, her lovely face riddled with pain. Shay winced. Otis noticed. "Oh, it gets worse inside." He flipped the paper open and gave it to her. Shay blanched. "Oh my God." Somehow, the photographer had managed to get shots of the heavy bandaging on Bay's stomach, lifting her gown without her waking to get the shots. Shay guessed it must have been when she had awoken and screamed. Oh gosh, poor Bay. What a violation. What an intrusion. As if Bay hadn't been through enough. Shay felt sick, and Otis, studying her, relented a little. "I know it's not your fault that this is the kind of world we live in, but did either of you think to call Emily or Dash to try and get this stopped?" Shay rubbed her face. "No is the simple answer to that. I don't know how this stuff works, and Bay, Otis, I think she's hiding how much pain she's in. She tries to deflect you by being, well, as lovely as she is, but I can tell." Otis' shoulders slumped, and he sat down heavily in his chair. "I know. I've thought that too." They sat in silence for a moment. She studied her boss. He looked drawn and tired. "Otis, what's your plan for her?" I mean, eventually, you'll have to go back to Portland. Otis gave her a wry smile. Not eventually, today. I have another patient I have to check in with. I think when Bay's a little better, when the shock and trauma of the shooting are alleviated to a certain extent, I'll have her come to Portland to rehab. She'll need physiotherapy, help with her movement. I think we'll need to work together to come up with a regime that suits us and her. She's young, so that's one big thing in her favor. It's the psychological factor that worries me. Shay nodded. I agree. She puts on a brave face, but I cannot even imagine what it must have been like. Me either. I cringe whenever the words shot, bullets, or attempted murder come up. Shay studied him. Maybe it's not only Bay who may need some therapy. Otis smiled. If I only had the time. Shay didn't know why his admission and openness surprised her. There's another story there, she thought. Are we flying back to Portland today? Otis nodded. I realize you've had a strange induction into my rotation. Hey, at least it hasn't been boring. Shay wanted to scream at herself as soon as the words came out. How freaking insensitive do you want to be, you idiot? Otis looked away from her, and she knew she'd hurt him. Gosh, Otis, forget it. I'll see you at 4 downstairs. A town car will take you to the airport. And just like that, she was dismissed. As she left the room, she had the terrible feeling that the brief moment of crassness on her part would come back to bite her. What comes around goes around, she said to herself, sighing. Damn. 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 Emily Moore moaned as she read through the article. Damn piece of crap rag. She crunched it up and hurled it across Hamilton's kitchen. He watched it sail past his head and land in his fruit bowl. Okay then, he said evenly. I haven't seen the Moore rage monster for a while. Emily's mouth jerked up in a reluctant smile. Don't try and make me laugh, Dashiell. I need to be mad. I can't help it. It's my natural charm. She did laugh then and sighed. Gosh, what a nightmare. She rubbed her eyes. Poor Bay. What an awful thing to happen. Someday soon we're going to have some good news, yes? Roman Ford, who had been sitting silently on the couch watching the two of them grumble and growl over the newspaper article, got up. The police have nothing on Lawson or Kim. If Kim's even still alive. Emily noticed how Roman almost spat the woman's name. She got up and went to sit next to him. Roman, please try not to see Kim as a villain in this. Do you really think, given what's happened, that if she could go back in time, she would report Stu to the police the first time? In a million years, she could never have imagined Stu would have done what he did. Roman's expression was blank. Has Bay mentioned Kim? Of course. Dash came over to sit with them. She's worried sick, which has gotten Tom worried sick about Bay, because stress is not good for her recovery. Geez, Roman rubbed his brows with his thumbs. I feel so useless. Everyone else is doing something to help. In the meantime, I'm our rock, Roman. Dash's voice was soft but fervent. Every single one of us would crumble without you. This isn't about me, though. It's about all of us. We are family, Emily stressed then, glancing at Dash. Even if we piss each other off, occasionally. Dash looked up and held her gaze. Okay, Roman stood, rolling his shoulders. I'll be at the office. Let me know if you guys need anything else. I'm going to get some more detectives sent out. I'll find them if it kills me. After he'd gone, Emily slumped back on the couch. Okay, so the picture's out and we can't change that. Even if we get them to withdraw, it'll be on the internet forever. So what do we do now? Dash shrugged. I don't know if there is anything we can do. Just put out a very brief statement. This was a disgraceful invasion of privacy, which could have had serious implications for Bay Tamba's recovery. We are seeking legal advice at this time. Sounds so cold. Not cold, graceful. What we don't want to do is paint Bay as a victim. The shooting did that. We don't want to foster that image of her. Bay would hate that. Got it. Okay, we released that statement, but then? I'm sorry. Emily blinked. What? Dash looked at her, his eyes showing endless sorrow. I said I'm sorry. I can't sit here with you and not tell you that I'm in love with you, that whatever I've done before, however stupid I have been, I love you. That I was only trying to make things better and I screwed up, big time. To ask you to give me another chance. Emily stared at him, this beautiful young reckless man, and felt her heart thud with sadness. She reasoned with herself. He had only been trying to help when he tried to bribe Paige with a record contract, and if she was being fair, Paige had turned him down in favor of caring for Henry. It had proved that her sister had been serious about putting Henry first. But Emily couldn't stop thinking what would have happened if Paige had taken the bait. But she didn't, a small voice inside her said. And Henry is happy. And gosh, Emily loved Dash Hamilton so much. Be happy, the voice told her. Time is too precious to be wasted. An image of Tom finding Bay dying flashed in her head. She could not fathom what that had felt like for the big man. Em? She got up and went to him. Dash, surprised, tentatively put his arms around her waist. Emily looked up at him. Don't do it again. The way Dash's eyes filled with joy was something she'd never forget. Oh gosh, Ems, I promise. I promise. When their lips met and their arms tightened around each other for the first time in days, Emily thought everything might be okay. Shay was exhausted. A week after coming back to Portland, she had worked 16-hour days under Otis' tutelage, and she had loved every minute of it. Otis had been polite, but distant. Their sense of camaraderie dissolved into the ether, but he was an excellent teacher, a hard taskmaster, and at every moment he had encouraged her to think beyond her training and to use her instincts. Shay had thrived, eager to learn more and stretch herself. Yes, he was still an arrogant jackass, but her admiration for him had grown as she witnessed his expertise. His relationships with his patients surprised her too. If she thought his warm bedside manner had been reserved for Bay, his friend, then she was wrong. He talked to his patients clearly, told the truth, and listened to their opinions. Never did he do this more so than when Otis was dealing with Pat and Sue Lynn Morita, a couple in their 80s. Otis had diagnosed Sue Lynn with a malignant spinal cord tumor and was going to operate to remove it. Shay took diligent notes during his consultation, and after their rounds had finished, Otis would ask her to come back to the office and go through the cases with him. Shay loved these sessions. She had learned so much from him already. Then there were the moments when their hands would brush, their eyes would lock, and Shay would feel her heart banging against her ribs. In a flash, the moment would be over, but it left her body singing. Crap. You're crazy about him. Shay distracted herself with work, and when a month after the shooting Tom brought Bay to Portland, she was delighted to see her friend. Bay was looking a lot better. Her lovely honey skin was, if not glowing, at least no longer that horrific gray color. Shay watched her and Tom together as they settled her into her room, saw how in love they were, and felt that sharp pang of loneliness again. Otis called her to his office. Shay, I'm going to assign you to Bay's rehabilitation. I want you to discuss with me your treatment plans, of course, but I trust you. Don't push her too hard. Keep it in your head that she is still only a month into this. Her abdominal muscles need gentle exercise, and she'll probably find it painful. So now, as Shay rolled Bay in a wheelchair down to the rehab rooms, she felt a certain gratitude to Otis. He placed enough trust in her to help his friend. She wheeled Bay into the physio room. We're not going to do a lot today. Just see what your range of motion is so I can gauge what we have to do. How's your pain? Bay tried to smile. It's a little bad today, I have to admit. I didn't sleep so well. Shay sat down opposite her and studied her. Was it the pain keeping you up? Mostly. Mostly? Bay sighed. I keep reliving it. The shooting. I close my eyes and I can see Stu with that gun. Her hands were trembling. He was so cold. He came there with the intention of not just taking Kim, but of killing me. I just don't know how to deal with that. Bei dashed away a tear impatiently. I hate feeling like this. Shay took her hands. Anyone would feel like that. Have they set up some time with the psychiatric service? Bei nodded, looking exhausted. Shay frowned. We can wait for a couple of days if you'd prefer. Bei shook her head. No, please, let's get it started. Something positive will help. Shay nodded, please. That's the spirit. Now let's talk about your pain. Otis pulled Pat Morita away from his sleeping wife's side. I'm glad you've decided to go ahead with the operation. I really feel it'll give Sulin back some real quality of life. Pat Morita nodded slowly. I hope so, Dr. Ford. I really do. She's a trooper, but she gets real frustrated when she can't do simple tasks. It breaks my heart, Doc. Otis patted his shoulder. I'm going to try and fix that, Pat. Morita nodded, but then held Otis's gaze. I know there are risks to any surgery, but she's 86, Doc. Sue's got the body of a 60-year-old, Pat. We're monitoring the tumor, and we don't think it's grown since diagnosis. Better we get it all out now. Otis made his way back to his office, satisfied. Sue's surgery was scheduled for the following week. His other patients were all post-surgical cases. He was gathering Sue's case notes when Shay came in. He noticed a stressed line between her eyes as she sat down opposite him. You okay? How's Bei doing? Shay shook her head. Not so good, at least emotionally. I think it would help if we were more aggressive with her rehab. It would distract her from... No. She's not ready. Her abdominal wounds were too severe. But she says she's ready to get better. No, Shay. Listen to me. Bei is going into the anger part of her emotional recovery. She's furious that someone else could dictate what happens to her body, so she'll try and push herself too hard, and possibly do irreparable damage. But if Bei feels... Shay? He sighed, scrubbing his hands over his face. Can we talk about this tomorrow? I'm tired. Shay swallowed her protest. Of course. Look, I'll finish your clinical notes for you. Why don't you get some sleep in the on-call room? Otis looked at her with a strange smile on his face. You are one of a kind, Shay Groves. Come on, leave the notes. Let's go grab some dinner. What did you mean by that? That I'm one of a kind? This time they had found the nearest fast food joint, and Shay was gratified to see Otis scarf down a mushroom Swiss burger with the same enjoyment as he did a cordon bleu dish. He chewed for a second, his eyes amused. I mean that most residents don't talk to their bosses like you do. Don't get me wrong. I like it. There's nothing more frustrating than a resident who won't speak up. No one benefits. There's a but coming. Otis grinned. But don't mistake collaboration for permission. If I disagree with you, like I do on Bei's treatment, then my say is final. That's not me being arrogant. Okay, it is a little, but that's my experience speaking. It's what I've worked hard for my whole professional life. Shay nodded slowly, listening to him. Does medicine run in your family? Otis shook his head. No. My mother was a college professor at Harvard. That had to help with the application. Otis grinned and nodded. It did. And your dad? A cloud passed over his face. He was a lawyer, like Roman. A good one. A brilliant litigator. Shay watched his expression. He passed. Otis pushed the rest of his burger away, uneaten. He was shot and killed in a bodega robbery when I was 8. Roman and I were with him. He died because the gunmen were going after us. Shay was shocked into silence. Oh gosh, Otis. I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine. Suddenly she realized how much pain Bei's shooting must have caused him, bringing back terrible memories. Gosh. She slid her hand over his, seeing the bleak look on his face. It was odd to see him like this. All bluster and confidence were gone, and he was just a man in pain. For a moment he froze, then slowly and very deliberately laced his fingers between hers and looked up, gazing into her eyes. A deep burn started in her stomach as they gazed at each other, then Otis leaned over and gently kissed her. It was a brush of his lips, quick but sweet, but it sent a flood of desire racing through her, and she couldn't help the little moan that escaped her lips. Otis. Then he was up, pulling her along with him as he headed for the door. His car was parked down the street, and soon they were racing to his apartment. It all happened so quickly that Shay's head spun, but all she knew, all her body knew, was that she wanted this man and she wanted him now. In the elevator, Otis kissed Shay with a deep, soul-stirring tenderness that left her breathless. His hands gently cupped her face, his lips moving softly against hers, their connection alight with unspoken passion. Shay's arms encircled his lean frame, her fingers gliding over the strength of his back, pulling him closer. A quiet groan escaped him as he pressed himself to her, their warmth intertwining. "I want you," she whispered as the elevator doors parted into his apartment. Without a word, Otis lifted her effortlessly, his strength belying her tall frame, and carried her to the bedroom. He lowered her onto the bed, his kisses fervent yet reverent, his fingers deftly unbuttoning her shirt. His lips grazed her neck and she drew him nearer, her leg hooking around his waist. "This is reckless. You should pause." But the thought of losing his touch was unthinkable. Otis parted her shirt, his kisses tracing a warm path from her throat to her stomach, each breath against her skin igniting shivers of longing. When his lips lingered, Shay breathed his name, catching the soft, playful chuckle in his voice. "I need you," she murmured, her voice trembling with desire. His hand guided hers, their shared warmth deepening her yearning. They shed their clothes in a quiet rush, lost in the pull of the moment. Otis stood before her, his gaze steady and warm, inviting her admiration. He rejoined her on the bed, his touch now bolder, drawing her close. They came together in a seamless, electric embrace, their movements perfectly attuned. Shay's breath caught, the intensity of their connection overwhelming, his tender kisses sending her senses soaring. Otis's touch was masterful, each gesture crafted to amplify her joy. When the wave of bliss surged, Shay surrendered to it, enveloped in their shared passion. Otis followed, their breaths mingling as they collapsed together, hearts pounding. A burst of laughter lightened the moment, their joy spilling over. "When I suggested a quick bite," Shay teased, rolling onto her side with a grin. Otis's hand traced a gentle path along her arm, his smile radiant. "Shay, you can't imagine how long I've wanted this," he said softly, his eyes locked on hers. Her cheeks warmed as she smiled. "How long?" "Since the moment we met," he said, his grin turning playful. "Since you stood in my operating theater, challenging me. If you knew the thoughts running through my mind." Shay leaned closer, her fingers brushing his chest. "Tell me." He pretended to ponder. "I'd have cleared the room, sent everyone away. Closed the gallery. I'm not one for an audience," he said with a wink, "and I'd never share you. So we're alone." Shay murmured, her leg draping over his waist. His nose brushed hers, his voice a soft caress. Then, slowly, we'd slip out of our scrubs, bearing ourselves to each other. His hand slid to her waist, pulling her closer. "Like now?" His touch wandered lower, sparking a shiver. "I'd kiss you," he whispered, "from your throat to your soft skin, savoring every inch." His fingers moved with gentle purpose, and Shay's breath caught, her body responding to his words. "Don't stop," she whispered, trembling as the warmth built within her. Otis's touch deepened, guiding her to another peak, her body quaking in his arms. He kissed her tenderly, holding her close. "Beautiful Shay." The sharp beep of his pager shattered their cocoon. They groaned in unison. "Not now?" But Otis checked it, his expression shifting. "Oh no," he muttered. "What?" Shay's heart sank. "Sue Lin. She's seizing and unresponsive." He sighed heavily. "I have to go." In less than 2 minutes, they were dressed and in the elevator on the way down. Otis rubbed his face. "Gosh, I knew I should have gone in sooner." Shay said nothing, just slipped her hand into his. He squeezed it tightly. "Come on, let's get there." At the hospital, Otis went into surgeon mode, and as Sue Lin was wheeled into the theater, Shay scrubbed in beside him, Otis directing her as to what he would need. Shay, her heart pounding, listened carefully as she scrubbed and cleaned her hands. A nurse helped her with her gloves, and then she was in the theater with Otis for the first time. Otis made the incision, and for the first time Shay got to see his skill close up. He was gentle yet precise, his manner with the surgical team professional but never rude. Otis felt around in the incision and groaned. Ah, damn it. Cancer's metastasized. He looked at Shay for a long moment. Doctor? What are my options from here? He was teaching her. Testing her. Behind her mask, Shay grinned. A few hours ago, they were making love, and now? You can close, run more tests, see how far the cancer has spread, then operate. You can close, test, and not operate if the cancer is stage 4, and make the patient comfortable with palliative care. Alternatively, you can try to cut out as much as you can right now, but then risk post-surgical infection and the possibility of more surgeries and increased pain for the patient. Good. Otis's eyes were tired, but they sparkled at her. In this case, what do you think is the best option, Dr. Groves? Shay was glad of her mask because the way he said her name, low and sensual, sent a jolt of arousal through her, making her cheeks flame red. I would go with the first option. That way, you can discuss the results with the patient and let them make an informed decision. Otis's eyes crinkled, and he turned back to the team. You heard the doctor. Let's close and get set up to run tests. He bent over Sue Lynn's head. And you hang on in there, Susie. I promised your Pat I'd make you well. That was the moment Shay fell in love with Otis Ford. Bay grabbed the bars either side of her and used her upper body strength to hoist herself up into a standing position. Agonizing pain ripped through her and she bent double, wheezing. Shay watched her with concerned eyes. She hooked her arm around the smaller woman's waist. Lean into me, Bay. She felt Bay's weight on her. The younger woman had lost a considerable amount of weight since the shooting, and Shay's toned body hardly felt the extra weight. Bay sighed, looking drawn and fatigued. They'd been practicing walking for a week, and Shay could tell Bay was frustrated with her lack of progress. She steered Bay back into the chair, and the woman didn't resist. Shay pulled up a chair next to her. That'll do for today, honey. What's your pain level? 1 to 10. 8. Bay. Bay sighed and dropped her face into her palms. 10. I don't get it. Shay, why is it still so painful? My wounds are nearly healed. I've been trying to exercise. Shay grabbed a pad. Let me explain how gunshot trauma affects your body. You were shot in your belly, which is nearly all soft tissue. When a bullet is fired from a gun, it's not just the projectile, but the air displacement which causes the damage. Yes, we repaired the affected tissue and organs, but you will have nerve pain for a time yet. She took Bay's hand in hers, feeling the bones of her hand. We know you can walk. It's just overcoming the nerve pain and the abdominal muscles that were damaged. It will get better, Bay. Bay's whole demeanor was troubling to Shay. Bay, have you talked to the psychiatrist? Bay scratched at her head absently. I want to. It's just every time he asks me to remember what happened, I get panicky. Then I get angry with myself because I know I'm safe now, and that Stu isn't coming back, but I'm still so scared for Kim. Gosh, why didn't I just insist on going to the police when he attacked me the first time? Shay was silent. She had gotten the whole story from Otis when Bay was still critical. Roman had told him that they were still looking for the couple. She hoped Kim Clayton was still alive and okay. Stu Lawson was a monster. Bay shook her head. Look, I want to do this, however much it hurts. I'm not going to be bedbound forever. I have a commitment to Pete, to Kim, to Tom, for Christ's sakes. She seemed to choke up then. We were going to get married. Did you know that? Shay nodded. I did, and I promise you, we will get you walking and back to your life so you can walk down that aisle and marry your lovely Tom. Is he coming down this weekend? Bay shook her head. No, he has to work. Pete and Hank are coming, though. She smiled then. 2 giant teddy bears of happiness. Every girl should have that in her life. Bay laughed with Shay and then looked at her. How about you? Got rid of the pesky ex yet? Shay rolled her eyes. If only. But he seems to have stopped with the sugar-coated promises. Fomizas. That's not a word, but I like it. Wanna go back to your room? Back in Bay's room, Shay opened the window for some air while Bay settled back onto the bed, grabbing her iPad. Let's see what crap people are printing about me today. Shay shook her head. You shouldn't look. Bay smiled. You know what? Some of it is so ridiculous that it actually cheers me up. Oh, okay, this is very weird. Despite herself, Shay was curious. What? Bay flipped her tablet around, and Shay nearly recoiled. Jason. What the hell? Bay read the article, grinning and shaking her head. I'm so proud that my beloved wife, Dr. Shay Groves Klein, has been working to save one of our own, the 37-year-old country superstar Jason Klein said, before launching into a cover of the Ninth and Pine's biggest and so far only hit. The singer paid tribute to the band and its singer Bayan C. Tamba, wow, great research there, who was shot in a home invasion last month. The 25-year-old singer, I'm 24 actually, is still in critical condition in the hospital. Again, awesome research skills. Bay laughed out loud. Seriously, where do I start? And how the hell did they know you're my doctor? Shay held up her hands. I swear it wasn't me. Oh, I know that, silly. Really, this is exquisitely funny. Shay was glad Bay seemed to be taking the trashy article for what it was. Look, Jason is a jerk. Plus, he is almost my ex-husband. Plus, I never ever took his name. Glad to hear it. Otis was standing, leaning against the door frame. He was dressed in a blue shirt and trousers, the shirt unbuttoned a little. Shay felt her cheeks pink with pleasure at the sight of him. Otis smiled at Bay. You'd never take Tomas's name, would you? Bay laughed. I'm trying to persuade him to take mine when we get married. Then he'd be Tom Tamba, and that's too good an opportunity to waste. Shay was glad that Bay was more cheerful now. Right? Before we sign off for the evening, have you got everything you need? Books, pain meds, TV remote? Good. And would you please finish your supper tonight? We need to get your weight up. Bay shook her head sadly. I never thought I would lose my appetite for any reason. It's like losing my superpower. Otis laughed. Well, we could always arrange some contraband to tempt you. What do you feel like? Bay's smile faltered. I really don't know. Look, don't worry. I promise I'll eat whatever they bring me. Otis took Shay's hand as they walked back to his car. He opened the passenger door for her, but she hesitated. He raised his eyebrows at her. Doubts? She tried to smile. Conflict. Otis, what we did, being together, I want you to know that I've never experienced anything like that. With anyone. There's a but coming, he smiled, repeating her own words back to her. Shay, get in the car and we can talk freely. Then if you want to go home, I'll drive you home, no strings and no recrimination. They got in, and Otis turned on the air conditioning. Shay sighed and looked at him. Gosh, he was gorgeous, those thick black lashes, those deep brown, almost black eyes. But, she touched his face. I have to maintain a certain reputation, at least in the beginning. I do not want to be the resident who did well because she's screwing the boss. There's the fact that technically, I'm still married and to a well-known man. That ass is trying to use Bay to get publicity for himself and shame me into getting back with him. I cannot risk him finding out and using you as leverage. I won't risk your reputation either. Would you ever consider taking him back? Only a flickering nerve in Otis's jaw gave him away, his face a study in blankness. Shay groaned. I would rather eat a kangaroo's ballsack. Otis laughed. Vivid. She leaned over and kissed him. You're wonderful. But I can't do this yet. Otis kissed her again, firmly. I understand. Just promise me if you are free, if you are ready, you'll tell me whether you want me or not. Whatever you say, I promise you, it will not affect work or our friendship. She felt her throat close up, couldn't speak, and nodded. He smiled, a slow warm grin. I'll take you home now. By the time she had slowly climbed the stairs to her empty, cold apartment, she wanted to cry. She knew she had made the right decision, but gosh, Otis Ford was under her skin. She just wanted to make sure that she was ready to be good enough for him. The cold metal of the gun muzzle was pressed up against her skin. Bae stared into Stu's eyes, not hearing the words he was saying, just the sound of her own heart beating, then the sound of the gunshot. 1, 2, 3. The pain unimaginable, her body on fire. There was a stink of blood and cordite and death. Stu laughing. Not being able to move. Stu aiming again, and the gun jamming. A scowl. Happy wedding day, Tom begging her to live. Bae woke screaming, stop, no, 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 please. The night nurse ran in and put her arms around the sobbing young woman. It's just a nightmare, Bae. Just a nightmare, it's okay. Honey. Bae was shivering and trembling. The nurse ran a hand onto her forehead. Oh darn it, you're burning up. She went to get her instruments to check Bae's vitals. Bae was freezing cold, despite what the nurse had said, and suddenly desperate for some water. She pushed the blanket from her legs and swung them over the side of the bed. Her abdomen shrieked with pain, but she managed, gripping the bed, to shuffle to the end of the bed. If she could just reach out and grab the door to the bathroom. The head rush came suddenly and mercilessly. Her eyes rolled back and she crumpled to the floor, the cold linoleum hard against her broken body. Bae tried to call out, tried to say anything. She couldn't move, and all that came out was a gargle. She could taste blood in her mouth and smell it on her skin. Suddenly she couldn't breathe, her chest constricted, and everything went dark. Shay was sleeping fitfully when the call came. Otis's voice was full of pain. Bae was back in surgery, critical. When Shay got to the hospital, Otis met her. She has internal bleeding and a fever. Something's wrong. They scrubbed in immediately. The operation took hours before they stabilized Bae, and even then, exhausted, Shay didn't know what Otis did to save her. He asked her to meet him in his office. He shut the door. Shay, Dr. Groves, Bae's rehab sessions. Do you remember when I told you not to push her too hard? Shay flushed at his tone. I do, and I have kept to that, Dr. Ford. We try to make progress at each session, but that is at Bae's behest. She's frustrated by the slow pace. But you've explained to her why she cannot push herself, for the reasons we had to operate tonight? Bae's internal injuries aren't healing as well as they should be, because of the stress she, and by default you, are placing on them. Shay held her hands up. Wait, what? You're blaming me for Bae's setback? Otis drew in a deep breath through his nose. No. I'm just trying to figure out how this could have happened. What went wrong? By using me as a scapegoat? Shay was mad now. Otis, any number of things could be wrong. She was shot 3 times at point-blank range. It's a miracle she made it at all with the amount of blood she lost and the risk of infection. I know. Otis' reply was short. He wouldn't meet her eyes. Look, I'm going to stay with her. Tom's on his way. You can go. Shay rocked back on her heels. What? No, Bae is my patient too. I want to be here. Otis looked at her then, his dark eyes flat. It's fine. Go home, Shay. Shay shook her head and turned to go before stopping. So this is no recriminations? This isn't about us. Shay smirked. Sure it isn't. She slammed the door on the way out. Creep? She drove home, barely registering where she was going, and garnering more than one angry gesture from other drivers. At home, she threw her bag down and stomped into her bedroom, grabbing a pillow and roaring into it. Damn. How stupid was she that she put her faith and her heart into the hands of yet another egotistical man. Just because that man, that gorgeous, attractive man, had taken over her body like none other before him, just because when he talked about surgery she got turned on by his passion for his work, just because when he looked at her she felt like the most beautiful woman in the world. Screw you, Otis Ford. I don't need another creep guy in my life. She went into the shower and scrubbed her body hard everywhere, trying to rid herself of the stink of the operating theater and the antiseptic smell. Him. From now on, she vowed, it was professional distance the whole way. Emily Moore was still waiting for Dash to come out of the shower. As he returned to her living room, she waved a newspaper at him. Jason Klein is still trying to insert himself into the story. She almost spat the words in disgust. How do we know it's not the woman working with Otis who's feeding this crap to him? Look. She held out the paper. Dash took it and read. Baytamba is in all of our thoughts, said the superstar country singer. I'm just glad that my wife is there to take care of, geez, this guy. But Ems, I don't know. Bay likes and trusts Shay Groves. HMMPH. Emily shrugged. Before or after her relapse, though? Otis says Bay may have pushed herself too hard, and Shay was the one with her when she did. Well, Dash sighed. I don't know. What do you want me to do? Hire someone to look into it? Emily chewed on her lip. No. Look, this stuff is annoying but not damaging. What is a problem is that all the momentum that the band had built is gone. Because they're not doing press or appearances, after the initial interest in Bay's attempted murder, the press is moving on. I've asked Pete, but he's reluctant to go it alone, especially when we don't know what's happened to Kim. I know. He figures he'll just get questions about the shooting, and he's right. Maybe we should think about doing some activist work around domestic violence. Maybe set up a new foundation in the band's name. That way we can actually do something of value, as well as keeping the band in the news. Emily hissed out a long breath between her teeth. I do like that, let's take it to Roman. Roman Ford sat back in his chair. I'm in. When Bay recovers, and we either find Kim or get a replacement for her, their first gig can be a benefit. Yeah, it could work. Be careful not to exploit Bay's injuries, though. She still deserves privacy while she recovers. Any news on Kim? Roman shook his head. None. Really, at this point, she's either dead or they've gone so far underground that she must be staying with him through choice. Emily raised her eyebrows. You're really pissed at her, huh? Roman didn't answer, and Emily and Dash exchanged a look. Tom's gone to Portland, Roman said eventually. He'll be there full-time now, until Bay is released. Dash, I need you to come and cover some of his work, which means, Emily, a lot of this will come down on you to handle. Emily shrugged. I'm good. Roman smiled briefly, then sighed. What a mess. Shay wasn't concentrating when she walked into the main reception area of the hospital, so when the pack of journalists descended on her, it was a shock. She was butted and barracked as they shouted questions at her, and she panicked, casting around desperately for help. Just as she thought about actually screaming, the crowd parted. Relieved, she failed to notice why they had suddenly fallen silent until she looked up. Jason. With a wide smile, he came toward her, sliding his arm around her shoulders. Come on, guys, he said, placating them. Give her some room. I know she's a superstar, but let her be for a second. Darling? He pressed his lips to hers and the cameras went crazy, flashes going off. Shaw came to her senses and pushed Jason away. What do you think you are doing? She hissed at him. Jason's eyes narrowed just the slightest, but the smile, the perfect smile, was back in an instant. Shay wanted to vomit. Instead, she pushed her way through the crowd. It was only when Jason started to speak to the journalists that she turned, anger rising in her chest. I've come here to see my friend Baytamba. Jason said. I'm hoping that when she's better, she'll agree to perform on my new album with me. Shay gritted her teeth, wanting to shout that he was a fraud and a liar, but she didn't want to make a scene in the hospital. She opened her mouth to ask them to leave, but then from behind her a voice dripping with ice. What is going on here? Otis, his mouth a hard line, was watching the melee. Jason strode forward and held out his hand. Otis looked at it but didn't take it, and Jason, embarrassed, dropped it. "Well, hey, Dr. Ford. I just thought I'd come along, visit with my friend Bay and see my wife. Soon-to-be ex-wife, I'm informed. As for visiting with Bay Tamba, she tells me she's never even met you. So friend, if you'll take your pack of dogs and leave, that would be just about perfect." Otis turned on his heel, shouting over to the reception desk, "If they're not out of here in 2 minutes, call security." He stalked off back into the hospital. Shay tried not to grin, but just nodded at Jason and followed Otis. She caught up with him in his office. "Thank you for that." He turned on her. "Don't thank me, Dr. Groves. What the hell was that? We cannot have that sort of sideshow in my hospital. What the hell was your husband thinking?" Shay held her hands up. "I don't know, Otis. I didn't have any clue he was coming. Perhaps if you kept your private life away from your work." Shay lost it then. "Are you freaking kidding me? No, really. Do you not remember the time we were intimate? Did I coerce you into that? Because it sure seemed like you were a willing partner, you damned hypocrite." "Dr. Groves, I think that before either of us says anything else." "Screw you," Shay whispered, her eyes filling with tears. "I thought you were different than Jason, but you're both the same, arrogant creeps who are quick to blame your mistakes on everyone else but yourself. And you, Dr. Groves, think the world revolves around you." A knock at the door silenced them both. "What is it?" Otis snapped, his face drawn and thin. His secretary put her head in the door. "Sorry to interrupt. It's Sue Lynn Morita. She's coding." Otis peeled off his gloves and washed his hands. No one in the operating theater spoke. Shay was like a statue. Otis slammed his hand against the door to the theater, leaving it to close behind him, as he strode out to the relative's room. Pat Morita sat upright in his chair. He looked up hopefully as Otis entered the room, not reading the expression on the doctor's face at all. Otis pulled a chair up opposite him. "Pat, I'm afraid I have some bad news." Pat drew in a deep breath. "Has the cancer spread?" Otis couldn't speak for a moment. Terrible memories crowded his mind, the police gently pulling him and Roman away from their father's body, their mom screaming when the police told her what had happened. Otis looked into Pat Morita's old, wise eyes and knew that he was about to hand him the worst day of his life. "Pat, as you know, Sue Lynn coded, and we took her straight to surgery. When I operated, we found that the cancer had spread to her liver, her kidneys, and her stomach. She was very, very sick, Pat, and despite our best efforts—" Gosh, he sounded like a robot. "Sue Lynn didn't make it through the surgery. I'm so very sorry, Pat." Pat Morita blinked. "What?" Otis felt a fist clenching his heart. "Sue Lynn died, Pat. I'm so sorry." Pat shook his head. No, she was talking last night, saying that we should go on vacation rather than wait for the cancer to. Dr. Ford, I thought you said the tests." Otis swallowed hard. "Pat, we were doing every test we could think of. We didn't want to risk an exploratory operation at Sue Lynn's age, so we missed it. I cannot express how sorry." Pat cut him off with a gesture. "Sorry won't bring my Sue Lynn back. You promised us, Dr. Ford. You promised us that, however bad the cancer was, we would still be able to say a proper goodbye. We would be prepared. I was not prepared for this, Doctor. You robbed us of our goodbye." The elderly man got unsteadily to his feet and walked to the door. "I want to see my wife." Otis nodded. Of course. He couldn't bear to see the moment the old man saw his beloved wife. Otis went back to his office, stripping off his scrubs and pulling a t-shirt over his head. Then he went to see the chief of surgery. Tomas Mayer sat on Bay's bed, her head resting on his shoulder. He tried not to stare at the multitude of tubes that had made their reappearance in her arms since the relapse. Bay stirred and opened her eyes. "Hey, beautiful." Tom pressed his lips against her temple. "Welcome back." Bay blinked a couple of times, then coughed. "What happened?" Tom moved so she didn't have to crane to see him, but kept hold of her hand, careful not to pull the wires. He explained what had happened, and Bae sighed, her eyes filling with tears. I'm so over this, Tom," Bae groaned, slumping back against the hospital pillow. "Lying here, wallowing, dealing with this relentless pain. It's not like on TV, is it? No dainty bandages or delicate coughs into lace hankies." Her face was scrunched in frustration, but Tom's warm chuckle broke through. "There's my girl," he said, his eyes crinkling. "Look, I know it's awful, but pushing yourself too hard is what landed you here." "I miss you," Bae whispered, a tear slipping down her cheek. "I hate that I can't feel you close, your warmth against me." Tom brushed the back of his hand gently across her cheek, his touch tender. "I miss you too, sweetheart. But listen, focus on healing, really take care this time. When you're stronger, we've got all the time in the world. Miss Tamba, the day you're discharged, we're heading straight to City Hall, pajamas or not, and I'm marrying you with all my heart. Then once you're fully recovered, we'll escape to Otis's private island, and I'll show you a kind of love we've only dreamed of." Bae's grin lit up her face. "That sounds perfect, a love we've never explored. That's hard to imagine." Tom laughed, his voice rich with affection. "Oh, I've got a few surprises up my sleeve, Bae." He leaned in, kissing her softly. "I love your beautiful face." Bae savored his kiss, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "And I love your everything," she teased. Tom burst out laughing, shaking his head. "That's my girl." "Hey," she said, squeezing his hand, her smile soft but radiant. Otis was standing at the door, his face drawn. Tom grinned at him. "Hey yourself. My girl's looking better, don't you think?" Otis half smiled. "You do. I'm glad. All down to you, Doc and Shay. I haven't seen her for a couple of days." Otis' face went blank. "Dr. Groves isn't on your case anymore, Bae." Bae and Tom exchanged glances. "Why not?" Tom narrowed his eyes at his old friend, trying to figure his mood. Otis shrugged. She felt she wasn't being helpful. "Oh gosh, look," Bae tried to sit up further in the bed and both men rushed to help her. "It is my fault, what happened? I hope you two aren't fighting." Otis pulled up a chair beside them. "Listen, I'm handing your case over to our neuro team. They'll take it from here." Bae and Tom stared at him in disbelief. "Why?" Bae said at the same time Tom replied, "What the hell, man?" Otis blew out his cheeks and looked down for a long moment. "I don't feel us being friends has worked in your best interest as far as your care goes. You should have been out of hospital by now, Bae." Bae looked confused and upset, and Tom took her hand before turning back to his friend. "Dude, we have complete trust in you. I never had any doubt you'd save my girl." Otis looked away. "Anyway, Dr. Royce will be along to see you shortly. I'm taking a leave of absence for a while, but I'll call you and check in. I'll be just a phone call away if you need me." He turned to go, but Bae reached out and grabbed his arm. "Otis, what is it? What's wrong?" Otis hesitated, then gently pulled away. "Nothing. It's nothing. I'll see you soon." Shay walked to work the next morning, needing the air before she faced Otis. When she got to work, however, she was surprised to see his office locked and in darkness. She was debating whether to call him when she heard her name. "Dr. Groves?" She turned to see Dr. Royce, the tall, handsome head of neurosurgery, smiling at her. "Yes? You're with me, as from today. We'll be covering both specialties, and I'll need you to follow up on Dr. Ford's patients whilst he's away." Shay was stunned. "Away? He's been called away on another case." Dr. Royce, already reading something else, shrugged. "Personal leave, I think. Anyway, come. We have a lot of patients to deal with." Jason Klein, for once without his entourage and in low-key dress, stood as Shay entered the restaurant. She returned his smile with a nod and sat down opposite him. "Would you like a drink?" She quickly scanned the wine list. "House red is fine. What do you want, Jason?" "To talk. To apologize for that mess the other day." Shay sighed, knowing exactly what he was up to. Jason was doing damage control. After being called out by Otis in front of the press, he'd had to do some spectacular backtracking about his non-friendship with Bay. This wasn't about his behavior. Once again, Jason was protecting the only person he'd ever loved, Jason. The waiter brought the wine over, and she drained half the glass as soon as he set it in front of her. Jason, I haven't got time for your games. What do you want from me? He smiled, and Shay wondered when it had happened that her first reaction to that smile was to punch it. I just need your guarantee that you won't go to the press with anything that might have happened during our marriage, or afterward. Shay gritted her teeth. And you'll have that as soon as you sign the divorce papers. Jason rocked his head from side to side. See, I only have your word. I can't really take that to the bank, can I? Yeah, well, I only had your word that you wouldn't cheat on me, so. Jason sighed dramatically. Shay, that again? Haven't we moved past this? You really are a jerk, you know that? I ask myself time and time again why I married you, and I still can't figure it out. I'll ask for the last time. What do you want? Jason pulled a folder out of his bag. A non-disclosure agreement. You sign this and I'll sign the divorce papers. Shay took the agreement and read through it. Not to disclose all and any extramarital affairs of either partner. She made a disgusted noise. Blah blah blah. She stopped. Not to confirm or deny Mr. Klein's friendship with Miss Bay Tamba. Jason, you do not have a friendship with Bay. You've never met her. Leave her out of it. Jason smiled coldly. Sign the document, Shay, and this all goes away. And suppose Bay wants my support when she nails you to the wall for involving her in your repugnant thirst for publicity? You'll just say you don't know anything about it. How hard is that? Shay drew in a deep breath, trying to calm down. First, the idea that I would ever refuse to back up my friend is ridiculous. Unlike you, Jason, I know what loyalty means. No NDA, no divorce. He really doesn't get it, does he? Suddenly Shay smiled. Fine. Well, in 2 years I'll file for adultery and release the photos of you and that skank, plus I'll trash you in the press. You seem to forget, I hold all the cards here, Jason. You have nothing I want. Finally, there was anger in his face. You damn tramp. What the hell was I thinking, hooking up with a stuck-up, snooty type A like you? Shay was enjoying herself now. Snooty and stuck-up mean the same thing. Jason slammed his fist down on the table. Sign the NDA, Shay, or I'll make your life hell. Shay put her head on one side. Oh, Jason, you will never learn, will you? Can't believe you fell for the same trick. Jason looked confused. What the hell are you talking about? Shay grinned widely and brought her hand up from under the table. Her phone was recording everything they were saying. Shay pulled it out of Jason's reach and slid her finger over the save button. NND, it's in the cloud, she crowed and stood up to leave. Jason lunged for her, but as soon as he moved, 2 men at the next table got up. Motioning at them that she was fine, Shay merely stepped out of Jason's way. Goodbye, Jason. I don't expect we'll talk again. She walked out into the evening air and finally felt free. You don't look so good. Otis gave his brother a half smile. I'm so glad I opened the door to you. You want to come in? He stepped aside to let Roman into his apartment. Roman took in the football game on the TV, the 2 empty beer bottles, and the unopened bag of potato chips. He looked at his brother, his mouth hitching up at the corner. Quite the party. Otis shoved some magazines aside on the couch to make room for his brother. To what do I owe this pleasure? You want a beer, by the way? Sure. Roman waited until Otis came back from the kitchen and handed him a bottle. Thanks. So Tom called. Otis rolled his eyes. I figured. Look, I just needed to get away. I had a bad case, a death that I should have prevented. What with Bay? Got it. Otis knew his brother would understand. However much both of them tried, neither could get past that day in the bodega. Roman had disappeared into his books and law school, Otis into medicine. Looking at his brother now, Otis could see the strain he felt reflected in Roman's eyes. "This whole deal sucks," Roman said after a few minutes of silence. "Stu Lawson has gone to ground, no one has a clue where they might be." "Crap?" Otis swirled his beer around in the bottle. "Bay's getting better though, Rome. That's a positive." "Uh-huh. So why aren't you at work helping that process?" Damn it. He'd fallen for Roman's easy trap. Otis leaned back so his head was on the couch cushion and stared at the ceiling. "I messed up on a patient. Lost her. And Bay, she could have died on my watch. I left a resident in charge of her rehab, and she stretched herself too far." Roma drained his beer. "So far, everything you've told me sounds like a normal day for a surgeon. And you've never run away from a crisis, so why now? Has it got something to do with that resident, the cute one?" Otis looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" Roman rolled his eyes. "Come on. They told me she thought she saw something between you two, and now you're acting weird." Otis sighed. "It's not Shay, Dr. Groves. It's me. Ever since Bay was shot, I feel like I'm waiting for, I don't know. Waiting to hear screaming. Waiting for someone to tell me that I couldn't save her, that Bay died, right there in front of me. When they found her in her room, she was bleeding so heavily I didn't think I could stop it. I got through the surgery, but afterward I freaked out and took it out on Shay." Roman listened to his brother. "You've fallen for her?" Otis opened his mouth to argue, then sighed. "Yeah. And you think that finally being happy will interfere with your work? That's crap, Otis." "I know. It's not that. Man, listen to me. You are not God, neither do you have a time machine. You cannot save every patient. You can't go back and save Dad, but guess what? You did save Bay. None of it has anything to do with that resident. Shay. Go get her." Otis shook his head. "No. I don't care if it kills me, but I won't risk her career for an affair." Roman sighed. "Suit yourself. But stop feeling sorry for yourself, and get back to work." Otis tapped his beer bottle against his brother's. "I'll think about it." Shay arched her back up out of the chair and stretched, groaning with relief. She'd been updating Dr. Royce's medical charts for hours. She glanced out of the window. Night had fallen over Portland. She scrubbed at her face with her hands, trying to wake herself up. "Where have you been?" She looked around and was astonished to see Bay walking, albeit slowly, with Tom's arm around her waist. The brunette smiled at her, although Shay could see she was in pain. Shay cleared off the other two chairs. Sit. Gosh, look at you." Tom helped Bay into one of the chairs. "She insisted on coming to see you." "You haven't been to visit all week," Bay said accusingly, obviously relieved at sitting down. Shay flushed. "I'm sorry, honey. Dr. Royce is a hard taskmaster." She looked Bay over. "You look amazing. You've put on weight. I even eat the Jell-O now. I hate Jell-O, but it tastes better in here. Except the lime flavor." She threw that up. It was like The Exorcist. Bay batted at Tom, who grinned back at her. Shay smiled, but a small part of her ached for the connection with someone else that she saw between these two people. "I am sorry I haven't been up, but geez, Bay, you're walking. That's wonderful to see." Bay glanced at Tom, who gave a nod and got up. "I'm going to grab us all some coffee." "Shay?" "That would be great, thanks." Tom disappeared and Shay raised an eyebrow at Bay, knowing what was coming. Bay didn't disappoint. "What's going on between you and Otis?" Shay tried to smile. "Nothing anymore. This is for the best, really. It's never a good idea to mix work and pleasure." Bay grinned. "Didn't do me and Tom any harm." Shay looked askance at her and Bay shook her head. "This," she pointed at her still heavily bandaged belly, "didn't have anything to do with me and Tom. This was Stu being a psycho." "Fair point, but still." Bay leaned forward conspiratorially. "Was it good?" Shay laughed and shook her head. "Pleading the fifth. Spoil sport. So are you going to come see me more often? I promise. Later, when Tom had taken a flagging Bay back to her room, Shay asked herself why she had avoided her new friend. It wasn't hard to figure out. Bay reminded her of being with Otis, being included in that lovely group of friends, and of being welcomed into their fold. By avoiding her, Shay was trying to push the heartbreak away. Because she had fallen in love with Otis Ford, not just that one night when they'd screwed each other into a frenzy, but during surgery because of his expertise, his patience, and his generosity to share his skills with others. Maybe when he had lost Sue Lynn Morita, she should have let him rant, blame her for Bay, and take all his frustration out on her. Maybe he would have calmed down and apologized. She would never know, because her own temper had taken over. Her pager beeped. She was being called into an emergency operation. Shoot. She was already dog-tired and hungry. She grabbed another power bar from the machine, they seemed to cover all of her major food groups lately, and jogged to the theater. The surgeon was already preparing the patient for anesthetic, as she scrubbed in. She backed her way through the doors. At last we can begin. The surgeon turned to her and she froze. Dr. Groves? Those eyes. That voice. Shay struggled to get a grip of her emotions. Dr. Ford. Shall we begin? Shay pulled her scrubs off furiously, throwing them into her locker and cursing loudly. 2 interns looked at her askance. She glared at them until they fled. She wanted to scream, but instead kicked her locker hard, then leaned her hot forehead against the cool metal. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready to see you. You know, the hospital frowns on that kind of vandalism. Shay froze for the second time that night, closing her eyes. She felt a fingertip being drawn down her bare back and shivered. Stop. She turned to face him, aware that only her very lacy, very work-inappropriate bra protected her modesty. To his credit, Otis kept his eyes on hers. If he hadn't, she might have lost it. Good work tonight. Gosh. Screw you. I'd much rather screw. Don't even think about finishing that sentence, you jumped up Napoleon-complexed dill hole. Otis struggled to hide a grin. Napoleon was 5'8". Taller than you think, but still a good 6 inches smaller than me. Shay grabbed her t-shirt and pulled it over her head, pushing past him. Good night, doctor. She got only a few steps down the corridor, before he pulled her into a supply closet, locking the door behind him. She was mad now. What do you? His lips pressed against hers, his hands tracing her frame, and despite herself, her body responded, curving into him, tugging at his clothes as he did hers. Otis backed her against the wall, their connection fierce and urgent as she gasped, her fingers gripping him tightly, her frustration melding with her longing. Their passion surged, Shay matching his every movement with an intensity she couldn't tame, her hands pulling him closer, their breaths intertwining. Otis gently lowered her to the floor, parting her knees and drawing her near with a desperate edge. Shay, Shay, Shay. She sighed at the yearning in his voice, her legs wrapping tighter around him, urging him closer. Their shared release came in a rush, her body trembling as she clung to him. Otis kissed her tenderly, deeply. I've missed you so much. No? No? What was she doing? He could shatter her with a single word. She pushed him away. What are we doing? What am I doing? Scrambling for her clothes, she reached for the doorknob, but his hand gently caught hers. Don't? It's okay, Shay. She turned to him. No, it's not, Otis. I'm not this person who forgives everything because of a moment's passion. Tears welled up, fueled by anger and exhaustion. Please, Otis, let me go. If that's what you want, Shay, I won't stop you. Just please hear me out. She took shaky breaths, and he took it as a sign to continue. Shay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I took what happened to Bay out on you. I'm sorry I walked away when I should have fixed things between us. Shay closed her eyes. Otis, I can't do this. His fingertips brushed her cheek, and she looked at him. His deep brown eyes met hers, warm and sincere. Slowly he kissed her, and despite herself, she melted into it, craving his taste, wanting to lose herself in his gentle touch and the way he held her against his chest. Otis kissed her shoulder, then lower, and she trembled, her legs weak. His arm steadied her, strong and sure. "Shay, my beautiful, brilliant Shay, please, one last chance. Give me that, and I'll never let you down again." She ached to believe him, desperately wanted to trust his words. "I can't," she whispered, fumbling for the doorknob and pulling the door open. This time, he let her go. Roman rolled over in bed and looked at the clock. 5:17 a.m. He sighed and picked up his ringing phone. "Yep. Boss? Dwyer? His chief of security." "Yep. We found him, boss. Lawson and the girl. They're at a Roach Motel in Bakersfield." Roman sat up in bed. "Kim's alive?" "So far. Only the dude has left the motel room for any reason. We don't know if she's just not coming out, or whether she's been restrained. Do you want us to go in?" Roman swung his legs over the side of the bed. "No. Do nothing but watch. If they move, let me know. Send me the address. I'll be there as soon as I can." Tom had fallen asleep next to her. Now that all the tubes and IV had been removed, she could move more freely, but all Bay wanted was to lie next to him. Her recovery was speeding up now, and she could walk slowly up and down stairs. She was starting to feel like herself again. She pulled out the new phone Tom had bought her from her bag. She always grinned when she saw it. Of course, Tom had spared no expense, buying her the most up-to-date, state-of-the-art device. She knew Kim's number by heart, and if she hadn't, she would have practically ingested it over the last few days, calling the number over and over. The mailbox was full, mostly with Bay's pleas to her best friend to call her if she could. She listened to the message over and over now, dread pounding at her. "She's not going to answer, sweetheart." Tom was awake and watching her. Bay ended the call. "I won't believe she's dead, Tom, until somebody tells me for sure." Her voice broke and Tom stroked her cheek. "Roman will find her. Roman is pissed at her. You too. I see it in your eyes." Tom sighed, wrapping his arm around her waist. "I know it's not fair and that I shouldn't blame her for this." "No, you shouldn't," Bay said, her voice quivering. "If you don't know what it's like to be in an abusive relationship, to have that fear, you can't judge." "No, I know. But I'm the one who found you with 3 bullets in your belly. I'm the one who found you bleeding out. I get to be a little pissed, at least in private." Bay relented. "In private, yes." She kissed him softly. "In private, I get to be pissed she didn't call the cops on him. But when she comes back, no recriminations. Deal?" Bay sighed, nuzzling into her neck. "I just hope Roman remembers she's the victim and Stu's the monster." Roman kicked in the door precisely as Stu was walking to it. The other man slammed to the ground and Roman was on him, punching repeatedly, until Stu was a quaking and barely conscious a mess on the floor. "That's for Bay," Roman said, his voice steady. He looked up and his heart broke. Kim was tied to the headboard, her wrists red raw from pulling at the plastic ties. Her clothes were filthy, her hair hung in dank limp strands, and her face was bruised. She looked at him with wide, frightened eyes. Roman approached her slowly. "Kim? Roman?" He was relieved her voice sounded somewhat normal, and that she wasn't traumatized so badly that she couldn't communicate. He went to her and freed her. As soon as she was loose, she fell into his arms. He held her as she sobbed. Very touching. Stu was on his feet again and Roman turned to see him. He slimeball smiled through bloody teeth. Roman stepped in front of Kim. "She's leaving with me." Stu smirked at Roman. "So? Take her, I don't care, stupid tramp." "They're all stupid tramps, her mother and Bay." "Oh whoops, sorry. Bay was a tramp." He laughed. Kim froze and stared at Roman. "What?" Roman steeled himself. "He shot her. Stu shot Bay." Kim went white. "I knew it." "Oh my gosh, is she?" Roman hesitated for a moment. "She's dead." Kim gave a keening howl of agony as Stu cackled in triumph, and Kim rounded on Stu. "Why? Why did you do it?" She was screaming now, up in Stu's face while he grinned unrepentantly. Because I could. Because she was a pain. But mostly, and he grinned nastily at both of them, because I wanted to. And you know what? Putting 3 bullets in that skank's belly was the most fun I've ever had. Roman punched Stu across the room then, his fury and his love for his friend Bay overwhelming his senses. He wanted to kill Stu for Bay and for Tom. Stu fought back, and Roman was surprised at the other man's strength. They rolled around the floor, each trying to get the other under him to knock him out cold. Stu managed to get on top of Roman and was pressing his weight down on Roman's throat. Roman, gasping, saw black at the corners of his eyes as his air was cut off. He gasped for air, then saw Kim behind Stu, her face blank. She raised the butt of a pistol in the air and brought it down hard onto Stu's head. Roman scooted away from him, shocked to the core. Crumpling to the floor, Stu clutched his head, groaning. You tramp? Kim bent down and pressed the cold steel to Stu's forehead. How does it feel, Stu? To know that I'm going to shoot you. That's how Bay must have felt when you shot her. You shot her. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to kill her. She was half the size of you, and she was unarmed. You promised me. Stu sneered. So what? Just another pretty, dead tramp. Kim flicked the safety off. Roman stepped forward. No, Kim? Why not? Kim didn't take her eyes off Stu. He didn't think twice about killing her. This isn't the way. Don't let him take your life too. He's going to jail for a very long time. Stu laughed. If you can prove it was me. Roman smiled humorlessly. Oh, we can prove it, jerk. He looked at Kim. Kim. A tear dropped down her cheek. Roman, just let me finish this. I can't. I won't let you suffer anymore. Roman was surprised at the words. Kim slowly lowered the gun, and Stu crowed just long enough before Roman silenced him with a kick to the head. Kim slumped by Stu's unconscious body, the gun still in her hand, defeated, sobbing. You didn't have to kill her. Her voice was barely a whisper now, as Roman pulled her away and out of the door. We need to call the police. He wrapped an arm around her shaking body and tugged his cell phone from his pocket. A minute later, he made her look at him. Look, they'll be questioning us for a long time. Just tell the truth. It was self-defense. Kim was trembling uncontrollably. Bay's dead. Roman sucked in a breath and steeled himself. No. I lied. Gosh, Kim, I wanted to hurt you. I was so mad at you for not turning him in. He shot a defenseless woman. 3 times. Bay's not dead, but she's been in unbelievable pain. She nearly died twice, but she pulled through. She's been desperate to know if you're okay. I did this, Kim said blankly. I let her down. Roman drew in a deep breath. No. Stu did this, and he's going to pay. In the meantime, we need to get you back to Seattle. No, Kim looked panicked. I can't. I can't face Bay, Tom, and Pete. It's better that I stay away. I'll testify, of course, but... For the love of God, Roman got up, frustrated, then realized that the traumatized woman probably didn't need him yelling at her. Kim was frozen and Roman's conscience pricked. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Bay's really going to be okay? Roman smiled. You bet she is. A police car pulled into the lot then, and Roman stood and went to greet the officers. Kim shivered, her entire body aching from stress and from Stu's beatings. If the police had any doubt that it had been self-defense, she thought, they'd only need look at her bruised and battered body. Bruised and battered but still alive, still breathing. Kim let out a long breath as Roman and the officers came over to her. Come on, baby girl, she willed Bay silently. Keep getting better. We're survivors, you and me, it's what we do. It's always what we do. I love you. I'm sorry. Tom met Shay as she came back to the hospital the following morning. She smiled at him. Hey, Bay's being released today. Did she tell you? Of course she told you. Stupid question. He walked with her into the hospital, looking forward to getting her home. Shay pressed the call button for the elevator and grinned at him. Now you know the drill. No shenanigans until the doctor says so. She meant it as a joke but then flinched. The memory of that day in the supply closet with Otis was still fresh. The day she had left him. Tom, luckily, didn't notice. I need to ask your advice. Shay looked surprised. Go for it. Roman found Kim. She's okay. Oh Tom, I'm so glad. That's wonderful news. Tom nodded. It is. Just, Kim isn't coming back to Seattle. She doesn't want to see Bay. Roman says she's adamant. He thinks she feels guilty. Shay sighed. The victim blaming themselves. Geez, the things people do to each other. What does Bay say? That's it. I haven't told her. Not that part. I've told her Kim's safe, of course. Should I tell her the whole truth? Shay didn't hesitate, nodding. Kim's absence, whether voluntary or not, impacts the band. Bay and Pete need to know if they need to replace her. It's their life too. Of course you should tell her. Shay listened as Tom relayed Kim's decision to Bay. Bay was calm, just nodding. That's her prerogative. Tom and Shay looked at each other, surprised. Bay stuffed the remainder of her possessions in her bag, then smiled at Shay, going to hug her. You better stay in touch, Doc. Thank you for everything, Shay. I mean it. Shay hugged her back. I'll call. I promise. Bay started to let her go, then hesitated. Give him a chance, Shay. He really is wonderful under all that surface sheen. Don't waste love, you never know when it's too late. Believe me. You both deserve to be happy. Shay gave her a half smile. Otis knocked on the door. You ready to go? Bay beamed at him. I'll discharge. Thank you, Otis, for everything. Tom grabbed her bag. Come on, I've been waiting too long to take you home, woman. Bay grabbed Shay's hand. You'll come to the wedding? Shay nodded, not looking at Otis. Try and keep me away. Bay winked at Otis. Well, we'll leave you two alone to discuss surgical instruments, supply closets, that sort of thing. She dragged a grinning Tom out of the door and closed it behind her before reopening it and sticking her head back in. Nurses are chatty and closets aren't soundproof. She giggled and shut the door. Tom took her hand. That was subtle. Well, I have a new lease on life. And they're crazy about each other, so screw subtlety. Tom shook his head, laughing. Gosh, I love you, you lunatic. He helped her into his car, then threw her bags in the trunk. Slipping into the driver's seat, he leaned over to kiss her. Let's go home, baby, and worry about this couple right here. She kissed him back. No more worry, and no more pain. Just love. I'm gonna marry you, woman. You bet you are. Shay looked down at her hands. Something was making her stay in the empty room with the man she was crazy about, but who she had rejected. This is one messed up situation. Otis cleared his throat. So, I have a total joint reconstruction at 2. Want to scrub in? Shay smiled gratefully, glad he was keeping his tone light and professional but friendly. Love to. Complicated? Routine, but we can have some fun. Surgery is always fun. She laughed. Is this you trying to be carefree? Is it working? It's kind of weird, but yes. Otis nodded to the door. Come help me organize tomorrow's surgeries, would you? She followed him out into the hall and down to his office. As they walked, she caught the scent of his soap, woody and fresh. She breathed the scent in deeply, as he reached past her to open the office door. Before he opened it, he paused and looked at her, his face an inch from hers. Her breath caught as she gazed into his eyes. Shay? SSSH, she whispered. Don't spoil this moment by talking. Otis smiled but stayed silent. He opened the door and Shay gently pushed him inside, locking it behind her. Shay put her finger over his lips, then with her other hand touched his face, smoothed out the line between his eyes, and traced a pattern across his cheekbones. Here now he was just a man whose brain excited her and whose body had conquered her. It frightened her how much she felt for him, and how much she wanted him. Everything told her to run, but what Bay had said had flipped her switch in her brain. Don't waste love. You deserve to be happy. Slowly Shay moved her finger away from his lips and pressed hers to them. They kissed, hesitantly at first, then the fire ignited, and the kissing became deeper and more intense. They finally broke free, gasping for air. Otis leaned his forehead against hers. Shay, let me say this, let me ask this. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with me? Shay, breathless, started to giggle. What? Otis was grinning, a confused look on his face. You know that's the first time you've ever actually asked me to dinner? You usually just tell me we're having dinner. Really? Otis laughed. I'm appalling. Why do you put up with me? Lord knows. Because you're a genius. Because you're gorgeous. Because you infuriate me more than any other person. Otis considered. I can live with that if you can. Can you? His face was suddenly serious and vulnerable. Shay slid her arms around him. I can, Otis. I can give this another try, and another try. When he kissed her this time, there were tears on her cheeks. My wonderful, beautiful Shay. I'm yours, Otis Ford. And I'm yours, my darling. She smiled, glancing around the darkened office. Is this thing soundproofed? Otis grinned. No, and we have rounds. But I tell you what, after dinner tonight, I'll hold you to that promise you made. Shay feigned ignorance. What promise? I didn't make a. She didn't get to finish the sentence before his lips found hers again. Okay, she sighed. I promised. Otis rubbed her nose with his. Good. Now for the hottest sensual talk you'll hear from me, let's go see the sick and needy. Later, after a morning of rounds, they stood beside each other in the scrub room. The nurses were already in theater. Otis was talking Shay through the procedure. Every patient is different, of course, but this one should be straightforward. Oh, and I love you. I do know how to do this procedure, Shay, blushing furiously, looked Otis in the eye. I've done them thousands of times and I love you too. Otis nodded, his smile spreading across his handsome face and his eyes sparkling. Well then, Dr. Groves, shall we go give this man back the use of his legs? Why yes, Dr. Ford. Lead on.
Ache for you. Seattle.
Kim Clayton stood in front of the bathroom mirror and braced herself for the reflection she'd see. Come on, she told herself. It's not as if all the bruises and wounds haven't long since healed. She drew in a lungful of oxygen and looked up. Just see what's there. Slim face, long blonde hair, blue eyes lined with coal, smoky gray shadow. Rock and roll. A nude lip. All about the eyes, baby. And that was the problem. Damn. What was killing here was there in her eyes. Guilt. Fear. Heartbreak. Kim clenched her hands together, the hands that hadn't fired the gun that pumped 3 bullets into her best friend's stomach, but may as well have. She squeezed her eyes shut, hearing those shots over and over again. When Stu'd taken her down to California, she tried to pretend she didn't know what he had done. All those weeks, zip-tied to various motel beds, she had practiced telling herself that Stu, her drugged-up idiot of a boyfriend, hadn't shot Bay in cold blood. Her mantra was, he'd never do it. He didn't do it. When Roman Ford, all 6'2" of him, had kicked in the door of that slum motel, her first thought had been joy, wild, delirious joy. He was here to save her. And he did. He did save her. Then he'd said 2 words, and her body felt like it was being shredded slowly through metal teeth. She's dead. Bay, her beautiful, soulful, warm best friend, was dead. Murdered. Her soul had collapsed in itself. She had taken Stu's gun and pressed it against his head, wanting to do to him what he had done to Bay. Roman had talked to her gently, and in the end she hadn't had the courage to Stu or herself. More cowardice. When Roman had told her Bay was alive, she was so overjoyed that she brushed aside Roman's reason. I wanted to hurt you. To punish you. Now she smirked in the mirror, thinking of it. She didn't bear Roman any grudge. In fact, she thought he had been too kind in admitting his reasons. I deserve your hatred. Kim quickly glanced at the staid navy blue suit she wore. Court. Today she would have to face them all for the first time since Bay was shot. Was it messed up that she was more comfortable seeing Stu than her own friends? She could take Stu's hatred. Bay and Tom. Peter and Hank. Emily and Dash. Otis and the new girlfriend, the other doctor. She imagined their eyes on her, blaming, loathing, and cursing her. Roman, the only one who knew where she'd hidden herself, would be there, of course. He had told her over and over that it would be okay, and that no one hated her. How he, of all people, could say that. Every time she met him, she saw the pain in his eyes and the recrimination. He'd had to beg her to testify, for that very reason. She wanted to, but seeing them all? He made her a deal. She could hide away until the trial, and he wouldn't tell anyone, not even her parents, not that they cared. Where had they been when she was missing? Where she was if she testified? He'd thrown in an apartment in San Diego, and gave her money for food, clothes, and bills without flinching. Even when she'd been an utter pain to him, throwing his generosity back in his face, Mr. Billionaire, he'd remained solid. He sometimes came to eat with her, their dinners silent affairs. He'd come every Friday and knock on her door. After the first few times when she'd resisted, she'd simply come to accept that this is what he did. He would often cook, his flair in the kitchen astonishing her. Afterward they would watch a movie in silence, of course, then without fail, he would ask her if she needed anything, nod politely, then leave. She couldn't make the man out. Roman Ford didn't seem like someone who would be lonely. He certainly didn't need any help attracting women. She had often seen him in the society pages, at exclusive benefits and fundraisers with a beautiful woman on his arm. And why not? Roman Ford was the kind of handsome that would cause sane women to lick him in public. Dark short hair and the deepest brown eyes she'd ever seen. Even Bay's warm dark violet eyes weren't as bottomless as that brown. A girl could get lost in them. But it was his stillness, his presence, that fascinated her. She would never tell him, but she found him serene. Pete Sake, get a grip, woman. Kim flicked the bathroom light out and stepped into the hotel bedroom. Even now, Roman had brought her to this luxurious penthouse. Kim crossed the room to the wall-to-ceiling windows, pressing her hands and her face against the glass. Gosh, she had missed this city, with the ever-present rain clouds and the Olympic Mountains rising up across the bay, Mount Rainier hiding itself in the dark bruised sky to the south of Seattle. Kim watched the elevator in the Space Needle making its journey to the viewing deck, stuffed with tourists, and the monorail gliding back and forth between the Seattle Center and downtown. A knock. Roman didn't wait to be asked in, but she didn't care. He nodded at her, unsmiling. Ready? She nodded and grabbed her purse. A corner of Roman's mouth hitched up at the corner as he took in her formal attire. You look uncomfortable. You have no idea, dude. In the car, Roman was his usual quiet self, and Kim was glad of it. She didn't want him asking if she was scared or nervous, because she was concentrating on not being those things. As the car drew up outside the courthouse, Kim's palms started to sweat, and her heart banged against her ribs. Kim? I can't do this. I can't do this. I just need a moment. Take your time. Damn it, stop being so nice. Kim grounded her teeth and opened the car door. Maybe later, after this was over, she'd finally be free of him. A sharp pain hit her chest then, but she ignored it. She stalked into the massive gray courthouse, not looking left or right. As she stepped into the marble-floored foyer, she stopped, her throat closing. Tomas Mayer put a hand on Bay's shoulder, nodding towards Kim. Everything told her to run, but she couldn't move. Bay turned toward her. Gosh. Kim saw her friend was using a stick to walk, but other than that she looked well and healthy. Her long dark hair hung even longer than Kim remembered, but Bay's sweet face, usually so warm, was blank as the two women stared at each other. She hates me. Gosh, I'm sorry, Bay. I'm so sorry. Kim turned away, looking for an escape. Roman caught her elbow and steered her into a room. Bay knows you don't want to see her. She won't force the issue if that's the way you want things to be. Kim closed her eyes and swallowed back the nausea that rose in her throat. She sucked in a few deep breaths and felt Roman's warm hand on her back. Kim? She opened her eyes and looked at him. His eyes were soft. It's almost over, Kim. Bay turned back to Tom, her eyes filling with tears and her body trembling. Tom caught her face in his palms and kissed the tears away. I know, baby, he murmured. I know. Come on, let's find somewhere to sit. He held her hand on the way to the courtroom. Her other hand gripped the handle of the stick. She hated using it, especially now that the rest of her body was healed and good. Even her scars, from bullet wounds and multiple surgeries, were now just silvery lines on her belly, crisscrossing it. Tom would kiss her scars when they lay together at night. She had survived. Stu had failed. That was the only thing that mattered now. Except, Bay didn't know how she would cope seeing him. She still relived that night, that gun aimed at her, the muzzle flash, the sound, and the pain every time she closed her eyes. The pain in Tom's eyes when she had finally woken in the hospital. The fracture of her dreams. Bay, Pete and Kim. The 9th and Pine. They had been set for superstardom, and were on the verge of touring when Stuart Lawson's bullets had ruined everything. Tom led her into a side room. Lawyer said we should wait here until you're called. They sat, Tom pulling his chair next to hers so he could wrap his arms around her. She tilted her face up to his and met his kiss. You know, Tom murmured, we could be really efficient and get married while we're here. Wrong court, doofus. But she smiled. Tom's lips were firm against hers, and she sighed at the sensations that ran through her body. After she'd gotten out of the hospital, it had been months until she was ready for intimacy again. Now, though, she couldn't get enough of him. Tom had vowed that after the trial, after all the horror was behind them, he would take her away for a long, long time. Otis had offered them the use of his private island in the Caribbean. Only Otis would have an island, she'd grinned. But she was excited to go and get away from all of this. Pete arrived with Hank and hugged her. You okay, sweet thing? Bay nodded. I saw Kim, she told Pete in a low voice, and he gave a quick nod. Did she speak to you? No, Roman spirited her away somewhere. Pete looked annoyed. Figures. When does this thing start? Any minute. Bay felt Tom's hand on the back of her neck, massaging the knots there, and she leaned into his touch. It's nearly over. Nearly. Tom kissed her temple. Whatever happens, I love you so much. She wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his chest so he didn't see her cry. Stuart Roger Lawson, you are accused of the following: 1 count of attempted murder in the first degree against Miss Baijanthi Arya Tamba, 1 count of assault with a deadly weapon against Miss Tamba, 1 count of possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life, 1 count of the kidnapping of Miss Kimberly Clayton. The list of charges went on, but Stu grinned at everyone. He was still smiling when he was asked how he pled. Not guilty on all counts, Your Honor. Roman, the only one who wasn't a witness, made a disgusted noise, earning him a look from the bailiff. He felt sick as the prosecution lawyer stood to start his questioning. He wished desperately that Bay wouldn't have to go through this, and when she was called first, his heart went out to her as she moved down the aisle slowly. As she sat in the witness box, Roman watched as Bay glanced at Stu, then quickly away, her face pale. As the prosecuting lawyer, Jed Lyman, asked her to describe the night she was shot, Roman was impressed with how calmly she was reliving the event. As the lawyer gently probed her about the actual shooting, her voice wavered. So, after Miss Clayton had left your home, you attempted to escape from Mr. Lawson's grip? Yes. He released his grip, enough that I could defend myself. I rammed my knee into his groin, but he threw me to the ground, cursing at me. What did he say? He called me a tramp and aimed the gun at me. He told me he had been waiting a long time to kill me, and that I would make a beautiful corpse. Roman heard a woman on the jury gasp. He looked over at the 12 people, and saw that they all looked appalled. What happened then, Miss Tamba Bey? He shot me once, in the abdomen. Then he knelt, and pressed the muzzle to my belly, and fired twice more. He was going to shoot me again, but the gun jammed. I saw him leave just as I lost consciousness. When I woke a few minutes later, the pain was overwhelming, and the smell of blood and gun smoke made me feel sick. I tried to pull myself across my floor to reach my cell phone, but he had smashed it. I passed out again, and woke up in hospital. Someone at the back of the room retched. Bey was green now, obviously back there in that room with her would-be killer. Stu hadn't taken his eyes off her since she had walked into the room, his gaze full of hatred mixed with desire. Sick creep. It made anger flood through Roman, and he wished he had killed Stu back in that motel. There were not enough words to describe this son of a gun. The lawyer was good. After Bey's description of her shooting, he had waited for a beat, letting the horror sink in. Miss Tamba, the day you were shot, it was to be your wedding day. Is that correct? Yes. And you were shot whilst wearing what was to be your wedding dress, correct? Bey swallowed. Yes. Roman looked back at the jury. A few of them were openly crying now. The lawyer patted her hand kindly. Bey, was this the first time Stuart Lawson tried to kill you? No. Roman sat up then. What the hell? He listened in increasing horror, as Bey described the night she had fired him at their recording studio, after he had beaten Kim almost to death. How she'd goaded him, making sure the studio's cameras caught everything. The lawyer turned to the judge. Your Honor, we would like to submit that video into evidence at this time. Objection. We have no knowledge of this video. Jed Lyman smiled. Your Honor, this video goes to show the antagonism between the defendant and Miss Tamba, and the violent nature of his interactions with her. I would also like to point out the disparity in height and build between Miss Tamba and the defendant. Objection. The judge, an elegant woman in her 70s, glared at the defense lawyer. Overruled. Miss Tamba, will you be okay if we replay the video of the first attack? If not, you may be excused for a few minutes. Bey nodded. I'll be fine, Your Honor. Okay, well, my Lyman, let's see it. Kim sat in the small room, half expecting Tom or Pete or someone to burst in and scream at her. She wouldn't blame them. Crap. Why hadn't she had the courage to face up to Bey? She started as someone knocked. A court clerk poked her head. Miss Clayton, you have visitors. Kim frowned. Huh? Then her stomach dropped, as her mother and father pushed their way into the room. Darling? Her mother fell on her, sobbing. The clerk looked impressed, and Kim sighed, mechanically patting her mother on the back. Impressed was always the initial reaction to her famous parents. Just as well you don't really know them, she thought. The clerk reluctantly left them alone. Her mother, Charlie, finally finished performing, and Kim sat back down, waiting for the onslaught. Darling, they didn't even tell us at first that you'd been kidnapped. Her father, Mac, looked stony-faced. I tell ya, some folks are gonna get fired over this. Kim sighed. They didn't tell anyone because they thought if they let it be known I was missing, and that Stu was keeping me hostage, he would kill me to save himself. Even her dad flinched at her words. Charlie stroked her daughter's blonde hair. Sweetie, but afterward you didn't think to call us? Who did call you? No one called us, her father said gruffly. We saw it on the internet. Geez. What about Bey? Did you know she'd been shot? Didn't you think it strange I wasn't calling you, upset? Charlie and Mac shared a guilty look. Of course not. Their world only contained the both of them and no one else mattered. Same old, same old. Kim got up. Look, Mom, Dad, I think you should go. This is nerve-wracking enough. But sweetheart, we should be here to support you. Kim looked at her mom, professionally made up and in tight leather, and her dad tour t-shirt stretched over his still athletic physique. His current tour. Gosh. Roman Ford chose that moment to walk into the room. Kim introduced them, and instantly a light went on in her mother's brain. She switched into flirting mode. Kim got a little satisfaction at the lack of response from Roman, but seeing as he was a robot. Kim, they're calling you next. Bae has testified already. How is she? Is she okay? But Kim kept her mouth shut and ducked out of her mother's reach. I'm ready. We love you, darling. Gosh, she said as Roman took her elbow. Parents, do you have trouble with yours? Roman stopped and looked at her. His eyes were dark, his face a mask of pain just long enough that she knew she'd hit a nerve. Roman? Roman opened the door to the courtroom and practically shoved her in. Your turn, he said roughly. Don't mess it up. Just drive. I don't care where. Just please, I need to feel the wind in my hair. Tom put the Mercedes into gear and took her hand. You got it, beautiful. Bae sat back in the seat and let out a long breath. It was over. She never had to see Stuart Lawson again or relive that night. Over. Gone. The car slid smoothly down the interstate, the wind streaming through Bae's long dark hair, whipping it around her face. She looked over at Tom. Even he looked relieved now. The rest was up to those 12 people on the jury, and Lyman had reassured her, Lawson will never be released, Bae. He'll die in jail. Gosh, those words made her want to scream with joy. Now she could really start to look forward to her new life, with Tom, and with Pete and their band. There it was. The cloud in her soul. The dark place she couldn't reconcile. Kim. No, don't think about her. She made the decision to leave. Instead, she touched the back of her hand to the cheek of the man she loved and smiled at him. Baby? He caught her hand and kissed the back of it. Yes? You know any secluded beaches near here? Tom grinned. I don't know about beaches, but I do know of a private lake with a little jetty. Somewhere we could be alone, unobserved. Then let's go there. Kim waited until the court had emptied before leaving. She'd been unfortunate enough to witness the press frenzy when her mom and dad had left, and she'd seen how much they loved being the center of attention. She could only imagine how they would if it had been her who had been shot. Creeps. Roman was waiting with her, tapping his finger on the table idly. She looked at him in irritation. Do you want to stop that? Roman didn't glance her way. Nope. Kim shifted in her chair. Look, I did it. I testified, okay? You got what you wanted. The fingers stopped tapping. You think this is what I wanted? For any of this to happen? Kim sighed and stood. I'm going, so you'll never have to put up with. What's next, Kim? For you, I mean. The band, you owe them a real goodbye if that's what you plan. You're still under contract to Quartet. Kim hesitated, then took her seat again. Roman, are you saying that if I leave, I'm in breach of contract? Technically, yes. Kim rubbed her eyes, smudging her makeup. What now, Roman? Are you trying to force me to go see Bae and Pete, or you'll sue? So all that crap about me being free after I testify. Roman leaned forward. Kim, I'm not totally insensitive. I know it's difficult. No, of course, we're not going to sue if you want to leave the band. The band can go on without you. I just think you all be happier together if at least you talk and settle things. Kim sighed. Fine? Roman looked startled. Fine? I'll meet with them. Just give me a couple of days to psyche myself up for it. Roman smiled. I'll set it up for early next week. Kim, whatever's happened, I know this is the right decision for you. Tom slid his hands under Bae's shirt and slipped it from her shoulders. The evening was cool, but neither of them minded. The lake was, as promised, quiet and private. They had walked hand in hand along the little wooden jetty. At the end, a weak lamp swung from a pole, and over the water a light fog rolled in. His lips met hers with gentle insistence. Her hands worked at his shirt, unbuttoning it and letting it fall to the wooden jetty. With a deft motion, he unhooked her top, catching her in his hands and kissing her softly, first one side then the other, savoring her warmth. His touch lingered, tracing her skin as she murmured his name. Her skirt slipped to the deck, followed by his clothes, and soon they stood bare against each other. Tom eased her down to the jetty, his lips brushing her mouth, her throat, and trailing to her stomach, circling her navel with tender kisses. Bay's breath caught, her fingers weaving into her hair as a wave of sensation coursed through her, leaving her trembling. She ached for him, for their closeness, but first. She guided him onto his back, trailing kisses down his chest, her lips grazing his skin as his muscles tensed under her touch. Smiling up at him, she wrapped her hand around him, drawing him closer with slow, deliberate care, her lips gliding over him, teasing gently as she savored his response. "Bay," he murmured, voice thick with emotion. She felt his warmth intensifying her touch, until he trembled beneath her, whispering her name. He reached for her, but she held him close, until he surrendered to the moment, their connection deepening. "I need you." "Now," he said softly, and in an instant he had her beneath him, her legs resting over his shoulders as he joined her, moving with steady purpose. Bay sighed, her body aligning with his rhythm as he deepened their bond. "I love being with you, Bay Tamba," he whispered. She laughed, breathless as their pace quickened, her body rising to meet his, their lips locking in a fervent kiss, her fingers tangled in his hair. The cool evening air wrapped around their warm skin. Bay gazed at Tom's face, unable to imagine a time before him. It felt like he'd always been part of her. Afterward they dressed slowly and walked hand in hand back to the car. It was almost night now. As he drove back into the city, Tom looked over at Bay, her hair streaming behind her in the night air, and wondered how they had gotten through the last months. He had nearly lost her, and that fear still lived inside him even though she had survived the impossible. A tiny part of him wanted to shut her away somewhere where no one would ever hurt her again, but he assumed it was the same for anyone who loved someone as much as he loved Bay. She smiled at him. That was a perfect way to spend an evening. "Thank you. After the verdict, we're going away, and I'll make sure every evening is even more perfect." Bay grinned. "Right back at ya." "Tom?" "Yes, babe?" "I want to go back to work." Tom was confused. "I don't follow." For the last few months, Bay had been in the studio, making a name for herself songwriting while she recovered. "I mean the band. I want us to start up again, make plans, and give it a real shot. Pete's going crazy working at Hank's bar. It's time." Tom nodded. "I think it's a great idea. Bay, what about Kim?" She looked away from him, but not before he saw the glint of tears in her eyes. "If Kim wants out, that's her right. We'll just have to find a replacement." Tom took her hand. "I think that's a healthy way to look at it. I'll talk to Roman in the morning." "Well," Roman said the next morning, "hold your horses." Kim's agreed to meet them. Tom's eyebrows shot up. "How did you manage to finagle that?" Roman gave a slight smile. "Passive aggression and emotional blackmail. Mentions of contract breach." Tom shook his head, smiling. "I'm not sure that was called for, Rome." Roman flicked a pen away from him. "It was. She needs to get a grip and face up to her responsibilities. I'm done with babysitting. She wasn't the one who was shot." He regretted his words, seeing how Tom flinched. "Sorry." Tom held up his hand. "It's okay. Geez though, you really don't like her, do you? Sure you wouldn't be happier without her?" "Not about me. If Bay and Pete want her back, I'll try and make that happen for them. I don't have to like it, or Kim." Tom leaned back, rolling his shoulders. "We need to get Emily and Dash at that meeting too. The quicker we can get a marketing strategy in place, the better." "Agreed. Look, let's get some dates for the meeting set up." Kim drove to Tomas Mayer's houseboat on Lake Washington and parked across the street. She had no idea whether Bay or Tom would be there during the day, but she at least wanted to test herself to see if she was ready. Tomorrow she would go to Hank's bar for an informal meeting with Bay, Pete, and the quartet contingent. Her mind had run through all the possible scenarios, she and Bay falling into each other's arms, Bay and Pete firing her, Roman being disappointed in her. She had dwelt on that last one far too long. Why the hell should she care what Roman Ford thought? Jackass. Taking a deep breath, Kim got out of the car and slowly walked across the street. She stood where Stu's car had been that night, remembering how she'd screamed when she had heard the gunshots and how she tried to run. She wondered what the hell had happened to that neighbor who had heard her screams. She could feel her body start to tremble as she walked to the gate at the front of the houseboat. Locked? Of course. She leaned her head against the cold metal bars. There was a call button, but suddenly she felt sick, and whirling around started to dry heave into a bush. Hey, you okay? She looked up, her hand over her mouth. A thick-set guy in t-shirt and shorts was looking at her from the sidewalk. She tried to smile. I'm fine. The guy, who she judged was in his late 20s, nodded, still unconvinced. Hey, you look familiar. Do I know you? Kim gripped the cold steel bar, the gate that had been put into to protect her friend, her sister, her bae, after she, Kim, had brought the worst day of her life to her. She closed her eyes for a second before replying. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I'm nobody. I'm no one. Emily Moore grinned at her boyfriend, Dash Hamilton. Happy anniversary, baby. Dash looked startled. Huh? I thought we started dating in August. She laughed. We did, but it's the 1-year anniversary of our getting back together. Geez, already? But he leaned over to kiss her. Then happy anniversary, baby. Thank you for making me the happiest man alive. Emily kissed him, enjoying the feeling of his cool lips on hers. They had been through so much in the time they'd known each other, and Dash was no longer the impetuous, wild boy he had been when they met. Now he was a man, his goofball tendencies reserved for when they were alone. Maybe, he said now, we should discuss whether we want to move in together. Emily smiled. This was what she was talking about. Before, Dash would have bought a house, hired decorators, and told her they were moving in together without once consulting her, just assuming she would enjoy the surprise. One habit she was glad to have broken him of. He changed her too, though. She was more laid back, and things that used to irritate her no longer did. She enjoyed fooling around with him on their off days, and working together on their professional assignments. Today, they would begin again to work on making the 9th and Pine a success. It seemed fitting to Emily that today, of all days, they would start a new chapter. At 9 a.m. that morning, Tom had sent her a text message. Jury's been sent out. We'll know soon about Lawson. Thank God. Hey, you two. Pete carried a fistful of beer bottles over to their table and sat down, passing out the drinks. They were in Hank's bar, waiting for the others to arrive. Pete Espinoza and his husband had started this bar together years ago, just after they'd met at Seattle Pride, a decade ago. It sat downtown, and Hank had been adamant that it was a safe space for all sexualities, not just the same-sex scene. It became a popular hangout, thanks mostly to Hank's open, friendly manner and his policy of inclusion. When Pete, a qualified teacher, had moved on to teaching, Hank had taken over the running of the bar full-time. But since Bay's shooting and the band's hiatus, Pete had been back to help out. Quartet had helped out, of course, during Bay's recovery. Emily, Dash, and the couple had become close, working out showcase evenings for quartet acts, which meant, in turn, more publicity for the bar. As a result, Hank had offered them the place whenever they wanted, for whatever they wanted. Hank, a towering figure of a man who matched Pete's height of 6'7" and was about as broad across the shoulders, joined them. Just waiting for the kids now? Emily grinned at him. She adored Pete and Hank. They felt like the big brothers she'd never had, and Emily knew Bay felt the same way about them. There was something so steady and reassuring about their presence in this family. They gave her hope that everything would be okay. Gosh, it will be good to go back into the studio, Pete said, twisting the cap of another bottle and handing it to Hank. Well, this is a good start, Dash said. All the band in one place for the first time in months. Once we get through today, Ems and I thought we'd sit down with you and figure out next steps. Pete opened his mouth to speak, then looked over at the door as Bay and Tom came in. Hey girl. Pete hugged his friend. Looking good, Miss T. Same to you. Hi guys. Bay did look good, Emily thought, noting the glowing skin and excitement in her eyes. She smiled at her. Pete's excited, and I can see you are too. I know we should wait for Kim to get here, but in the meantime, I've just had a thought. Comeback show at the Paramount? Bay nodded. Absolutely. That's the perfect way to start things off. Pete? Soon they were deep into discussing plans, not noticing the time until Roman came in. His face was rigid with anger, his entire posture fraught with annoyance. I went to pick him up. She's not there. Look, I'm on my way to the airport. If she's at the apartment in San Diego, I'll haul her back. Bay stood and went to him. Don't be angry with her, Roman, please. If you see her, tell her not to be scared about seeing us. It's okay. Tom interrupted them, staring at his phone. We'll soon see. He looked up at Bay. Jury's back in. They have a verdict. Bay thought she might throw up, as they all stood for the judge. Stuart Lawson stood ramrod straight at his defense table, his eyes locked on the jury members who had come in. The judge ran through some preamble, then asked the foreman if the jury had reached a unanimous verdict. The foreman gave the verdict to the clerk of the court. We, the jury, in the case of the state of King County, Washington versus Stuart Roger Lawson, on the charge of first-degree attempted murder, find the defendant guilty as charged. The court exploded and the judge had to silence them, as each charge and verdict was read out. Every single one, guilty as charged. Bay felt her legs wobble, and she had to lean against Tom. He wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her forehead. It's all over now, beautiful. Stu looked green, pale and sweaty. He glanced around at Bay and narrowed his eyes at her. She met his gaze without blinking until he looked away. That's right, you creep. You got yours. The judge was efficient and cold. I see no reason to delay sentencing in this matter. Mr. Lawson, you are hereby sentenced to 4 life terms to be served consecutively for the attempted murder, use of a deadly weapon with intent to kill, kidnapping, and actual bodily harm. The judge went on, but the meaning was clear. Stu Lawson would never be free again. He'll appeal, of course, but no sane judge or jury would let him out. Tom said to Bay afterward. She looked at him. Now we can move on. He kissed her. Hell yes. Look, once Roman finds Kim, we can start to plan. It'll take Emily and Dash a while to set everything up, and I know you're keen to get back in the studio, but still, you promise me a vacation first. Bay laughed, her violet eyes shining. Try and stop me, Mayor. Also, he went on, taking her in his arms. There's that little matter of you marrying me. Her smile faded a little. Baby, you know I want to marry you more than anything, right? Okay, he said, but he frowned. But I want a lot of distance between this court case and us getting married. When we do it, I want it to be for us, not as a screw you to Stu Lawson. I admit at first that appealed, but Tomas Mayer, I truly don't want it to be about that. Can we wait? Can you wait? Let me do this thing with the band, get established, and earn enough to have some sort of financial parity with you? She grinned as he rolled his eyes. I know you don't care about that, but I do. What do you think? Tom nodded, considering. I get that. I do. I'll just have to be patient. Yeah, but patient with a lot of intimacy. Bay kissed him, smiling. And when we get to this island, I'll show you just how dirty. Then you have a deal, Miss Tamba. Will you take my name? She was laughing now, and Tom looked askance. And be Tom Tamba? Hell no. You'll have to be Bay Mayer. That sounds like an old folks' home, she grumbled, but they were both laughing. Tom's phone buzzed, and still laughing, he answered the call. He mouthed Roman at Bay, who nodded. Tom switched to speakerphone. Say that again, Rome, Bay's listening. I got to San Diego, the apartment is empty. Cleared out. She left a note. Which says, Roman sighed. Don't try to follow me, I won't be where you can find me. Tell Bay and Pete I'm sorry and I love them. I just can't do it. Thank you for everything. Kim. Tom cursed and Bay's shoulders slumped. Is that it? After everything, that's what happened? Roman's voice was softer. I'm so sorry, honey, but I think it's time we all moved on. You and Pete are the band. We'll find someone else to play guitar. But you need to accept it. Kim's gone, sweetheart. She's in the wind. Bay closed her eyes and let out a shaky breath. Roman was right. Let it go. Move on. Look to the future. Kim was gone. New Orleans. Kim heaved the keg up into her arms and stomped upstairs to help Cal. He looked impressed as she rolled the keg into place at the bar. Damn girl, you got some upper body strength. She grinned at him. It had been 4 months and 6 days since she'd left Seattle and picked out one of the few places she had no ties to, but was still pretty exciting to her. New Orleans was hot and sweaty and crowded, and she loved it. Those last days in Seattle and San Diego, as she had planned out her disappearance, had been full. She'd sold everything she didn't need, that had belonged to her and not Quartet of course, dyed her blonde hair a creamy shade of caramel, chopped off a few good inches, stuck some glasses on her face, and boarded a Greyhound bus with just a suitcase. Her beloved Les Paul she'd put in storage, unable to part with it entirely. Her other guitars were all at pawn shops around San Diego. When she got to New Orleans, the heat was almost suffocating, but the motel she'd checked into was cheap, and within 3 days she'd scored bar work. After a month at the motel, she'd found a one-bed place near the French Quarter. The bar, Hot Tin Roof, was busy all week, with its blend of jazz and contemporary music and good beer, making it a hangout for tourists and locals alike. Cal, her boss, a slim-hipped African-American, had quickly become a friend, and she'd confided her past to him, telling him that she wanted a new life. Got it, sugar, he'd told her. We all need a do-over once in a while. She had toyed with changing her name, but decided against it. Instead, she substituted out her last name for her middle name, Mason. She didn't think anyone would find her, but just to be sure, she kept an eye on what her parents were doing and what Quartet had said about her departure. She also watched what the Ninth and Pine were doing. Because 4 months after she'd left, the band was on its way to being a huge deal. A huge deal. Emily and Dash had coordinated their re-emergence perfectly. A high-profile comeback gig that a concert-goer had helpfully videoed and put up on YouTube hit the headlines. They followed that with a new single, Missing You, and a myriad of interviews where they discussed Kim's departure by saying it was a huge sadness, but she needs to do her own thing and we respect that. Well-rehearsed lines. To torture herself, Kim would watch the interviews over and over, searching Bay and Pete's faces for clues as to how they were really feeling. It wasn't hard to find. The way Bay would look down at her hands as soon as Kim was mentioned, and the slump in Pete's shoulders. I'm sorry I let you down again. She would watch the concert and see how often Bay would glance over to where Kim used to stand, then look away quickly when she remembered her friend wasn't there. It haunted her. Now, as she cleaned the bar for opening at lunchtime, she remonstrated with herself. She had a good life now, a happy life. You walked away. Own it. She would own it. She was thinking about applying to go back to school. She could work and study, then find a new career path. She had always been good at art. Maybe that was something she could do. A wet cloth hit the back of her head, and she spun around, grinning. Lee Calhoun, her colleague and new friend, grinned at her. Workaholic, huh? Kim stuck her tongue out at him. Some of us are working, she said snootily, sticking her nose in the air and trying not to smile. Some of us are too beautiful to work, he replied. Lee was tall, broad, and had the longest beard she'd ever seen on a man. He had the kind of old-school cowboy charm, and was desperately in love with his new wife, Ellen, who had cooked Kim some out-of-this-world meals since she'd been in New Orleans. Add that to the fact that Ellen was also a professor of law at one of the state's most prestigious colleges, and Kim was well on the way to having a full-blown crush on her too. Gonna be busy today. Cal high-fived both of them as he unlocked the doors to the bar. The scent of the city blew in with the breeze, and Kim was grateful for the air conditioning as she caught a wave of the heat of the day. Cal was right that it was busy, so busy in fact, that Kim didn't see him until she was bending down, trying to unblock a line from one of the pumps, and she heard his voice. "Soda water, please." "No. No." Her heart began to thump against her ribs. "Please, not him. Not now." She stood and turned. Roman Ford smiled at her, a wide friendly grin of triumph. "With a slice of lemon too, if that's okay, please." "Hey Kim, how's it going?" "New York." "No." "Miami?" "Definitely not. Too cold." "Vancouver?" Yes, that was it. Bay stared up at the ceiling of her hotel room. The press tour was almost over, thank God. Even Pete, with his usually boundless energy, was exhausted. It wasn't like touring to play gigs, which they could handle. It was just the endless repetitive interviews with same old questions, less about the music and more about salacious details. What was it like being shot? Why wasn't Kim in the band? Had she been fired? What was the story there? She and Pete, frustrated, had talked to Emily about it, but she had merely shaken her head. "You have to expect this at first, especially when we still don't have a replacement for Kim." They rubbed her eyes and Pete sighed. "We just haven't found the right fit." Emily nodded. "Maybe you're just looking for too much too soon. You're not giving these people a chance to settle in." Both Bay and Pete had grumbled under their breaths at that one, but now Bay sighed to herself. Emily had been right, of course. All the guitarists had been great, well, almost all. There had been that one who had hit on Bay immediately and was swiftly kicked to the curb. They just weren't Kim. Bay rolled over on her bed. 5:45 in the evening. She was too exhausted to go out, and toyed with the idea of room service. Pizza? She considered for a long moment. No. Chinese food and TV in bed. Perfect. But first. Tom answered on the first ring. "Hey beautiful." "Hey Tommy. How's your day been?" "I never thought I'd be bored in this business, but talking money with our accountants all day is making me rethink my life choices." Bay laughed. "Isn't that Roman's job?" She didn't catch the slight hesitation in his voice. "He's actually taking some time away." Wow. Bay was actually floored. Roman was a workaholic, even more so than Tom. "Yep, anyway gorgeous, only Portland left and then home. I cannot wait, but I'm looking forward to seeing Shay and Otis tomorrow after the interviews." "Want some company?" "I was thinking about flying down to meet you." Bay let out a delighted groan. "Yes please. I miss you so much, and it means you'll bring Otis, and I can steal Shay for a bit." Tom chuckled, his voice warm. "Didn't think of that angle, but yeah, I'm missing you too, love." Bay sighed dramatically. "It's terribly inconvenient that you don't have a private jet. You could be here already. It's only 100 miles. 150, and think of the planet," he teased. "I'm thinking of you." Bay's voice dropped, playful and suggestive, "and how much I want you close." "Naughty girl," he murmured, a smile in his tone. "Your warmth wrapping around me." Bay grinned, knowing her words were stirring him. She heard his breath catch, a soft, ragged edge to it. "Bay, I'm still in the office," he protested, but his voice betrayed his delight. "Geez." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "I'm so ready for you, darling, can you tell? I'm waiting just for you." With a chuckle, she heard Tom cover the mouthpiece. "Maggie, could you check the next flight to Vancouver?" "Yes, tonight. As soon as possible." A brief pause followed as he waited for Maggie to step out. "Could you close the door?" "Thanks." His voice returned, a warm murmur. "Baijanthi Tamba, you'd better be ready for me, all warm and waiting." Bae grinned triumphantly. And why's that, Mr. Mayor? Because I'm going to love you all night long, in every way we can imagine. And we can imagine quite a few ways. Be ready. Oh, I will. The bar stayed open until 3 a.m., and so far Kim had managed to avoid Roman all day. Yes, he'd been in the bar all day. He wasn't drinking alcohol, just soda water, but had enjoyed the food on offer, their signature bourbon burger for one. A half-pound patty with blue cheese, fried onions, and a sticky barbecue sauce made with local bourbon, complete with regular skin-on and sweet potato fries. Kim's mouth watered. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, and she was starving. As she cleaned up, she wondered if she could bribe Acadia, their chef, to make her one before she went home. She went to the kitchen to find her, and when she couldn't, she stuck her head out of the back door where Cal was sneaking a smoke. He grinned at her. Acadia gone? She asked, and Cal nodded. Damn. Hungry? Starved, but never mind, I'll grab something at home. All done in there? Almost. Leave the rest, sugar lump. Thanks for today. Get home safe, okay? Kim went to grab her back and let herself out of the front door, locking it behind her. She now had a blissful 48 hours to herself. She breathed in the late-night Louisiana air, cooler now that the sun had set and the heat had had a chance to dissipate slightly. She grinned to herself. She couldn't remember the last time she had been cold. Still hungry? Kim started violently, skittering away from the voice. His voice. Of course. What the hell, Roman? Are you stalking me? Roman smiled, and suddenly she noticed how unlike himself he looked. No exquisitely tailored suit, just jeans and a t-shirt, his dark hair curling down below his ears. He looked relaxed. Oh yes, he said to her question. I'm on vacation, and who should I run into? My friend Kim. Kim gritted her teeth. We are not friends, Roman. But he just grinned again. It was infuriating how that made his darkly handsome face light up. Yeah, we are. How do fried catfish and mac and cheese sound? Oh, screw it. Her mouth watered almost uncontrollably, and her stomach made a wrenching, growling sound that echoed down the dark street. Roman laughed. Yes, he addressed her belly, I agree. That does sound good. Come on. Kim hesitated for a brief second, then hunger won out. Just this once. And you can tell me what the hell you are doing here. The restaurant down on Royal was famed for its late-night food, but still Kim was surprised by how many people were there at 3:30 in the morning. Both she and Roman ordered, and while they waited, she studied him. I'm not coming back. He shrugged. I wasn't asking. She narrowed her eyes at him. Then why are you here? I needed some time away. I love New Orleans, so I thought I'd come hang out. But you knew I was here? I mean, you had one of your private jerks find me? He just smiled. How are you finding living here? Kim felt like snapping at him, but then their food arrived and it was so good, so utterly delicious, that for a few minutes she just swooned over it. She had to admit it was worth putting up with Roman Ford for this. Why are you here? Really? Be honest please, Roman, just this once. He shrugged but leaned forward. I wanted to see you. I miss our nights together. She hooted. All those scintillating conversations we had? Oh yes, me too. Nonsense, Roman. She pushed her plate away and sighed. Why can't you just accept that I don't want that life anymore? I've moved on. I would if you had, Kim. But look at you, trying desperately to run away, to be someone that you're not. Don't get me wrong, I like the nerdy librarian look, but even now the rock goddess inside of you is trying to get out. Look at your shirt. Kim didn't need to. Alice in Chains' 1992 tour. It's just the first one I pulled off the laundry pile. She waved her hand dismissively and looked away from his intense gaze. Those eyes. Geez. Stop it. You're tired and pissed off, that's all. She changed tack. Look, neither Bae nor Pete has tried to get in contact with me. Did you tell them you found me? No. Kim let out a relieved breath. Good. They're doing fine on their own. Roman, having finished his food, started on her leftovers. Geez, did he have hollow legs? You watched the interviews? She looked away again. It's late. I'm tired. I'll walk you home. She wanted to object, but really she was glad of the company. Not that she couldn't look after herself. Since working in the bar, she'd found a great self-defense class, and 4 months of hauling kegs had improved her fighting strength no small amount. Roman looked up at her apartment building. Nice. Thanks. You know, I didn't take anything of quartets if that's why you're here. Roman smiled. You really don't trust my motives at all, do you? Her return smile was chilly. I haven't had reason to trust many people, Roman. He was quiet for a moment, then held out his hand. She shook it, and he nodded. Maybe I'll be one of those you can trust. Good night, Kim. Good night. She watched him disappear around the corner before she let herself into the building and in her apartment. Something made her open one of the large shutters at her window and look out. She couldn't see him anymore, but she followed the direction of where he must have gone when he left her. Then abruptly she shook herself. What the hell? Her irritation at Roman being in New Orleans came flooding back. Just when she was moving on. Was she though? Was he right? Was she just running away? Shut up, she told herself fiercely, going into her bedroom and stripping her clothes off. She fell onto the bed and closed her eyes. It was nearly dawn. Thank God she had the next 2 days off. She pulled a pillow over her head and tried not to think about Roman Ford. What have you done to him? Baystage whispered to Shay Groves, who was trying to keep a straight face. They were sitting in a gorgeous Portland restaurant, having just eaten the most wonderful meal Bay thought she'd ever eaten. Tom, relaxed and happy after last night's epic night, had his arm across the back of her chair, his fingers drifting gently up her neck. They'd flown down from Vancouver together, checking into the hotel and making love again before Bay had to go to her press events. Now with Otis and Shay, Bay felt more relaxed, knowing the press tour was over for now. She was ribbing Shay about the changes in Otis since they'd started dating. And he had changed. Gone was the arrogant, prissy Otis, in favor of this laid-back, relaxed man, a man so clearly bewitched by his brilliant and beautiful girlfriend that it was obvious. Bay grinned at him as he took her teasing with a shy incline of the head. The men started talking, and Shay took the opportunity to ask how Bay was physically. Never better, Bay smiled. I mean, I still get some back and leg pain when I've been active, shall we say. The woman both laughed. Worth it. Totally. Shay studied her friend. What about emotionally? It's not unheard of that survivors of violence can feel the shock hit them months or years after the event. So watch out for that. Bay chewed her lip. What, so I should feel that I'm getting depressed? It can manifest like that, yes. But other times, for other people, it can hit you like a freight train. A panic attack, a blackout, hypersensitivity, OCD, hypersexuality. No office talk, interrupted Otis, breaking off from his conversation with Tom. He waved a finger at Shay, and she grinned. Yes, boss. She rolled her eyes at the other two, making them laugh, then she and Otis shared a look. They seemed to be making a silent agreement on something, and Bay looked at them. What? Are you two up to something? Shay grinned at Otis, who sat forward. So here's the thing, he said, smiling at them both. We have some news. We kind of got married yesterday. Tom nearly spat his drink out. He choked, then laughed, clapping Otis on the back. Congrats, guys. Bay was hugging Shay. I'm so happy for you both. When did you decide? In the middle of surgery, Shay deadpanned. I was about to resect some torn ligaments, and he decides then would be the best time to pop the question. Plus, Otis added gleefully as Shay poked him. There was a room full of other people staring at her, so she couldn't say no. He took his new wife's hand. Best surgery ever. Thankfully, Shay turned back to them. The patient thought so too. Later, in the quiet of their hotel room, Bae nestled in Tom's arms, her fingers brushing gently across his cheek. Do you wish that had been us, getting married on a whim? Tom's smile was soft, his eyes warm. Part of me does. But I cherish the thought of you saying yes, of us diving into something impulsive together. So? Bae shook her head, her smile fond. You're perfect, you know that? He chuckled, deflecting with a grin. Glad you think so because... He gently eased her onto her back, his lips finding her neck with tender kisses. Bae's toes traced lazy patterns along his calves, her breath catching as his kisses drifted lower, warm and reverent. I'll never tire of you, she whispered, a shiver running through her as his touch ignited her senses. Wait, she said with a playful smile, I want to lead tonight. He looked up, his grin mischievous. You will, love, but let me adore you first. With soft, lingering kisses, he drew her to the edge of bliss, then shifted, letting her take the lead. Their movements were a quiet dance, their gazes locked in unspoken devotion. His hands traced her waist, her shoulders, holding her with a tenderness that made her heart swell. You call me perfect, he murmured, his voice rich with love, gazing up at her. In that moment, Bae felt radiant, cherished beyond measure. Later, as Tom slept beside her, Bae lay awake, her thoughts turning inward. Was she right to delay their marriage? Before Tom, she'd never dreamed of weddings, yet with him their bond already felt like a vow. All that remained was the ceremony, perhaps a joyful gathering with their loved ones. But one truth held firm. She couldn't imagine marrying the love of her life without her oldest, dearest friend by her side. She didn't want to marry without Kim there. Roman was waiting, as had become habit, outside of the bar when it closed. She would nod at him, and they would walk to what had become their regular restaurant. Kim had gotten so used to him being around now. What had it been? 3 weeks? It was like when she was in that apartment in San Diego again. They would eat, and he would walk her home. The only difference was that now they talked while they ate. To her surprise, he was funny and erudite, a great conversationalist, which made her wonder why he hadn't been like that before the trial. She couldn't make that part of him out. On the rare occasion that either of them alluded to the shooting, he would change the subject. It confused her. Surely he was here to try and talk her into going back to Seattle? But aside from that first night, he never did. He talked to her about her plans, sure, but it was as if he were more interested in seeing that she was happy than getting closure. She opened up to him about her parents, the neglect, the apathy, the insincerity. I'm not saying I had it worse than anyone else, not by a long shot, but it would have been nice, occasionally, to not feel like a disappointment or to feel like they care. If they were disappointed, then they're idiots, he'd said fiercely. She could have kissed him. She could have kissed him. God help her, she knew she was falling for him, but she wouldn't not show it. Never. She was already at a disadvantage with him. He made friends easily, and now that he was a regular at the Hot Tin Roof, Cal and Lee and the other bar staff all knew him and were friendly. Lee even nudged her once while she washed glasses in the kitchen. You should get on that, girl, before some other missy comes along. She rolled her eyes at him. We're just friends, dude. Hot friends. Shut up. But they were spending more and more time together. On her days off, they would go out of the city, explore the swamps and bayous, and do the tourist thing. Kim had fallen for Louisiana hard. Roman seemed less enamored. It's too damn hot here, he grumbled as she laughed at him, swatting flies away. If you're too hot, take your shirt off, she said without thinking, then blushed furiously. He had grinned but not said anything. Later, when they were driving back into the city, she looked over at him. I never asked, where are you staying? Roman looked uncomfortable. With a friend? That had hurt more than she cared to admit. Cool, she said lightly and didn't press the subject. Later, alone, she thought, so why is he spending his free time with me if there's someone else? This was when she needed someone to call and talk about this stuff with. The one person she wanted to call, Bae, she had exiled herself from, and right now tonight she couldn't understand why. Kim pushed back the sheet and padded into her living room to find her phone. It was a new phone, a burner so Bay wouldn't recognize her number. She could call just to hear her voice and then hang up. She looked at her watch. 11:30 in New Orleans, 9:30 in Seattle. She dialed the number she knew better than her own, her heart thumping and her hands shaking. 2 rings. Hello, soft warm. Kim opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat wouldn't cooperate. Hello? Look, whoever this is, I can't hear you, so I'm going to hang up now, okay? Take care. So like Bay to be friendly in this situation. No. Kim's voice was gruff. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Kim could hear Bay's intake of breath. Kim? Bay's voice cracked along with Kim's heart. I'm sorry, she whispered. I thought I could do this. I just wanted. I miss you. She barely heard Bay's words, so low was her whisper. Kim couldn't help the sob that escaped her then. Oh, Kimmy. She knew Bay was crying too. She wondered if she was alone. Kim, if you need more time, I understand. If you never want to see me again, Bay broke off then, and Kim heard her cover the mouthpiece and sob quietly. I didn't mean to hurt you, Kim said now. I just needed to hear your voice. Okay. Bay choked out the words, then gave a sigh, calming herself. Roman is here. I'm glad, wherever here is. I'm glad you have someone. Kim was grateful her friend didn't push her for details. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry. For everything. For Stu, for that night, for what he did to you. I hope one day you'll forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, Kim. Nothing. You have to stop blaming yourself. I wish I could. Look, I have to go before I break down. Just wait, Kimmy. Listen to me. One day, if you ever decided to come back, there'll always be a place for you here. With me. With all of us. Kim didn't know what else to say, her emotions a raging, roiling sea inside of her. I have to go. Okay. I love you. Love you too, Babaloo. She heard Bay's soft chuckle. Bye. Bye, sweetie. Call me whenever. Or not. Up to you. Kim laughed then. Bye. She was okay for a good 10 seconds before the heartbreak hit her, and she sank to the floor, hyperventilating, the hole in her chest growing larger and overwhelming her until all she could do was sob silently. Eventually her sobs died down, and she lay on the cool wooden floor, just breathing and letting the pain run through her body. She didn't know how long she lay there, but when she heard a gentle tapping at her door, she glanced at the clock in astonishment. Just after midnight. She got to her feet and went to the door. She didn't have a peephole, so she called out, Who is it? It's me. Roman. She pulled open the door. What are you doing here? His face half-shadowed was soft and kind, his eyes fixed on hers. They sent me a text message. Said you'd called. Thought I'd come check you were okay. Kim looked at him, this tall man who could be both dominant and empathetic, and saw something new in him. Something like. She moved on instinct, heedless of what might follow. Pulling Roman into her flat, Kim cradled his face and kissed him, her lips pressing softly against his. She felt him respond, his arms encircling her, their kiss deepening as their hands traced each other's outlines with quiet reverence. Roman stayed silent as he lifted her gently, carrying her to the bedroom. They shed their clothes in a hushed rush, their movements guided by unspoken need. His lips brushed along her collarbone, trailing to her chest, each kiss tender and teasing, sparking warmth across her skin. He gazed down at her, brushing a strand of hair from her face, his eyes saying more than words could. His kisses held a tenderness and passion she'd never felt before. She drew him closer, her nod a quiet invitation, and when they came together, a profound sense of rightness enveloped her, blending relief with quiet joy. They moved slowly, cherishing each touch, each lingering kiss, exploring one another with care. Kim melted into him, lost in the depth of their connection and the comforting warmth of his presence. The balmy Louisiana night left their skin glowing, their soft breaths the only sound as their rhythm deepened. When she started to speak, Roman offered a small smile and a gentle shake of his head, his fingers grazing her lips. She understood, words weren't needed in this moment. When she woke in the morning, he was gone. 2,500 miles away, Bae and Tom's closeness was a quiet fire, undimmed by the day's wait. After Kim's call, Bae had cried herself to sleep, but when Tom returned from a late meeting, he woke her with a tender trail of kisses along her back. She reached for him, her touch warm and urgent, and he smiled softly. "You're full of spark tonight," he murmured, his voice low and affectionate. "Love me," she whispered, pushing aside the ache from Kim's call. She chose to lose herself in their moment, craving the comfort of his presence. Lately she'd been exploring ways to deepen their bond, and Tom, ever receptive, met her with warmth and curiosity. As he kissed her, her hands traced his skin, drawing a quiet groan from him. Her touch was gentle yet deliberate, pulling him closer. She gazed up at him, eyes soft with longing. "I'm yours," she said, her voice a tender promise. With care he turned her, guiding her gently as they moved together. His hand brushed her skin, feeling her warmth and response. He tugged lightly at her hair, tilting her face to meet his gaze, their rhythm a shared pulse. He brought her to the edge of bliss, then paused, deepening their connection with a tender shift, her soft gasps mirroring his movements. "Want to try something new, darling?" he asked, his tone playful yet intimate. She nodded, her eyes alight with trust. Tom reached for his tie, loosely looping it around her wrists before her, a gentle gesture that sparked a smile. His fingers traced the curve of her stomach, admiring its soft rise and fall. As their shared intensity crested, he slowed, pouring his affection into each touch before settling beside her, kissing her shoulders and eliciting soft sighs of delight. They lay together, wrapped in the warmth of their unspoken bond. He draped a scarf over her eyes, then stepped back, leaving her in suspense. "I'm right here," he murmured. "Just admiring how beautiful you are." Longing stirred within her as she surrendered to his lead. She heard him reach for something, then felt his touch, a soothing warmth spreading across her skin. Oil, silky and sensual, heightened her senses as he caressed her. She inhaled deeply. "That's it. Just relax." His touch deepened, guiding her with care, his rhythm steady and commanding. She stilled under his direction, savoring the sensation. "I can feel your heartbeat," he whispered, his voice close, and she trembled, the thrill of being so cherished overwhelming her. She surrendered to wave after wave of bliss, her emotions spilling over. Tom lifted the scarf from her eyes and freed her hands. "Lie back, darling. Let me love you." She complied, her gaze soft with affection. Tom caressed her gently, his lips brushing hers. "I want to do something for you," she murmured, and he smiled. "You are, just keep looking at me. Hold my gaze." His eyes, intense and shifting in the dim light, forged a bond deeper than ever before. This time their connection was tender, their movements slow and deliberate, building to a gentle shared crescendo. Exhausted, they drifted to sleep just after midnight, wrapped in each other, oblivious to the world beyond. Kim walked into work early, 6 hours too early, and Cal, who lived above the bar, came to investigate the strange noises downstairs. He found Kim scrubbing at the wooden floors, a big bucket of sudsy water beside her. "I admire your work ethic, girl, but this is taking it a little far." His smile faded when he saw the strain on her face. "What is it? What's up?" Kim clambered slowly to her feet, dropping the scrubbing brush into the water. "I did something last night, and I can't figure out whether it was the biggest mistake of my life or the best thing that's ever happened to me." Cal steered her into a chair and went to grab the coffee pot. "Hold your horses. We need sustenance for this." Over coffee and eggs, Kim told him everything, who she was and what had happened. She told him about calling Bae, then hesitated. Cal's eyes were wide. "Don't leave me hanging, what happened next?" Kim stirred too much sugar into her coffee, then looked up, meeting Cal's gaze. Roman came over. Understanding blossomed in Cal's eyes. "Got it." He was silent for a moment. "I gotta say, not the most unexpected turn of events." Kim blinked. "What?" Cal snickered. "You and Roman, that's been obvious since he got here. Girl, that dude is in love with you." Kim laughed in disbelief. "Are you kidding?" No, Cal, he really isn't, that I can guarantee." She sipped her now cool coffee and grimaced. You oversugared. No joke? Look, I think he has someone here in NOLA. That's where he's staying, and he hasn't offered anything. It was just intimacy. Mind-blowing, life-changing intimacy. Nonsense. Kim sighed. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out my life, and I don't want this to complicate things between us. Oops, too late. You're not helping. Cal refilled their coffee, fetching a new cup for Kim. Kimberly, listen. The hell with consequences, screw the past, Stu, and your parents. Haven't you learned from your friend, Bay, is it? She almost died but she didn't. Now she's willing to carry on with the band you formed. What the hell are you doing here? Go back and claim the life you wanted. I can't. I can't face her or Tom or Pete. Especially now that this thing has happened with Roman. Cal gave a frustrated hiss. Gosh, you are infuriating. Listen to me. You have a chance to make a living at what you love. You've clearly fallen for the man who can help you get back there. Doesn't this tell you something? But Kim wouldn't be convinced. The bar was full almost from the moment they opened, and when she left in the early hours, Roman wasn't there to meet her. She couldn't tell whether she was relieved or upset. Both. Neither. Oh, who knows? She said out loud as she walked home. Indeed, she considered, as she let herself into her flat. Not me. I have no idea of what happens from now on. None. Not bothering to wash her face or brush her teeth, she tugged a sheet over her and curled in bed, falling asleep quickly. She didn't even see the note on the nightstand, which had been there since she woke that morning. Tom, there's a Charlie Clayton to see you. Tom grinned at his assistant, Maggie. Mags, only you could work in a record company and not know who Charlie Clayton is. PSH, she waved her hand dismissively. They're all insane. Every musician I've ever met. My woman is a musician. She's insane too, Mags yelled back. She sleeps with you. Tom laughed. Haven't I fired you already today? Suck it up. Her tone changed to a silky, professional one as she stepped into the outer office. Come on through, Mrs. Clayton. Tom steeled himself. The few times he'd met Kim's parents, he had found them less than impressive. As Charlie bore down on him now, he sighed inwardly, then plastered on his best fake smile. He held out his hand to shake hers, but she brushed it aside, throwing her arms around him and kissing his cheek. Tom, his smile more of a rictus now, managed to disengage and steer her into the seat opposite. He tried not to grin as he felt the relief of the desk between them. Charlie sighed dramatically and looked around. What an office, you kids sure done good for yourselves. Oh, is that Bay? Charlie grabbed the photo frame before he could stop her. Oh, look at that darling face, Tomas Mayer, why haven't you dragged my girl down the aisle yet? Tom's smile was chilly. What can I do for you, Ms. Clayton? Charlie, please. We're family. Tom quashed a sigh. Charlie, what can I do for you? Charlie looked pleased, mostly with herself. Well now, it's what I can do for you. Now that Kim has left the band, and it seems the planet, I know you've been searching for a replacement. I'd like to offer my services. Tom gaped at her. I'm sorry? I'd like to join the Ninth and Pine. As their guitarist, and possibly as a second vocalist, if Bay wants to take it easy. What do you say? Heck no. Bay's answer was exactly as Tom predicted. He smiled at his girlfriend as they sat with Pete, Emily, and Dash in the studio later that day. The results of the band's afternoon of writing and rehearsing were scattered around the room, and not for the first time, Tom wished he was at all musically talented so he could hang with them and watch the process. Seconded, Pete muttered, raising his eyes to heaven. Bay gave a shudder. Now hold on just 1 minute, Emily started cautiously. No, don't give me that look. Let's think this through. Why not give her a shot? I'm not saying the job's permanent, just a guest spot to see how things go. Because you don't know her like I do. Like we do, Bay countered. She's an evil succubus, who will destroy any legitimacy we have. Pete and I would be her backup band. Preach, sister, said Pete. The usually easygoing and affable drummer looked tired and stressed, and Tom wondered what was going on with him. Charlie Clayton is just out for herself. She'll paint it as a favor to us, but it would be a disaster, Emily. Straight up foobar. Emily pursed her lips. I just think. On the other hand, Dash interrupted her. It could be the publicity boost we need. We know Charlie will milk it for all it's worth, so we do the same. I say do a collaboration with her. Bae, you know better than anyone how effective a showcase that is. Bae sighed, looking to Pete. I don't like it, he said. And on top of anything else, it would feel like a betrayal. Bae's face creased with pain. Yes. We'd never get Kim back. Tom stroked a hand down her back. Sweetheart, he glanced at Emily and Dash for support. I think you need to accept that Kim isn't coming back. It's time to move on. Bae looked away from him. Pete squeezed her hand. Look, he addressed Emily and Dash. I get it. We need to find another hook to keep the press interested, but does it really have to be this? Take a day, think about it. Emily stood to leave. Sorry, I gotta get back to Frisco, it's my weekend with Henry. Dash left with her. Pete glanced at the clock. Want to go to the bar and grab a burger? At Hank's, Pete disappeared into the kitchen to make them some food, and Bae and Tom sat in one of the booths, bottles of beer untouched in front of them. Bae finally told Tom about Kim's phone call. Tom's eyebrows shot up. Why didn't you tell me? Bae shrugged. I don't know. It felt I was betraying her or breaking the spell of finally talking to her. As if I told you, then I must have imagined it. Sounds insane now. Tom took a mouthful of beer before he spoke again. Honey, we shouldn't have secrets like that. Bae looked at him. Roman is there with her, wherever there is. Really? Tom sounded surprised. Weird. Right? She says he isn't pressuring her to come back, so I'm not sure why he would be there. Tom clearly had no idea either. Look, getting back to Charlie Clayton. I loathe her, Tom. Bae's voice took on a hard edge. She has absolutely no regard for her daughter, has neglected her on every turn, and puts her down whenever the opportunity arises. Just no. Tom held his hands up. Hey, I hear ya. We don't need her. We'll do it the old-fashioned way, touring, releasing, and appearances. Anything but her. Pete will back me up. Got it. Bae rubbed her eyes. Geez, after food, let's go home. I need to chill. Tom frowned. You okay? She started to say yes, then, I don't know. I feel like I'm hurtling headlong into something. I don't know what, but all my control is slipping away. I'm so tired, Tom. The only thing that keeps me going is you and what we do when we're alone. She smiled then. Especially now that we have some new games. Tom laughed softly, but his eyes still registered concern. Sweetheart, you never did call that psychiatrist, did you? Bae sighed. I don't think that's my problem. Then what is? Her eyes filled with tears. I don't know. That's just it. I don't know. It was a Saturday, and the streets of the quarter were packed with tourists, panhandlers, and street artists. Kim leaned over her balcony and watched them for a while, feeling as distant from the world as ever. It had been 5 days since she and Roman had been intimate, and in those 5 days her life had seemed emptier than before. She had come to realize just how much a part of her everyday life the tall man had become. Last night, cleaning up her apartment and stripping the bed of the sheets, she'd found his note. I'm not running out on you. There's just something I need to do. If you can wait, I would be very happy. If not, I understand. Can't say more, not yet. Roman. She had begun to wish she never found the note, and had not had that little spark of hope ignite in her chest that she was clinging to. Kim had finally admitted something to herself last night. She didn't want a life without Roman Ford in it. Whether as a romantic partner or a friend, he had gotten under her skin. Her phone buzzed and she grabbed it, settling down on the couch in her too-hot living room. She looked at the number. Bae. Her finger hesitated over the accept button. Kim steeled herself, then pressed it. Hey you. Hey, Bae's voice was hesitant. I wasn't sure whether I should call this number or whether or not you would answer. I saved it from when you called before, but if you want me to delete it. No. No, I don't want that, Bubba, it's okay. How are you? Not great. Missing you, I'm sorry, that's so manipulative, but it is the truth. Don't worry, Kim's chest began to ease a little. Bae seemed more nervous than she was. I miss you too. What's up? Just down at the moment, and gosh, I have something to tell you, and you'll probably scream at me or curse or cry. Kim drew in a breath. She wasn't sure anything could touch the hole Roman had left in her soul, but whatever Bae was about to tell her was obviously upsetting her friend. Just tell me. Your mom went to Tom and offered to be our new guitarist. For a moment, Kim was stunned into silence. You're kidding? Wish I was. Another beat, then from out of nowhere, Kim began to laugh. Not just a chuckle, but a genuine laugh of amusement that became uncontrollable. Bae joined in, and soon they were crying with glee. Damn, she never changes, does she? I take it you said no? I said hell no. Geez, how can you be related to that pair? I was a foundling. I'll say. So yeah, we vetoed that straight away, but... Bae sighed. Emily wants us to do a collaboration with her, to help with the promo. I'm not keen and neither is Pete, but business-wise, it does make sense. Do it, Kim was astonished to find herself saying. Use her as she tried to use you. I don't know. It's not as if we're in the same genre. Kim laughed. Dude, since when did we subscribe to any particular genre? I seem to remember us mashing up a Mary Chapin Carpenter with an Alice in Chains song once. That was the whole point, we're genre-less. We, Bae said softly. You said we. I like that. Kim was silent. Gosh, Bae. She felt her throat get tight and took a couple of deep breaths. There was a quiet knock on her door and she looked up, her heart beginning to beat very fast. She knew that knock. Bae, I have to go. Okay, can I call you again? Kim hesitated. Yes. Or I'll call you. I have to go. Okay. Love you. Love you too. Bye. Kim went to the door and opened it. Roman in jeans and a t-shirt stood outside. Kim leaned against her doorframe. Hi. Kim. An awkward silence, then, do you want to come in? Please. She closed the door behind him and went into the kitchen. Too early for beer. Can I get you some soda or water or something? Water's fine. Kim poured 2 long glasses, grabbing some ice and lemon from the refrigerator. Let's go sit on the balcony. As she passed him, she smelled soap and fresh laundry, and a faint trace of cologne. The scent was maddeningly arousing. As they sat, he reached out and touched her arm. Her skin burned where his fingers brushed it. I'm sorry, I haven't been in touch. Just got some stuff going on. You don't have to apologize to me or explain yourself. Kim laid her head back against the wall of her building. The balcony was small, with only room for a tiny table and 2 chairs, but she loved it. Roman drained half his water. Kim, We were intimate, Roman. That's all. We're both adults, and we don't need to make this any more complicated than what it was. Roman inclined his head. Fair enough. Kim kept her face blank, but her stomach dropped. Damn it, don't be laid back. Fight for me, I deserve it. But she said nothing. Kim, I'm not an effusive man. Never have been, never will be. Saying that, I don't want you to think that how can I say this? I enjoyed myself a great deal and I hope you did too. That made feel a little better. I did. Good. Another silence followed, but Kim relaxed a little. Roman, I have no idea where my life is going or where I'll be in a month, 2 months, or a year. But I do know this. I want to live in the moment. So whatever your deal is, whether you're with someone and cheating or you just can't do long term, that's really okay with me. I'm not about to take responsibility for you. I'm not with someone, Roman said suddenly. Not in that way. There is someone I care for, but it's very, very complicated. Kim looked at him, curiosity getting the better of her. Want to share? He shook his head. I can't. If it ever got out, there would be consequences I really could not deal with. Kim bit back the questions forming in her mind and just studied him. His features were less angled than his brother Otis were. Even in his mid-40s, Roman Ford's face still held on to the vestiges of puppy face. She couldn't help loving his eyes, they were so dark, so bottomless, and hid so much of his emotions. She tore her gaze away. That's your prerogative. Not my business. She stretched her body, then grinned to herself. It's so hot. She stood and walked back into the living room, knowing he was watching her. She stopped and turned to look over her shoulder at him. I'm going to get in the shower. Without waiting for his reply, Kim stepped into her bathroom, shedding her clothes and slipping under the cool spray. She shampooed her hair, rinsing it clean, when she sensed the door open. A smile curved her lips as Roman's hands glided over her soapy skin, gently cupping her. She felt his warmth against her back, his lips brushing her shoulder. Leaning into him, she sighed as his hands caressed her, his thumbs grazing her skin, stirring a quiet shiver. Kim shifted slightly, wanting to see his face to kiss him, but his touch was firm. No, he murmured, guiding her against the cool bathroom tiles. His foot nudged hers apart, and he pressed closer, entering her with a steady motion. Kim gasped, her body pressed to the cold wall, eyes fluttering shut as Roman's hand found her, moving with her rhythm, the cool water cascading over her heated skin. He lifted her arms above her head, intertwining their fingers against the tiles. Kim arched back, welcoming him deeper, and his soft triumphant breath echoed her response. The strength of him, the way he filled her, sent sparks through her. She moved with him, drawing him closer, and his groan vibrated against her. More, she whispered, every nerve alight, and Roman responded, his movements intensifying, pressing her gently against the wall. Her head tilted back, and somehow his lips found hers in a fervent kiss. Stay with me, Roman. With a low sound, Roman surged closer, their connection peaking as their bodies trembled together. Kim's breath caught as a rush of bliss coursed through her, his name a soft chant on her lips. They stood together, catching their breath, letting the water cool their skin. Roman leaned down, kissing her with such tenderness that her heart ached. Passion she could handle, but this softness. Wait, she said with a playful smile, kneeling to kiss him gently, her touch teasing and warm. His body covered hers, moving with purpose, his gaze never wavering. Kim traced his face with her fingertips. Roman Ford, who would have thought, oh yes. Kim balanced the pizza boxes on her hip and tipped the delivery guy. Thanks, dude. As she shut the door, Roman came out of the bedroom, towel drying his hair roughly, shirtless in just his blue jeans. Kim let her eyes roam over that broad chest with the fine coat of hair, the wide shoulders and the thickly muscled arms. Roman grinned at her blatant lusting. Should I go put a shirt on? Hell no, she laughed apologetically. In fact, you shouldn't ever have a shirt on. They settled on the couch, grabbing slices from the boxes. That would make for interesting meetings, Roman said, his mouth full. So how, may I ask, did a guy like you end up as an accountant? Kim wiggled her eyebrows teasingly at him. He took the ribbing with a smile. Actually, I was an economics major to begin with, then swapped to law. Tax law, to be honest, is nobody's dream job, but it pays well. In my case, very well. When Tom came to me about Quartet, I was lucky enough to walk away from that life. But I still love numbers, I love the beauty of them. The infinite possibilities. So I volunteered myself to be the finance guy of the company. I know it was a relief to Tom. His dream was always to find new bands and mentor them. When he found you guys, gosh, what was it, 2 years ago now? He hit the mother lode. That's what he told me, and you could see it in his eyes. Kim was surprised that she could listen to him talk about the band, and it didn't hurt quite so much. How about you? I was happy for my friend. Tom is the best man I've ever known. Even better than, never mind. Yes, I was excited because he was. When I met you all, I could see it shining out of all three of you. Thrilling. Kim blushed, picking at the topping of her pizza. Did you? Roman grinned, catching on. Yes, I wanted you from the moment I met you, but you were with another situation, shall we say. Then when everything happened, I got mad. Because I could see the devastation in Tom's eyes. I saw Bay in agonizing pain. For months? Kim flinched and he put his pizza down and took her hand. Kim, it's hard to hear, I know. But I cannot whitewash this for you, because running away from it doesn't help you accept it. Believe me, I know, anyway. Kim sensed he had been about to tell her something. Roman, if we mean anything to each other, let's start by telling the truth. Quid pro quo if you like. Roman chuckled. I'm game, but you first. Kim took another bite of pizza before she answered. Bay and I have talked. On the phone. Twice. The second time was just before you came over. The look on Roman's face was comical and she grinned, her mouth stuffed with pizza. He smiled but narrowed his eyes at her. Really? Really? Roman shook his head and laughed. Well, damn. That's great news. Just great. You sound like John Boy Walton. Well, howdy, Grandma, you sure is looking purty today. Roman grinned. Quiet, woman. I'm being supportive. How was it? Kim nodded. Good. Emotional, but good. Baby steps. Roman picked up his beer and toasted her. Well, I'm proud of you. Gee, thanks, Dad. Roman choked on his beer. You really have a smart mouth, you know that? As a matter of fact, I do. Stop prevaricating. Your turn. Roman sighed. What do you want to know? Who are you staying with? Who do you care for? Kim chickened out. Why aren't you married? That's it. That's your question? Dude, look, you're attractive and you're rich, they should be flocking. You're very harsh on the morals of your gender. Did I say that they were flocks of women? Touché. I just never, it's not something I aspire to, put it like that. My parents were divorced pretty young, and not entirely amicably. Otis and I always grew up thinking we'd rather just avoid it, be with someone because we wanted to be there, not out of anything but love and choice. I get that. I feel the same, actually. Piece of paper doesn't make a partnership. True, although Otis seems to have changed his mind about that. He and Shay got married on a whim the other day. No way. Huh. Kim thought back to the few times she'd met Roman's twin brother, and the gorgeous African-American doctor he had fallen for. Good for them. Falling silent, Kim thought back to her own parents' marriage. Oh, they said they were in love, but neither was faithful from the moment the ink on the marriage certificate was dry. Roman was studying her. You thinking about your folks? She nodded. Oh, you'll like this. My mom offered herself up as my replacement in the band. Or maybe you don't like this, she corrected, seeing his face turn red. Dude, it's okay. Damn well isn't. He got out his phone, but Kim whisked it away from him. Kim, come on. You are on sabbatical. She kissed him between each word. And we're having dinner. So chill. Roman gave it up. Fine. He picked up her hand and idly started to interweave his fingers with hers, obviously deep in thought. Kim grabbed another slice. Wanna watch a movie? Roman smiled, relaxing back on the couch. Sure. So far, so good. In the studio, Charlie had just delivered a superb guitar line for the song they were writing, and now Pete was laying down some drums. Bay was finally using the black Yamaha for her piano riff, but as he watched her now, Tom couldn't help but notice that she seemed stressed. Her shoulders were tense, her body was stiff, and her eyes were red. That morning she'd been awake before him, brimming with energy, rousing him for a lively, spirited embrace. He smiled at the memory. But that was the issue. Lately, Bae seemed to find joy only in their physical connection, and it was intense, driven. Being intimate, he realized, was different, softer, and they hadn't shared that tenderness in some time. Now their nights were filled with bold exploration and unrelenting passion. He knew he shouldn't mind, but he did. He longed for the Bae he'd fallen for, the gentle, captivating, soulful woman he adored, not this wounded, guarded version who seemed to channel her pain into their intimacy. It wasn't the physical connection itself that was still thrilling, and he cherished their shared adventures. It was the undercurrent of anger he sensed in her. Paradoxically, as their physical closeness deepened, Bae seemed to drift further away emotionally. You could be reading too much into this, he told himself. After all, you'd look tense after a day in the studio with Charlie Clayton too. He looked over at Emily, who sat beside him at the mixing desk. You still think this was a good idea? Emily huffed out a sigh. I'm wavering. What a nightmare she is. No wonder Pete and Bae look like they're ready to kill. Tom chuckled. Yep. Well, it's sounding good, despite everything. Do you think I should pull them out now, and finish another day? Emily's mouth twisted. I wouldn't. Let them finish today, then they only have to put up with her on the press junkets. Tom hid a smile. You going with them? He asked innocently, and was rewarded by Emily giving him the finger. Now Charlie knows this is one-off, right? She's not under the impression she can parlay this into a permanent thing? They made it very clear many, many times. Whether it got through, who can say? Looks like they're done. Tom opened the door to the studio. You guys through? Bae looked up and gave him a tired smile. As good as. I'll come in with Zach on Saturday to mix. You know, if you don't want to, I could always do it. I've had years of. No thanks. I need the practice, Bae interrupted Charlie, just as she saw the older woman was about to go on another brag fest. She exchanged a look with Pete, who nodded. So we'll see you next at. He trailed off and looked to Emily. Good morning, America, in 2 weeks. Oh, yummy Matt Lauer. That's the Today Show. GMA is Robin Roberts and George Stephanopoulos. Yep, so we have a showcase to officially release the single then. The cover artwork is done, and we... Wait, Bae flashed an annoyed look in Charlie's direction as she interrupted Emily again. We haven't had a photo shoot. Emily smiled. We don't need one. Because this is a one-off, they can use stills from the performances and appearances. Charlie looked crestfallen. Pete cleared his throat. Well, kids, it's been a blast, but I've got a hot bar owner to get home to. Bae let out a groan as she sank back into the passenger seat of the Mercedes. Thank goodness that day is done. Never again. Is it bad that I'm secretly hoping this single tanks? Tom chuckled, casting her a mock stern glance. You, my love, have zero business sense. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Guilty as charged. Oh, to be back on Otis's island, far away from all this. You know we can escape there any time you want, he said warmly. Yeah? Tom? Babe? She hesitated, her voice softening. I think I might need to talk to someone. Professionally. Tom smoothly signaled and pulled the car into a parking area. Turning to her, his expression was gentle but serious. I think that could be a really good step. Bae nodded, her gaze distant. I thought I was past it. After Stu went to jail, I figured I could move on. But there's this wall. No matter how hard I try, I can't get around it. I've tried, she flashed a grin, lightening the moment, distracting myself with you. Tom's lips quirked into a wry smile. Oh, I've noticed. You've nearly worn this old man out. Bae's laughter filled the car, her tension easing. It's been pretty amazing though, right? He leaned over, brushing a tender kiss against her lips. The time with you? Always amazing. But I want to be with my Bae, not the one fighting all those inner battles. She nodded, her expression earnest. I get it, and I'm sorry. I'll work on it, I promise. No apologies needed, he said softly. Let's head home and spend some time together, just us, maybe, with a little of that fiery Bay charm. Bay let out a playful, exaggerated growl, and Tom raised an eyebrow. What was that? Sensual superhero roar? She declared with a grin. That was pure Chewbacca. Fine, sensual lady Chewbacca roar. Tom burst out laughing. You're absolutely ridiculous. Home, Han Solo, she teased, her eyes sparkling. Shaking his head, Tom grinned. I fell in love with a complete nerd. He pressed the gas, steering them toward home with laughter lingering in the air. At midnight, the movie ended. Kim sat up out of Roman's arms and looked at him. Can you stay? Do you want to stay? Roman looked at her, and she couldn't read the expression in his eyes. I want to, but I tell you what, Kim said, steeling herself. I'm going to go to bed. You can either call whomever you need to, tell them whatever and stay, or you can go. Entirely up to you. No harm, no foul. She kissed his mouth, savoring the coolness of his lips, and got up, walking into her bedroom. As she crawled under the covers, her ears were pinned on the sound coming from the living room. She couldn't hear him talking to anyone. Damn it. She squeezed her eyes shut and told herself to fall asleep. He was obviously going home. It was with surprised delight when she felt the bed dip, and his body slip under the covers, pulling her next to him. She turned over to face him, smiling. You stayed, she whispered as he bent his head to kiss her. He rubbed his nose against hers. I stayed, Kimberly, he replied, and then their limbs were tangling and they were intimate. Dada? Can we have some candy? The tall, dark-haired man smiled. For someone who's so fussy about what he eats, Roman, my lad, you can sure put away some sugar. There's a bodega up here. We'll stop there, but don't tell your mom. Mother doesn't talk much to us anymore, Otis said, finally looking up from the book he was reading. Roman nudged his brother and frowned at him. He looked up to see Dada watching them in the rearview mirror, and flushed. Since Mother and Dada stopped loving each other, it had been weird, and whenever either brought the other into the conversation, Roman would get a sick feeling. Dada pulled the car over, and they all got out. Inside the bodega, there was smells of cooking, fruit, and newspaper ink. Roman and Otis headed straight for the candy aisle. Roman grabbed some gummy bears and a pack of sour gum, and left Otis, wandering off to look at the comics. He saw the paper, a picture of President Carter talking about the Olympics in Russia. He started to read the article before a guy snatched a copy of it, and Roman, jumping at the sudden movement, abandoned the rack. He went to find Dada. His father was talking in a low tone to a scruffy guy Roman had never seen before. Dada was gesturing slowly, his hands making a gesture Roman recognized as a calming one. He'd seen Dada use that same motion when his mother had been angry. Roman frowned and approached cautiously. Then everything changed. Otis, having gotten bored with choosing his candy, decided to ambush his brother, and did a banshee yell as he jumped on Roman's back. Roman saw the scruffy guy's face contort with fright, and in a split second he saw the gun as the man swung it around to point at them. The world slowed down and he heard his father shout. Roman squeezed his eyes shut just as his ears burst with the shock of 3 loud gunshots. He opened his eyes, wanting to see the world one last time, but there was no pain, only the sight of his father whirling around to face his children. Roman didn't understand what he was seeing. His Dada's white shirt was red and there were holes in Dada's throat and in his face, and no, Dada, no, no, no. Roman kicked out as he screamed, and it was only when Kim threw her whole body on top of his, her voice soothing, that he calmed. Roman, it's okay. It's just a dream. A dream, baby. It's okay. It finally broke through. Roman slumped back on the bed, soaked with sweat, Kim's hands on his face, stroking his cheeks, and smoothing the damp hair away from his forehead. Roman, it's okay, I'm here. I'm here. Kim. A rush of emotion overcame him, and he ground his mouth down on hers, flipping her onto her back. Roman, are you okay? Kim's eyes were wide and shocked, but he growled as he took her nipple into his mouth. Just a dream, he said. I'm okay. I just want to. Kim tangled her fingers in his hair as Roman began to share his love to her, but inside she was quaking. What the hell had he been dreaming about? The suddenness of his awakening had shocked her, as did his desperate need to be intimate and feel that connection. She really didn't know anything about him, she realized. Roman Ford was still a mystery to her, but it was too late to deny her heart now. She was falling in love with him. They swam the length of the hotel's swimming pool, enjoying the feeling of the water streaming through her hair and along her limbs. She was in Portland for the last day of press events for the single. Thank God. 2 solid weeks traveling around with Kim's mom had been trying, and there had been many a time when she had wanted to walk away from the woman before she punched her. The only good thing was that now, Bae felt she knew Kim better, what she'd had to put up with all those years and how narcissistic and self-involved her parents had been. She wondered that Kim had turned out as level-headed as she did, then grinned to herself. Yup, level-headed is definitely running out on your life. She wondered every day where Kim was, and had tried to get Tom to find out where Roman was, but nothing doing. Back in her room, she showered and dressed quickly, a simple tea dress over leggings. She pulled open the door to find Pete about to knock. Ready to rock? She grinned at him. Last day? She whispered conspiratorially, and Pete chuckled. Word. Emily just told me Quartet has moved the single up to tomorrow, so. They sighed. Good. The sooner it's out, the sooner it's gone, and we'll have something to show for this. They met with Charlie and a fraught-looking Emily, who were deep in discussion, Charlie gesturing effusively. She smiled when she saw them. I hope you don't mind. I was just telling Emily that we might reconsider the artwork. Just because putting my name first on the record might make the sales pop. Thought we'd already discussed this many times. They couldn't keep the sarcasm out of her voice. You were brought onto our project, remember? As a favor? Charlie rocked back from the annoyance in Bae's voice. The favor? To me? Don't forget who's the star around here. Emily opened her mouth, but having finally had enough, Bae stopped her with a hand on her arm. Charlie, I know you're a star. I've known it since I was a teenager, and your daughter, remember her, would spend all day and all night with me because you couldn't be bothered to arrange adequate care. I was there the day the star missed sports days, recitals and prom. The night we opened at the Paramount. When Stuart Lawson beat your daughter so badly, she ended up in hospital. When she was kidnapped, for the love of God, where was the star then? Bae was aware that she was shouting now, getting in Charlie's face with her anger, hurt, and love for her best friend, and the cruel way this particular star had brought her up. And then, Bae gave an astonished shake of her head. You wanted to jump into her band and take her place. You are unbelievable. At some point Pete picked Bae up and carried her off as she still ranted at Charlie, who looked shell-shocked. Pete wrangled Bae back to her room, wrestling her into a chair. Calm down. Bae, look at me, calm down. He trapped her in the cage of his big arms, staring her down until she stopped raging. Then she looked at him with huge eyes. Oh crap. Pete. Pete locked his arms around her as she began to sob. Emily let herself in a few minutes later, and saw them. Pete nodded to her, and she stepped back outside and pressed a number on her phone. Tom, it's Emily. We need you. Bae needs you. The idea had been bubbling away in her mind all morning, as she cooked pancakes for herself and Roman. Waking up next to him, she had asked him gently if he was okay, and instead of answering, he'd made love to her slowly and tenderly. She couldn't resist him in those moments, but now she realized he had diverted her attention again. He was hiding something. Damn, those smell good. Roman pressed his lips down on her shoulder. Almost done. As they ate, he asked her what she was doing that day. Working, she said idly. Cal wants to do a stock check today, so I'll be there all day. Huh. So how about I walk you home again tonight? He bit into a strip of bacon, then grinned at her. That would be wonderful. She kissed him. What are you going to do today? Light, breezy, and totally not loaded, she hoped. Scouting for premises. I think it's time Quartet opened a NOLA branch. What do you think? Kim put down her fork. Roman? This isn't about you, Kim. I'm not about to pressure you into going back into the music business. It's just good sense for me to be here as much as possible, especially now. His smile made her heart soar. So she felt kind of bad when she followed him. He obviously wanted to spend more time with her, but why was he so secretive about where he was living? He had kissed her goodbye, and she'd given him a couple of minutes before she had walked the same way she knew he was going. It wasn't hard to see him, as tall as he was, even through the early morning tourists that thronged down to the quarter. 7 blocks north of her apartment, she saw Roman tug out some keys and go into a house there. She stood just around the corner, waiting. After 30 minutes, she was ready to give up, but then the door opened and Roman came out carrying a bag. Kim's heart began to beat faster, as a pretty blonde woman followed him out. For a moment Roman blocked Kim's view of his companion, then as he moved around her, Kim saw her and her heart began to fail in her chest. The woman was hugely pregnant. As Kim's eyes filled with angry tears, she watched Roman help the woman into his car and saw him laughing with her and smiling, his face full of love. You creep. You utter creep. She murmured the words, but it felt like she was shouting them. Screaming them. She turned away from the happy scene and ran, block after block after block, not seeing where she was going and ignoring the horns of the motorists she ran out in front of, just running from yet another heartache. She had no idea how she got home that day. Emily had managed to cover up the evidence of Bay's spectacular meltdown in the press, even managing to console and cajole a fuming Charlie into finishing off the interviews herself, and not trashing the band. Pete was keeping a strict eye on Bay, who he'd ordered to bed until Tom got there. Emily was furiously texting when she saw Shay Groves in the reception asking for Bay. Hey, how come you're here? Emily greeted Shay, and the other woman hugged her. Tom called me and told me what happened. He asked me to come see if I could help. He's trying to get a flight now. Emily sighed. I'm glad you're here. Come on, I'll take you up. As they rode the elevator to the 7th floor, Emily filled Shay in on what had happened. I don't think any of us are surprised, except maybe Charlie, she said with a grin. This has been coming on for a while. Tom said the same. Shay shook her head. I knew I should have gotten her better counseling. Emily looked doubtful. Not sure that would have made a difference. In a weird way, I think this needed to happen. I just wish it had happened before we had started a new campaign. Poor Pete too. He's really been through the mill. I think he might be thinking of forgetting the whole thing. Oh, I hope not. Look, we knew Bay's recovery wouldn't just be physical, and with Kim's distance. Yeah. Emily sighed and knocked on Bay's door. Pete opened it and gave them a smile. She's pretending to be asleep, he said to Shay. So go on in. Shay chuckled and hugged him. You're a good man, Peter Espinoza. Pete hugged her back. She's my little sister, he said simply. We stick together, well, most of us. Emily and Pete went down to the bar and ordered some drinks. Cruella still in the interviews? Last one, then she's on a plane back to Nashville. Dong dong, the witch is dead. You're really mixing up your movies there. Meh, Pete said good-naturedly, picking at a bowl of chips and salsa. Emily studied him. Pete? What if the band folds? What if Bay can't get over this? Pete shoved 2 large tortilla chips into his mouth. She will. Don't you worry about that. But if Bay decides she doesn't want to do this, no harm, no foul. I love being in this band, but you know what I love more? Hank? Our life together. We're adopting. Did you know that? I didn't. That's wonderful. Emily threw her arms around the big man, grateful for the good news and delighted for him. She adored Pete and Hank together. They were her inspiration to make her and Dash's relationship work. As if reading her mind, Pete grinned at her. When are you going to make an honest man out of Dashiell then? Emily rolled her eyes. Huh? A long, long time in the future. I'm just working on him becoming an adult at this point. Pete laughed. Aren't you younger than him? It's Dash, she said with feeling, then laughed with him. Gosh, Pete, you are a walking antidepressant. Anyone tell you that? Pete half smiled. Wish I could be that for my 2 girls. She squeezed his hand. It'll all work out in the end. I promise. She hoped she wasn't lying to him. Shay came out of Bay's room just as Tom walked into the hotel room. After saying their hellos, Shay told him Bay was asleep. I gave her something to help her sleep. She clearly has PTSD. I don't need to be a psychologist to diagnose her with that. It's pretty obvious. But she added, seeing Tom sigh, now we can begin to help her. Therapy, along with medication, and she'll get through this, I promise. The question is, what about you? Tom looked up. Hey, I'm okay as long as she is. It's been rough, yeah, but she's alive and we're together. There isn't anything we can't overcome like that. Shay smiled at him. You are a very special man, Tomas Mayer. Look, I'm sorry about this, but I've been paged back to the hospital. Call me if you need anything. Tom pulled his jacket off, kicked his shoes into the corner of the room, and lay down beside her. Bay, lying on her stomach, opened her eyes. He stroked her hair. I hear you had a nutty, he whispered, and was glad when she laughed. I did. On Kim's mom. Tom nodded. Well then, she probably deserved it. Bay chuckled softly and wriggled into his arms. Pete had to haul me bodily away from her before I went ham. Tom looked confused. Is that some young person word I'm not privy to? Tough as nails. Really, Grandpa? Sorry, young un. Are you okay? I think so. Shay was kind. She's going to refer me to some shrink in Seattle. Fraser Crane? Or Niles? They both laughed. I'm sorry about this. You have nothing to be sorry for. I was kind of expecting this. Bay sighed and tilted her head up to him, pressing her lips against his. How did I live without you? Ditto, beautiful. Bay, if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Just say the words. Bay looked at him for a long time and then said in small voice. Kim. He nodded and smiled. Leave it with me. When Bay had gone back to sleep, Tom stepped out from the bedroom and called Roman. Voicemail. Rome, call me back. We need to talk. Kim called in sick for 3 days, claiming the flu. Cal, despite her Oscar-winning performance, was suspicious, but she kept the pretense up. Roman called the first night, banging on her door. She didn't answer him then, or on the second night. The third night, there was no one banging on the door. Instead, a note pushed under it. Talk to me. Kim sat in the tub now, the water rapidly losing its heat, but she didn't notice. She may not have been actually sick, but she felt it. Her chest hurt and her throat was raw from crying. Damn you for making me fall in love with you, Roman Ford. Why the hell did I think you were any better than Stu had been, or Dad? Trust, none of you have any idea of the concept, do you? When the bathwater got unbearably cold, she hauled herself out and wrapped herself in a huge fluffy towel. The New Orleans night was cool for a change, and she shivered, pulling on a sweater and her jeans. As she brushed out her hair, she glanced at her phone. Every fiber of her being wanted to call Bay and to talk it out with her, the way they had 100,000 times before. But even with the few times they had spoken since the shooting, she still felt lonely. There was no other word for it. No, she got up and told herself, I will not be the girl who lets a guy ruin her life. Not again. She picked up her phone, but instead called Cal and told him she would be in to work in 10 minutes. Not looking back at her very inviting couch, she grabbed her purse and went to work. New Orleans. Bay looked up as Tom came to sit by her. They were looking at a bunch of houses. As much as they loved the houseboat, Bay's therapist had advised them to move if Bay wanted to move past the horrors that happened there. They couldn't help but be relieved when Tom agreed. Having to see the place where she had lain, shot, bleeding and dying, every day had been a strain she hadn't been willing to admit. They were sitting in a penthouse that Bay thought was way too big, but by Tom's expression, had just jumped to the top of the list. She had teased him about boys and their toys, but she had to admit, despite its size, it was a beautiful place, with 360-degree views of the city. Now, though, she was caught up in what Tom was telling her. Roman's in New Orleans, and has been for a couple months. So if what Kim told you was true, then that's where we'll find her. You didn't ask Roman directly? It was hard enough to get him to give up where he was. So now you know. Now we know. Bay sat back on the couch, thinking. Tom watched her for a moment, before the realtor came in to find them. Tom smiled at the young man. We'll take it, okay? He looked at Bay, who nodded, but he could see she wasn't concentrating. Later at home in bed, Bay turned to face him. Tommy? He chuckled. That's a new one. It's the name I've decided to use when I'm being passive-aggressive and needy. Tom laughed. Your therapist teaches you that? She's worth every penny. What's up? I want to go to New Orleans. Tom squinted at her. No kidding. Bay grinned. But I don't want to go there and overwhelm her. She's a flight risk. Obviously. So I want to talk to Roman and find a way to show her what she's missing and how much we care about her. Tom nodded thoughtfully. Sounds good. Go for it, talk to Roman. Bay's face lit up and she leaned in to kiss him. I will. What's the time difference there? Tom chuckled, pulling her into his arms. Call tomorrow, love. Tonight you've got a very important meeting with me. Bay giggled, returning his kiss with enthusiasm. Oh, you're calling yourself Little Tommy now? That's not quite accurate. You're right, he teased, nuzzling her neck playfully as she squirmed with laughter. Let's just say I'm feeling inspired. Stop it, she laughed, swatting at him. That's the least attractive nickname ever, but I have to admit. Her voice softened, playful and warm. You're definitely making this moment feel just right. Tom grinned, his kisses trailing along her jaw. Good. Let's make it even better. Kim stepped out into the cold of the New Orleans morning, tensed and half expecting him to be there, waiting. Then came the crashing disappointment when he wasn't. Stop it. She jogged home and up to her apartment, then skidded to a halt. Roman sat, leaning against her door. She couldn't read his expression. For a moment they stared at each other. Why are you here? Why have you ghosted me? Kim's fingers curled into her palms, her nails biting into the flesh so he wouldn't see her trembling. She took a deep breath in. I have neighbors. You better come inside. Inside, for something to do with her hands, she snagged a couple of beer bottles from the refrigerator and handed one to Roman. She sat at the kitchen table and looked him in the eye. So, I followed you home the other day. Pretty girl. When is she due? She had the baby yesterday. A girl. Bailey. Polly is her mom. Kim's voice cracked a little. Congratulations. Roman sighed. The baby isn't mine if that's why you're mad. Neither is she someone I am currently, or ever have been intimately involved with. Kim couldn't help the sneer. Is that fancy talk for screwing? She did look a bit too Mary Sue for you. Don't be so sharp. But his words were softly spoken. It's none of my business what you do, she said, but cursed the way her voice broke. Roman tried to take her hands, but she pulled them away and put them in her lap. Kim, Polly is my sister. Technically, my half-sister. She's my dad's daughter from his other family. He wasn't a big fan of consecutive parenting, it seems. She's about 7 years younger than me and Otis. I found out about her last year when I was going through some papers of Dad's. Kim studied his face. And the baby? Roman nodded. When I found her, she was living in a halfway house, knocked up by some dude she hooked up with and never saw again. She'd been in abusive relationships before, didn't have any reason to trust men. Apparently, her mom killed herself when she found out my dad had died, in the newspaper. Polly was one. Straight into the foster care system. So when you found her, I had to make it right, didn't I? I had the means, and God knows the responsibility. But she made me swear not to tell anyone else. Not even Otis? Otis idolized our dad. Me too, but I figured if Polly didn't want anyone else to know, what was the point of smashing Otis' picture of Dad? My dad, although flawed, was a good man despite that. He died in a bodega shooting. Otis and I were there. Shame flooded through Kim, and now it was her turn to take his hands. He didn't pull away, instead linking his fingers through hers. I figured when you shut me out that you'd followed me. I came here twice, as you know, but the third night Polly went into labor. Gosh, Roman. All of her anger had dissipated now, and she went to him. He pulled her onto his knee, buried his face in her neck for a long moment and held her. Kim pressed her lips to his forehead. When he looked up, she could see raw emotion in his eyes. I love you, he said simply. I'm in love with you, Kim. Tears dropped down her face as she pressed her lips to his, feeling his strong arms lock around her. I love you too, big man, she murmured against his mouth. So much. So very much. They never made it to the bed this time. Bay smiled at Tom as she ended the call from Roman. He's in. She went to bang on the window of the studio and beckoned Pete in. Pete, dark circles under his eyes and a big smile on his face, joined them. Bay passed him a soda. Pete? Do you think you can bear to be away from Lucy for a night? Lucy, the 3-month-old light of Pete and Hank's life, had charmed her way into everyone's heart in the short time they'd known her. Pete, exhausted but wiped out by love, grinned at Bay. You're up to something, Missy. I know that smile. Bay chuckled and exchanged a look with Tom. You got me. Just wondering if you'd like to take a quick overnight trip to the Big Easy? Pete's smile grew wider. Why do I think this has something to do with our absent friend? What you got planned, Minxie? Roman whistled as she opened the door. That beautiful is more like it. Kim grinned shyly. She had finally bleached her hair back to its platinum blonde, gotten rid of the spectacles, although she had gotten so used to them she kind of missed them, and was wearing a ripped Purple Rain t-shirt and skinny jeans. Roman, of course, was in a suit that probably cost more than her rent for a month. She didn't care. She stood on her tippy toes to kiss him. Let me just grab my boots and I'm all yours. They walked hand in hand to the bar. Our third date, she said, grinning slyly at him. You might get lucky tonight. Roman laughed. Third? More like 300th. Doesn't count before we, you know. Oh, now she's shy. They turned the corner and walked up to the hot tin roof. Only you would take me to my place of work for a date, she grumbled but smirked at him. Stop complaining, woman. Kim walked in and stopped. The place was clear of customers, just a few regulars and all of her colleagues. They all grinned at her as she turned to frown at Roman. What's going on? He steered her into a booth, putting himself between her and the door. You'll see. Private party. He winked at Cal and Lee, who were balancing drinks and food on trays. We're celebrating, Cal told her. What? Cal chewed on his lip, thinking as Lee and Roman grinned. Friends. I'll drink to that, buddy. Me too. Kim looked at the three men in confusion. What's going on? Nothing. Friends, food, drinks, good times, a little music. Hang on, I'll go put something on. Cal disappeared into the other bar room. You're acting weird, Kim said, grabbing a beer from the tray but grinning. What the hell was going on? Cal came back in just as the first chord of the Killer's song, Just Another Girl, started. Oh, love this song. We used to. She trailed off as someone who was definitely not Brandon Flowers started to sing. A very female, very familiar voice rang out over the speakers. For a second Kim froze. She could feel the eyes of everyone on her. That's not a MP3, she said in a monotone. Nope. The voice rang out so sweet and so rich. Drive by your house, nobody's home. That's a live band. I'm trying to tell myself that I'm better off alone. Kim stood unsteadily and looked back at Roman, her eyes streaming. How could you? This is not what I wanted. She pushed past the shocked Roman and out into the street. In a flash, he was beside her, his hand gripping her upper arm. Get off me. She struggled, but he held her fast. Kimberly, stop. Look at me. She had never heard that tone from him before, fierce and commanding. She stopped struggling. Why, he said. Why are you running away? Tell me. Because. Because what? Because you love your friend? Because you miss her? Miss Pete? Miss getting up on that stage and belting your heart out? Yeah, big news. I know you miss all of that. So why do you keep? Geez. He let her go and span around, breathing heavily. His outburst shocked her and she reached out to touch him. He shook her hand off. Do you know what gunshots sound like, close up? Like your eardrums bursting. Like your heart exploding. Do you know what it feels like to have hot metal rip through you? To know that someone hates you so much that they could do that to you? My dad did. That girl in there did. And none of it was your fault. Dad getting shot wasn't my fault or Otis' fault. Stu shooting Bay is all down to that pathetic slug. Not you. Kim was trembling so hard that Roman, his eyes still burning with passion, wrapped his arms around her. Do you know what I would give to be able to speak my dad again? To hold him? Please don't waste this, Kim, please. Kim couldn't help the tears that came then, and his arms tightened around her, holding her. Kim. Kim heard her calling out her name so hesitantly, so unsure of the reaction she would get. She turned to face her best friend, the girl who nearly died, her bae. Kim took one stumbling step toward her, and then they were in each other's arms, crying and laughing at the same time, and telling each other over and over how much they loved each other. Roman smiled and, stepping around them, left them alone, going back into the bar. He went to the room where they had been playing, and saw Pete, complete with his family, enjoying a beer. He gave him a thumbs up. Tom looked relieved, and Dash and Emily clapped with delight. Otis and Shay hugged him in turn, then Roman looked at his brother. Otis, we need to talk. Otis's eyebrows shot up. Oh? Roman half smiled. It's about Dad and our sister.
Epilogue.
All of them watched as Nora Jones and Eddie Vedder crossed the stage to read the nominees. Bae, Pete, and Kim could barely believe that they were there, the Grammys. Pete grinned and nudged Tom. I think you've lost her. He nodded at Bae, who was staring completely and utterly starstruck at Eddie Vedder, her hero, Pearl Jam's legendary singer. I hope he's the one who says our name, she said, sounding like a kid. Not that I don't love Nora, but you know, it's Eddie. Kim was laughing. Hey, remember your boyfriend? That tall, handsome man sitting next to you? Tom? Bae grinned, then looked around wildly. Who? Tim, was it? I have no idea who you mean. Funny girl. Tom was laughing as he kissed her. Girl done good, he whispered. She grinned, then put her hand over his mouth. Hush now. My future husband is about to speak. Tom shrugged good-naturedly as the others laughed. As the two superstars read out the nominees, and the audience was treated to a snapshot of their music, Kim felt Bae's hand slip into hers. She leaned against her best friend. Their name was the last to be read out, by Eddie. Bae squeaked in delight. And the winner is... Nora handed the envelope to Eddie, who opened it and bent his head, speaking in that low growl of his. Seattle's finest, the 9th and Pine. Bae, Kim, and Pete all froze as the crowd erupted around them. Hands were pulling them up, then pushing them towards the stage. Bae felt Tom kiss her, but couldn't make sense of what was going on. Kim cried and Pete high-fived everyone on the way down to the stage. Finally, stumbling and incoherent, they made it to the stage to be presented with their Grammy. Bae nearly fainted when Eddie hugged her. Later she would tell Tom, "I think I might have said I love you to him." "Gosh, I hope I didn't," as Tom cried with laughter. Kim raised her Grammy in the air as Pete, the only person who could form an entire sentence, said most of their thank yous. Neither Bae nor Kim, however, forgot to announce their love and their thanks to their partners. It was a crazy whirl of interviews and shaking hands then, until they finally made it back to the penthouse suite Quartet had rented, where Shay, Otis, Emily, and Dash were waiting, along with Hank and Lucy. Their Grammys took pride of place on the long glass table as they relaxed. Tom popped the first of many champagne bottles. "Well, kids, we made it. The last 2.5 years have been tumultuous, to say the least." Pete, Kim, and Bae, he grinned down at his romantic partner who reached around and grabbed his butt, making the others laugh. "Despite everything that's been thrown at you, you did it. And you deserve every bit of your success. Guys, raise your glasses to the 9th and Pine." Kim and Roman flew back to Seattle that same night, wanting to be alone. As they lay in bed together, damp skin from making love, Roman trailed a leisurely finger up and down her spine. "You know what's weird?" "What's that?" "Even in this, quite frankly, way over-the-top house of yours," she grinned and he chuckled, "I still miss that little apartment in sweaty, dirty New Orleans." "You know," Roman said. "Me too. It was tiny, but gosh, we had some good times there." Kim kissed him. "I fell in love with you there. And you beautiful." She smiled. "Thank you. Thank you for giving me my life back, even though I was so sure I didn't want it. You knew better." Roman cupped her face with his big hand. "It was the life you deserved, Kim. I would do anything to give you the world." Kim sighed happily. "Roman? Maybe Polly and the baby would like to come stay here for a while." She and Otis seemed to have connected amazingly. Roman pressed his lips to hers. See? See what you've done for me?" And silencing her with his mouth, he rolled her onto her back, covering her body with his. Kim stroked the hair above his ears and smiled up at him as they were intimate. "Forever?" she whispered, and Roman nodded, the love in his eyes unmistakable. "Forever," he agreed as they made their way with love into that forever.
The end. Sneak peek for focus. We hope you enjoyed listening to Forbidden Demands by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek of Focus by Michelle Love. Focus, a Bad Boy Billionaire series. The Spotlight. Riker.
Flames explode out of the bottom of the new rocket boosters that Ian has developed. Applause spontaneously begins as we all watch the large screen at the front of the meeting room. We're one step closer to making getting to Mars a reality. Apollo engineering was started by my grandfather 10 years ago. He passed away a little over a year ago. Cancer took him from us before he could see his dream of becoming one of the first settlers of Mars come true. He's turned that dream over to me. "Riker, tell me what you think," Ian says as we all sit back down after watching the video he recorded when he tested the rocket booster in Cape Canaveral. "I think you're a genius. But what else is new?" I ask, drawing chuckles from the other board members. "My one question is, when can you get this into production? With 50 ships to build, we need to get at least one of them done within the next 3 years so we can test before sending people off to outer space in the things." "Here's where you're going to decide to give me a monster bonus, Riker," he says with a smile. "I've got the approval to produce these things in Russia. The government is willing to let us use their facilities in exchange for the technology. It's a fair trade, I think. But what matters is what you think, Riker." "The Russian government, huh? I'll have to consider that. There's a fundraiser tonight. I might be able to pick the brains of some of the privately owned Russian space exploration companies' top guns to see how much they would trust their government with their own technologies. So I can get back to you on that soon, Ian." I look around the board table. Does anyone have anything they'd like to add to Ian's presentation? Sandy looks at me as she says, I'd like to know why he wants to use a Russian facility to build the boosters when we have facilities here in the US that could be used. I turned to Ian to allow him to answer that. Ian, they'd make us pay. I know the company has plenty of money, but why pay when we can get them made for free? He asks, raising a good point. The money goes into our economy, though, Sandy retorts. I raise my hand to stop any further arguing. Let me talk to some people first before we go into this. It may not be a thing we need to argue over at all. If that's all, we can adjourn this meeting. With everyone nodding, I got up and took my briefcase with me to my office. Ted comes to my side as we all leave the boardroom. Mr. Crawford, I think you should know there will be some very big names in our industry at this fundraiser. Damian Markov, the CEO of Markov Global, is in town. He's sure to be there. You should pick his brain. His family has been in space exploration since the Russians sent Laika on Sputnik 2. He's a natural-born leader in our field. I'll make sure to introduce myself to the man. Thanks, Ted. I leave the young man to go into my office and find Bridget leaning over my desk. Is the meeting over already, Mr. Crawford? Bridget's voice is soft, teasing, as she straightens and smooths her knee-length pencil skirt, her movements deliberate. I close the door behind me, turning the lock with a quiet click. My tie feels too tight, a sudden constraint, so I loosen it and drape it over the chair beside my briefcase. Her smile is captivating, a subtle curve of cherry-red lips that hints at unspoken promises. Clear the desk, Bridget, I say, my voice low, carrying an edge of urgency. There's something pressing I need your help with, as my personal assistant. I step closer, watching as she neatly gathers the documents and tucks them into a drawer, her movements graceful. She leans slightly over the desk, poised, inviting. Her presence is magnetic, and as I stand behind her, the air between us hums with anticipation. I let my hand brush lightly against her arm, the silk of her blouse cool under my touch. Close your eyes, I murmur, and she complies with a soft exhale. I slip my tie from the chair and gently drape it over her eyes, tying it loosely. The moment feels charged, intimate, as I lean closer, my breath warm against her ear, letting the unspoken tension speak for itself. The sound of the buzzer of my intercom has me jerking my head up. Mr. Crawford, a Mr. Markov is here and requests a meeting with you. He says it won't take long. The receptionist interrupts my plans. With a sigh, I step back, put myself away, and pull my tie off Bridget's eyes. I guess I'll be seeking your services another time. How about you take off for lunch now? I was going to let you go afterward, anyway. Take the rest of the day off. I have to get out of here early to get ready for the fundraiser. I could go with you, Mr. Crawford, she says as she smooths out her skirt. If you'd like me to. My dear Bridget, I say as I put my tie back on. That would have pictures of us taken together. People would think we were on a date. You know I don't date members of my staff. I tap the button to reply to the receptionist. I'll send Bridget out to escort him to my office shortly, Veronica. With a nod, Bridget heads to the door. I'll bring him to you, sir. Thank you, I reply, settling into my chair. To steady my nerves, I force my thoughts to stock prices, global conflicts, and the plight of orphan children. Anything to quell the rush of distraction. It's hardly professional to meet someone new while so unsettled. The mental shift helps, and soon the door opens. Bridget ushers in a tall, muscular man. Mr. Markov, Mr. Crawford. Thank you, Bridget, I say, rising to shake the man's hand. You may go now. The blond man with piercing blue eyes, the color of ice, is a large man. Only slightly smaller than myself. Our hands meet in a firm shake as we size one another up. You must work out, he says. I do, and it seems you do too, I say as I release his hand. Have a seat, Mr. Markov. Call me Damian, he says as he takes a seat. I go around my desk to take mine and say, then you must call me Riker. Good, I abhor formalities, Riker. I am here because I saw a little thing on the internet about new boosters your company was testing in Cape Canaveral. Wow, I say, stunned. That's top secret. Did you say you saw it on the internet? I pull out my laptop from one of the drawers and open it. Where might I find this? He pulls the computer to him and taps in something, then turns it back to me, and I see the same damn video that we just watched in the boardroom. This is where I found it. I see the video has been up for 1 day, and that lets me know Ian's either leaked it or he's been hacked. One can never tell with these things, and it's not worth the time to interrogate Ian about it. It's out, that's a fact. So, why are you here, Damian? I ask, as I put the laptop away. I'd like to offer my production company's services, of course. I can offer you a great deal for us to produce them. It will only cost you information. He taps the desk with long fingers as he eyes me. Russia certainly wants every tidbit of information it can get its hands on, doesn't it? I ask him as he sits back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. I am not Russia, Riker. I am one man with one company, and I want to get to Mars just as badly as you do. It's been my dream for a while now. I want to start a new life in a new world, and your rocket boosters can help me get closer to that reality. Drumming my fingers on the desk, I ask, "What's your deal, Damian?" "We will produce your boosters in exchange for the technology that you use to make them." "That means—" I interrupt him. "I know what that means. You want to be listed on the copyright. Your company and mine will be the only two to use the boosters." "That's right. So what do you say to such an awesome deal?" he asks as he smiles, revealing very white and perfect teeth. I say, "I have a board that has to make that decision together. I will tell you that we have an offer exactly like yours, though. And already one of our board members has expressed concern. If you allow me to approach the board, I assure you I will get their approval. I can be a very forceful man when I need to be, Riker," he tells me, and I feel a bit like he's threatening me. "How long will you be in Florida, Damian?" 2 weeks. So let's not waste time." He gets up to leave abruptly. "I have a lunch appointment. Will I see you at the fundraiser tonight?" "I'm going," I say as I get up to escort him out. "And I'll talk to the engineer who invented the boosters. It is he who has been approached with the other offer. Let me leave you with one thought, Riker. If it's my government who made the offer, you need to know this. They share their technology with all Russian companies." With a nod, I open the door and lead him to the elevator. "It was nice to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you this evening." With a nod, he gets on the elevator, and I find myself wondering what I should do. What can I do?
Gia.
Yes, Mother, we're in the States. We're in Orlando. There's a fundraiser tonight. I'm at the spa being pampered right now. My feet are soaking in a gooey substance, and my face is covered in mud. Damian is spoiling me again. "Are you going to be able to come to Nebraska for a visit?" she asks. I hem haw around as I say, "I'm not sure. Damian said our stay is only 2 weeks. He's got some new thing he really wants from another company. I foresee him spending the majority of his time here, in Orlando." "What about you, Gia?" she asks. "You could come for a visit on your own, couldn't you?" I know I can't. Damian would never let me go. But she'd hate to hear me say that. I'll see. He needs my help, Mom. "Oh, good," she says enthusiastically. "It's nice to hear he's letting you use your brain again. You were such a talented engineer. What are you helping him with?" Well, it's top secret," I say as I'm not helping him do anything. He doesn't let me. But Mom sounds so happy, I can't let her down. "Top secret? Wow. A Russian top secret project, how exciting for you, sweetie," she says as I see Damian come into the spa. "Gotta go, Mom," I say. "I'll talk to you later in the week." "You do that, Gia. We all miss you. Your sisters, your father and I all would love to see you. It's been a couple of years, you know." "I know, Mom," I say as Damian comes my way. "I have to go. Love you." I end the call and put my cell in the pocket of the white robe the spa puts their clients in. They say you have 2 more hours. I am going to lunch with a comrade from back home. An old school pal. You will go back to our suite when you're finished here, and put on the dress I had hung in the closet for you. I've instructed the woman at the front desk on how I want your hair done. Be ready by 8, he snaps at me. 8? You won't be back from lunch until tonight? I ask, as that's insane. I am catching up with my old friend Gia. I don't know how long that will take me. You will be fine. I'm going to take my tux with me, so I can get ready. Where are you going to get ready? I ask, as he's making no sense. The hotel room where I am meeting my old friend. Have no worries. I will be in the room at 8 to get you. Be ready. He spins around with nothing else and leaves me. I watch him walk away from me. Damian is tall and built like a brick house. His light blue eyes seem to see right through a person. He's handsome and commands respect. And he's mine. My boyfriend of 3 years. I was fresh out of MIT when I met him at a space fair in Washington. It was about the idea of going to Mars in the future. He sought me out when he found a project I had made. It was a capsule with nutrients enough to sustain a human body for 3 days. An invaluable thing for the long journey to the planet. He thought I was a genius, and his company bought my patent, and they will be the ones who will sell the capsules when space travel begins. It's odd to me how he thought I was so smart, but once we really got together, he had me stop working and devote myself to him. At first, I was so enthralled the magnificent man wanted me to be at his beck and call, that I gave myself to him entirely. It was a novel. The man wanted me around him all the time. He showered me with gifts and attention. His attention in the last year or so has been lax. He's always on his phone. He leaves me at home on his vast estate in St. Petersburg, Russia, when he goes to his office. I used to go with him, but he started leaving me behind, and that became a trend. He only brought me with him to the US because I'm not a Russian citizen, and I have to leave from time to time. I thought by now he'd have asked me to marry him. But that's never been discussed between us. I overheard him and his father talking once, in Russian, that Damian should marry a Russian woman. His father told him that he could keep me as a mistress. Damian didn't say anything back to his father. I have no idea if that's a thing he thinks I will allow or not. I wouldn't though. If he was to go that far, then I would definitely leave him. Even though he has helped my parents financially since he took me with him to Russia. He's even made sure my twin sisters and their husbands are taken care of. He bought them homes, cars, and puts money in an account for them all. They want nothing. If I left him, they'd lose it all. I don't want that. He's not mean, abusive, or anything like that. Just neglectful. I don't think that being neglected is a reason to end a relationship. Especially one that affects my whole family. Time to wash this stuff off and do your hair and makeup, Miss Flynn, the attendant tells me. I watch her as she pulls my feet out of the gel and wipes them off, then slips on a set of thin slippers. At least once a month, Damian makes sure I'm completely pampered. He's not neglectful in that way. I drive a nice car, wear expensive clothes, and have tons of jewelry. I have all the money that I want. He's a wealthy man, and has no problem spending money on me or my family. It's his time he's stingy with. But this old friend of his has managed to get an abundance of his time for some reason. I'm lucky to get 10 minutes with the man before we go to bed. He does pay attention to me in bed, and he always has. But this past year something shifted. It's become quick, hollow moments now, brief and fleeting. Gone are the soft whispers and the thrilling, passion-filled nights. Instead, it's just routine, a perfunctory act where he turns away, leaving me longing for more. His dream of going to Mars is his reason for the change in him. He's in a rush to get there. There is a small fact about Mars that I have a problem with. I don't want to go, not that he's invited me. He's never asked me even once if I wanted to go with him. I'm unsure if he just expects I will, or if he doesn't even want me to go with him. He and I haven't talked much lately. He tells me what he wants and I do it. Like tonight, for instance, he has to have me at this boring fundraiser. I did tell him I'd rather not go, and he said I must. He said it looks bad for him to go to such things alone. All I know is I'm not looking forward to staring into the crowd as he ignores me. I know it'll happen that way. It always does.
Riker. The place is packed as I enter the gazebo of the Central Florida Zoo. Only the wealthiest people were invited. Thanks to my grandfather, I joined that list of the elite a couple of years ago. I'm one of the youngest men here. At 30, I'm a baby compared to most of the people here. When I took over my grandfather's job as CEO of Apollo Engineering, I gained a massive amount of money as well. The responsibility is high, and the anxiety I can get at times is hard to handle. Hence, my need for a personal assistant who can handle all my personal needs. Bridget was sent to me by one of the other board members when he saw me struggling in the early days. I was a mess, and he sent the woman to my office with a note that said she was my assistant and I could use her any way I needed to. He added at the very end, even physically. She was fine with the arrangement, and I use her about 3 times a week to ease my frustration level. It's great. No commitment, no drama, no worries. I have women I mess around with. One-night stands mostly. I don't like getting too close to anyone. I plan on leaving this planet as soon as I can. Getting attached to someone here would be dumb. My plan is to find someone and settle down after I reach Mars. That way, I can be part of populating that planet. It fills me with a surge of energy to think about being such a huge part of the beginning of a new place for humans to reside. Who knows, maybe one of my kids will end up as the king of Mars. I have no idea how we're going to rule that planet. But I like the idea of kings and queens. I'm old-fashioned that way. The gazebo is lit with white Christmas lights, and I see a monkey is in a nearby cage. The zoo is special to me. They have a breeding program, and plan on sending some of their animals to Mars too. It's going to be so exciting. That's Rufus, a woman in a long white gown tells me as she walks up and hands me a flute of champagne. He's one of our ideal Columbus monkeys. It's his seed we're collecting and keeping for the mission to Mars. It will be some of his descendants that make Mars their home. And I suppose the retrieval and storing of that seed requires money, I say, as she nods and sips the bubbly liquid. Lots of it. She slips her arm through mine. I'm Claudette, a breeding scientist here at the zoo. Let me show you some more of our prime animals, Mr. Crawford. And just how do you know who I am? I asked her, as this was my first function of any kind since I took on the CEO position. She produces a pamphlet from a pocket on her dress. Along with several other wealthy men, my picture is there with my name and what company I represent. Underneath my picture is Damian Markov's. We were all given these to make sure you each had 5-star treatment. I see. And where can I find this man? I ask as I point to Damian's picture. Mr. Markov is sitting at a table over here. Come on, I'll show you to his table. She takes me with her, heading through the crowd. He's brought a woman with him. She introduced herself as Gia Flynn, so you'll know who's with him. I suppose you two have business dealings. We might, I say, then see him sitting at a table talking on his phone. I'll take it from here, Claudette. You don't have to worry about my donation. It will be a great one. With a smile, she leaves me, and I look back at the table to find a young woman with dark hair, held up in a loose bun with shiny tendrils falling out of it, sitting down at the table with Damian. And he's not paying one bit of attention to the rare beauty who seems to be in the middle of a spotlight. Nursing a drink in her hand, she looks at the floor and then glances around the place. She seems to be lost. And it's a shame that she's being ignored like that. Her skin is a pale creamy color that her pink lips accent perfectly. I watch her take another drink, and wish I were the glass that touches her sweet lips. She can't be Damian's date. He's not even looking at her at all. But why would she sit at a table with him if she isn't here with him? Why would she be fine with being ignored? Why am I standing here when I can go talk to her? I move one foot in front of the other and make my way across the floor, only to be stopped by Gary from SimCorp. "Riker, great to see you here," he says as he shakes my hand and claps my back. "Come here, I have some men I'd like you to meet. I brought my team of engineers tonight. I know they'd love to pick that enormous brain you have." I go along with him as he takes me to a group of men who all wear expensive tuxes like I do, only most of them seem uncomfortable in them. They fidget as I come up to them. One calls out, "Hey, it's Riker Crawford." A laugh erupts out of me, as I had no idea I could command that much excitement from a group of guys. "It's nice to see you know about me." They seem in awe now and converge on me in a circle, fencing me in and keeping me from getting to the gorgeous creature perched on the edge of her chair at Damian's table. She just can't be his date. I'm trying to give this group my full attention, but can't seem to focus on them as I'm so focused on the woman who's looking sad and lonely. Damian is still on his damn phone, and I watch her as she gives him longing looks, then looks away when he doesn't notice her at all. One of the guys asks me a question about my plan to go to Mars, so I have to answer him. Yes, I want to be on the first mission. It's my dream to see the red planet and tame it for future Martians. The men laugh a little, and I see the woman place her hand on Damian's arm. He looks at her hand, then gets up and walks away, shaking his head at her. I find the way he's treating her appalling, and excuse myself to go talk to the woman now that she's alone. I make sure Damian is all the way out of the gazebo before I get to her. I pick up a couple of drinks from the bar and go to her. "Hello, gorgeous." She looks up and stares at me. "Who, me?" I place the drink on the table in front of her. "Mind if I sit down and introduce myself to you?" "I'm nobody," she says. "I'm here with Damian Markov." "I'm sure you're somebody." "No one is a nobody. And I don't see Damian around." "Are you supposed to be on a date with him?" "He and I are a couple," she says, shocking me. "For how long?" I ask as I reach out and twirl a tendril of her silky hair. I knew it would feel this soft. "You are a rare beauty, Gia Flynn." "How do you know my name?" she asks with surprise. "Oh, I have my ways. When one sees such a beautiful woman, one finds things out about her. Your name was first on the list. And now that I know you, I have more I'd love to know about you. Like why you're sitting here, being ignored by any man." I take a seat, even though she's not offered one. Damian's busy with a call from an old friend he met with today. I suppose it's quite important. She takes a drink, and I reach out and touch her arm. "Since he's so busy, would you care to take a walk with me? Touring the zoo in the twinkling lights looks fun. But I don't want to do it alone," I tell her as I stand and pull her up with me. "Damian should be back soon," she says as I tuck her hand into the crook of my arm. "I'm sure he will. And he can wait on you when he gets back. Don't worry, I'll explain things to him when I return you to him. If you want to be returned to him, that is." Her giggle sends chills through me. "You're funny. And your name is?" "I am Riker Crawford of Apollo." "Oh, I know who you are. Apollo Engineering was a company I was going to see about interning with before I met Damian," she says. "I'm sorry about your grandfather. His mission to see Mars populated is what started that company. He was a true revolutionary man. The space community misses him dearly." I smile at her sweet sentiment. "Why didn't you still apply for an internship? Meeting Damian shouldn't have ended your career." "No, it shouldn't have," she says as her brows furrow. "But it did. I moved away to Russia with him. I thought I'd work for his company. You see, I designed a capsule with enough nutrients to keep a human body nourished for days at a time. It would be useful." I cut her off as I know what it would be useful for: moving people and animals to Mars. She stops and nods as she smiles broadly. Yes. But I haven't made one for animals yet. Each animal has different needs. I was going to work on that and develop them for each kind of animal. That way, they would be ready for when the first mission takes off. What stopped you? I ask as she seems brilliant. Damian, she says, her smile fades away. I sold the patent to him. He has his own people working on doing that. They've yet to come up with anything as good as I did for humans. I'd love the chance to work on the project, but he would like me to be available to him. Not to be nosy, but available for what? I ask, wondering if Damian Markov is keeping this woman as his slave. She's far too smart to allow that to happen to her. Just be available, not exactly in a physical way. Just be around when he comes around. Which isn't a lot anymore, she mumbles. Where are you from, Gia? I ask as I move us along. I'd love nothing more than to hide her away from the man all night long. Nebraska, Blue Hill, Nebraska to be exact. My father was a farmer, she says, as we stop in front of a cage that is supposed to have a bear in it, but he seems to be sleeping. He was a farmer? I ask, as I move us along to the next exhibit. Since I got with Damian, there's no need for him to farm his land. Damian gives my family more money than they know what to do with. Dad's land is just sitting there. He keeps it fertilized, but that's all, she says, then points to the back of an enclosure. See that? I squint to make out the shape of the animal she's pointing at. What is it? A lemur, she says. Can you imagine a day when these creatures will be on a new planet? I can and do all the time, I say. It's my dream to go on the first mission. I suppose you'll be accompanying Damian on his first mission. I don't know about that. She walks away from me to the next cage. Getting back to her side, I take her hand and tuck it back into the crook of my arm. And why don't you know about that? I don't want to leave our planet. I'd like nothing more than to help people and animals to get there, though. You know, like the ground crew. She looks up at a sleeping eagle in its huge nest. Eagles flying in a red sky, how cool, huh? We do need people here to make it all happen. It's admirable of you to want to help people get there. I want to be there. I want to have one of the first children born on the planet, I tell her and find her smiling. So, where is Mrs. Crawford? There's not one, I say. There won't be one here on Earth. I'm waiting to meet a woman on Mars. It's there I want to make my life. It's there I want to raise a family. And you'll leave all your wealth to who, here on Earth? She asks, as she peers into a dark cage and jumps back when an owl swoops out at us, screeching to let us know he dislikes being disturbed. I find her in my arms and hold her tight, as I look down at her sweet face. I don't know. I've never even thought about it. I suppose I could donate it to a deserving charity or several of them. You're very generous, she says as she moves out of my arms. Sorry for jumping into you like that. Not a problem, I say, then take her hand again. I didn't mind at all. So tell me more about yourself. Are you a scientist? No, I'm an engineer. I graduated from MIT. She looks away like that's not a huge deal. Why would you be wasting away in Russia as Damian Markov's toy? You're much too talented to do that. I'd like to offer you a position with Apollo Engineering, I say without hesitation. My only idea is that I've sold to Damian's company. What good could I even do for your company? She asks me as she looks away, shaking her head. I've wasted my chances. Stopping her, I turn her to face me, leaving my hands on her narrow shoulders. Gia, you said you don't plan on going to Mars. Damian is going to go. So what's your plan when he leaves you here all alone? She seems to be thinking about this for the first time ever. I guess I don't know. I kind of thought he'd make sure I was taken care of. Is that all you want out of life? I ask her, as she doesn't seem the type to be so shallow. To be taken care of? No, she says, then looks down. Oh, I don't know what it is I want, Riker. There you are, Damian says as he walks up behind us. Are you trying to steal my girl away, Riker? He laughs with a deep sound, as if that could never happen. I let Gia go, and she steps around me and goes to him. He was keeping me company while you were busy, Damian. Do you know this man? Damian looks at her with surprise. Oh, he didn't tell you about the business deal we discussed at his office earlier today. I thought that was why he came to introduce himself to you. His ice-colored eyes dart to mine. Why else would he take someone else's woman off? With a chuckle, I say, I was on my way to talk to you when I was ambushed by a pack of engineers trying to pick my brain. I saw you leave just as I got free. It was my intention to tell Gia why I had made my way to her. But we got to talking about other things, like how wonderful she is, smart she is, and talented she is. I could go on and on, obviously. And taken she is, he adds. Perhaps I could join you too on your little walk. Gia holds tight to his arm, as she senses his jealousy. Please do, Damian. It's nice to know you want to do business with Riker. He seems to be a nice man, and a generous one too. Much like yourself. I watch her smooth his rumpled feathers expertly. She must be used to him getting pissed when anyone wants her attention. Not that he does.
Gia.
Damian's pulse is rapid as I hold his hand. He's never had to see me with another man's hands on me. It seems to be doing something to him. Maybe he'll see he should pay more attention to me, or someone might swoop in and take me away from him. Which one of you would care to tell me about this deal? I ask. Or is it top secret? You don't need to worry yourself with it, my darling, Damian says, then kisses the top of my head. I don't see why she can't know, Riker says. You see, my company has developed a highly effective rocket booster. Damian would like to manufacture it. All he wants in trade for his work is to have rights to it. Not exclusive, I say as I look at him, worried Damian will make a deal with him the way he did with me, not truly understanding I would never get to work on my project again. You'll keep your rights too, won't you? What does that matter to you, Gia? Damian asks me. This is none of your concern. I've pissed him off by asking something, and I don't care. Look, I just don't want him to lose something that's so important. The way I did. You know, in light of you and she being a couple, Riker says as he turns to continue our stroll through the zoo. Couldn't you, at the very least, let her work on the other capsules for the animals? She said your people haven't come up with anything yet. We really could use that sooner rather than later, you know. You have a diamond there, Damian? You seem to be covering her with dirt though. Damian starts to walk too, taking me up next to Riker, who looks at me from the corner of his eye as Damian says, Gia has no reason to lift a finger. I take excellent care of her and her family. Has she explained to you all I do for them? Yes, she has. You've taken care of their finances. Given them more money than they know what to do with. But aren't you going to be going to Mars? Riker asks, making Damian sneer. His pulse goes insane as he says, so what if I am? She'll be left here, alone. Those who have grown dependent on you would be left with no idea how to take care of themselves. What you see as a service, I see as a disservice. Riker stops and takes my other hand. What do you think, Gia? My eyes go wide as Damian's hand squeezes mine. His hand is hot, and I know he's about to blow a gasket. So I ease my hand out of Riker's and smile. I think this conversation is taxing, to say the least. Damian is a man I can count on. And who needs any more than that? Damian asks, then starts walking again. No need to worry over Gia, Riker. She will have my portion of my family's wealth when I leave. She can dole it out to her family as she likes. No, want to take her to Mars with you, Damian? Riker asks, and I find myself looking at Damian to see what the hell he says about that. She's much too fragile to go to Mars. She's allergic to everything, and fights with anemia. Her family also has a history of mental illness which would block her from going anyway, Damian says, and I am shocked. What are you talking about? My family has no such history. But they do, Damian says. You have an aunt no one talks about. She was institutionalized when she was 12. My jaw drops as I stare at him. This man must have done some extensive research into my family's background to come up with this. And for what? You and I will discuss this later, I snap, then spin around and run away from them both. I've never been more humiliated. Gia, where are you going? Damian shouts. I can't understand why he's with me if he has no future where I'm in it. And everything is spinning in my head. He was all about me for the first year and a half. Suddenly, he became distant and forgetful, and I was concerned. And I bet it has everything to do with finding out I can never go to Mars with him. Not that I was ever going to go. He'd know that if he ever bothered to talk to me about it. Instead, he played detective to see if I was worthy of going in the first place. He's impossible, and I have no idea why I'm staying with him. A hand on my shoulder stops me and spins me back around. Hey! I find Riker is the one who came to stop me, and I look around him to see Damian is nowhere in sight. Where'd he go? He made a phone call and walked away. Don't let that thing about your aunt get to you, Gia. We all have a squirrel or two in our family trees, he says, then grins at me. I have 5 in mine. His silly grin makes me laugh despite my anger at Damian. I'm sorry for how I'm acting. I really am. I wasn't this person. Let me guess, he says as he takes my hand. Before Damian Markov. Yes, I confess. I was different before him. I was strong-willed and sure of myself, and now I'm neither of those things. Well damn, he says as he pulls me along with him. And those are great things to be. What made you change? I find him taking us to one of the bars and ordering something pink and fruity, and then he hands it to me. Thank you. And I don't know why I changed. I don't want to blame Damian. It was me who changed. He never tried to change me. It just happened somehow. He's overbearing, Riker says as he picks up a scotch and takes me with him to a table. I nod. I agree. Do you love him? He asks me, and I freeze. We don't use that term. We never have. I sip the delicious drink. Yummy. How did you know I'd like it? It's got strawberry liquor and cream in it. What chic wouldn't? He moves his hand over my cheek, and his smile is devastating. Riker is taller than Damian by about an inch. His shoulders are a little wider, but his build is a touch smaller. His jaw is rugged and he keeps a 5 o'clock shadow going, making him look darkly handsome. You're thoughtful, I tell him as I watch his plump lips form another heartbreakingly beautiful smile. Sometimes I am. I'm not a saint. I have my bad points too, he says, then licks his lips, picking up every last drop of the scotch he's just drank. And they are. I ask as I have to think something bad about this perfect man, who's paying so much attention to me. My breath catches as Riker leans close, his voice a low whisper against my ear. I have a knack for charming, brilliant, talented women like you. His lips brush the sensitive spot behind my ear, sending a shiver through me. Have you ever stepped out on Damian? I pull back, my voice sharp. No, Riker. I'm not that kind of woman. He leans back with a slow, teasing smile, his dark eyes holding mine with quiet intensity. That's a shame, he murmurs, his tone playful yet provocative. My heart races, my skin tingling with the heat of his gaze. Riker, I say, my voice wavering. Say it again, Gia, he whispers, his eyes glinting. My name sounds sweet on your lips. I hate how his words set my nerves alight in mere moments. Where's the gentleman I was just talking to? Are you always this bold? He shakes his head, his dark hair falling in soft waves. I've got a playful side, Gia. Can't I be both charming and a little daring? He leans forward, elbows on his knees, and tilts his head toward the gazebo's edge. You deserve someone who sees you, truly sees you. Damian's not that man. I could be. Leave him or don't, that's your choice. But I want you, Gia, and I think you feel this spark too. Riker, you're being too forward, I say as I look around to see if anyone can hear what he's saying. I know. It's a byproduct of being so damn smart. I'm quick to act. I'll be in that private bathroom if you care to join me. I watch him get up and stroll to a door just off the wood floor. He leaves it ajar, and I find my body is trying to get up and follow him. Holding myself back, I take the rest of my drink down in one gulp to douse the fire started inside me. I look around for Damian, and don't see him anywhere. With the realization that Damian will leave me all he has, and I will one day be without him anyway, I get up and walk across the floor to let Riker do to me what he wants. Because I want it too, I want it more than I've wanted anything. My heels click as I cross the wood floor. My butt shakes as I feel radiant and confident. That gorgeous man wants me. He hardly knows me and he wants me. It's been a few weeks since Damian's touched me. I am ripe for the picking. My hand hovers near the doorknob. My body breaks into a sweat. My mind stills as I touch the doorknob. Let's go, Gia, Damian's voice comes from behind me. I've made my donation, and I have plans for later tonight. I need to get you back to the hotel suite. What? I ask as he takes my hand and pulls me away with him. He hurries away with me in tow, as I look over my shoulder and see Riker walking out of the bathroom. He must have heard Damian talking to me. He eyes me as if he knew I was coming to him. I turn back around and run a little to keep up with Damian as he says, "My old friend is having a crisis of sorts. I need to go and see if I can be of help." "Take me with you," I say. "I might be able to help." "What's the crisis? Women problems?" "I can help." "No, you can't. My friend is shy. Very shy." He waves at a waiting cab and we get inside of it. He moves me all the way over, sliding his body with mine to get me on the other side of the bench seat. I look at him as he slides back to the other side of the car. I feel cold and somewhat ashamed of what I was about to do. "Damian, don't leave me. Please don't leave me alone for the night." My hand's not in my lap as I can't stand the thought of being alone. "You'll be fine. You can drink the wine I've delivered, and eat the cheeses and fruits I've told room service to bring to you too. Order a movie on the television. You'll be fine. I should be back before the morning." I feel deflated and look out the back window to see Riker walking into the street. "Just leave me here then. I'd rather be here than in our room, alone." His eyes narrow as he turns his head to look at me. "Gia, that man is a womanizer. The woman who took me to his office was his skank. Is that what you want? To be a notch on his extremely notched bedpost? I thought you were better than that." "How do you know it's Riker I want to see?" I ask him as his glare turns into a smile, an evil one. "Do you think I don't know you were about to walk into that bathroom he'd gone into? Do you think I didn't see that exchange between you two when he kissed your neck? Do you think I don't know what will happen if I let you out of this car? Please take me back to the hotel and stay with me then. I need to feel like I'm one with another person, Damian. I feel alone. Look what I nearly did." I glance back again and find Riker is no longer in the street, waiting to see if I'll get out of this cab and go to him. Why would he wait for me? Damian's right about him. I know he is. It's possible if I wasn't so damn lonely that I would see right through him and not want a thing to do with the man. Riker is exactly like Damian. He's leaving this planet on the first ride out of here. He's going to make his life on Mars. I have no place in either of the men's lives. Yet, Damian promises to leave me his wealth. That money will make sure my family is taken care of for the rest of their lives, and then some. Once he leaves, I can move on as a rich woman. I can find a man to love me then. Now is not my time, I suppose. Damian is taking care of me. For that, I should be grateful. And not be thinking about giving my body to another man. Tears fill my eyes as I look at Damian. "I'm sorry. That was wrong of me. I felt hurt by what you said about finding things out about me, that you've never even told me before. And I feel so lonely. You've taken your attention away from me. I give you all you need and more. I am leaving you everything I have, and this is how I am thanked, he asks. He looks at me with sadness in his blue eyes. I know, I look down and shake my head. I'll shut up. He looks out the window and sighs. I wish I could feel more for you, Gia. I do. The fact is, I need you here with me now. I know I can't make you any promises about always being with you. I won't be. But you will have my money to keep you warm. I'm merely asking for your faithfulness while I'm still here. That's all. I just need you to be my companion. I nod. I can do that. But I don't feel like I am his companion. I don't feel like I should be here for him, just so I and my family can keep his money. But I don't know what else to do. The cab pulls up to the hotel, and Damian looks at me. Go on. I'll be up when I get done. Sliding out of the cab, I walk into the hotel. From what I've heard, it could be 10 years or more before they begin taking people to Mars. For 10 years I could be stuck in this life. Money certainly has taken hold of my life. Stopping to watch the cab with Damian in it pull away, I find my heart heavy and turn back around to go into the lobby. My head hung low as I made my way to the elevator. Miss Flynn? I hear one of the desk clerks call out. Can you come here, ma'am? Looking up, I walk over to the counter. Yes? The young man slides a card to me. His hand covers it. Mr. Markov isn't coming in, is he? No, I say as I look over my shoulder again. Not until later, he said. Okay, I was instructed to give this to you only if he wasn't with you. He slides his hand off the card, and I see his cheeks go pink. And you have nothing to worry about, Miss Flynn. We're a discreet bunch of people here. I nod, take the card, and then walk to the elevator. My heart is thumping as I squish the thing in my hand, balling it up. I have a feeling I know what it is, and I don't want the temptation. In the elevator, I think about what I'd be giving up by messing Damian over, what I'd lose for my family. And it's just not worth it. As I leave the elevator, I toss the weighted card in the trash can just outside of it. Thanks, Riker, but no thanks. All the way to our suite, I think about his dark, good looks. His dancing eyes, his kissable lips. And I know I will never allow myself to taste his kiss or feel his intimate touch. Opening the door to our room, I feel a warm breeze move over my face. It brings to mind how his hot breath would feel as he kisses my body all over. His hands would bring heat to my skin as he grazed them all over me. Pulling my clothes off as I go into the room, I find the bottle of wine and retreat to the bathroom. A bath is in order. A nice long hot bath might help me to forget about the handsome man who wants me. Something has to help.
End of sneak peek for Focus, a bad boy billionaire romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.